A young man once failed his college entrance exam, but unexpectedly found himself reincarnated with a hidden secret, a mysterious talent known as the infinite body, which could defy fate itself. Bai Shu was scrolling through his phone when he heard a piercing voice mocking from outside the window. "Oh, isn't that Xiaoping? I heard your son Bai Shu didn't do well in the college entrance exam and failed miserably. Bai Shu always ranked among the top in his class during mock exams. How did he end up doing so poorly? Could he have been cheating all along?" Clenching his fists, Bai Shu frowned in deep thought. Being reborn in his senior year should have been a cause for celebration, but why did it have to be 3 days before the college entrance exam? If only he could have been reborn after the exam, with a few cheat systems in place, how great that would be. But it wasn't a big problem. In this society where money is king, wealth is everything. Once he accumulates enough funds to buy a motorcycle, those who mocked him would surely regret it. After freshening up, Bai Shu immediately set out to earn his first pot of gold. In this tech-savvy era, the ways to make money are as numerous as the stars. Handing out flyers on the street, screwing bolts in factories, or live streaming dance moves. All could provide a livelihood. He chose the most suitable way for himself, writing from home. After all, having read countless books in his previous life, his writings might not make him filthy rich, but they would certainly be enough to gather some startup capital. Just as he sat down in front of the computer, a sudden flash of golden light blinded his eyes. Following the light, he saw the morning sun shining through the window onto a golden page on the desk, reflecting dazzling rays. Where did this golden page come from? Even before the question fully formed in his mind, his hand instinctively picked it up. Invitation to the dark world. The tides of spirit surge, the extraordinary arise, the world ebbs and flows with the tides. Some ignite themselves, becoming torches to light the way for the world. Some devour civilization, using the world as kindling to achieve greatness. Some stand alone, persistently moving forward, carrying the last hope of civilization. What will your choice be? Note: reading this signifies your agreement to enter the dark world. Who's playing a prank on me? Just as the thought arose, the golden page disintegrated into ashes and vanished without a trace. Are you serious, Ajahn? Before he could finish speaking, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. When he regained his senses, the scene before him was completely different. Weathered walls, broken picture frames, shattered computer, overturned chair, scattered books, a crushed trash can, bloodstained curtains, shattered windows, and walls covered in bloodstains, with the eerie crimson sunlight. Everything silently declared, "This is the dark world." Touching the dust on the table, observing the bloodstains on the wall, listening to the sounds outside, peering out at the devastated world beyond the window, Bai Shu finally confirmed his predicament. What is the purpose of sending me to this dreadful place? As he pondered, a small blue dot that followed his gaze appeared in his vision. Is it a cheat system? As expected, when he focused on the blue dot, it expanded into a semi-transparent screen. Name: Bai Shu. ID: 009 Earth China. Talent: infinite body, can quickly adapt to all energies and environments, immune to most negative effects, with limitless growth potential. Physicality: 1.1 physical attributes are a composite of body, bone strength, immunity, reaction speed, and all physical data, with the average Earth human having a physicality of 1. Skill: appraisal, for identifying items, creatures, and obtaining information. Temporary skill: only usable on the first entry into the dark world. Skill: learning, selecting knowledge for study. Temporary skill: only usable on the first entry into the dark world. Note: the dark world is not a game. Death in the dark world means death in reality as well. Evaluation: you have an infinitely bright future, but currently, you're as weak as a chicken. Studying the panel repeatedly, Bai Shu's lips curled into a smile. Being among the first to enter the dark world, with a physicality above average, was a godsend for someone who used to be a slacker. Though deemed weak, perhaps he was the strongest among the weak. He had expected to live a life of making money and dating in the city after being reborn, but who would have thought he'd be drawn into this dark world? Looking at the panel's evaluation of having an infinitely bright future, Bai Shu straightened his back and extended his right hand. I didn't have the chance before, but from now on, organization, listen to my command. Putting aside his dramatic thoughts, he continued to explore the panel and quickly found the task section. Basic task: anchor the beacon. Task description: for every day survived, the beacon anchoring completion increases by 0.01. Reward: 30,000 source essence to be evenly distributed among survivors upon task completion. Current world surviving arrivals: 3,000. Note: before the beacon is anchored, the time flow in the dark world is paradoxical to Earth time, meaning no matter how much time passes in the dark world, the main world's time remains unchanged. Once anchored, you can return to the main world at any time. As long as no one dies, we can go back in 4 days. The term survivor doesn't sound promising. Just as he was worrying, a grating creak echoed, as if a rusted iron door was being forced open. Bai Shu hid behind the bloody curtain, peeking out with one eye. Across the street, on a tall building, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner in a priest's robe forcefully pushed open a window, leaning out and shouting, "I am the sun. Everyone follow my orders and gather here." With his poor English skills, Bai Shu couldn't understand the content, but seeing the man's arrogant posture, he secretly gave a thumbs up. Are all foreigners this bold? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a deafening crash came from behind him. Bang! Dust accompanied the sound of a door being shattered, swirling past the foreigner and out the window. The crimson sunlight pierced through the haze, creating a blood-red halo around the foreigner's silhouette, casting an eerie yet sacred aura over the scene. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar shattered the silence. The terrifying sound was akin to a half-done Siberian tiger charging at you, only to stop abruptly at the last moment, its claws resting on your shoulders, and its foul-smelling, gaping maw letting out a thunderous bellow right in your face. Unlike some reckless individuals who might risk their lives to touch a Siberian tiger's tonsils, Bai Shu's reaction was no different from that of an ordinary person. Every hair on his body stood on end in response to the horrifying roar. Despite the fear, he mustered the courage to sneak a peek in the direction of the foreigner with one eye. The sight that met his eyes made him gasp. With the awakening of his innate abilities, his vision seemed to undergo a qualitative leap, jumping from a blurry 2K to ultra-clear Blu-ray. In this crystal-clear view, he saw a grotesque columnar object piercing through the foreigner's body. It was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, resembling a spear covered in white barbs. It entered through the foreigner's rear, penetrated his chest cavity, and finally protruded from his mouth. Even more chilling was the fact that the foreigner was suspended outside the building on this spear, evoking the image of Jesus nailed to the cross. Unfortunately, in this dark world, even Jesus couldn't save him. Bai Shu's gaze didn't linger on the dead foreigner. Instead, he continued to observe. In the shadow of the window, he discovered a bizarre creature, about 1.5 meters tall, with disproportionately long, thin arms, knees bent backward, fingertips sharp as knives, its body hairless but covered in bony spikes. The spear that pierced the foreigner was clearly the tail of this monster. At that moment, the system provided information about the creature. Bone Demon Elite Physique. 6.5 Gene Warrior mutated into this creature after injecting a semi-finished gene serum of extraordinary grade. Weakness, fear of light. This brief information left Bai Shu deep in thought. Gene warriors? Humans enhanced by injecting gene serums? The technological level of this world seemed far beyond his imagination. Although his innate ability allowed him to quickly adapt to energy and resist most negative effects, at this moment, he had no desire to risk trying gene serums. Not to mention the absence of any serum. Considering Earth has yellow, white, and black races, how much more diverse would this dark world be? The possibility of turning into a monster due to genetic differences was too risky to consider. While Bai Shu was pondering, the bone demon had already disappeared from view with its trophy. At this point, a blue light representing the interface flashed at the edge of his vision. Basic task, hunt task introduction, hunt elite creatures. Task reward, 30 source matter per creature. Maximum reward, 300 source matter. Bai Shu dismissed the task without hesitation. It was a joke. With his current strength, how could he possibly challenge a bone demon with a physique over 6 times his own and potentially dozens of times his combat power? That would be suicide. While there's still sunlight, it's best to find something to enhance your combat abilities or secure a safe campsite. Bai Shu cautiously peeked from behind a half-open door, only moving once he was sure it was safe. He found himself in an open office area of about 500 square meters, filled with over 50 computer desks arranged in rows. The sudden arrival of the apocalypse had left the space in chaos, with papers scattered everywhere and chairs and desks toppled over. The door at the other end of the office was wide open, and a red fire safety cabinet stood out at the entrance. The fire extinguisher and axe inside the cabinet were missing, but the escape rope was still intact and hanging there. Bai Shu's eyes lit up. This might come in handy. Carefully, he sidestepped the debris on the floor and moved toward the door. Suddenly, a hushed shout stopped him in his tracks. "Hey, don't go that way. There are monsters over there." Bai Shu's heart skipped a beat as he turned toward the voice. About 10 meters away, at the door of another office, a girl wearing large black-framed glasses was frantically waving at him. She was dressed in a school uniform, her face pale, with a school badge hanging on her chest. Hangzhou 6th High School, Class 26, Shinqing Yu. Seeing the conspicuous school badge, Bai Shu shook his head inwardly. Aren't kids today supposed to be more mature? Why would she carelessly display her identity like that, practically inviting trouble in the real world? After a moment's consideration, Bai Shu decided to head to Shinqing Yu's office. It was even more disheveled than the previous one. The leather sofa was in pieces, desks were scattered, and there was a gaping hole in the wall, with wind howling through it, silently narrating the intense battle that had taken place there. Noticing a pile of carefully wiped books in the corner, Bai Shu asked, "This is the dark world, with no laws and monsters outside. Why did you call out to me? And how do you know there are monsters outside?" Shinqing Yu instinctively hugged her arms tighter. as if seeking an extra layer of safety. I used my detection skill to confirm you were from Xia country before calling out. If you were foreign, I wouldn't have bothered. As for the monsters, that's my talent. She then projected her attribute panel in front of Bai Shu. Name, Shinqing Yu. ID, 0099 Earth Huaxia. Talent, source of energy. Can detect and gather surrounding energy, artificially creating high-energy areas. The stronger the physique, the larger and faster the energy gathering area. Physique, 0.7. Skill, detection. Skill, learning. Evaluation. You will become a prized possession sought by all high-energy beings. Monsters emit energy too. As long as there's energy, I can sense them within a certain range. Bai Shu's eyes lit up. This was practically a living radar and a portable sanctuary. He immediately used his detection skill on Shinqing Yu. Dark World Descendant. ID, 0099 Earth Huaxia. Status, Alteration 3.3. Wingbat. The detection ability seemed limited, only providing this information. Bai Shu focused on more pressing questions. What's the maximum range of your talent's detection? And what does alteration mean? At the mention of alteration, Shinqing Yu's already pale face turned ghostly. She opened her mouth, revealing two fangs reaching up to her jaw. This is mutation, Shinqing Yu remarked while subconsciously touching her own back. She continued, there was an item in the room I arrived in that could increase my constitution by 3 points. Despite the side effects, I decided to try it considering the dangers of the dark world. It took less than 10 seconds for 2 of my teeth to start mutating. Bai Shu immediately became alert and scanned the room with sharp eyes, trying to find the item Shinqing Yu mentioned, but he found nothing. Noticing Bai Shu's intention, Shinqing Yu took a step forward, her voice trembling slightly. I can give you that item, but can you promise me something? Seeing that Bai Shu's attention was now on her, tears welled up in her eyes. After I give you the item, can you keep me safe? My ability is passive, and I can't turn it off. The surrounding energy keeps gathering toward me, doubling every 6 hours, reaching 4 times in a day. We have to stay here for at least 4 days. By then the energy concentration will be 16 times. Such high energy concentration will surely attract high-level monsters. I don't want to die, I want to go home, my grandma is still waiting for me. Facing the tearful Shinqing Yu, Bai Shu fell into a brief silence. He thought of his own mother, and how devastated she would be if he died in the dark world. Gently, he patted Shinqing Yu's mushroom-like hairstyle. Take me to see that item. It's not just your grandma waiting for you. My mom is waiting for me too. We can't let them down. I will make sure you get home. Okay, I believe you. Shinqing Yu wiped her tears and sniffled. She opened a nearby cabinet and gestured for Bai Shu to follow. There's a hidden door in the cabinet. Behind it is a large room. But, don't be scared. Following Shinqing Yu through the hidden door, Bai Shu's body froze. He finally understood Shinqing Yu's warning. In front of him was a roughly 20 square meter room, with a large bed in the center, and on the bed lay a horrifying corpse 2 meters tall, with wings on its back, exposed fangs, and a missing right hand. Even more terrifying was the long, writhing object on the floor. This is the item I mentioned, Shinqing Yu said softly. The tail of the plague bat. It enhances constitution by 3 points when implanted, but it erodes genes, causing mutation. Once the erosion exceeds 30, it's irreversible. Bai Shu immediately used his detection skill on the tail, obtaining detailed information. Implant. Tail of the plague bat. Strength. Effect. Increases constitution by 3 points when implanted, limited to base constitution below 15. Danger level. Characteristic. The plague bat gene erodes the body post-implantation, with erosion slowing as constitution increases. Erosion above 30 is irreversible. Above 60 leads to loss of consciousness and transformation into a plague bat. Base constitution above 10 grants immunity to erosion. Implantation method. Align the tail's base with the coccyx. Remain still for 3 seconds to begin implantation. Bai Shu stared at the nearly 2-meter-long tail of the plague bat on the ground. It twisted and writhed like a massive living snake. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, pondering a terrifying question: if the plague of the bats were to spread on Earth, would it lead to a mass extinction? At first glance, the sight of it was indeed unsettling, but as he observed it more closely, Bai Shu found it had a unique allure. After all, it was a powerful artifact that could triple one's physical abilities, a crucial asset for his survival in the dark world. Quickly glancing at the talent data displayed on the panel, Bai Shu decisively grabbed the still writhing bat tail. Without hesitation, he partially pulled down his pants and aligned the tail with his coccyx. The cold touch sent a shiver through him. 3 seconds later, the base of the bat tail glowed crimson, and countless tiny tendrils spread like a spider web, slowly penetrating his skin. As the power within him grew stronger, Bai Shu suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Shinqing Yu. He saw that she had covered her eyes with both hands, turning her back to him. However, the redness that reached the back of her neck betrayed her shyness. This reminded Bai Shu that she had previously mentioned having equipped this gear in the same manner. Suppressing the image that had flashed in his mind, Bai Shu focused on the red data flashing on the panel. Erosion rate, 0.1. Erosion rate, 0. Erosion rate, 0.1. Erosion rate, 0. The value fluctuated between 0 and 0.1 for a full 5 minutes before finally disappearing. Bai Shu let out a sigh of relief, thinking, as expected, I never disappoint myself. My talent is truly remarkable. He swung his newly grown tail, clenching his fist to feel the powerful strength brought by the 3-point increase in constitution. When he turned to look at Shinqing Yu, he saw that although she still covered her face with her hands, her fingers had parted into a shape, revealing her curious eyes. Does the tail look good? Bai Shu couldn't help but tease her. Huh. Shinqing Yu was momentarily stunned, then quickly closed her fingers, turned to face the wall, and crouched down, burying her head between her knees. Seeing her shy reaction, Bai Shu chuckled. Now that he had the means to protect himself, he even had the mood to tease a young girl. Of course, he knew his limits and didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he focused on his new equipment, feeling that having half his backside exposed was quite unseemly. He manipulated the tail to poke a hole in the back of his pants with the trident-shaped tip. After pulling up his pants, he eagerly let the tail strike the ground. Bang! The concrete floor shattered on impact. With the equipment, I now have 4 points in constitution. While it's not as strong as the bone demon, at least I have the power to fight back, Bai Shu calculated to himself. But hunting elite monsters will have to wait. I can't take risks without being completely sure. With this in mind, he turned to Shinqing Yu and asked, within your perception range, how many monsters are there? Can you sense their strength? Bai Shu's question made Shinqing Yu lift her head, her large, expressive eyes examining him closely as a blush spread across her cheeks. Don't you need to take off the tail? Her voice was filled with concern. Bai Shu smiled and shook his head. No need. My talent is being immune to most abnormal states, including genetic erosion. You don't have to worry about me turning into a monster. Hearing this, Shinqing Yu patted her petite chest, visibly relieved. That's such a relief. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, furrowing her brows as if concentrating on sensing something. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her face pale, and leaned wearily against the desk by the wall. My sensing range is a radius of 140 meters. There are over 300 monsters in this area, mostly gathered under that ruin. She walked to the window, pointing to the distant ruins. There are 13 monsters in our building. As for the strongest one, her finger shifted towards the tall building where the bone demon resided. Bai Shu felt a sense of relief. If there were elite-level monsters everywhere, he wouldn't be confident in protecting Shinqing Yu until the beacon anchored. Apart from the monsters, I've sensed other special presences, Shinqing Yu continued. They should be earthlings like us who have arrived in the dark world. There are 9 people upstairs. Across the street, there were originally 2 people, but their presence has vanished. Her voice lowered. Before disappearing, their presence intersected with that powerful monster, likely killed by it. She looked worried. And I'm not sure if those monsters can hide their energy. Though Bai Shu was also wary, he understood that without a safe shelter, surviving the night was uncertain. Exploring the building and beyond had become a necessary choice. Don't worry, there won't be so many monsters that can hide. We'll definitely make it back alive, he reassured her, then turned his gaze to the dried corpse on the bed. A vial of unknown genetic serum was lodged in its neck. Is there anything useful? If not, we'll have to go out and find food. Shinqing Yu's eyes lit up, and she pulled a small box from under the bed, opening it in front of Bai Shu. There are 12 vials of genetic serum here, but the box has lost power, so the serums weren't properly refrigerated and are slightly expired. She pointed to the slightly deteriorated serums. They can enhance physical abilities, but carry a risk of genetic collapse and some side effects. She looked at Bai Shu expectantly. Didn't you say you can be immune to abnormal states? Could you use these? Seeing her hopeful gaze, Bai Shu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this how his immunity talent should be used? But then he thought, if he could withstand the tail of the plague bat, what was a mere vial of deteriorated genetic serum? He picked up a vial and examined it carefully. The blue liquid appeared somewhat cloudy due to prolonged storage. Bai Shu gently shook the vial in his hand, watching the crystal-like particles float in the clear liquid. I hope my abilities can handle this, he muttered softly, cautiously unscrewing the cap. As soon as the cold genetic potion hit his throat, his stomach churned violently. Bai Shu's face turned pale, and his body tensed instinctively. This was the process of his immune system gradually adapting, much like how the body fights often unfamiliar virus with fever, sweating, and aches. His body was fiercely battling the potion. Slowly, his rigid body began to relax. Bai Shu instinctively wanted to reach back and rub his sore muscles, but remembering there were others in the room, he stopped mid-motion. He awkwardly pulled up his status panel and saw that his physical attributes hadn't budged. With a decisive twist, he tightened the cap and put the expired genetic potion back in the box. Not much effect, but plenty of side effects, Bai Shu grumbled to himself. If my constitution could increase by even 0.01, I'd brave a secluded spot to finish the rest. But instead, It almost knocked me out. Who can handle that? If not for the risk of genetic collapse, this stuff would be a godsend for anyone constipated. Shinqing Yu, unaware of the potion's specific side effects, watched Bai Shu put the potion away and closed the small box with disappointment. All right then, let's not use it for now. She suddenly remembered something and quickly returned to the office, pointing to a pile of books. These are the books I've collected. Before we leave here, I want to learn the skills to master the language of this world. Bai Shu rubbed his still aching stomach, ensuring the side effects had subsided before following her. Why do you want to do that? Shinqing Yu pointed to a map spread out on the floor. Once I learn the language, I can read the map. We can find supermarkets, shelters, even research facilities and military bases. Don't you think the genetic technology in this world is advanced? If we can bring these technologies back and fully understand them, wouldn't it propel Xia country far ahead of other nations? Seeing the determination in Shinqing Yu's eyes, Bai Shu fell silent. He had to admit, her insight surpassed his own. While he had thought of leading the organization, he had never considered bringing advanced technology back for his country. I've been too selfish, he chastised himself, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll learn the language of this world too, and then we can explore the research facilities and military bases together. Shinqing Yu smiled with narrowed eyes. Great, we'll learn together. Bai Shu turned his attention to the pile of books, silently expressing his desire to learn. Suddenly, he felt a blankness in his mind, as if something had vanished. Before he could ponder it further, a flood of unfamiliar information surged into his mind. At the same time, Shinqing Yu let out a muffled groan beside him. While organizing the extra knowledge, Bai Shu turned his head to look at Shinqing Yu. The scene before him made him frown. Shinqing Yu's eyes were tightly shut, her body trembling slightly, and a trickle of bright red blood was slowly dripping from her nose. Just learning a language from another world, and she has such a strong reaction. Bai Shu muttered softly, gently helping her onto the broken couch cushion. He thought for a moment and suddenly realized, right, it must be the negative effects of the knowledge infusion being counteracted by the infinite body. As for the part of his brain that seemed to disappear after using the learning skill, Bai Shu speculated it might be mental energy. Seeing that Shinqing Yu wouldn't recover anytime soon, his attention was drawn to the books scattered on the ground. Squatting down, Bai Shu began to flip through these books from another world. The finance content didn't interest him, the sports rules were surprisingly similar to those on Earth, and he only glanced quickly at the lingerie catalogs. When he came across a book titled Little Emperor's Uncle, he couldn't help but smile. Finally, a book called A Brief History of the Morning Star caught his attention. So this planet is called Morning Star, he thought with curiosity as he carefully read through the table of contents. To his surprise, the structure of this brief history was strikingly similar to Earth's, from the planet's birth, to biological explosions, through several mass extinctions, until the emergence of intelligent life and the development of modern technological civilization. After quickly browsing through the brief history, Bai Shu looked through other books, his brow gradually furrowing. Strange, there's no mention of genetic technology, as if this technology just appeared out of nowhere. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. Could it be like the zombie virus on Earth, spreading so rapidly that there was no time to leave written records? Just as he was about to search the office ruins for useful items, a movement caught his attention. Bai Shu alertly lifted his head, quickly turning his gaze towards the door. Something was approaching. Listening intently, Bai Shu realized that even through the wall, she could clearly see the situation in the outer hall. A terrifying monster was clinging to the wall, creeping towards her room like a lizard. The creature was hairless, with sharp teeth and oddly round claws, and several twisting tentacles sprouted from its back. This ability, akin to X-ray vision, seemed to be some kind of ultrasonic imaging, likely a new skill acquired after adapting to the bat's tail. Bai Shu quickly glanced at Shinqing Yu, who was leaning against the sofa cushion, still moaning intermittently, and noted that these creatures likely had extremely acute hearing. The monster had reached the door, and without hesitation, Bai Shu directed the bat tail to stab forward. The sound of piercing flesh and the crash of the door breaking occurred almost simultaneously, followed by the monster's shrill scream. The bat tail easily tore the decayed door in half, and Bai Shu focused on the monster, still thrashing madly despite the tail piercing through its forehead. Judging by its strength, it was about twice as strong as a normal human. Even with its forehead pierced, it could still move, suggesting its vital point wasn't in the head. Recalling the fear of light, information obtained when identifying the bone demon, Bai Shu maneuvered the tail to bind the monster's head, dragging it to the window to let sunlight hit its body directly. The monster's screams became even more agonizing as its flesh began to melt like wax in the sunlight. Bai Shu continued to pierce the creature's body, creating blood holes in its throat, heart, chest, kidneys, until finally puncturing its stomach, at which point the monster suddenly stiffened and ceased all movement. Bai Shu pondered. Was the monster's weak spot really its stomach? She flicked her tail, cautiously observing the eerily quiet corridor, then activated the glowing blue panel of a board. The task panel displayed. Basic task, Hunt. Task description. Hunt ordinary level creatures. Task reward. 1 source essence per creature. Maximum reward 10 source essence. Seeing the additional 1 point of source essence, Bai Shu couldn't help but comment. Aboard, you're a bit too rigid, aren't you? What kind of cheat system just mechanically spits out tasks like this? But I do appreciate your real-time reward style. At that moment, Shinqing Yu opened her eyes and weakly sat up. Feeling any better? Bai Shu asked. A little, but I'm still a bit dizzy. Shinqing Yu replied weakly. I didn't expect the side effects of learning skills to be so severe. She looked at Bai Shu enviously. Your talent is amazing, even nullifying skill side effects. But I don't get to enjoy the thrill of brain growth, do I? Bai Shu joked. Shinqing Yu couldn't manage a smile, instead looking worriedly at the monster's remains, melting in the sunlight. I can sense that the remaining creatures in the building are heading this way. And the people upstairs have split into 2 groups. 3 are coming towards us, while the others stay put. Hearing this, Bai Shu flexed her fingers, and the bat tail behind her curled alertly. I expected the monsters to come, but I didn't think the people upstairs would be so bold. You should hide in the safe room first. I'll come find you once I've dealt with this. Shinqing Yu hesitantly nodded and began to make her way towards the hidden room, her body swaying slightly. Just then, she suddenly turned back with a look of mixed surprise and delight on her face. Upstairs, someone had rushed down and engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters. Of the 6 monsters that were initially advancing towards them, 3 changed direction and charged upstairs, while the remaining 3 hesitated and stayed put. If we stay quiet, maybe all the monsters will head upstairs. Should we take this chance to escape somewhere else? Shinqing Yu quietly suggested. You hide in the secret room, Bai Shu said urgently. What do you mean by monsters? Those are little treasures that can turn into source essence. We can't let others kill them all. He was already impatiently preparing to head out. Seeing Bai Shu heading directly for the door, Shinqing Yu's face immediately showed a worried expression. She hesitated to speak until Bai Shu had already stepped halfway out, then hurriedly called out. Among the 3 people coming down from upstairs, 2 are good, and 1 is very bad, really bad. I can't tell who's the bad one without seeing them. Let me go with you. Bai Shu abruptly turned around, staring intently at Shinqing Yu. Your talent can sense good and evil? He had been puzzled before about why Shinqing Yu trusted him so much upon their first meeting, not only giving him equipment, but also willingly showing her panel. If she really had this ability, everything made sense. Although Bai Shu didn't consider himself a good person, he couldn't bring himself to repay a life-saving benefactor with harm. Standing by the secret door, Shinqing Yu shrank like a startled quail and softly explained, emotional energy is still energy. The energy from monsters is all black. Ordinary people's energy changes with their emotions. Kindness is red, fear is gray, evil is black, desire is yellow, protection is gold, love is pink, and care is light blue. She paused. The 3 people coming down from upstairs, 2 have blue and red energy. 1 has very deep black energy. The others who stayed have black, gray, and yellow energy, but no positive emotions. What color am I now? Bai Shu asked, stroking his chin. Shinqing Yu glanced at him furtively, then lowered her head and stammered. Earlier, it was red with gray and a bit of gold. No, it's red, black, and yellow. She seemed a bit embarrassed when mentioning yellow, nervously twisting her hands. Seeing this, Bai Shu's lips curved into a smile. Shinqing Yu's ability, while remarkable, wasn't powerful. She couldn't sense his hostility towards the malevolent intruder, nor did she know that his desire was actually a craving for source essence. With physicality between 1 and 2, just 2 points of source essence could increase his physicality by 0.1. Once he completed the hunt, his physicality could reach 4.5, just 2 points shy of the bone demon. Even if someone had ill intentions, he couldn't pass up the newbie benefits in the building. With that thought, Bai Shu gave Shinqing Yu one last look. Hide well, wait for me to come back. Then he turned and dashed upstairs. Like a gust of wind, Bai Shu dashed through the corridor from his office and reached the staircase in the blink of an eye. In this short span of over 100 meters, he clearly felt the immense enhancement of his abilities running over 20 meters per second, his footsteps creating ultrasonic imaging, and leaping over 10 meters with ease. Such prowess would allow him to easily defeat his past self, and with overwhelming dominance. Standing at the dim staircase entrance, Bai Shu listened to the faint noises emerging from the darkness and clenched his fist. With the power of the bat tail, he no longer needed to cautiously navigate around the stairs. The confidence from his newfound strength led him to stride into the stairwell without hesitation. As the darkness swallowed his figure, Bai Shu crouched and leapt, clearing 16 steps to land on the upper platform. Before his toes touched the ground, he pushed off the wall, continuing his ascent. In a mere 3 seconds, he effortlessly covered the distance of 2 floors and 64 steps, realizing his childhood dream of scaling walls and leaping rooftops. Reaching the 5th floor stairway, Bai Shu listened intently to the sounds of battle from above. Ultrasonic imaging sketched a vague picture in his mind, though not very clear due to distance and obstacles. He could make out 3 people fending off 9 monsters. Despite being at a disadvantage, they were not without the ability to fight back. He didn't immediately rush to assist, but turned towards the corridor beside the stairs. Standing by the door, the bat tail shot out, precisely piercing the body of a monster outside and flinging it to the ground. However, the remaining 2 monsters displayed unusual intelligence, quickly fleeing after their comrade fell. Bai Shu's pupils contracted as he immediately gave chase. Within just 10 seconds, he had slain the 2 escaping monsters. Standing among the corpses, he frowned deeply. Since entering the dark world, he had encountered 5 monsters, and aside from the bone demon elite, the other 4 ordinary monsters each had distinct features. One with tentacles, one with 2 heads, one with 4 legs, and one with 3 eyes. What was even more puzzling was that his probing skills showed they lacked infection attributes, as if their entire species had undergone some mutation. But the priority was to complete the mission, so Bai Shu set aside his questions and continued his ascent. Leaping up to the 13th floor, the ultrasonic imaging became clearer as the distance shortened. The 3 of them were trapped by the window, with sunlight serving as their last refuge. Although the creatures dared not rush directly into the light, they displayed an unsettling intelligence by picking up debris from the ground and hurling it towards the window. Bai Shu observed this sudden change and frowned. Just a moment ago, he could still maneuver around the creatures, so how did they suddenly gain the upper hand? Recalling Shinqing Yu's mention of hundreds of creatures beneath the ruins sent a shiver down his spine. Even with his strength, facing a siege by hundreds of these creatures would likely leave him with no choice but to flee. However, dealing with these few in front of him was still manageable. His tail deftly wrapped around a sharp stone weighing about 20 pounds, quietly and swiftly moving towards the battlefield. But upon arriving at the scene, the sight before him made his skin crawl. Although the symbiotic bat implant granted him echolocation, it was never as clear as what the naked eye could see. Now, he finally saw the true appearance of the 9 creatures, especially the one in the middle, a mutant covered in over 20 special organs. The mere thought of engaging it in close combat was chilling. Without further delay, Bai Shu launched his attack. The stone whistled through the air, piercing through the grotesque creature's chest and sending it crashing towards the window. Whoa! A startled curse came from the sunlight, accompanied by a loud crash. Bai Shu squinted to see 3 people by the window, a young woman clutching her arm, a middle-aged man in a lab coat with a bluish tint to his skin, and most notably, a burly man clad in mechanical exoskeleton armor. The red flag on the armor stood out prominently. A quick scan revealed these 3 as descendants, designated 0039, 01003, and 01573. As the remaining creatures swarmed forward, Bai Shu called out loudly, "Forget the dead one. Let's deal with these first." "Leave it to me," the man in exoskeleton armor shouted as he charged. "If I weren't worried about that disgusting thing tainting my precious armor, I would have taken them down with a punch each already." Watching the man smash the creatures' heads only to be struck in the waist by a tail, Bai Shu couldn't help but advise, "Aim for their stomachs. That's their weak spot. Smashing their heads won't do any good." The burly man's face reddened, but he didn't stop, quickly adjusting his aim while insisting, "Never encountered these before. Now that I know their weak spots, watch me take them down with a punch each." 2 minutes later, Bai Shu swiftly moved across the battlefield, taking down 6 monsters in quick succession as blood spread across the ground. Not only did he complete the hunting task, but he also managed to kill an extra one. On the other side of the battlefield, a strong man in exoskeleton armor delivered a powerful punch to a monster's chest, smashing it into pulp and ending his fight. However, the third person's battle continued. Bai Shu watched coldly as a man in a white coat struggled against a monster. Each blow from the monster was powerful, while the man's movements were slow, failing to hit the vital points. Bai Shu lost his patience, and his tail sliced through the air with a silver gleam. Whoosh! The sound of it cutting through the air was followed by a thud as the blade pierced flesh. The strong man standing nearby was dumbfounded, staring at the monster's corpse that had been impaled. "Your tail? It looks only 2 meters long, but there's at least 5 meters between you and the monster." This was a technique Bai Shu had developed through extensive practice. Using stamina as additional energy, he could extend the attack range of his tail. Meeting the strong man's astonished gaze, Bai Shu shrugged nonchalantly. "The tail is equipment. Isn't it normal for it to extend and retract?" The strong man nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, there are materials in the Research Institute that can extend several times their length and remain resilient." He looked Bai Shu up and down. "But your outfit, is it standard issue equipment?" With that, he stood at attention and saluted, offering his right hand. "Wu Foong, captain of the 1st Guard Company, Land Warfare Bureau 749. This is Wang Wei, a researcher from Institute 507. We were conducting an exoskeleton armor test when we descended into the dark world. That over there is Cheng Lei, a finance channel host from the Central Media." Wu Feng's eyes lingered on Bai Shu's tail, filled with curiosity. Bai Shu knew what he might be thinking and took the offered hand, saying, Mo Bai? I'm not with the military or any research institute. This tale is equipment I acquired after entering the dark world. He deliberately concealed his real name, as it's wise to be cautious of others, especially with a non-human presence among these three. Before Wu Foong could respond, Cheng Lei suddenly jumped out from behind the two men, her eyes shining. Wow, your equipment is amazing. Brother Wu fought for ages, and Brother Wang still hasn't killed the monster, but you took it down in one go. Can we borrow it? We want to complete the hunting task too. Bai Shu frowned, looking between the eager Cheng Lei and the contemplative Wu Foong and Wang Wei. To him, anyone coveting his equipment was a potential threat. He shook his head decisively. It's a bioimplant, equipment that needs to be integrated into the body. Once equipped, it will erode human genes, Bai Shu explained gravely, his fingers lightly tracing the surface of the plague bat's tail. Only those with an immunity talent like mine can wear it for long periods. Others will suffer irreversible genetic mutations in just 3 seconds. And in less than 10 seconds, he pointed to the grotesque monster corpse on the ground. They'll become mindless creatures like this. Cheng Lei heard this, a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes, but surprisingly did not argue. Instead, she turned to look at Wu Foong. He nodded slightly, then crouched down to touch the monster's corpse. My talent is Death Echo, Wu Foong explained as he examined the body. By touching it, I can see the last 3 minutes of the deceased's life. To build trust, he introduced the abilities of his teammates. Old Wang's talent is hardening, which makes his body as tough as steel, though it slows him down and drains his energy. Xiao Lei can create bubbles to collect moisture from the air. Wu Foong continued to touch different parts of the corpse, his brow furrowing deeper until he finally stood up. The situation is unexpected. These creatures didn't mutate from a zombie virus. They all took a blue capsule following some command. It took only 10 seconds from ingestion to mutation, and they fully transformed within 3 minutes. Putting on the glasses he had stored before the battle, Wang Wei mused. Are you saying this was an organized, disciplined collective action? What kind of disaster could force them to do this? Or what power could make them willingly choose to mutate? Could it be a meticulously planned conspiracy? Hold on. Wu Foong interrupted Wang Wei's speculations with a wave of his hand. Our primary task now is to survive and report our findings back to the organization. He sighed, a hint of historical gravity in his eyes. From the Qing dynasty's isolation, missing the Industrial Revolution, to the countless martyrs of the 14-year resistance and 3-year civil war, we've only just reclaimed our place at the top of the world. We cannot afford to fall behind again. Wu Feng's eyes suddenly sharpened. Xiao Mo, you might not know, but there are 6 foreigners upstairs: an Australian, a Peruvian, 2 Japanese, a Taiwanese girl, and an Indonesian. I had a onion with the Taiwanese student, and Old Wang spoke to the Peruvian in Spanish. He expressed interest in immigrating to our country. As for the others, Wu Foong didn't finish, making a throat-slitting gesture that Bai Shu recognized all too well: another extreme hawk. Although Wu Foong clearly expressed his extreme hawkish stance, Bai Shu didn't immediately respond. Instead, he turned his attention to Wang Wei. Wang Wei instinctively adjusted his glasses, his fingers slightly curling as if to hold a thermos cup. Realizing there was no cup at hand, he shrugged lightly and began to speak slowly. My views differ from Old Wu's. His approach is too extreme. He paused, his tone becoming more steady. These individuals have their own talents. While they've briefly introduced their abilities, who can guarantee they're not hiding something? Acting rashly is a grave mistake. Besides, keeping them around has its benefits. If we lose the fight, they can become additional forces to distract the enemy. A glint of coldness flashed across Wang Wei's glasses. Moreover, I've memorized their appearances. We have some friendly contacts in their country. Even if they return alive, there will still be opportunities to win them over or have them atone for their mistakes. Bai Shu understood. This seemingly gentle researcher was, in fact, more cunning than Wu Foong. The so-called additional forces were merely cannon fodder for retreat. The talk of friendly contacts, winning over, and atonement was chillingly evident. Silently giving Wang Wei a thumbs up in his mind, Bai Shu turned to Cheng Lei. She lightly pressed her lips together and said, I think we should ensure their safety as much as possible. Those who can enter the dark world will likely become key figures in their countries if their leaders are wise, rising to mid to high-level positions with influence. Winning their favor now could mean more supporters for China internationally in the future. A typical dovish statement, Bai Shu defined it internally. It wasn't that he was biased against doves, but he strongly disagreed with such a stance. In the past, when the nation was weaker, a peaceful development environment was understandable. But now, with national strength and the emergence of a world-altering dark world, maintaining such a soft approach was truly inappropriate. In his view, peace should become nuclear peace, using decisive means to solve problems, first reunifying by force, then leveling Tokyo, and finally facing any challenges that may arise. Suppressing his violent thoughts, Bai Shu looked at the 3 of them and said unhurriedly, I think Brother Wang makes a good point. Our immediate priority is to survive and return to Earth. Internal conflict is unnecessary and counterproductive. As for what to do once we return, that's a matter for later. Seeing their calm expressions, he added, in an apocalyptic world, more people can indeed lead to conflicts, but they also offer more solutions when danger arises. By the way, I have another companion downstairs. Let's split into two groups, Bai Shu suggested, glancing around and briefly meeting each person's gaze. One group will go upstairs to gather the others, while the other will head downstairs to find my companion. Lei was about to speak when Bai Shu quickly added, don't worry about monster attacks. These creatures have extremely sensitive hearing. We've been fighting for quite a while without any new monsters appearing, which means the threat in the building has mostly been eliminated. Even if there are stragglers, we'll be able to assist quickly if we hear anything. Wang Wei studied Bai Shu thoughtfully before making a decision. All right, I'll go downstairs with Xiao and Mo Lao Wu. You have the most intimidating presence in your exoskeleton armor, so take Xiao Lei, who speaks multiple languages, upstairs and call down any survivors. Of course, don't force anyone unwilling to come. Wu Foong nodded in agreement without hesitation. He activated the spotlight on his suit and took the lead. Lei hesitated for a moment, a peculiar glint in her eyes, then eagerly followed. Once their footsteps faded in the stairwell, Wang Wei pulled out a small flashlight and followed Bai Shu downstairs. As they reached the 7th floor, Wang Wei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Mo, did you separate us on purpose because you have something to say? Bai Shu saw the intelligence in Wang Wei's eyes and nodded. I do have something to discuss, but it must wait until we meet my friend. Wang Wei didn't press further and maintained a contemplative expression. They continued down to the 3rd floor office, where Bai Shu immediately spotted Shinqing Yu peeking out from a small office, waving frantically. This is my companion, Shinqing Yu, Bai Shu introduced. Before he finished speaking, Shinqing Yu was already close behind him, whispering in his ear, he's a good person. Bai Shu caught a whiff of her fresh scent and instinctively shifted aside before explaining. Qing Yu has a talent for sensing energy, including emotional energy. It was her who sensed you three going downstairs to fight the monsters, allowing me to arrive in time to help. He paused to let Wang Wei process this information, then continued. Moreover, she sensed that one of you three has ulterior motives. None of the people upstairs are genuinely sincere. Wang Wei's expression showed he wasn't surprised. Then he excitedly turned to Shinqing Yu. Xiaoshen, can you sense my emotions right now? Shinqing Yu peeked from behind Bai Shu, cautiously observing Wang Wei. Excitement, concern, and, oh, why is there gold? Gold. Wang Wei grew more excited. Do you use colors to describe emotions? What does gold represent? Gold represents protection. Shinqing Yu replied softly. Clap. Wang Wei clapped his hands, his excitement turning into determination. All right, Xiaoshen, from now on, you stay behind me. Unless I fall, I won't let anyone or anything harm you. Shinqing Yu didn't respond, but instead hid further behind Bai Shu, like Little Red Riding Hood spotting the big bad wolf. After a moment of silence, Wang Wei spoke seriously. Let me reintroduce myself, Deputy Director of the 3rd Military District's 507 Military Research Institute, head of the Exoskeleton Research Group, Wang Wei, with the rank of Senior Technical Colonel. He looked directly at Shinqing Yu. Xiaoshen, your ability is invaluable to the nation. Just at our 507 Institute, we spend enormous resources each year on counterespionage. If you're willing to join the Institute, I can request a rank of at least Major for you. Of course, even if you choose not to join, as long as you're willing to help the country, I will protect you with my life. Bai Shu was moved by Wang Wei's sincerity. It was clear this wasn't mere rhetoric, but a heartfelt promise. This reminded him that while there were many bad apples in the organization, there were still those who truly cared about the nation's interests. However, to Bai Shu's surprise, Shinqing Yu didn't immediately accept the earnest invitation. Instead, she gently tugged on his sleeve. I'll listen to him. Bai Shu turned around in astonishment. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. Hadn't even had the chance to tell Shinqing Yu his name. So why did she trust him so much? Was it simply a reliance on her innate judgment? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Bai Shu gently flicked the name badge on Shinqing Yu's chest, signaling her to keep it safe, and then turned to Wang Wei. Having abilities means we should serve our country, but that's something to consider once we return. Wang Wei sighed deeply, a hint of apology in his voice. I was too eager. He quickly shifted the topic. Let's talk about the next steps. What are your plans? Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu exchanged a glance and pointed to the map spread out on the floor. We've learned the language of this world using our skills. The first step is to find supplies from supermarkets, and then explore air raid shelters and other defense facilities. Additionally, he paused, we plan to search research institutes, government offices, and military areas for information on genetic drugs. Bringing back these materials could greatly boost our nation's strength. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. These young people's ideas aligned perfectly with his own. In such a dangerous environment, their dedication to their homeland was exactly what he was looking for in kindred spirits. Noticing the pile of books on the office floor, Wang Wei became interested. Can learning skills really allow you to master the language of this world directly? You young people are so quick-witted. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Besides language, can you also learn math, physics, engineering, chemistry, or even genetic knowledge? Bai Shu quickly waved his hand to interrupt his speculation. In theory, yes, but the burden is immense. Learning consumes a lot of mental energy, and the influx of knowledge is mentally taxing. Look at Shinqing Yu. She still hasn't fully recovered. Wang Wei's gaze shifted between Shinqing Yu and Bai Shu. Didn't you mention your talent has something to do with immunity? You two learned together, and while Xiao Shun hasn't recovered, you're unharmed. Does that mean you can resist mental shocks? Facing Wang Wei's intense gaze, Bai Shu shook his head in explanation. Not completely immune, though it does affect me less. Of course, if the environment is safe enough, I'd like to learn as much as I can about this world. Who wouldn't want to be enriched by knowledge quickly? Just as Wang Wei was about to respond, footsteps echoed clearly from the hallway, followed by Wu Feng's booming voice. Old Wang, Xiao Mo, we're down here. Wang Wei quickly advised Shinqing Yu. Observe closely and figure out who is good and who is bad. When we have a chance, we'll discuss how to handle them in detail. Shinqing Yu nodded slightly, instinctively moving behind Bai Shu, as if that could shield her from others' eyes. I told you following the footprints would lead us right to them. They're definitely here. Before the words were fully out, Wu Foong appeared at the office door. Xiao Mo, just like you said, we've cleared out all the monsters in the building. With all of us making such a commotion coming downstairs, it's surprising no monsters attacked us. A survivor remarked, sitting down heavily on the rubble, sounding puzzled. Bai Shu unfolded the map in his hands, tracing his finger over the paper. First, we'll find a supermarket for supplies, then look for air raid shelters or other defensive structures. With that, he carefully rolled up the map, preparing to lead the group. Just then, after Cheng Lei had finished translating Bai Shu's words for everyone, a short Japanese man burst out from the crowd, questioning urgently in Japanese. Bai Shu couldn't be bothered to listen to the grating string of Japanese. He harbored deep resentment towards the Japanese and didn't want to wait for Cheng Lei's translation. Besides, among the three who came downstairs, two were confirmed to be trustworthy, making it highly likely that Cheng Lei was the ghost. Who knew how she might twist the words? With this in mind, Bai Shu stood up decisively. Under the astonished gaze of the foreigners, he controlled his tail to extend rapidly. Bang! The tail struck the ground heavily, sending up a cloud of rubble and dust. The trident-shaped tip of the tail pierced through the smoke, pointing directly at the Japanese man's eyes. The man was so terrified that his teeth chattered, his atoms apple-bobbing, unable to move. Shut your trap, Bai Shu said coldly. If you want to leave, then leave. If not, stay here and wait to die. Wu Foong immediately gave Bai Shu a thumbs up, signaling awesome with his hand. Bai Shu returned a smile, then turned to Cheng Lei, indicating for her to translate the new orders. Now let's head downstairs, with them leading. Cheng Lei hesitated. Isn't that a bit unfriendly to our international guests? Fine, then you can go first, Bai Shu replied with a cold laugh. Seeing the situation, Wu Foong quickly intervened to smooth things over. Xiao Lei is the host. She needs to consider all aspects. How about this? Let the two Japanese go first, the Indonesian third, the Australian fourth, and the Peruvian kid and Shufan will cover the rear with us. Cheng Lei saw Wang Wei nod in agreement, so she reluctantly conveyed the arrangement. The Japanese men looked grim, but under Bai Shu's intense gaze, they eventually had to comply. That's the way they are, submissive to power, but not to kindness, Wang Wei commented quietly. But even if they seem docile now, they'll definitely bite back given the chance. What about their abilities? Any supermodel level ones? Bai Shu asked. Wang Wei shook his head. They all showcase their abilities upstairs, but it's hard to tell what's real. Like that Indonesian guy, everyone there can climb trees, but he claims that's his ability. Do you believe it? Bai Shu shook his head, thinking, using them as pathfinders and cannon fodder might be the safest bet. He walked out of the building unscathed. Bai Shu looked up at the blood-red sky, opened his mouth as if to speak, but then remained silent. The scene before him was more horrifying than mere devastation. Plants reduced to charred ashes, cars stripped down to rusting metal frames, skyscrapers leaning precariously, all silently testifying to the horrors of war. I'm going to the rooftop to scout for any intact buildings nearby, Bai Shu said, his gaze shifting to his companions. Wang Wei nodded with a furrowed brow. Be careful. Bai Shu smiled and turned to Shinqing Yu. Stay close to Uncle Wang. I'll be right back. Shinqing Yu obediently moved to Wang Wei's side. Bai Shu approached the outer wall of the building and looked up at the approximately 20-story, 60 to 70 meters tall structure. With a slight smile, he crouched down and leaped powerfully. The wind whipped through his short hair, and the blood-red sunlight bathed him, fueling his adrenaline with this unprecedented experience. He soared 3 stories high in one jump. As he reached the apex, Bai Shu aimed for a protrusion on the wall and pushed off forcefully. Seems like I misjudged my strength, he thought, scratching his head as the wall receded from view. Realizing his attempt to show off was a bit awkward. A cry of alarm came from below. Looking down, he saw Shinqing Yu's face full of panic. Bai Shu cheerfully waved to indicate there was no need to worry and adeptly wrapped his tail around an air conditioning unit. In just a few leaps, within 10 seconds, he had scaled the 60+ meters to the rooftop. Awesome, he exclaimed excitedly. But his exhilaration quickly faded as he took in the view, his blood running cold. From this height, the devastation was overwhelming. He had assumed the war had only ravaged the nearby area, but from up high, he saw the entire city was scarred. Ruins were everywhere, with only a few skyscrapers still standing, like the last defiant symbols of civilization. In the distance, several massive craters, hundreds of meters in diameter, were filled with water. Could those be from nuclear bombs? The thought of a nuclear explosion in the city sent a shiver down his spine. This might explain why there were no normal people on the streets, only bizarre creatures. But then he remembered Wu Foong mentioning that those creatures mutated after ingesting blue capsules. Puzzled, Bai Shu took out a map. This was an educational district, but when he compared the map to the view, everything was in ruins. The military district? Also flattened. Residential, arts, commercial areas apart from this surviving office building, all were unrecognizable. Scratching the back of his head, Bai Shu gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Finally, he spotted a few intact buildings in the far distance. Comparing them to the map in his hand, Bai Shu sighed in relief. They were in the research area, about 20 kilometers away, and the only place still worth exploring. Just as he was about to confirm the route, an unusual discovery made him freeze. Looking up at the sky, there was no sun, not even a hint of clouds. Glancing at the shadow to his right, he searched the left sky again, but the sun had simply vanished. This eerie discovery made the surrounding silence even more terrifying. After a brief shock, Bai Shu quickly began searching for an air raid shelter. Confirming that there was still a relatively intact facility on the rooftop, he used the air conditioning unit to quickly descend to the ground. Before he could speak, Wang Wei approached with a serious expression. Xiaomo, did you see the sun from the rooftop? No, I was just about to mention that. Bai Shu shook his head. I tried to locate the sun based on the shadow, but couldn't find it at all. Worse still, this city or perhaps the entire planet has undergone a devastating war. He pointed to the bullet-riddled high-rises around them. These are the best preserved buildings left. Wang Wei took a deep breath. Have you found any air raid shelters or similar places of refuge? Bai Shu pointed to the left. There's a park 3 kilometers away. The air raid shelter there should still be intact. There are few bombing marks, so it's worth checking out. With their target set, they looked at Cheng Lei and decided to have the Japanese lead the way. We must reach there before dark, Bai Shu said, glancing at the surrounding ruins. The ultrasonic imaging continually warned of danger. Behind the third-floor window, a skeletal demon watched them hungrily like a wolf. Among the ruins, various-sized monsters' eyes glinted, already seeing them as prey. Bai Shu couldn't imagine what kind of fierce battle they would face at night if they couldn't find a shelter. Perhaps only those who remained absolutely silent in the dark world, waiting for the beacon to anchor, could avoid being hunted. Turning to Shinqing Yu behind him, Bai Shu said, the dark world is too dangerous. You should be able to sense the threats around us. We must find a shelter that can withstand the monsters before the sunlight disappears. I'll go ahead and scout the route. You follow Uncle Wang. Plans often change, and although he initially intended for the enemy to scout ahead as cannon fodder, the current crisis forced Bai Shu to strategize in advance. After giving Shinqing Yu a few instructions, Bai Shu turned to leave. Just as he took a step, Shinqing Yu tugged at the corner of his coat. Be careful. Shinqing Yu's voice was laced with unmistakable concern. Bai Shu smiled. Don't worry, with my scouting skills and the gear you provided, I'll definitely make it back in one piece. As for taking down a bunch of them, I can't promise that. After reassuring Shinqing Yu, Bai Shu had a brief discussion with Wang Wei, pointed at the nearby building, and swiftly moved towards the direction of the air raid shelter. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing the world record of 9.58 seconds for the 100-meter dash on Earth. After running more than 200 meters, Bai Shu suddenly remembered something, turned back, and finally stopped in front of a deep, downward-sloping cave. The entrance was about as tall as a person, with rough and uneven edges, as if forcibly dug out by some creature. Is this the entrance to the underground ruins hiding over 300 monsters that Shinqing Yu mentioned? Bai Shu examined the entrance carefully and attempted to use his tail to perform ultrasonic imaging, but frowned. The bat-like abilities he inherited were incomplete, with his ultrasound range limited to just 200 meters, far less than the typical 2 to 3 kilometers of ordinary bats. In complex environments, this range would be further reduced. Strangely, in this almost unobstructed cave, his ultrasonic imaging could only reach 3 meters, even less than the distance visible to the naked eye. Bai Shu picked up a stone from the edge of the entrance to inspect it, confirming it was just ordinary rock with no special properties. At that moment, Wang Wei and his group arrived at the cave entrance. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this cave? Wang Wei noticed the claw marks on the rock wall. Are there monsters inside? Yes, Bai Shu said gravely, and quite a lot of them. If they come out to hunt at night, we could all be wiped out. So that's why you're in a hurry to find a shelter, to secure a safe place before sundown? Wang Wei realized. Bai Shu nodded in confirmation and then gestured for Wu Foong to bring up the rear, letting the foreigners lead the way. Once the group had moved on, he turned to the pale-faced Shinqing Yu. Are there more monsters down there than you initially sensed? Far more. Shinqing Yu's voice trembled. I realized once we got closer that the number of monsters exceeds 1,000, too many for me to count. And I'm not sure if that's all of them. Worse, I sensed a concentrated energy area deep within the cave, with an intensity 10 times stronger than elsewhere. There's a creature there, much more powerful than the bone demon. Bai Shu's expression grew increasingly serious. They had undoubtedly stumbled upon a massive monster nest. Places with monster nests, bosses, and high-energy zones often hide treasures. Bai Shu pondered to himself, but the current power gap was too large. He could only use guerrilla tactics against 20 monsters, let alone face thousands plus a boss stronger than the bone demon. He turned to Wang Wei, frowning slightly. Although the air raid shelter was several kilometers from the cave exit, its safety was still uncertain. If the defenses over there aren't strong enough, we might have to head out into the wild. Wang Wei sighed. Make it quick. If the sunlight suddenly disappears. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. If they couldn't find shelter before nightfall, total annihilation awaited. Bai Shu took a deep breath and turned to Shinqing Yu, advising, unless absolutely necessary, don't reveal your ability to sense energy and emotions in front of others. In war, the scouts are always the first to die. I understand that. Shinqing Yu nodded seriously, acknowledging the risk. Once he was sure she understood, Bai Shu set off immediately. As he passed Wu Foong and the others, he slowed slightly, nodded briefly, and continued forward. After running 500 meters, a ruin blocked his path. Bai Shu muttered to himself, leaping onto the debris. He tested the sturdiness of the wreckage underfoot and picked up a meter-long steel rod. With 2.5 kilometers of ruins to cross, who knew what monsters might appear? A weapon for self-defense was essential. Glancing back at Shinqing Yu and her group approaching, Bai Shu maximized his ultrasonic imaging ability and carefully advanced over relatively stable debris. Although he sensed many monsters along the way, the sunlight's deterrence kept them from attacking. Jumping down from the ruins, he faced an ecological park about 2 kilometers in diameter. Bai Shu scanned the surroundings warily. The eerie silence sent chills down his spine. There were no usual biological sounds, no insects chirping, no birds singing, no animals barking, only the rustle of leaves, the sound of flowing water, and the faint crawling noises from the ruins behind. Even with ultrasonic scanning, he detected no signs of life. Mass extinction? Bai Shu thought silently, yet the lush vegetation and those monsters were evidently full of life. Perhaps some powerful predator had cleared this area. Suppressing his doubts, he continued towards the air raid shelter at the park center. Taking a slightly longer route, it took him 5 minutes to approach the destination. Before he arrived, a quarrel could be heard from behind the relief wall ahead. Impossible, I will never go back. I'd rather die out here, the woman in the red dress screamed, her voice hoarse. Her face, which should have been delicate, was twisted with anger, and her sharp forehead and protruding cheekbones made her expression even more ferocious. Wang Fei, I'm your girlfriend, and you want me to sleep with those thugs? Are you even a man? Bai Shu was in a hurry to find shelter, but the argument caught his attention, slowing his pace. This unexpected dispute piqued his interest. Will sleeping with them cost you anything? The man in a suit sneered. After you went to study in America, can you even count how many men you've been with? Did you skip any of those wild parties? And now you care about purity and dignity. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. This is the dark world. No rules, no laws, and they have guns. How long have we been here? Less than 2 hours, and already a tenth of us are dead. Without shelter, how can we even hope to return to Earth alive? The man softened his tone slightly. We have family connections and talent. If we just survive these few days, the future will be much better. Just take it as being bitten by a dog, and once we're out, I'll have the local gang deal with anyone who touched you. Standing nearby, Bai Shu listened, growing increasingly disinterested. Studying abroad, wild parties, offspring of high-ranking officials, rising to power upon returning home, these words from their mouths highlighted the stark contrast of reality. He couldn't help but reflect on his own experiences. Before his rebirth, he spent his life studying hard, only to be trapped by mortgage, car loans, and wedding expenses after graduation. After rebirth, he faced ridicule for poor exam results and locked himself in a room writing day and night to earn money. Compared to this couple, his life could hardly be described as merely unfortunate. Sighing, Bai Shu opened the panel to check the number of survivors, 2,697. He took a deep breath and murmured, the dark world is so dangerous, there's no time to waste. Turning past the high relief wall, he came face to face with the arguing couple. The woman had long hair down to her waist and skin fairer than snow, her red dress making her look even more alluring, though her sharp features added a touch of harshness. The man, despite his branded suit, was just a well-dressed nobody. Who are you? The man immediately noticed Bai Shu. I haven't seen you before. Are you a student from Jia University? Are you from Xia country? Of course, I'm from Xia country. I didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman in the dark world. By the way, I just heard you say, if you're from Xia country, then it's easy. The man interrupted arrogantly, his gaze falling on the tail behind Bai Shu. What's that tail behind you? Dark world equipment? Give it to me, and I'll pay you 500,000. He straightened up, introducing himself with conceited pride. I'm Lu Ming. My dad is a member of the Shanghai Municipal Committee, and my grandpa is a bureau chief. If you give me the equipment, I'll not only pay you but also arrange a job for you, guaranteeing you a department head position within a year. As he spoke, he raised his chin threateningly. If you refuse, well, once we're back, not only you, but your family, your relatives, your friends, every single one of them will face trouble. Do you believe me? Hearing this, Bai Shu's lips curled slightly. A department head position in a year? 500,000. And threatening to cause trouble for family and friends? Do you think of yourself as a master when I treat you like a fellow countryman? Bai Shu's voice was icy and piercing. Before Lu Ming could react, the tail of the plague bat lashed across his face with a sharp crack, leaving a fierce red mark. Bai Shu looked down at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Did your father and grandfather think you were too stupid and send you abroad to study so they wouldn't have to deal with you? He sneered, delivering a kick that curled Lu Ming into a ball. Even knocked to the ground, Lu Ming glared at Bai Shu with defiance. This reckless behavior amused and infuriated Bai Shu. You fear foreigners, but not me? Do you think we're still in the Qing dynasty and we're your servants? As Bai Shu pressed him, the fierceness in Lu Ming's eyes faded into fear. Bai Shu shook his head in disdain. Now you're scared, aren't you? Rage boiled within him. Lu Ming not only defied him, but also threatened his family's safety, pushing Bai Shu beyond patience. Without giving Lu Ming a chance to speak, the plague bat's tail pierced through his forehead with deadly precision. A soft sound accompanied the splatter of blood. Lu Ming's body twitched, his wide eyes still filled with unwillingness and fear. The metallic smell of blood mixed with earth filled Bai Shu's nostrils, making him feel nauseous. It was then that he realized what he'd done. He had killed someone. Staring at Lu Ming's lifeless face, Bai Shu felt a strange sensation. Although he had slain humanoid creatures in the building before, killing Lu Ming carried a heavy, unfamiliar aura. Calming down, he thought it would have been more beneficial to extract Lu Ming's abilities first. Was this the influence of this world? Observing the blood-red sunlight around him, Bai Shu smiled bitterly. Maximizing benefits is good, but following my instincts and desires feels more liberating, he thought, as if breaking free from invisible chains. The law is just a tool the powerful use to bind the weak, Bai Shu scoffed. Some murderers escape death sentences by leveraging their parents' influence. Others commit heinous crimes for promotions and remain untouched. If they can do that, why should I be bound by their rules? Wrapping Lu Ming's body with his tail, Bai Shu flung it into the overgrown woods. From now on, I'll follow my heart. He then turned to the trembling woman in red nearby. And you? What's your name? Any family connections I should know about? The woman, shaking, glanced at Bai Shu before lowering her head. 2M Bien Dongxue. My family just runs a business, no officials, she stammered, trying to compose herself. I never liked Lu Ming. I was forced to be his girlfriend. I won't report you. My family is wealthy. If you escort me back to Earth, I'll give you 30 million. Bai Shu studied Bien Dongxue for a moment, then laughed. Offering 30 million right off the bat. You must not value money. Fine, but remember, you must transfer the money as agreed when we return. Otherwise, even if you hide in America, it won't help. That place is more chaotic than China, and people go missing all the time. He continued, I heard Lu Ming mention something about you accompanying someone, and it seemed like you all knew each other. Did you arrive in the dark world together? Relieved by the promise of protection, Bien Dongxue explained. We're all students from the University of California. 17 of us suddenly ended up here, including Lu Ming and me as Chinese students, 2 Koreans, 1 Israeli, and the rest are Americans, both black and white. The Israeli student had an automatic rifle and wanted me and 2 Korean girls to accompany them. I refused, but the Korean girls agreed. Tisk, threatening someone to sleep with you right after entering truly the land of the free and brave, America, Bai Shu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his sharp gaze fixed on Bien Dongxue. Besides the Israeli's assault rifle, does anyone else have a weapon? He inquired. Bien Dongxue shook her head, her voice slightly tense. I'm not sure. When I left, I only saw the Israeli showing his gun. Bai Shu nodded thoughtfully and continued his questioning. Did you arrive in the air raid shelter? How do you know that? Bien Dongxue's eyes widened, and she blurted out a series of questions. Did you come from outside? What's it like out there? Are there others? What is this dark world about? Are there any dangers? Ignoring her barrage of questions, Bai Shu went straight to the point. What's the condition of the air raid shelter's equipment? Any damage? How about the power system, food, and water supplies? He paused. What's your ability? Do you know the abilities of others? Is anyone keeping watch outside? Bien Dongxue furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before responding in detail. The air raid shelter's equipment is intact, and the power is stable. There are some canned goods that are still edible, and we have purified water. She paused briefly. My ability is Eagle Eye, which gives me extremely sharp vision. Raymond can control fire and create fireballs as powerful as grenades. David can produce water out of thin air. I haven't seen the others' abilities yet. She scoffed. As for security, when Lu Ming and I left, there was no arrangement. They're probably busy enjoying themselves with those two South Korean women now. Bai Shu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the ultrasonic imaging display. Got it. Now, let's head to the air raid shelter. There are 3 guards outside, one with a gun, which should be the Israeli you mentioned. He turned to Bien Dongxue. Tell them I'm here to join. As for Lu Ming, he paused briefly. Tell them you've agreed to their terms, and Lu Ming couldn't bear to see you with them, so he decided to take a walk and come back later. Bien Dongxue was shocked and scared when Bai Shu accurately described the situation outside the air raid shelter. How? How do you know there are 3 people outside? Are you a psychic? Or do you have some remote scouting method? She swallowed hard. What exactly are you planning? Do you really want me to? Bai Shu didn't answer, instead gesturing with his tail towards the direction of the air raid shelter, signaling her to lead the way. Bien Dongxue lowered her head, walking slowly, clearly hesitating. Despite her deliberate slow pace, the distance from the stone-carved walls to the air raid shelter wasn't far. Through the overgrown path, less than 200 meters away, the view opened UPA, sprawling plaza covered with a green tarp appeared in the center of the long-abandoned natural park. In the center of the square stood a 7-meter-high mound, with a 3-meter-high and 4-meter-wide entrance carved at its base, leading to an air raid shelter. Atop the mound sat 3 shirtless white men, an Israeli with an unfamiliar model of submachine gun, a man juggling a fireball in his hand, presumably Raymond, and a drug addict languidly smoking a spiked cigar, his eyes glazed over. Bai Shu quickly scanned the surroundings to confirm no one else was around, then signaled to Bien Dongxue. The 2 of them cautiously approached the trio. Before they got too close, a burst of bullets precisely hit the ground near Bai Shu's feet, and the Israeli shouted in unintelligible English. Bai Shu looked down at the fresh bullet holes, his face appropriately showing fear and panic. After the Israeli finished speaking, Bien Dongxue immediately translated. He wants me to go over and explain your identity, intentions, and Lu Ming's whereabouts. Bai Shu glanced thoughtfully at her and said, stick to what we discussed. Bien Dongxue nodded and quickly walked to the base of the mound, beginning to gesticulate wildly, sometimes pointing at Bai Shu, sometimes tapping her forehead, her words so intense that even without understanding, the hostility was palpable. Bai Shu silently cursed. Why did this damned event bring people from different countries together? It seems I need to find time to learn a foreign language. He estimated the distance to the top of the mound. He could sprint there in less than half a second. Should he make the first move? While he was weighing his options, the Israeli and Raymond had already descended the mound, bringing Bien Dongxue to stand 5 meters away from him. The addict remained blissfully enveloped in smoke. Chinese. The Israeli suddenly spoke in fluent Mandarin. Dongxue Bien says you killed Lu Ming and have ill intentions towards us. Is that true? However, if you are willing to hand over the equipment and intelligence you've acquired in the dark world, we can let bygones be bygones and allow you into the air raid shelter. Those 2 South Korean women, including her, he said, giving Bien Dongxue a shove, will be at your disposal. Bien Dongxue collected herself, pointing at the Israeli. Ariel, you can speak Chinese, and you're suggesting I accompany him? Ariel raised his head arrogantly, surprised. Besides Chinese, I'm also fluent in Korean, Japanese, Spanish, and Italian. How could the people of sinners like you understand the greatness of the Son of God? He aimed the gun at Bai Shu. Now, son of sinners, hand over the equipment and intelligence, kneel to kiss my shoes, and convert to Christ to receive salvation. Bai Shu bent his knees slightly, sneering, salvation? Your God was kneeling with a steel helmet at Shangenling, and you think you can make me kneel? A fierce wind and gunfire erupted almost simultaneously. Bai Shu sidestepped the first bullet, and by the second shot, his left hand was already gripping the gun barrel, his right hand on Ariel's shoulder, their eyes locking. Now kneel. With a swift and powerful motion, Bai Shu's right hand forced Ariel's knee to slam into the ground. The thud of the impact and the crack of breaking bone were accompanied almost simultaneously by a piercing scream. Bai Shu, showing no emotion or mercy, kicked Ariel in the chest, snatched the rifle from his hands, and aimed the ominous barrel at Bien Dongxue. Bien Dongxue, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, turned pale as she saw the gun pointed at her. Listen to my exploit, she began, but before she could finish, her body fell backward. The gunshot echoed across the square. Explain it to the Grim Reaper, Bai Shu said coldly, then turned his gaze to the white man on the hill. The man seemed detached from the life and death struggle, leisurely puffing on a cigarette, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. Bai Shu, mimicking a stance he had seen on television, pressed the rifle stock against his shoulder, aimed at the addict's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Another gunshot rang out, and the addict fell, his brains and blood splattering the hill. Bai Shu felt a sense of relief at the sight. As for Raymond, who was conjuring a fireball, Bai Shu's tail had already pierced Raymond's head the moment he advanced on Ariel. Bian Dongxue had warned that the fireball was as powerful as a grenade, and despite having 4 times the physical strength of an ordinary person, Bai Shu wasn't willing to take that risk. Turning his attention back to Ariel, who was coughing up blood on the ground, Bai Shu considered for a moment before deciding to put a bullet in his forehead. Initially, he wanted to keep Ariel alive to question him about the bunker and the abilities of the others, maybe even taunt him a bit. But then he remembered that villains often die from talking too much, so he opted for caution. 5 down, 12 left hiding in the bunker. In a surprise attack, he could take out at least 4, leaving 8 to deal with. Bai Shu glanced up at the overcast sky, noting the absence of the sun, which unsettled him. If he could see the sun, he would choose to surround and eliminate them one by one. As for cooperation and mutual benefit, Bai Shu never considered it. In this dark world, there were no rules. Even fellow countrymen could betray you, let alone foreigners with whom he couldn't communicate. His strategy was simple: kill on sight, until only his people remained in the dark world. Of course, he would still keep an eye on his own. After confirming that the bodies on the ground showed no signs of life, Bai Shu headed towards the bunker. Entering the passage, he carefully examined the specially designed door, over half a meter thick, with a fully mechanical locking system and 6 rotating bolt locks. Using ultrasound detection, he found the penetration rate to be very low, indicating that the door likely contained a significant amount of lead, and the surface's fine protrusions prevented ultrasound reflection. While he wasn't sure about the exact material composition, the hardness was undeniable. Bai Shu realized that he alone couldn't breach this door. Bai Shu knocked on the large door and stepped into the corridor under the bright lights. After just a few steps, his attention was caught by a rectangular technological device above him, moving as he did. Surveillance? The thought barely crossed his mind before he quickened his pace, almost jogging deeper into the corridor. The passageway spiraled downward, with heavy doors lined up one after another. Even at Bai Shu's speed, it took nearly 30 seconds to reach the perimeter of a vast underground space. Before he could enter, a barrage of obscene language reached his ears, conjuring unspeakable images in his mind. Cautiously, Bai Shu pressed against the doorframe, peeking his head out to observe. The scene before him made him realize his earlier concerns were unnecessary. There was no ambush in the surveillance room or trap set in the corridor. The entertainment of these foreigners was beyond his imagination. The inappropriate content is omitted here. A pungent odor filled his nostrils, and as Bai Shu took a shallow breath, he felt a tightness in his chest. The desecration of such a large space enraged him. He raised his rifle, carefully aligning the sights. In this era, he knew the efficiency and convenience of firearms rather than engaging in hand-to-hand combat and risking the opponent having special abilities. It was wiser to choose a more reliable approach. Bang, 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 bang. Flames erupted in the space. The people in the bunker barely had time to react before they were dead, their heads blown apart. As the gunfire ceased and the smoke settled, 2 sharp screams shattered the brief silence. 2 South Korean girls hurriedly grabbed their clothes to cover themselves and shrank into a corner. Despite their standard cosmetic beauty and decent figures, they didn't interest Bai Shu at all. Too filthy. Do you speak Chinese? Bai Shu asked. The 2 exchanged glances and babbled something, even dropping their coverings, but Bai Shu couldn't understand a word. I imagine you're in a lot of pain right now. I'm a kind person and can't stand to see people suffer, so I'll free you. I wanted to ask about your abilities and let you say some last words, but since you don't speak Chinese, never mind. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, blood splattered, and the South Korean girls fell lifeless. Bai Shu stood silently for a moment, reflecting to himself, maybe it's best not to study abroad in America. On second thought, with American troops stationed in South Korea and frequent reports of assault cases, it seems going or not doesn't make much difference. Indeed, only a strong nation can prevent such disgraceful incidents. After confirming all the bodies were lifeless, Bai Shu systematically explored the bunker. He discovered the supply center, escape route map, emergency exit, power distribution center, and control center. In the control center, he finally found the ventilation switch, and once activated, the air felt refreshed. He took the time to load the bodies onto a cart, then activated his ultrasonic imaging ability to explore the bunker more thoroughly. Novels often feature plots like this. Large bunkers usually hide laboratories or research facilities underneath. He wondered if there were similar secrets here. The scale of the air raid shelter was astonishing. The main hall was rectangular, stretching 400 meters in length and 200 meters in width, covering an area of about 80,000 square meters. Including the surrounding grain and supply storage rooms, the total area reached 150,000 square meters, enough to shelter tens of thousands of people during wartime. Bai Shu stood in the center of the hall, frowning. The walls, covered in lead materials with uneven surfaces and dense protrusions, severely interfered with the effectiveness of the ultrasonic imaging. He spent nearly an hour but still couldn't find any trace of the underground laboratory. Forget it, he muttered, walking into the food storage room. He grabbed a can of chai-flavored sea bream and quickly drank it down. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to hurry and bring Shinqing Yu and the others over before it got too dark. As he passed by a cart loaded with bodies, Bai Shu paused and decided to push it into the waste disposal room. Although he was 4 times stronger than the average person, pushing this nearly ton-heavy cart to the surface to bury the bodies was too laborious. He decisively sent the bodies into the incinerator to put an end to it. The state of this air raid shelter was puzzling. The armory and transport depot were empty, and the only usable cart was found in the waste disposal room. Strangely, the power and surveillance systems were intact, and the stored canned food could last thousands of people a year if rationed. If it was an emergency evacuation, it shouldn't be so tidy and orderly. If abandoned, why maintain such complete facilities? Back on the surface, Bai Shu noticed his shadow had shifted from the right side to directly below him. It had gone from morning to noon, meaning there were a few hours left before dark. He silently prayed to the 3 pure ones, the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, and the heavens, hoping for more daylight. After dealing with the bodies on the surface, he keenly spotted a surveillance camera on a tree. Leaping onto a branch, he adjusted the green-painted camera to focus on the position of the bodies. Let's hope those creatures don't have a keen sense of smell, he murmured, rubbing his hands together. He swiftly made his way back to the park, taking only 3/4 of the time it took to get there. Standing on the highest point of the ruins, he spotted Shinqing Yu and her group climbing over the debris, moving towards the park. However, at that moment, they were standing back to back in a circle, warily surveying their surroundings, as if they had encountered some threat. Bai Shu quickly counted the people. 1, 2, 3, 9 people. One was missing. His pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that a creature in the ruins had attacked them? With this in mind, Bai Shu wasted no time and dashed towards the direction where Shinqing Yu and the others were located. Thanks to his physique, which was 4 times stronger than an average person, and his tail that could stretch and contract at will, the terrain of Tumterhai, uneven ruins, which would normally take hours to traverse, was now a breeze for him. In less than 3 minutes, he was only 200 meters away from Shinqing Yu and the others. His restored ultrasonic imaging allowed him to clearly see 3 monsters beneath the ruins, gnawing on something. On the surface, Shinqing Yu was guarded closely by Wang Wei and Wu Foong. Seeing this, Bai Shu felt a slight relief. However, when he was still more than 80 meters away, a strange scene unfolded. The 3 monsters suddenly lifted their heads in unison, their eyes locking onto his direction. The next moment, they dragged their food and swiftly disappeared into the dark tunnels of the ruins. This reaction sent a chill down Bai Shu's spine. The monsters in these ruins seemed much smarter than those he encountered in the building. Upon reaching the group, Bai Shu immediately checked Shinqing Yu's condition. Seeing that she was unharmed aside from looking pale, he felt somewhat reassured. Are you hurt? Bai Shu asked softly. Shinqing Yu shook her head, her complexion gradually returning to normal with Bai Shu's arrival. However, when mentioning the fate of the Indonesian, she turned pale again and struggled to speak. Wu Foong, standing beside her, continued. The Indonesian guy was dragged away by the monsters. Afterwards, we heard screams and chewing sounds from the ruins. It's probably. He didn't finish, but everyone understood the grim outcome. Seeing the solemn expressions on their faces, Bai Shu decided to share some good news he had discovered. The equipment in the air raid shelter is intact. As long as we can reach it, we should be safe until the beacon locks on. While the Indonesian's death is unfortunate, in this dark world filled with monsters, all we can do is strive to survive. These words slightly eased the tense expressions of Wang Wei and Wu Foong. Then let's get moving, Wang Wei said. We must reach the air raid shelter before nightfall, or the consequences will be dire. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, offering a few comforting words to the shaken Shinqing Yu, and the group set off. Due to the need to accommodate everyone's pace and remain vigilant of potential monster attacks, the journey took over 2 hours. Only then did they finally cross the ruins and reach the park. The moment Wang Wei jumped down from the ruins, he sensed something unusual about the park. The entire space was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with even the rustling of the wind through the dry leaves sounding unnaturally loud. Bai Shu calmly scanned the surroundings, unsurprised by the abnormality. This planet might have experienced a disaster similar to a mass extinction event. Along the way, apart from those creatures, we haven't seen any normal living beings, Bai Shu explained briefly, then gestured for the group to continue moving forward. The team advanced along the rubble-strewn path towards the air raid shelter. As they passed the high-relief wall where Bai Shu had previously executed Lu Mingyi, keenly noticed Wu Feng's footsteps falter slightly, but Wu Foong chose to remain silent. It wasn't until they reached the front of the air raid shelter, where grim bloodstains and dense bullet holes marked the ground, that Wu Foong couldn't hold back. He pulled Bai Shu aside. Are there others? He asked in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Did you have a confrontation with them? Where are they? Seeing Wu Foong ready for combat, Bai Shu casually replied. There was indeed some unpleasantness, but after a friendly exchange, they realized their mistakes and won't be causing any more trouble. Wu Foong was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened. Wait, they had guns, right? These bullet holes were clearly made by rifles. And you dealt with them barehanded? Damn, that's impressive. Realizing his reaction might have been too exaggerated, he cleared his throat and added, well done. We can't afford to be soft-hearted with enemies. Also, try not to speak like those diplomats, beating around the bush and giving us a headache. Without giving Bai Shu a chance to respond, Wu Foong crossed his arms, whistled nonchalantly, and rejoined the group. Watching his antics, Bai Shu couldn't help but smile, then motioned for the foreigners, who were as nervous as quails due to the bloodstains and bullet holes, to enter the air raid shelter. As he closed the shelter door, Bai Shu marveled at its heft. Even if it were made entirely of iron, it would weigh at least 25 tons, and it contained lead and other materials. Still, it only required a bit of effort to push, and he estimated that 4 or 5 ordinary people could manage it together. Just before the door completely shut, Bai Shu noticed Shinqing Yu looking as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent after glancing around. He made a mental note of this detail and continued to lead the group deeper into the passage. The defensive strength of the air raid shelter amazed Bai Shu. The 600-meter-long main passage had a flat platform every 100 meters, each equipped with a half-meter-thick mechanical door. Once closed, the entire passage would be divided into 6 isolated sections, giving Bai Shu ample room to maneuver. Upon reaching section 3 of the passage, Bai Shu struggled to close the door, then turned to Cheng Lei and said, "Tell them I don't trust them, so they'll stay in this area for the time being. I'll make sure they receive enough food and water to last until the beacon is anchored," Bai Shu said calmly, surveying the area. These seemingly burdensome people serve a dual purpose in his plan. They can expedite the beacon anchoring, even if only slightly. And in the worst-case scenario, if the monsters breach the shelter door, they can buy them precious escape time. Cheng Lei, who was conversing with the Australian man, paused and frowned at Bai Shu's words. Isn't that a bit inhumane? The conditions here are terrible, with cold floors, no bedding, and no bathing facilities. It's a confined space. If they stay too long, they might develop mental issues, and if they cause trouble when they return to Earth, it would be a problem for the country. Bai Shu, noticing her concern for the nation, smiled slightly. It's just an option for them. If they think the environment here is bad, the park has a nice view. Surprisingly, when Cheng Lei translated this to the foreigners, they seemed to relax rather than protest. It appears they believe the thick shelter door is enough to keep the monsters out. Maybe they think staying here is the best option, Wang Wei quietly analyzed beside Bai Shu. After all, if they leave with us, they might worry we would harm them. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. Though a dark thought crossed his mind, these foreigners wanting to separate is indeed safer, but he doesn't plan to give them the chance to return. Human nature can be more terrifying than ghosts, and it's not time to celebrate yet. Soon, Bai Shu led the group to the shelter's hall and began assigning tasks. He turned to Cheng Lei. There are sleeping bags in the storage room and canned food and water in the supply room. Since you want to maintain good relations with our foreign friends, you can distribute these. Cheng Lei agreed, but gestured to the Peruvian boy nearby. He's also a foreigner. Why not let him stay above too? He's a Peruvian now, but that might change, Bai Shu replied with a grin. Mining is a great talent, and with the vast resources in China, we welcome such practical skills. After assigning Cheng Lei to distribute supplies and giving the Peruvian boy and the Taiwanese girl Shufin their accommodations, Bai Shu led Shinqing Yu and 2 others into the control room. He closed the heavy iron door behind them and guided them to the monitoring room, pointing to the screens and the automatic rifles on the table. He succinctly explained what had occurred. Some people arrived at the shelter early, but he had to deal with them as they were assaulting classmates and threatening him with guns. He mentioned the confiscated firearms, the surveillance system covering the park and the shelter, and the fact that there were supplies for 10,000 people for a year, but no vehicles or communication devices, nor any signs of evacuation from this world. That's the situation, Bai Shu concluded, looking at the group. We need to come up with a plan for what to do next. Huh? Wu Foong looked at Bai Shu with a confused expression. Weren't we supposed to stay in the bunker and wait for the beacon to lock on before returning to Earth? What's there to discuss? Wang Wei glanced at Wu Foong and sighed softly before turning to Bai Shu. Although we initially planned to go to the research institute to find genetic technology data, once outside, I realized this world is far more dangerous than we anticipated. Besides, the institute might not even have what we're looking for. Staying in the bunker seems like a safer option. Bai Shu nodded silently. He had considered this idea, as well staying safely in the bunker until the beacon was locked. However, now that his abilities had quadrupled, surpassing 99.9% of the other arrivals, he was capable of handling most threats on this planet. Simply hiding in the bunker felt overly cautious. Of course, he wasn't compelled to take unnecessary risks either. Staying in the bunker is indeed safe, but we might miss out on opportunities. Exploring outside carries risks, but it could also yield unexpected rewards, Bai Shu mused. I plan to rest for a day and closely observe the patterns of this shadowy world, such as the disappearance of sunlight, the duration of daylight, the sensory capabilities of the creatures, and their behavior at night. Once we understand these, we can decide on the next step. Seeing Wang Wei nod in agreement, Bai Shu turned to Shinqing Yu. None of us have eaten since morning. Qing Yu and I will go get some food. Grab some extra for me. Wu Feng's eyes lit up, but then he changed his mind. Actually, I'll go? Xiao Mo, you take Qing Yu to rest. She looks exhausted. Hearing the name Xiao Mo, Bai Shu paused, remembering he had used the alias Mo Bai earlier. He reminded himself to pay attention to such details as he led Shinqing Yu into the adjacent resting room. After locking the door, Bai Shu turned and asked, "At the bunker entrance, you seemed like you wanted to say something but didn't. Did you discover anything?" Shinqing Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded. "You noticed? I couldn't sense it clearly on the surface, and with others around, I didn't mention it. But once here, I'm sure about 80 meters underground, there's a unique energy fluctuation." Bai Shu's gaze turned sharp. He had suspected that a well-stocked, heavily guarded shelter like this must be hiding something underground. How strong is the energy fluctuation? Do you know what it is, human, creature, or something else? Shinqing Yu shook her head, her gaze focused intently on the tail behind Bai Shu. A hint of professional analysis flickered in her eyes. There are 3 energy fluctuations similar to your epidemic bat's tail, which should all be equipment. However, the energy glow they emit is brighter, and their intensity might surpass that of the epidemic bat's tail. Hearing this, Bai Shu's eyes lit up, and he began calculating in his mind. The epidemic bat's tail alone increased his constitution by 3 points. If he could obtain these 3 pieces of equipment, wouldn't his constitution break into double digits? At that point, not only elite monsters, but even hordes of regular monsters could be easily handled. This would also conveniently complete Shinqing Yu's hunting task. As Bai Shu was lost in this pleasant anticipation, Shinqing Yu continued. There's another energy fluctuation that's quite unusual. It resembles a monster, but its vitality is extremely weak, and there's no emotional fluctuation. She paused, carefully choosing her words. It feels like an unhatched egg, with life yet to truly begin. This is all I can detect for now. Bai Shu nodded thoughtfully, then frowned slightly. Since the energy fluctuations are underground, there's likely a hidden research facility down there. The problem is, we can't find the entrance to the underground. Seeing Bai Shu's troubled expression, Shinqing Yu's lips curled into a sly smile, like an eager student ready to reveal the answer. I might know where the door is. Bai Shu was both surprised and delighted, asking in astonishment, "Is your talent really that strong? You can even find hidden passages." Slightly embarrassed by the compliment, Shinqing Yu softly explained, "It's not that impressive. It's just that some parts of the energy field on the ground are discontinuous, as if they've been artificially severed, which looks unnatural." Bai Shu stared at her intently until Shinqing Yu felt a bit uncomfortable. Then he averted his gaze. He realized that this girl's abilities were far more powerful than he had imagined. Not only could she detect monsters, gather energy, and sense emotions, but now she could even locate secret passages with ease. Where exactly is the entrance? Bai Shu asked. Shinqing Yu pointed to a wardrobe in the corner of the room. Right here. And it's not the only one. Other rooms should also have entrances to the underground. Bai Shu looked at the ordinary wardrobe and couldn't help but mentally remark. Why do people in this world love hiding secret passages in wardrobes? It's one thing in office buildings, but even in bomb shelters? He approached the wardrobe to inspect it carefully, but found it perfectly sealed with no trace of a mechanism. With no other choice, he turned to Shinqing Yu, girl who seemed to be a radar and treasure detector combined. Understanding his intent, Shinqing Yu got up and walked to the desk. The switch should be here. She opened a drawer, fumbled around for a bit, and then the sound of mechanisms turning echoed. The wardrobe split open, revealing a brightly lit passageway behind it. Another passage? With such a level of civilization, couldn't they have built an elevator? Bai Shu muttered as he stepped into the passage. However, after just 20 meters, he had to eat his words. The passage opened up into a spacious elevator lobby. 8 elevators stood in a neat row, their indicator lights still flickering, proving that the power system was still functioning. He paused, examining these silent metal giants. Although the power system was intact, the thought of stepping into these long idle elevators was unsettling. Being trapped in a sealed elevator car would be a nightmare. After circling the lobby, they found the emergency staircase. Shinqing Yu gently tugged on Bai Shu's sleeve. Should we go straight down, or let Uncle Wu and Uncle Wang know? Bai Shu smiled and headed for the emergency stairs. Though he got along well with Wu Foong and Wang Wei, and Shinqing Yu confirmed they were good people, selfish instincts were hard to suppress. Like him, he wanted to explore first and then decide whether to share his findings. Afraid of the dark, Shinqing Yu followed closely, clutching his shirt tightly. Fortunately, after a few steps, the motion-activated lights flickered on, dispelling the darkness. Wow, pretty advanced, Bai Shu remarked, glancing up at the bright bulbs before continuing downward. Soon, he had to carry Shinqing Yu on his back. She was already frail, and recent events had taken a toll on her. The exhaustion from traversing ruins, the torment of genetic erosion, and the constant fear and worry had left her utterly drained. After 10 minutes, they finally reached the depths below. Still clinging to his back, Shinqing Yu's voice was muffled, as if she were steamed. The energy source is over there. She pointed towards a wall. Bai Shu looked helplessly at the solid wall, didn't have the ability to pass through it. But he didn't argue with the shy girl. Instead, he gently adjusted her slender legs and walked out of the elevator lobby. The sight that greeted him was both awe-inspiring and disappointing. He had expected to find a brightly lit genetic research lab, equipped with intelligent AI systems, rows of nutrient pods housing monster corpses or clone embryos, and mysterious equipment behind heavily guarded doors. Instead, he found bare ground, toppled scaffolding, lifeless excavators, and steamrollers. A few spotlights hung from the ceiling, casting a faint glow over the vast underground space. It was merely an unfinished construction site, likely abandoned when the apocalypse struck. Bai Shu sighed and focused his gaze on the largest excavator. Due to the lead in the materials of the air raid shelter and elevator hall, his ultrasonic imaging ability was almost completely ineffective here. However, once they reached the underground cavity, his ability would return, and he wouldn't need Shinqing Yu's guidance anymore. With a quick leap, Bai Shu easily jumped into the driver's cabin of the nearly 10-meter-tall excavator. Looking at the massive machine, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This excavator is huge. I'd love to drive it. He patted the cabin's exterior and opened the door, only to be shocked by the sight inside. A corpse slumped in the driver's seat. One eye missing, the upper body collapsed as if the spine had been removed, and a gaping hole in the chest. The sudden scene startled Shinqing Yu, causing her to tighten her grip on Bai Shu's throat instinctively. Bai Shu rolled his eyes, thinking that it was lucky he was now robust. Otherwise, he'd have to charge her for medical expenses. He gently patted Shinqing Yu's arm, twisted his neck to ease the discomfort, and reassured her. Relax, it's just a corpse. Surveying the cabin, Bai Shu noticed that the deceased seemed to have deliberately left some items behind. On the control panel were 4 neatly arranged objects. A large, fiery red egg with intricate patterns, a small gray-brown sphere about 2 centimeters in diameter, a pair of splendidly glowing translucent wings about 10 centimeters high, and a curved white jade-like staff, 33 segments long, approximately 70 centimeters. Avoiding the corpse, Bai Shu gathered the items into his arms. Just as he was about to thank the deceased, he noticed 2 more things tightly held in the dead person's hands: a book and a pen. Out of curiosity, he cast a detection spell on the book, which left him with a puzzled expression. The system displayed, item, Xiangyang's diary. Description, an ordinary diary without any supernatural energy, but it holds Xiangyang's entire life. Who writes a diary nowadays? Bai Shu chuckled, taking the diary. Although it didn't possess any extraordinary power, as a window into understanding this world, he wasn't about to let it go to waste. After taking the diary, Bai Shu bowed deeply to the corpse. The dark world is dangerous, and I don't have time to handle your affairs now. When I get the chance, I'll build you the grandest tomb, the kind that will make any Tomb Raider itch to explore. Closing the cabin door, Bai Shu returned to the elevator hall with his spoils. He patted Shinqing Yu's leg to signal her to get down and laid out the items in a row. Now, it's harvest time, he remarked, beginning with an investigation of the fiery red egg. The system displayed, item, Fire Phoenix egg. Description, an egg of the disaster beast Fire Phoenix. A premature egg can be bound with a blood contract. Due to lack of energy, it is on the brink of death. Upon seeing the description, Bai Shu thought for a moment and handed the egg to Shinqing Yu. You should hatch this. Remember, before infusing it with energy, you need to establish a blood contract. Although he wanted a pet, it wasn't a necessity. After all, Shinqing Yu was the one who discovered the underground space, and she opened the secret door. It was a rare opportunity to find something suitable for her, and Bai Shu didn't want to appear too greedy. After Shinqing Yu accepted the Fire Phoenix egg with a flushed face, Bai Shu turned his attention to the remaining equipment. Bai Shu looked down to examine the attributes of the first piece of equipment: implant, Falcon's Eye. This was a 3-star modified gear that could enhance physical constitution by 5 points, but it only worked for those with a constitution below 25. Although it carried a high risk, anyone with a constitution above 17 could completely resist genetic erosion. The installation was simple: just replace an eyeball to gain the eagle eye talent of a disaster beast, significantly enhancing vision and allowing entry into bullet time by consuming energy. After reading the description, Bai Shu couldn't help but roll his eyes. For ordinary people, this might be a piece of gear worth the risk. But for someone like him with an infinite body, gouging out his own eye for a few extra points of constitution seemed utterly foolish. He casually tossed the hard eyeball into his pocket and turned his attention to the second piece of equipment. Implant, Sunward Spine. This was a rare 9-star piece of equipment. Once implanted, it not only boosted constitution by 20 points, but also allowed a maximum constitution of 99. Even more surprisingly, its danger level was only 1 star, making it suitable for almost any Earthling. The procedure involved replacing the spinal column, which carried some surgical risk. Once equipped, it granted the bloodline of the Morning Star people, enabling the user to sense pheromones in the air and locate and unlock the last relics of the stars. After full adaptation, constitution would rapidly rise to 99, though this process required a substantial energy expenditure. After seeing the attributes of this jade-like spinal column, Bai Shu instinctively tossed it to the ground and wiped his pants. Although he was accustomed to killing, handling a human spinal column still made him uneasy. Nearby, Shinqing Yu was murmuring softly to a phoenix egg and, noticing Bai Shu's action, glanced at the spinal column on the ground. Her face turned pale. How could they make equipment out of human bones? Bai Shu shook his head and explained. It's the same principle as making implants from animal specimens and disaster beast organs. In a post-apocalyptic world, every resource must be used to its fullest. Besides, he picked up the jade-like spine again. Maybe it was donated willingly. Shinqing Yu listened in disbelief. Before the apocalypse, even a small cut could cause her pain for days, and she couldn't fathom the willpower needed to extract one's own spine. Bai Shu ignored Shinqing Yu, who was still rubbing her arms to shake off goosebumps, and turned his attention to the last piece of equipment. He secretly hoped it would be something he could use after all. Whether it was gouging out an eye or swapping a spine, he wouldn't do such things even if it meant gaining immense power instantly. Bai Shu always felt a deep sense of identity as a Chinese. As a descendant of Yan and Huang, he was reluctant to easily give up his identity as an Earthling. Moreover, he had always liked children, and changing his spine would inevitably alter his genes towards those of a Venusian. He couldn't help but imagine the trouble it would cause if, in the future, his child was taken for a paternity test and the genes didn't match. As he was lost in these thoughts, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the last piece of colony equipment, a pair of wings radiating dazzling light. The system immediately displayed detailed information. Colony equipment, wings of 7 colors. Strength. Attribute. Constitution 10 after colonization, effective if base constitution is below 50. Danger level. Trait. Risk of genetic erosion after colonization. Immunity if constitution is over 33. Usage. Attach the wing roots to the outer sides of the shoulder blades and hold for 3 seconds. Special ability. Gain the flying talent of a rainbow bird. Flight speed increases with constitution. Note. Can be hidden against the back. Emits radiant colors when in use. After reading the introduction, Bai Shu couldn't help but visualize a scene. One day, when monsters rampaged through the city, he would decisively move against the flow while enjoying barbecue with friends. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he would stride towards the monsters, his colorful wings bursting free from his clothes, shining brilliantly as they carried him skyward. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, he would effortlessly strike down the monster. This is a bit too flashy, he said, though he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Who could refuse such a blatant chance to show off? More importantly, the additional 10 points of constitution and the ability to fly after colonization were the true value. This filled him with confidence to continue exploring this world. The monsters beneath the ruins were challenging enough, not to mention the more terrifying disaster beasts. But with the wings of 7 colors equipped, enhancing his constitution along with the rainbow bird's flight ability, the dangers of exploring Venus would be reduced by 99. This was something he must have. With that thought, Bai Shu immediately placed the spine on the ground and quickly took off his shirt. Trying to install it himself proved difficult. So he turned to Shinqing Yu, who was covering her eyes with an egg. Why so shy? I'm facing away from you. Put the egg down and give me a hand, Bai Shu said, amused. Blushing, Shinqing Yu carefully placed the phoenix egg at her feet, stole a glance at Bai Shu, and quickly lowered her head again. How can I help you? Bai Shu turned to face her and handed her the wings of 7 colors. Just align the wing roots with my shoulder blades and hold it for 3 seconds. Turn around first, Shinqing Yu said, flustered, waving her hands. Bai Shu chuckled and turned around, finding it increasingly fun to tease Shinqing Yu. After waiting for a while without feeling anything, he looked back and said, just here, align it with the shoulder blades and attach it. What are you thinking about? Shinqing Yu snapped back to reality and said worriedly, you already have the tail of the epidemic bat equipped, and now you want to equip this stronger colony. Are you sure it's okay? What's the problem? Bai Shu shook his head. With the immunity talent, even if I can't colonize for long, I'll take it off in time. All right then. Shinqing Yu reluctantly agreed, attaching the wing roots to Bai Shu's shoulder blades, and reminded him, if you find you can't fully resist erosion, make sure to remove it immediately. Shinqing Yu's worries did not come to pass. Although the erosion intensity of the rainbow wing was stronger than that of the plague bat's tail, it fluctuated between 0 and 3, never breaking through the defenses of Bai Shu's infinite body. 5 minutes later, the red glow on the panel gradually faded, indicating the successful completion of the implantation. Bai Shu clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power from his enhanced physique. Suddenly, he bent down and punched the ground hard. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the elevator lobby. Bai Shu grimaced as he withdrew his fist. Despite his robust physique, the sensation of pain still existed. He looked down at his fist. Apart from a faint red mark, it was unscathed, while the marble floor had shattered. Am I strong or what? Bai Shu looked at Shinqing Yu with a proud smile. Shinqing Yu's worries vanished instantly, and she gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, she exclaimed excitedly. Brother Mo, can you fly now? Bai Shu instinctively moved the small wings, each 10 centimeters long, on his back. The wings quickly unfurled, spanning 3 meters wide in the blink of an eye. Wow, they're huge. Shinqing Yu marveled. Bai Shu blushed, thinking the compliment could easily be misunderstood. He tried flapping the wings, and to his surprise, he discovered that even without creating wind, his feet lifted off the ground, hovering steadily at a height of 30 centimeters. More astonishingly, as long as he held the thought of flying, he could maintain this height without flapping the wings. However, to move forward, backward, or change altitude, he still needed to use his wings. Curious, Shinqing Yu reached out and poked his wings. Brother Mo, how can you hover in midair without flapping your wings? Bai Shu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. The rainbow bird probably doesn't fly by beating the air, but uses magnetic fields. The wings serve to stir and control the magnetic field, so unlike ordinary birds, they don't need to constantly flap their wings to hover. Amazing, Shinqing Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Seeing this, Bai Shu had a sudden idea. He quietly moved behind her and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Want to experience what flying feels like? Without waiting for her answer, he flapped his wings, lifting them both through the elevator lobby doors, soaring through the spacious chamber. At first, Shinqing Yu was so tense she was rigid, but after circling twice, she gradually relaxed, peeking around excitedly from Bai Shu's embrace. Even in her excitement, she didn't utter a single scream, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Bai Shu carried Shinqing Yu in the air for about 10 minutes, relishing humanity's age-old dream of flight. When they finally landed in the waiting hall, Bai Shu couldn't help but marvel at the power of his boundless body. Even if an ordinary person fully adapted to the rainbow wings implant, it would take days of special training to maneuver as effortlessly as he did. After landing, Bai Shu stretched his limbs and exhaled deeply. Although he hadn't tested the extreme speed yet, he could feel the incredible power within. What delighted him even more was that controlling the magnetic field with the rainbow wings felt as natural as instinct. This filled him with confidence for future explorations, even entertaining thoughts of developing new uses like an electromagnetic cannon. Turning to the blushing Shinqing Yu, Bai Shu folded his wings and sat cross-legged on the ground, shaking the diary in his hand. We've experienced the equipment, and we've flown enough. How about we take a look at this? Shinqing Yu snapped out of her reverie and hesitated upon seeing the diary. Isn't it inappropriate to read someone else's diary? Bai Shu gave her a surprised look. Don't tell me you keep a diary too? Shinqing Yu's face turned even redder. No, no, who writes a diary these days? Bai Shu chuckled as he opened the bloodstained diary. If Xiangyang could pull out his spine to make an implant before he died, but didn't destroy this diary, and instead left notes, doesn't that mean he wanted us to know something? Not reading it would be a disservice to his intentions. Shinqing Yu agreed with his reasoning, set aside her concerns, and sat next to Bai Shu, hugging her knees. On the first page, neatly written words caught their eyes. Live towards the sun, walk in the light, with warmth in your heart. What is there to fear about life's ups and downs? The writing reminded Bai Shu of his childhood, practicing calligraphy under his mother's guidance. Turning to the second page, the handwriting became messy, like a child's scribble, and Bai Shu had to put in some effort to decipher it. Star calendar 2005, June 3rd, sunny. Today is my 5th birthday, and my parents forgot to prepare a cake again. Ever since I can remember, I've never had a birthday cake, unlike my sister and younger siblings. Xiangyang is truly a child nobody cares about. June 14th, cloudy. My sister had a cake for her birthday. It was delicious, but I'm still not happy. September 1st, morning, sunny. Started elementary school, very happy, hope to make many friends. Evening, cloudy. The teacher forgot to assign me a seat, so I had to sit at the unwanted spot in the back, couldn't see the blackboard. Classmates don't seem to like me, can't remember my name. Not happy. Star calendar 2006, January 25th, snowy. School's out, still haven't made friends. Even the teacher can't remember me. Never mind, I can play by myself. Building snowballs alone on the playground, both happy and sad. As the diary's contents unfolded, Bai Shu felt a surge of compassion. Xiangyang was a complete invisible person ignored by siblings at home. His parents knew he existed, but never celebrated his birthday and often forgot to feed him. At school, he was utterly transparent. Teachers would forget to assign him a seat or give him test papers, and classmates never remembered his name. Even when he confessed to a girl he liked, he was met with indifference. He seemed like a ghost with a heartbeat, quietly existing in this world. Xiangyang is so pitiful, Shinqing Yu suddenly said. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, even suspecting that Xiangyang might have awakened some special ability that made him easy to overlook. Otherwise, this situation was hard to explain. Just when Bai Shu thought this diary was merely Xiangyang's attempt to leave a trace of his existence in the world, a word appeared that made his pupils contract sharply. Star Calendar 2016, June 3rd, rain. Raindrops tapped against the window frame, but the joy of his 16th birthday couldn't mask the boy's anxiety. He gazed at the diary in his hand, the pen gently gliding over the paper. Today I turn 16, and if nothing goes wrong, I will descend into the dark world. As long as I survive and return from the dark world, I can practice the gene enhancement cultivation method and become a gene warrior. I will stand atop the martial arts world, becoming the center of attention. This world has a dark world too. Shinqing Yu exclaimed, eyes wide, pointing at the diary. She turned to Bai Shu beside her. But how is that possible? Aren't we the first arrivals? Isn't this the dark world? Why can they also descend into the dark world? Bai Shu frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. We are indeed the first arrivals from Earth, but the universe is far more vast than we can imagine. Even if we haven't observed other civilizations, it doesn't mean they don't exist. He paused, his gaze falling on the faintly glowing dark world invitation. As for your other questions, the answers might be hidden here. Tides of spirit surge, the extraordinary rise, the world ebbs and flows with the tide. Bai Shu softly read the words on the invitation. He looked toward the sky, forever devoid of the morning star and sun, his eyes resolute. The tide should refer to the dark world. The decline of civilization is like the fall of the morning star, plunging into eternal night, becoming our replica world. Every ruin here tells the story of a once glorious civilization. Instinctively, Shinqing Yu clutched the phoenix egg in her arms tighter, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Then, what about Earth? Will Earth become like the morning star? Don't worry. Bai Shu's mouth curved into a confident smile. The invitation makes it clear, the world ebbs and flows with the tide. Where there is ebb, there is flow. Besides, he straightened his back. With me on Earth, how could it possibly decline? Just wait for me to lead the way. Yes, yes, yes. Shinqing Yu nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with admiration. Brother Mo, I believe you can definitely lead Earth to soar. Seeing her eyes full of trust, Bai Shu felt a bit embarrassed. I was just speaking casually. Why did you take it seriously? Because I believe. Shinqing Yu giggled foolishly, urging, quickly look at the next page of the diary. I want to know what happens next. Bai Shu turned to the next page, continuing the rainy day record. Star Calendar 2016, June 4th, rain. All classmates with awakened talents have descended into the dark world, except me. The handwriting in the diary exuded deep self-doubt. Perhaps this trait of being ignored by all living things isn't a talent at all, but a testament to how insignificant my presence is. The talent stone lights up for everyone else, but remains unresponsive to me. It seems those fantasies of activating talent, descending into the dark world, and gaining fame were just the pathetic daydreams of an ordinary person. People like me can only wait until after 18, entering the dark world through the descent chamber to pick up other scraps. Star Calendar 2016, June 5th, sunny. Sunlight finally pierced the days-long gloom, yet his mother still didn't notice his existence. Even if I were to break her favorite vase right in front of her, her gaze would still glide over me as if I didn't exist. This bizarre experience sparked a thrill inside me. Perhaps this talent of mine is the most powerful of all conceptual abilities? Could it be that even the will of the morning star unconsciously ignores my presence? I can already envision the future. I will become the most formidable descendant, and even if no one knows my name while I live, after my death, it will top the morning star's hero list, with countless followers eager to offer incense in my honor. What is the will of the morning star? Shinqing Yu's eyes widened as she saw the new term in the journal, her body leaning forward unconsciously. Is it like Gaia's consciousness, the Tao, or the heavens? Does it have its own consciousness? Bai Shu shook his head, his fingers gently brushing over the yellowed pages of the journal. That's a question I can't answer. It might be like our data panels. Don't worry. Maybe there will be an explanation later in the journal. He continued to turn the pages, which made a faint rustling sound. Star Calendar 2018, June 3rd, overcast. Today, I turn 18. I'm about to enter the descendant chamber and embark on a mission in stealth mode. My loyal dark world, prepare to welcome your king. Hee, Shinqing Yu chuckled beside him. This Xiangyang is really interesting, just like my classmates who love anime. So dramatic. Bai Shu touched his nose, recalling how he was an anime fan before his rebirth. If you're not a bit dramatic in your youth, what's the point? He thought to himself and continued reading. Star Calendar 2018, September 15th, overcast. The gloomy sky mirrors my mood. The good news is, I do have a talent. The bad news is, it's called existence erasure. As the name suggests, it erases my presence from the minds of all beings. No matter what I do, everyone instinctively overlooks me. In the dark world, teammates can't see me, monsters ignore me, and even the will of the morning star does the same. Apart from a brief appearance when I first entered the dark world to give me a status panel, I can no longer activate any system functions, no temporary quests, no trade system or private space, not even the benefits of returning to the morning star after completing the main quest. It took me 3 whole months to find an official descendant passage back to the morning star. Of course, no one even charged me a toll. The journal continued to chronicle his experiences. Half a month later, he prepared to descend again, only to find no new world option on the panel, forcing him to revisit worlds that had been repeatedly plundered and were resource scarce. On his 23rd birthday, 5 years later, he was alone, but unexpectedly received longevity noodles from his mother, who always seemed lost, still remembered something. Despite the lack of resources and assistance from the will of the morning star, he finally raised his basic physique to 3 points, reaching the minimum standard for practicing gene enhancement methods. In the 53 years since the Dark World's descent, no one has been known to raise their physique to 9.99 on their own, ignite the transcendent spark, and break the first human limit. Bai Shu continued reading. But compared to my talented classmates, perhaps I'm lucky. At 16, 139 talented classmates first descended into the Dark World, and now only 21 remain alive, a mortality rate of nearly 85. Just being alive is already fortunate, isn't it? The mortality rate is so high. Shinqing Yu pointed to the small words in the journal, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Mo, do you think we might also die in the Dark World? Bai Shu turned to look at Shinqing Yu and noticed the worry etched across her face. He spoke with determination. We won't die. The diary makes it clear that after the first mandatory entry into the Dark World, any further visits are entirely up to us. If it seems dangerous, we can simply choose not to go. Shinqing Yu blinked, her expression still troubled. But the diary also says that without entering, we won't have resources, and without resources, we can't grow stronger. If Earth faces a disaster like Venus did, wouldn't we be? With your talent, Bai Shu interrupted her with a light laugh. Once we're back, the authorities will definitely treat you like a treasure. Why worry about resources? With that, he turned to the next page of the diary. The page was filled with dense writing. Star year 2030, March 3rd, snow. Today, another classmate's funeral. Now, I'm the sole survivor among this generation of gifted individuals. Why is everyone so desperate? Isn't living enough? September 1st, clear. The world's highest peak, the Divine Pillar, collapsed. Satellites captured a bottomless pit over 300 meters in diameter. September 2nd, clear. A 300-meter-long serpent with 9 heads emerged from the pit. It was officially named the Hydra, a disaster beast, a monster that brings calamity. The town beneath the Divine Pillar has been entirely massacred. September 3rd, light rain. More disaster beasts emerged from the pit, leaving devastation and spreading plagues. Lin Guanhai, the only one to break the human limit 4 times, perished with the Hydra. After his fall, the authorities began deploying nuclear bombs. September 4th, heavy rain. Not only did the nuclear bombs fail to fill the pit, but they also expanded it further. Even more terrifying disaster beasts began to emerge. September 56, continuous torrential rain. Sinkholes appeared worldwide, and disaster beasts rampaged. An island nation in the east was flattened with no survivors. Authorities began relocating civilians to underground shelters. September 15th, torrential rain continues. Flood spread. The authorities initiated the core plan, revealing they had long been constructing a base underground capable of housing tens of millions. Only gifted individuals, and those who have broken the first human limit, are eligible to enter. September 21st, overcast. The torrential rain ceased, and the core plan officially commenced. Gifted individuals and extraordinary people began migrating. Streets were filled with looters and rioters. Though I could have sneaked in undetected, I didn't. My mother didn't have a ticket. Even though everyone forgot about me, including her, she always made an extra meal. That was for me. I love her cooking. October 1st, clear. Disaster beasts invaded the city. The extraordinary who didn't enter the core plan organized resistance. I was among them. My speed is too slow, and my strength is too weak. Even though the disaster beasts can't detect my presence, I can't even make a scratch on their hard shells. On October 5th, the sky was exceptionally clear. There weren't many invading disaster beasts, and we finally managed to drive them back. Among the ruins, I unexpectedly found a lot. A pair of faintly glowing wings, an eye as hard as steel, a few vials of gene serum containing light blue liquid, and 2 random arrival cards with a metallic sheen. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't even handle the most basic implants. After a day of deep thought, I decided to use a random arrival card to venture into the Dark World. As for this diary that records everything, I'll leave it on Venus. If I don't make it back alive and someone finds this diary, please don't give it to my mother, it would only cause her heartache. On October 6, 2030, in the star calendar, I activated the arrival card. I was the first to reach this unknown dark world. I spent a long 28 years there. Fortunately, time on Venus was frozen until I completed the anchoring task. That unexplored dark world held countless precious resources, though each area was guarded by powerful monsters that couldn't detect my presence. In the 7th year of entering the dark world, after exhausting an uncountable amount of resources, I finally condensed a transcendent seed, breaking through the first human limit. My physique improved to 99.99, just a step away from the second breakthrough. Looking back, I was foolish not to have done everything possible to get a random arrival card sooner, even if it meant stealing or robbing. If I had gained this power earlier, perhaps fewer comrades would have died even though they never knew they had a silent guardian like me. After completing the first arrival, I didn't stop. After visiting my mother, I immediately prepared to use the second arrival card. On November 7th, I could no longer distinguish the weather. This world was the disaster beast's lair, filled with suffocating dangers. A casual sneeze or flap of their wings could leave me gravely injured. I could only fly cautiously at low altitudes or curl up on bare rocks to rest, fearing I might accidentally step on a poisonous insect or touch a deadly plant. Just as I was about to complete the 28-year mission, I saw the fire phoenix laying eggs. This creature, comparable to a 7-time or even 9-time limit breaker, was at its weakest. When its nemesis, the ice wind, appeared, I saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I succeeded, but it was also my doom. After a month of waiting, I finally stole the fire phoenix egg, but couldn't completely avoid the aftermath of their battle. Just a faint energy ripple burned a bloody hole in my chest. With my last breath, I returned to Venus with the fire phoenix egg, intending to give it to my mother. But strangely, the entire base was empty. To those who come after me, my falcon eye, rainbow wings, the implant made from my spine, and this hard-won fire phoenix egg, all will be yours. I only hope you will use these powers wisely to protect Venus and continue human civilization. Finally, if possible, please give this diary to my mother and ensure her safety. Tell her I will always love her. After finishing the page of the diary, a brief silence filled the hallway. Shinqing Yu's eyes were red, tears welling up as she spoke with a choked voice. Xianyang's story is so sad. Bai Shu watched the girl's tear-streaked face and couldn't help but rub his nose. The power of words transcended time, still able to evoke deep emotions and bring tears to one's eyes. Brother Imo, do you think Xianyang's mother is still alive? Shinqing Yu looked up at Bai Shu, her eyes full of hope. Bai Shu carefully considered his response. She should be alive. It seems like no one else has been to this shelter besides us. It's very tidy here, with no signs of vehicles, which suggests they didn't flee in panic or suffer a monster attack. It seems more like an orderly evacuation. Maybe Xianyang's mother is at the core base now. She must be at the core base. Shinqing Yu nodded vigorously, then looked at Bai Shu with hopeful eyes. Brother Imo, since we've found Xianyang's belongings, if we get the chance, can we help protect his mother? Sure, if we get the chance, we will definitely protect her, Bai Shu promised, though he felt pessimistic about Xianyang's mother's survival. The planet had long fallen into darkness, and too much time had passed, making survival highly unlikely. But he didn't want to shatter the girl's hopes. As he flipped through the diary in his hand, Bai Shu began to organize the key information. The landing pods that allowed ordinary people to enter the dark world, the passage connecting the present world and the dark world, the gene enhancement training method, the technology to create extraordinary biological organs for implants. These were just the tip of the iceberg that Xianyang knew. The upper echelons must hold even more secrets. But to uncover these, staying in the shelter was clearly not the solution. What should we do next? Shinqing Yu patted Bai Shu's shoulder. Continue exploring, or head back? Is there anything else here? Bai Shu asked. Not sure. This place is too big, and my sensing range is limited. Then let's head back and rest first. Bai Shu stood up. You need to take care of your little body. With that, he spread his wings, lifted Shinqing Yu in his arms, and flew towards the staircase. Upon returning to their room, they opened the door to find Wu Foong with a knowing smile. Ah, youth is wonderful, so full of energy, he sighed, rubbing his back. Unlike us old folks, who can't keep up anymore. He winked at Bai Shu. But you youngsters should know your limits, and remember to take precautions. Don't let things get out of hand. Shinqing Yu, hiding behind Bai Shu, blushed deeply, her slender fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. At this moment, Bai Shu stood shirtless, holding his clothes in one hand, and glaring at Wu Foong outside the door with annoyance. We're not what you think, Bai Shu said, stepping aside to reveal Shinqing Yu behind him. She was carefully cradling a large, fiery red egg in her arms, its surface covered with mysterious patterns. Wu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, what kind of egg is this? How is it so big and red? And it has patterns. Did you find it in the room? Why doesn't my room have one? Faced with Wu Feng's barrage of questions, Shinqing Yu looked bewildered and gently tugged at Bai Shu's sleeve. Seeing this, Bai Shu shrugged helplessly. It's a phoenix egg, found at the underground construction site beneath the air raid shelter. Besides this, we found other things too. As he spoke, Bai Shu turned to reveal newly sprouted small wings on his back, then pointed to several items on the desk inside the room: a single eyeball, a section of spine, and a yellow diary. Wu Foong reached out to touch Bai Shu's wings, but missed, earning a roll of the eyes from Bai Shu. Undeterred, Wu Foong grinned and leaned in to examine the items on the desk. There's an underground site too? Are these things like your wings and tail? Some kind of equipment? Wu Foong asked, full of curiosity but carefully standing outside the door, refraining from using his investigative skills. This restraint came from his ingrained sense of discipline. Since Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu found the items, it wasn't his place to pry. Noticing Wu Feng's restraint, Bai Shu glanced at him in surprise, then turned to fetch the equipment. Don't you have an investigative skill? See for yourself. After using his skill, Wu Foong immediately pulled a face of disdain. This equipment is crazy, swapping eyeballs and spines, it's absurd. By the way, can you read what's in this diary? Suddenly, as if remembering something, he held the falcon's eye with a sycophantic smile. Xiao Mo, you're already so strong. You probably don't need to swap eyes, right? How about selling it to me? Name your price, and if I don't have enough, I can borrow from old Wang. Bai Shu was puzzled by Wu Feng's change in attitude. Brother Wu, weren't you just disgusted by it? Why do you suddenly want to buy it? Tightening his grip on the eyeball, Wu Foong sighed. I have a brother who was a minesweeper. A few years ago, he lost his sight to a landmine. I wanted to see if this could help him regain his vision. Bai Shu was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. These implants can erode human genes. The diary makes it clear anyone with a physique below 17 points who uses them will just become a mindless monster. Giving this to your brother would harm him, not help him. Wu Foong looked troubled at this, then confusedly turned to Bai Shu. Then how can you equip 2 implants at once without issues? Before Bai Shu could answer, the usually quiet Shinqing Yu spoke up. It's a gift. Brother Mo's talent allows him to be immune to the genetic erosion of the implants. Immune to genetic erosion, Bai Shu muttered to himself, watching as Wu Foong compared the falcon's eye to his own. These gadgets seem tailor-made for you. The chosen one, Wu Foong remarked in awe. Bai Shu's lips twitched slightly at this. If Wu Foong knew his true abilities, he'd probably be green with envy. As Bai Shu picked up the gear and was about to head to the monitoring room, he remembered something, turned back, and took the backpack from Wu Foong to hand it to Shinqing Yu. Qing Yu, you're not as physically strong as us. Why don't you rest first? Bai Shu suggested while checking the panel. The number of survivors had dropped to 2,523, which prompted him to add, who knows how long we'll be stuck in this cursed place. If you fall sick, there won't be any doctors to help you. Okay, Brother Mo, I'll go rest now. Shinqing Yu took the backpack and skipped into a small room. After settling Shinqing Yu, Bai Shu and Wu Foong went to the monitoring room. Wang Wei was intently watching the screens and looked surprised when they entered with the gear. Before he could ask, Bai Shu recounted their recent experiences. After finishing, Bai Shu glanced at the monitor, which was displaying a series of numbers just as he expected. 206000523162701. Star date May 23, 2060, for 27 p.m. So, Xianyang has been dead for 30 years. Bai Shu murmured, then turned to Wu Foong. If those disaster beasts haven't found the core base of the Venusian people, they might not be extinct yet. You mean we might encounter Venusian natives? Wu Foong paused, his hand midway through fiddling with the gadget. Wang Wei shifted his gaze to the monitor facing them and shook his head. Not just might, but it's highly likely. Maybe the Venusians anticipated this day and are observing us from their core base right now. Bai Shu's eyes scanned the corner where the monitor was, agreeing with Wang Wei's reasoning. Yet, seeing Xianyang's spinal bone, he had a different thought. The description of the spinal bone clearly stated that installing it would grant Venusian lineage, allowing the user to receive pheromones from the air and locate and open the last relic of Venus. The word relic seemed to imply that the Venusians were already extinct. Noticing Bai Shu's gaze, Wang Wei explained, I've seen the description of the spinal bone, but the detection skill isn't foolproof. Just like your detection of the gear showed it as dangerous, but your immunity talent renders it harmless to you. So, detection skills, or what we call the will of the planet, can also make mistakes. Bai Shu nodded thoughtfully. Wang Wei's skeptical attitude was quite different from his own. He completely trusted the panel, while Wang Wei questioned everything. Ah, Ban, you've been doubted. Bai Shu joked in his mind about this convenient cheat, but on second thought, Wang Wei had a point. The panel, no matter how powerful, had its limits, whereas human potential was boundless. Instead of blindly trusting the panel, it was better to believe in oneself. As for whether the Venusian race was extinct, if he became strong enough, he could personally explore Earth's core to find out. Naturally, to enhance his strength, the gene enhancement cultivation method was particularly important. With this in mind, Bai Shu turned to Wang Wei. I've decided. I'll get a good night's rest tonight and head to the research facility tomorrow morning to see if I can find anything useful. Wang Wei was about to dissuade him when Bai Shu spread his arms, and the wings on his back suddenly expanded. Oh, I forgot to mention the abilities of the rainbow wings. They're not just for show. Before he finished speaking, the wings, larger than a person, gently flapped, and Bai Shu soared into the air. With the rainbow wings, while the risks of exploring the research facility weren't completely eliminated, they were significantly reduced. Wu Foong watched Bai Shu in midair with envy, nudging Wang Wei with his elbow. That kid can fly now. When will you equip my exoskeleton with a flight system? Wang Wei snapped out of his shock, rolling his eyes. Do you think it's that easy to add one? Besides, what you're wearing is a test piece from the research facility, not yours. If you don't like it, take it off. How could I not like it? Wu Foong quickly put on a smile. I just think it would be great if it had a flight system, fire control system, radar system, and was loaded with ammunition. In case of another sudden dark world invasion, we wouldn't be caught off guard. Wang Wei ignored Wu Feng's wishful thinking and turned to Bai Shu, looking serious. What do you plan to do with the remaining 2 pieces of equipment? What else? Since I brought them out, I want to sell them for a good price. But after hearing Bai Shu's plan, Wang Wei looked troubled. Colonization gear is indeed valuable. Even if we can't use it due to our physical limitations, it has high research value. But the problem is, this is the first time colonization gear has appeared, and we can't give a fair price. If we offer too much, some people in the organization will have issues. Not everyone in the organization is noble. Some have abandoned their beliefs, and others are stubbornly old-fashioned. If we offer too little, it might affect our future cooperation. Understanding Wang Wei's concerns, Bai Shu handed the spinal gear to him without hesitation. Just note it down. We're not the only ones in the country who've entered the dark world. If we can develop a landing pod for ordinary people to enter the dark world, the organization will naturally set a proper price for these things. My requirements aren't high. In the future, if the organization gets something useful to me, I'd like to exchange it using the credit from this. For Bai Shu, exchanging something he couldn't use for a favor from the organization was a win-win deal. As a Chinese, he naturally hoped his country would prosper and didn't mind contributing his part. Of course, if the organization turned out to be full of greedy individuals, that would be another matter entirely. After handing Wang Wei the spinal gear, Bai Shu discussed some trivial matters with him before returning to his small room to rest. Although he had gained a lot today and felt no physical fatigue after his body enhancement, he was mentally exhausted. A young man who had never killed anything more than a chicken in 2 lifetimes had been fighting monsters and people all day. How could he not be tired? Lying in bed, Bai Shu closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and drifted off to sleep. Until a series of urgent knocks broke the silence of the room. Bai Shu rubbed his sleepy eyes and was met with Wu Feng's grave expression. Have the monsters broken in? No, Wu Foong shook his head. But what's more bizarre is that they haven't even launched an attack. The two hurried to the surveillance room. Bai Shu looked up at the screen, his brow immediately furrowing. On the display, a tide of diverse monsters was moving, crossing ruins, streams, and dense forests, each carrying a corpse Bai Shu had previously hidden, ultimately gathering in the square. Most chillingly, these creatures weren't fighting over the bodies but stood in orderly formation, like soldiers awaiting inspection. These monsters are so orderly. Could there be a leader commanding them? I know what you mean. Wu Foong interjected before Bai Shu could finish. Could it be the bone demon from the building? Bai Shu glanced at Dat Song Ming, then turned back to the screen. The bone demon's strength is only 6.5. It's not strong enough to intimidate all the creatures. It's probably not the leader. Then could it be the one from the underground lair? Wu Foong suggested, eyes darting. Bai Shu pondered for a moment, then nodded. It's possible, but we can't be sure yet. Regardless, we're likely in trouble. Just as he finished speaking, the surveillance footage showed sudden movement. The once orderly monster horde began to stir, quickly opening a 2-meter-wide path between the edge of the square and a small mound. Moments later, a figure appeared with grace. It was a mesmerizing female form, slender waist, long legs, alabaster skin, delicate features, and even a pale third eye on her forehead that exuded an eerie allure. The sound of someone swallowing nervously echoed in the surveillance room. Faced with Bai Shu and Wang Wei's strange looks, Wu Foong shivered. This creature is terrifying. I can't muster any will to fight. Bai Shu and Wang Wei exchanged a glance. Indeed, I only want to embrace her tenderly, Bai Shu agreed with a nod. As they watched the creature ascend the small mound, Bai Shu's expression grew more serious. This creature likely has a bewitching ability. Exactly, Wang Wei concurred. Anyone without strong will or mental fortitude who looks at her might end up like these monsters, obeying her every command. Wu Foong, hearing this, anxiously asked, what do we do? Can the bunker hold them off? Should we wait until daylight to move? Can we guarantee we won't encounter these creatures, or something even more powerful after relocating? Bai Shu dismissed the idea. Perhaps we should. Before he could finish, the monsters in the square suddenly let out a deafening roar. In the next moment, several large, bloated creatures emerged from the horde, quickly advancing towards the entrance of the bunker. They opened their massive jaws menacingly, and from deep within their throats extended a long, tubular appendage that spewed corrosive green acid, which sizzled as it hit the thick metal door. Meanwhile, another group of clawed monsters furiously tore at the hard concrete ground. Even though their claws were worn down to bloody stumps, they tirelessly dug, seemingly intent on creating an underground passage to the bunker. Damn these things, Wang Wei cursed, frowning as he turned to Bai Shu. You mentioned an underground construction site earlier. There should be a passage leading outside, right? Not sure. Bai Shu shook his head. The site is too large, and Shinqing Yu was exhausted. We haven't had a chance to explore it completely. As he spoke, his eyes were drawn to new red data appearing on the surveillance screen. Protective door number 1, damage rate, 0.01. Wu Foong, standing nearby, also noticed the data but couldn't read it. He looked over for help. What do these red words mean? The damage rate of the first door is already at 1/10, Bai Shu explained. Seeing Wu Feng's expression of relief, he quickly poured cold water on the optimism. This isn't a game. The door doesn't need to be completely destroyed. If they make even a small breach, these creatures can get in, and they're digging a tunnel. So don't get too excited yet. With that, Bai Shu turned to leave the monitoring room. Where are you going? Wu Feng hurriedly asked. Aren't we dealing with these monsters? To fight them, Bai Shu replied with a cold smile, his tone laced with sarcasm. Unless you think I should go find another exit at the construction site. Hee hee. Wu Feng scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I just got anxious seeing the monsters trying to break in. He picked up an automatic rifle nearby. How about I go with you? I'm not much help here anyway. Bai Shu gently flapped the small wings on his back. Brother Wu, I know you're worried, but hold on. I can fly, so it's easier for me to search alone. These creatures will take time to break in. If you have nothing to do, you might as well look around the bunker. Maybe you'll find a hidden door we haven't discovered yet. After giving Wu Feng his instructions, Bai Shu nodded to Wang Wei and then left the monitoring room. He went to Shinqing Yu's door and knocked lightly. A moment later, Shinqing Yu opened it, still half asleep, clutching the phoenix egg. Brother Mo, what's up? She asked groggily. Is it morning already? Bai Shu reached out to tousle her already messy mushroom-shaped hair, glancing at the wardrobe in her room. Not yet, but I've slept enough and am planning to explore the underground site. He deliberately didn't mention the monster invasion, as this girl was timid and had been exhausted during the day. Better to let her rest than worry. Hearing about the exploration, Shinqing Yu perked up a bit. Do you want me to come with you? If there's anything valuable underground, I won't miss it if I'm there. No need. Bai Shu lightly tapped the egg in her arms with his knuckle. I'll check first to see if there are any monsters or other passages. If there's treasure hunting to be done, I'll definitely call you. All right, Shinqing Yu nodded obediently, then added sheepishly. Honestly, I haven't had enough sleep either. After Shinqing Yu opened the hidden door in the wardrobe, Bai Shu immediately spread his wings and shot off like an arrow towards the underground construction site. The dimly lit elevator lobby appeared before him, and although only a few hours had passed since his last visit, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia. He quickly ascended, closely observing the ceiling of the cavern. The structure made him frown. Exposed wires were scattered haphazardly, with no metal protective panels in sight. This design flaw worried him. If those creatures were to dig through here, wouldn't they easily invade the shelter via the stairs? Not daring to delay, Bai Shu flew swiftly along the exposed wires away from the elevator lobby. As he went deeper, the scale of the underground construction site shocked him. Nearly 30 meters in height, with a distance of nearly 3 kilometers from the elevator lobby to the rock wall. Just how many people was this enormous underground base meant to accommodate? Skirting around thick supporting pillars, Bai Shu, flying close to the rock wall, finally spotted a light. He immediately changed direction and flew towards the source. Soon, a magnificent passageway appeared, 15 meters high, over 30 meters wide, slightly inclined upwards, and elliptical in shape. The interior of the passage was covered with thick, silvery white armor, matching the style of the shelter. Outside the passage, engineering vehicles were neatly lined up, some still piled with freshly excavated rock and soil. This orderly arrangement made Bai Shu ponder. Could it be that the beings from Venus only temporarily evacuated, intending to return, but ultimately abandoning the base due to some unforeseen event? Despite his doubts, the immediate task was to check the safety at the other end of the passage. After entering the passage, Bai Shu maintained a speed of 35 meters per second, flying continuously. 10 minutes passed, yet the end of the passage was still not in sight, causing him anxiety based on the flying distance. This passage extended over 20 kilometers, enough to span the entire city. After flying for another 5 minutes, Bai Shu finally reached the end of the passage. Flying alone in this deep underground passage made him shiver involuntarily, rubbing his chilled arms. He entered the room at the end, facing a huge display screen with several surveillance images frozen on it. Is this also a monitoring room? He realized, understanding why he couldn't find surveillance footage of the construction site in the shelter and underground elevator lobby. It was all concentrated here. Upon closely examining the surveillance, Bai Shu found that the system layout here was similar to that of the shelter, divided into internal and external sections. Internally covering the passage and construction area, externally monitoring the area beyond the passage. After a brief observation, he received good news. The entire construction site and passage were silent, with no signs of any creatures lurking. The discovery of the tunnel exit located halfway up the mountain made Bai Shu furrow his brows. Although the surroundings of the mountain were temporarily safe, the enormous bird's nest at the top, with a diameter of 100 meters, was daunting. Inside the nest lay two gigantic eggs, each as tall as a person, while the nest's owner, a bird of astonishing size, was presumably out hunting for food. How big must this bird be? Could it be the disaster beast mentioned in Xiangyang's journal? Bai Shu pondered, finally understanding why the people of Venus had abandoned this base. With such a colossal creature looming overhead, who would dare to come and go in this eerie place? As a newcomer, facing such a level of threat, Bai Shu shook his head helplessly and turned away from the control room to meet Shinqing Yu and the others. Although this place wasn't absolutely safe, it offered more of an escape route compared to being besieged in the bunker. Entering the forest might expose them to the disaster beast, but it was better than waiting for the bunker to be breached and being caught with no options. On his way back, Bai Shu attempted to start the roadside construction vehicles, but the results were disappointing. Some keys wouldn't budge as if they were rusted, and the few vehicles that could turn over wouldn't start at all. This futile attempt delayed him by nearly 10 minutes. Upon returning to the bunker, Shinqing Yu, leaning against the headboard, immediately noticed him. "Brother Imo, you're back." She looked weary but still mustered the energy to show concern for him. "Why aren't you resting?" Bai Shu asked with slight worry. "I was worried about you," Shinqing Yu replied with a sly smile. "Besides, I'm not stupid. You rushed to explore the underground site. Something must have happened, right? Is there a monster attacking the bunker?" Seeing her perceptiveness, Bai Shu couldn't help but smile, gently patting her head. "I can't fool you indeed. But don't worry, I found another exit. Even if those monsters break in, I can get you out safely." He sighed. "But to be safe, we should move to the other tunnel exit." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shinqing Yu nodded obediently, clutching the fire phoenix egg as she followed Bai Shu to the control room. Wang Wei and Wu Foong were focused on the screens. Wu Foong waved as soon as he saw Bai Shu. "Look at this. Is this the 3D model of the bunker? Are those red areas where it's being attacked?" Bai Shu examined the data closely. The first gate had been corroded nearly 20 centimeters, and although the damage rate was only 3, it was estimated to be breached in an hour. The third tunnel situation was even worse. The tundra-thick wall had been corroded almost 10 centimeters. If the material was the same as the gate, the two Japanese and the Australian might see monsters pouring in from the ceiling in about 10 hours. Wu Foong thoughtfully stroked his chin as he watched the creatures digging tirelessly beneath the ground on the surveillance monitor. These creatures seemed to have some sort of sensory ability. Otherwise, they couldn't dig so precisely, he analyzed in a deep voice. "How about we lure them into different tunnels to buy us some time?" Bai Shu initially found the suggestion feasible, but after pondering it, he shook his head. "Those creatures stopped digging further down, likely because we caught their attention. If we go there recklessly, they might follow our scent to the hall, leaving us with even less time." He turned to Wang Wei, his expression serious. "I discovered another exit underground, but the situation isn't promising. There's a massive lair of disaster beasts outside the exit, with 2 unhatched eggs inside. Fortunately, there's a monitoring room there where we can observe the underground site and the passages." Bai Shu paused before continuing. "I suggest you all move there first while I search for other exit routes." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinqing Yu nervously offered, "I'll go with you to find a passage. With my abilities, I'm sure I can find another way out." Seeing her eagerness, Bai Shu considered for a moment before asking, "Can your body handle it?" Shinqing Yu nodded vigorously, worried that Bai Shu would refuse if she hesitated. Seeing this, Bai Shu agreed to her request. Considering the distance to the construction site exit and the presence of a physically weaker girl in the group, Bai Shu turned to Wu Foong. "That exit is about 30 kilometers away. Without transportation, Shufan and the Peruvian kid might not make it. You'll have to decide on the specifics." Hearing this, Wang Wei gave Wu Feng's exoskeleton armor a meaningful pat. The Chunlong exoskeleton armor can run at full power for 48 hours. Bai Shu caught on immediately and added with a smile, "There's also a cart in the waste disposal room. Given the unknown duration of our stay in the dark world, it's best to bring extra supplies to avoid going hungry." Wu Feng looked resigned. "So I'm the pack mule now?" Even Shinqing Yu was amused, making a gesture of encouragement. "You're the strong one, Uncle Wu. You got this." "All right, I'll pull it. I have the strength," Wu Feng sighed. "But they have to walk the first half themselves. I'll help if they really can't continue." With that, he left the monitoring room to prepare supplies. Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu followed him out. As they stepped out, Bai Shu suddenly remembered something and turned back to Wang Wei. "By the way, there's an elevator between the air raid shelter and the underground site. We didn't use it before because we were worried it might be out of order. We need to bring supplies down soon." so let's test if the elevator still works. The entrance to the elevator hall is in the room where Qing Yu is sleeping. As Bai Shu pondered this, he unfurled his white wings, gently picked up Shinqing Yu, and flew out of the control room. Wow, there's an angel, a voice filled with excitement exclaimed as soon as they stepped out. Bai Shu looked over to see a Taiwanese girl, Shufan, holding her hands to her heart, gazing at him with admiration. Angel, are you here to save me? Shufan's eyes sparkled with fervor. My mom and grandma are devout Christians. I wasn't one before, but I definitely plan to believe in God from now on. Hearing Shufan's soft Taiwanese accent, Bai Shu couldn't help but mentally cringe. The reputation of Taiwanese girls being overly sweet was not unfounded. Her sugary voice exceeded his expectations. Holding Shinqing Yu, he flew to Shufan and said calmly, Angel, those creatures with eyes all over them from the Bible? Sorry to disappoint, I'm not one of those. Instead of pinning your hopes on an elusive faith, why not put in some effort yourself? With that, he spread his wings and flew towards the wall, carefully searching for any possible passage. Behind him, Shufan continued to stare blankly in his direction until Wu Foong nudged her back to reality. Did you hear that? He told me to work hard. Shufan excitedly shook Wu Foong's arm. He must be worried about me being in danger, which is why he said that. He cares about me, he cares so much, he must like me, right? When should we get married? What should we name our kids? Watching Shufan fall into a daydream, Wu Foong sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Am I going to have to pull this cart later? Bai Shu, now far away, didn't hear this conversation. He stood in front of a wall, watching it slowly rise to reveal a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide dark passage. There really is a passage. Good thing I brought you along. If I had to find it myself, who knows how long it would have taken. I was just lucky to have a good talent, Shinqing Yu said quietly, looking down. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to find the passage and switch. If someone else had my talent, they could do it too. Be confident. Talent is a part of your ability. Don't underestimate yourself. You are unique. Bai Shu encouraged her, then looked at the dark passage. The lighting system seems to be broken. Do you still want to go in with me? Yes. Shinqing Yu nodded firmly. Wherever you go, I'll go, brother Imo. Hearing this, Bai Shu glanced at Shinqing Yu suspiciously, his fingers curling slightly. Could this girl have feelings for him? But on second thought, a young girl alone in a perilous dark world suddenly finding someone she could trust and rely on, developing feelings seemed reasonable. Besides, hadn't he whimsically flown her around the underground space earlier? Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Bai Shu picked up Shinqing Yu and flew into the dark passage. However, after flying less than 800 meters, he had to stop and sigh. The passage had collapsed. There was more than one collapsed passageway. After quickly searching the air raid shelter with Shinqing Yu in his arms, Bai Shu discovered 3 more escape routes hidden within the steel walls. The lighting systems in these passages varied in condition, but without exception, they had all completely collapsed, just like the first passage. Upon returning from the 4th passage, Shinqing Yu noticed Bai Shu's furrowed brow and cautiously suggested, Brother Imo, in novels and movies, I've seen that research labs and bunkers usually have ventilation systems. Since you said the ventilation system here is still intact, should we check the ventilation shafts? Bai Shu looked down at Shinqing Yu in his arms and smiled gently. I've already checked the ventilation shafts. The diameter is too small for anyone to fit through. He placed Shinqing Yu down steadily and headed toward the control room. But we have a backup plan. There's another exit at the underground construction site. As soon as they reached the monitoring room, Shufan, who was waiting at the door, hurried over. You're finally back. She pulled a steaming can from her coat. You must be hungry after all that work, so I heated this up for you. Bai Shu took the can emitting a milky aroma with some confusion, thanked her briefly, and walked into the monitoring room. Behind him, Shinqing Yu shot a wary glance, as if facing a neighbor girl eyeing her beloved toy. Shufan was equally unyielding, eyeing Shinqing Yu up and down, her gaze lingering on her flat chest with a challenging look. Shinqing Yu took a few deep breaths in frustration, then seemed to think of something and stood dejectedly beside Bai Shu. Seeing this, Shufan triumphantly occupied the other side. Unaware of the silent tension between the two, Bai Shu focused entirely on the monitor screen flashing red. The screen showed that the first gate remained stable, but the condition of the 3rd passage was worrying. A 3D model clearly displayed that the protective layer at the top of the passage had been eroded to less than 10 centimeters, teetering on the brink of collapse. I wasn't gone long while checking other passages, was I? How did it suddenly become so severely corroded? Bai Shu asked with a frown. Wang Wei sighed and explained, just half a minute after you left, the corrosion rate suddenly accelerated. By the time I noticed, the protective layer was down to this thin layer. Hearing this, Bai Shu gave a cold laugh. Typical shoddy construction. The outer 10 centimeters are made with genuine materials to pass inspections, while the inside is filled with substandard stuff. This way, the contractors make a fortune, right? Seems like unscrupulous businessmen aren't exclusive to Earth. Wang Wei's expression grew even darker. When we get back, I'll definitely apply to the higher-ups to thoroughly investigate these illegal businessmen. Yeah, right. Upon hearing Wang Wei's promise, Bai Shu shrugged. Can you really pull out all the weeds? In the monitoring room, Wang Wei slowly shifted his gaze from the flickering screen to Bai Shu, his eyes filled with curiosity. Is that what you really think? It's not just what I think, Bai Shu replied, spreading his hands with a hint of resignation. It's what most young people believe. Once there's a bad apple in the bunch, can anyone still call it clean? Wang Wei remained silent for a while, eventually letting out a sigh. Let's hope there's still time for the organization to make amends. Bai Shu fully understood the implication behind Wang Wei's words. The sudden emergence of the dark world had caught everyone off guard. On this ancient land, there's never been a shortage of ambitious figures who challenge authority or tales of the oppressed seeking revenge. Nor is there a lack of opportunists ready to seize power amidst chaos. The arrival of a new era could easily lead to widespread upheaval. However, for Bai Shu, these broader issues weren't his main concern. He simply wanted to quietly grow stronger, protect what needed protecting, and confront what needed confronting. Sensing the tension in the air, Shufan interjected to lighten the mood. Oh, come on. It's just some people not doing their jobs even though they're getting paid. What's the big deal? Back where I'm from, the blue and green factions are always arguing, and it takes years to get a road approved. Compared to us, you guys have it pretty good. Her words immediately eased the atmosphere in the monitoring room. People tend to see things more clearly when they have something to compare against. That's true, Wang Wei chimed in. Compared to places with rampant gun violence or countries where chaos reigns, we're genuinely working hard to combat crime and corruption. We're not perfect, but we're making progress. Just give it some time, and things will get better. Bai Shu didn't respond. Wang Wei had a point, but Bai Shu had his own thoughts. In the past, authority was like a clenched fist. The most he could do was vent his frustrations online, all the while worrying about repercussions. Now, power was within his grasp, and any injustice could be met with a decisive response. So, does that make me the rogue? Bai Shu mused to himself, dismissing the thought as he refocused on the surveillance footage. How's Uncle Wu's preparation coming along? Wang Wei was about to answer when Cheng Lei suddenly entered the room. Wu Feng's warning shattered the quiet of the monitoring room. There's a monster invasion. We need to evacuate immediately. His voice carried an undeniable sense of urgency. Yin Luo's attention was drawn to the flashing red lights on the monitor screen, her heartbeat quickening. She suddenly realized a serious issue. Why haven't those foreign guests been informed? Are you using them as bait? That's practically murder. Bai Shu stood in front of the monitor, tapping the screen with a cryptic smile on his face. Don't worry, in 3 to 5 minutes, those monsters will be visiting the third passage. Want to come with me to see their dramatic entrance from the ceiling? He turned to Cheng Lei, his tone teasing. Reporter Cheng, since you're so concerned about the foreign guests, why don't we go notify them now and cover their retreat? As expected, Cheng Lei, who had been so outspoken moments ago, immediately deflated. I'm not strong enough. I'd just be a burden. Bai Shu cut her off directly. Exactly. You're afraid of dying, and so am I. Taking care of our own people is the limit. And don't try to guilt me with national duty. When the country evacuates its citizens from war zones, does it take people from other countries along? Cheng Lei was left speechless. Bai Shu smirked internally. This was a classic case of the 500,000 mentality, eloquent when it's someone else's problem, but quick to retreat when personal safety is at stake. Meanwhile, in the third passage, 2 Japanese men sleeping by the iron gate were jolted awake by a scream. Li Mike was frantically wiping his calf with a blanket, his painful cries echoing through the corridor. Mike-kun, what's wrong? Mishima, who knew some English, asked nervously, fearing his companion had mutated. Koizumi stood up, peered over, and was instantly chilled to the bone. Mishima-kun, look at his leg. Mishima looked closely and saw a wrist-thick, charred hole in Li Mike's calf, with white smoke still seeping out, revealing the blackened, charred bones inside. Just then, Li Mike let out another scream. Rolling frantically on the ground, his back was now smoking too, clearly with another hole. Mishima looked up sharply, noticing a thumb-sized hole in the ceiling that was steadily growing. Soon, an eyeball attached to tentacles emerged from the hole, scanning the area before locking onto the shocked Mishima and Koizumi. So this die? Mishima muttered. In the monitoring room, Bai Shu watched the entire scene with an expressionless face. The 2 Japanese men were quickly dragged away after a brief struggle. An Australian was wrapped up and taken by a web-spinning creature, and finally, the monitor itself was destroyed by a monster with an unusually long tongue. Only then did he let out a long sigh, as if he had just witnessed a performance with an ending he had anticipated all along. Now, he was sure that even if he could fly, he would likely be in trouble with these bizarrely capable creatures. Bai Shu looked around and noticed that Wu Foong and the Peruvian kid hadn't returned yet. He turned to Wang Wei. We've all seen how powerful those creatures are, and even the folks from Japan and Australia didn't stand a chance. We need to get out of here. How are Wu Foong and the others preparing? Wang Wei turned to Bai Shu. Everything's ready. They're testing the elevators. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu quickly signaled to Shinqing Yu and led the way out of the control room. Then what are we waiting for? Our lives come first. I don't want to face those creatures Hedon. As they reached the elevator lobby, they found Wu Foong leaning against the wall, idly playing with his gun. You finally made it, Wu Foong said, straightening up. We tested with a card earlier, and all the elevators are working fine. The Peruvian kid is already waiting downstairs. Are we leaving now? Bai Shu nodded and picked up Shinqing Yu. Unless you want to wait for those creatures to catch up and have a deadly chase? He pointed at the elevator with his chin. But I've had claustrophobia since I was a kid. I get anxious in elevators, so I'll take the stairs with Qing Yu. Snuggled in by Shu's arms, Shinqing Yu glanced at Shufan, who was both embarrassed and annoyed, and quietly agreed. I also have claustrophobia. Bai Shu chuckled, nodded to Wang Wei, and flew towards the stairs with Shinqing Yu in his arms. Shufan was about to follow, but was stopped by Wu Foong. They can fly, so they might get downstairs faster than the elevator. If you insist on taking the stairs, we won't stop you, but by the time you reach the bottom, those creatures might have already caught up. I. Shufan stammered, unable to find words, and stomped into the elevator in frustration. Wang Wei and Wu Foong exchanged a knowing smile. To be young again. Back in the day Wu Foong began to reminisce, but was cut off by Wang Wei. You mean when you sneaked into the women's camp at night to confess and not only got rejected, but also caught by the inspector, earning a major demerit? Wu Feng's face turned crimson. Weren't we supposed to never mention that? The lively banter helped ease the tension brought on by the creature invasion. When the elevator doors opened again, Wu Foong indeed saw Bai Shu and the others waiting at the entrance. See, I told you they'd get down faster, he said with a smile to Shufan, then turned to Bai Shu. What's the plan now? Bai Shu gestured towards the dimly lit construction site. It's about 3 kilometers to the tunnel, though it's a bit long. Unfortunately, none of the construction vehicles here are operational, or we could save some effort. With that, he led the way. The group moved forward in silence until they reached the faintly lit, massive tunnel entrance, where Wu Foong stopped in awe. Building such a large underground shelter must have taken a lot of time, even for us. Wang Wei kept walking and called back. Who cares how they built it? It's history now. We just need to focus on one thing. Reaching the tunnel exit as quickly as possible to secure our way out. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. The tunnel is just ahead. Keep going, and you'll reach the exit. I'll take Qing Yu and go ahead. There's a monitoring room at the exit of the underground site. If those creatures invade first, I'll be able to spot them immediately. With that, he flew towards the exit with Shinqing Yu. The threat of the creatures loomed like a shadow, demanding constant vigilance for peace of mind. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that just as he settled Shinqing Yu in the monitoring room, an unexpected event suddenly unfolded. Creak. A piercing scratching sound echoed from the corridor, like the screech of metal being cut by a saw, accompanied by an eerie rhythm that drilled into Bai Shu's eardrums. Instinctively, he covered his ears and glanced at the surveillance monitor glowing with a red light, freezing in place. On the screen, a gigantic creature was attacking the passage door. It was an enormous bird, almost as tall as the corridor itself, covered in a dazzling array of feathers. It clawed incessantly at the steel door with its sharp talons, and when that failed, it started pecking with its pointed beak. Eventually, it seemed to abandon its efforts, spreading wings that extended beyond the screen's view, and flew back to its nest, settling once more on its eggs. Brother Imo. Shinqing Yu emerged from the room, her face etched with fear. Was there a monster attacking the passage door just now? I sensed a powerful presence, much stronger than those creatures that invaded the bunker. She looked at the surveillance footage, her voice trembling. Before I came, the passage door was always safe. But shortly after I arrived, it was attacked. Brother Imo, could it be because of me? Bai Shu moved to her side, soothing her gently. It's probably not because of you. It's more likely that the phoenix egg you're holding attracted it. The phoenix has a high status, and its egg is extremely alluring to avian creatures. But that big bird couldn't break in, so you don't need to worry too much. By the way, can you sense its emotions? Mostly curiosity and confusion. Shinqing Yu tapped her head. I've been gathering energy from the surroundings. Could it have mistaken me for some kind of treasure? That's possible, Bai Shu replied, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Go back and rest. You'll need your energy to face any potential crises. Shinqing Yu nodded and quietly returned to her room. Bai Shu refocused on the monitor. The creatures invading the bunker had not caught up. Wang Wei and the others had entered the passage, and the giant bird remained atop the mountain, incubating its egg. This damned world is getting harder to survive in, he muttered to himself, cracking open a can and collapsing into a chair to rest his eyes. For hours later, Wu Foong finally appeared at the door, pushing a cart loaded with supplies. As soon as he arrived, he slumped against the wall, panting heavily. Damn, we finally made it. Old Wang, give me some water. After gulping down a large bottle of water, he looked up at Bai Shu. Those creatures didn't catch up, did they? I was on edge the entire way, terrified they'd get us. This is nearly a ton of goods, and we trekked over 30 kilometers. Those who are capable do more work, right? At this crucial moment, we have to rely on you, Brother Wu. Bai Shu praised Wu Foong, then continued. You guys are fast. Those monsters probably haven't broken through the shelter's defenses yet. Even if they get in, it won't be easy for them to find us quickly. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Wei, standing in front of the monitors, coughed twice. Those monsters seem to be on their way. Bai Shu turned to look at the surveillance screen. On the screen, a terrifying mutated canine creature appeared hairless, with a mouth split into 8 parts and filled with ferocious teeth. It sniffed the ground, then started barking furiously in the direction Bai Shu and the others had taken. Suddenly, a horde of monsters, like a flood bursting through a dam, poured out from the waiting area and charged down the corridor. Bai Shu regretfully patted his mouth. I guess I should talk less in the future. I think you had a point, Wu Foong quipped, then turned his gaze to the big bird nesting on the monitor. When do we make our move? Staying here means certain death, but if we go out, we might just get lucky and that bird won't be interested in us. Bai Shu thought for a moment. Let's wait until those monsters get closer before we head out. We'll follow right behind them. Let them distract the big bird for us. He rubbed his head in frustration. Although they might be fine going outside, considering how the big bird reacted when Shinqing Yu arrived, she might be in trouble. With a sigh, Bai Shu approached the control panel and pressed a pale green button. I'll go outside first to check the situation. As he spoke, a small door at the bottom of the main gate, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, silently opened. Bai Shu was about to praise the quality of Venus technology when he suddenly froze in place. A suffocating sense of danger enveloped him, akin to the panic and dread of getting caught playing on his phone during night study, only to find the principal peering through the window. The oppressive aura from the small door almost stopped Bai Shu's heart. He thought to himself, is this the aura of that big bird? Even with my limitless body immune to negative states, I'm nearly losing my mind. If it catches sight of me, will I be scared out of my wits? Looking around, the others were in worse shape. Wang Wei was slumped in his chair, Wu Foong was sprawled on the ground. Shufan and the Peruvian kid were leaning against the wall, eyes vacant. As for Cheng-Lei, Bai Shu glanced at the damp, foul-smelling stain on her pants and tactfully looked away. Remembering something, Bai Shu hurried to Shinqing Yu's room. Although she was still asleep, her pale face, furrowed brows, and involuntary movements suggested she was having a nightmare. Having a nightmare is probably better than being crushed while awake, Bai Shu murmured to himself. After closing the door, he checked the monitors again. At the rate the monsters were moving, they'd reach them in less than half an hour. He wondered if Wu Foong and the others would recover in time. If not, the situation could become extremely dire. Suddenly, Bai Shu's eyes lit up with hope as he looked at the big bird on the monitor. The bird's pressure is immobilizing us. Could it also work on those monsters? Wu Foong and the others didn't keep Bai Shu waiting for long. About 10 minutes later, they gradually regained consciousness. However, in stark contrast to Bai Shu's freedom of movement, they seemed to be suffering from severe paralysis, moving sluggishly, stuttering in speech, occasionally twitching, and struggling even to stand. Xiaomo, why don't you take Qing Yu and leave first? Wang Wei leaned against the wall, his face a mix of despair and resignation. She's more important than any of us. Please, protect her if you can. Before he could finish, Cheng-Lei, who was slumped on the ground with her lower half soaked, suddenly interrupted with agitation. She's just like us? Why is she more important? If we're going to die, we die together. No one leaves. No one survives. Bai Shu glanced at the hysterical Cheng-Lei, who was on the brink of madness due to the threat of death, and was about to respond to Wang Wei's request when Cheng-Lei interrupted again. No one leaves. Who? Smack. A sharp slap cut off Cheng-Lei's words. Bai Shu's tail was raised high, delivering another heavy blow. Smack. Cheng-Lei touched the symmetrical red marks on her cheeks, opened her mouth to speak, but when she met Bai Shu's cold gaze and the tail poised to strike, she silently lowered her head. 500,000 is not so different from a small life, Bai Shu mused to himself. Fearful of power but not virtuous, a little lesson makes them obedient. But knowing it's 500,000, there's no need to keep it. Better to deal with it at the right opportunity. Staring coldly at Cheng-Lei, Bai Shu's voice was icy. Make another sound, and I'll throw you into the monster horde. If you don't want to live, then don't. Cheng-Lei buried her head even deeper, terrified that the threat might be real. Only then did Bai Shu turn his attention to the surveillance screen, where the sight made his hair stand on end. The giant bird from the mountaintop had left its nest and was now at the front gate, bending down to peer through the small door, as if scrutinizing something closely. Between a rock and a hard place, there's no way out. Wu Foong managed to stand with the support of his exoskeleton armor, raising his rifle with only 12 bullets left. Should we take a few shots while its eye is near the door? Bai Shu shook his head helplessly. Better not. Shinqing Yu mentioned that the bird is mostly curious, not hostile. Shooting it might provoke it. Besides, we might need its presence to keep the other monsters at bay. Bai Shu's judgment soon proved accurate. After another 10 minutes, The swarm of monsters had surged to within 5 kilometers of the exit, but suddenly halted, as if hitting an invisible barrier, standing frozen in their tracks. The inertia of the monsters in the rear caused them to crash into their suddenly halted companions in the front, creating chaos in an instant. As more monsters entered the 5-kilometer range, they collapsed to the ground, piling up into a bizarre mountain of monsters. Only when this mountain grew tall enough did the monsters at the back, under their leader's command, cease their advance. In the surveillance footage, the graceful monster leader elegantly climbed to the top of the monster pile. It let out an earth-shattering roar in the direction of the exit, causing visible ripples in the air. Then, it led the still mobile monsters away like a retreating tide, leaving behind the mountain of monsters composed of their immobilized companions. Occasionally, a tentacle or claw would twitch slightly, indicating that these monsters were not dead, just paralyzed by the large bird's aura. In the monitoring room, Bai Shu watched the monsters retreat, and his clenched fists finally relaxed, his heart returning to its rightful place. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he stood up abruptly. "What's wrong?" asked Wu Foong, who was sitting on the ground, curious. "Didn't the monsters just retreat? What's there to be so surprised about? If they dare to come, I'll take them down one by one." As he spoke, he made a sweeping motion with his hand, but almost lost his balance due to the exaggerated movement, even staggering a few steps despite wearing an exoskeleton suit. Bai Shu glanced at the stubborn Wu Foong and walked directly to the small room where Shinqing Yu was resting. Fortune favors the bold. Those monsters are immobile now. It's a great chance to pick them off. With that, he pushed open the door and picked up Shinqing Yu, who was having a nightmare, her brows furrowed. He gently smoothed her frown, spread his wings, and flew out of the monitoring room, taking Wu Feng's gun along the way since Shinqing Yu had no weapons or attack skills. Using a gun for long-range sniping was the best option. Wang Wei and Wu Foong exchanged a look, and the latter immediately stood up, carrying Wang Wei in a princess carry. "What are you doing?" Wang Wei asked, bewildered. "Weren't you signaling me to carry you and follow Bai Shu to pick off the monsters?" Wu Foong was equally confused. "I meant for you to help me up and push me on a cart," Wang Wei said, exasperated. "Put me down now. Why so shy? Carrying you is faster." Wu Foong chuckled, bouncing Wang Wei in his arms before setting him down on the cart amidst Wang Wei's resigned expression. At this moment, Bai Shu was unaware of the small drama unfolding behind him. He controlled his speed to about 10 meters per second, taking over 8 minutes to reach the monster pile. "Wow, it really has a bit of a Cthulhu vibe," he remarked, observing the constantly writhing tentacles and limbs. Looking down at Shinqing Yu, whose face was pale but cheeks were flushed, he said, "Stop pretending to sleep and start picking off monsters." Shinqing Yu reluctantly gave up her act and silently moved to the side. Bai Shu stifled a laugh and handed her the rifle. "Aim and fire." As he spoke, he threw a scouting skill at the monster pile and exclaimed in surprise, "How come there are elite monsters in there?" A towering pile, 5 meters high, loomed before Bai Shu as he quickly scanned its contents. The number of elite monsters far exceeded his expectations. Corruptor elites with a physique rating of 9.9, creatures mutated from warriors injected with incomplete gene serums, vulnerable to light and water, Nightwalker elites, also with a physique of 9.9, whose only weakness was light, and ice demon elites with the same physique rating. Just on the surface of the pile, Bai Shu identified 6 elite-level monsters. "Ah, thank nature for its gifts," Bai Shu thought to himself, calculating that 10 elite monsters could yield 300 source energy, which might significantly enhance his physique. Just as he was about to take action, the numbers on his panel made his expression change abruptly. Shinqing Yu, who was observing from the side, immediately sensed something was wrong. "Brother Mo, what's the matter? You seem upset." Bai Shu forced a smile and sighed. "Look at the number of survivors." "Survivors, 1,379. Only 1,379 left? No, now it's 1,371. Over 1,000 people died, and the night isn't over yet." Shinqing Yu looked at the monster pile with an expression of barely concealed fear. "If these monsters hadn't inexplicably piled up here, we might have been among those who died." Hearing this, Bai Shu remembered that Shinqing Yu had been asleep and hadn't experienced the pressure of the giant bird. He briefly recounted what had happened while she slept, and was surprised to find her moving freely. Sensing the bird's aura, he realized the pressure here was now so weak it was almost negligible. The farther away, the weaker the bird's aura, and the lower the pressure? Bai Shu pondered. These elite monsters are even less capable than Shinqing Yu. Is it because their intelligence is too low? He silently criticized the simplicity of his detection skill, which couldn't even identify the monster's abilities. His thoughts quickly returned to the monster pile. It was best to secure the gains first. Regardless of why these monsters were suppressed, now was the perfect time to act while they were immobilized. With a swift strike of his tail, the familiar message appeared on the panel, Source Energy 30. "Killing elites is definitely more profitable than ordinary monsters," Bai Shu remarked to Shinqing Yu. who was still in a daze. Let's not rush to kill the ordinary ones. There should be more elite monsters in the pile. Let's deal with them first. With that, he began systematically clearing the pile with his tail. One ordinary monster after another was tossed aside, and each elite monster he found was swiftly executed. 15 minutes later, as the pile was nearly cleared, Shinqing Yu suddenly tugged at Bai Shu's sleeve. Brother Mo, one of the remaining monsters, is emitting strong hostility towards us. Bai Shu paused, holding a monster with his tail. Hostility? Have these monsters recovered? Before he could finish speaking, a wave of intense dizziness hit him. It felt as if someone were hammering his skull repeatedly, or as if he were trapped inside a roaring bell, or perhaps as though a scalpel was wreaking havoc inside his brain, churning his thoughts into chaos. When Bai Shu accessed the status bar, he immediately noticed he was afflicted with negative conditions like nausea, dizziness, and tinnitus. Fortunately, the powerful resistance of his immortal body quickly took effect, and he regained clarity after a brief moment of disorientation. Instinctively, Bai Shu touched his upper lip and saw the crimson stain on his fingers. A mental attack. Realizing the threat, he immediately retreated, and only after moving back about 10 meters did the needle-like pain in his head begin to fade. He turned to look at Shinqing Yu, whose condition was much worse. Her face was as pale as paper, and thin streaks of blood seeped from her orifices. Bai Shu gently shook her shoulders, and when she managed to open her eyes with difficulty, he quickly reminded her, "Increase your stats." Earlier, when sorting the monsters, they had completed their elite hunting mission and each received 300 source points. Shinqing Yu, leaning against Bai Shu, immediately opened her panel and began to allocate points. Her pale complexion quickly regained its color, and her dry skin became smooth and fair again. Bai Shu couldn't resist pinching her cheek lightly. The texture was smooth and firm, with a perfect rosy glow. Noticing Shinqing Yu's face turning even redder with embarrassment, he realized his impropriety, quickly helped her sit up straight, and awkwardly cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Your skin improved so much after boosting your physique. It was just instinct." Shinqing Yu lowered her head and softly replied, Bai Shu, who had never been in a relationship in either of his lifetimes, awkwardly changed the subject. "So what's your physique now? How many source points do you have left?" Still looking down and playing with her shadow, Shinqing Yu quietly answered, "I have 14 source points left, and my physique is now at 4.9. It takes 1 source point to increase by 0.1 up to 1 point, and after that, the cost doubles for each point. I need 16 more source points to go from 4.9 to 5, so I'm short by 2 points." Bai Shu quickly calculated that the 310 source points they earned from completing the hunting tasks were just enough to increase her physique from the base value to 5 points. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the details, and instead focused on the 3 sorted piles of monsters. The largest pile on the left contained over 800 ordinary monsters with a physique below 6 points. The smallest pile on the right had 26 elite monsters, 20 of which they had already defeated, leaving 6 still twitching irregularly. The middle pile had 3 to 4 dozen monsters, with the one capable of mental attacks hidden among them. Using his detection skills, Bai Shu quickly identified the Targeta bizarre creature, standing only 30 centimeters tall, entirely black, with slender limbs and a head larger than its body. Bai Shu stared at the data panel in front of him, frowning slightly. A monster mutated from a baby? No wonder its constitution is so low. His eyes lingered on the mental attribute. What does mental attribute mean? And where's mine, Aban? Could it be too low to even display? Considering this possibility, Bai Shu rubbed his nose and decisively picked up the rifle beside him. "Let's do this." Bang! As the gunshot rang out, Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt sympathy for the baby mutated into a baby demon, the reality was clear: it had become a monster. For monsters, death was the only rightful end. Just when Bai Shu thought a shot through the baby demon's stomach would suffice, and was about to continue sorting the monsters, Shinqing Yu suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Mo, the baby demon is still emitting emotions. It's not dead yet." "Not dead." Before he could finish speaking, the baby demon suddenly opened its eyes and bared its bloody maw. Bai Shu reacted swiftly, aiming his gun at the creature's mouth and firing. Simultaneously, the tail behind him shot out like lightning, precisely piercing the baby demon's forehead. After waiting for a moment to ensure the baby demon was motionless, Bai Shu turned to Shinqing Yu. "Is it dead?" "It's dead." Shinqing Yu nodded, confirming, "I don't sense any more malice, and the other monsters should still be dormant." Only then did Bai Shu fully relax. Common sense can be deadly, he reminded himself. Whether it's the baby demon hiding among the monsters, or its unique lethal point, it all warns me to be more cautious. I can't underestimate them anymore. Bai Shu then began categorizing the remaining monsters. The final tally: 853 ordinary monsters, and 9 elite ones still alive. Including the bone demon in the building, that's enough for one person to complete the hunting task. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of rolling wheels approached. Turning around, he saw Wu Foong pushing Wang Wei towards him. Speak of the devil, Bai Shu chuckled. I've left 9 elite monsters for you over there. Divide them as you see fit. With that, he walked to the cart, carefully selecting and snapping off a sharp iron pipe, this one with a bonus tetanus effect. He handed it to Shinqing Yu. Complete the remaining hunting task and get your constitution to 5 points. Shinqing Yu took the pipe, but hesitated. She could barely manage shooting from a distance, but the thought of using an iron pipe to stab monsters up close made her fearful, even though her constitution was nearing 5 points, higher than most monsters. Perhaps someone like Shinqing Yu is the kind of character in novels who gets countered by geniuses and protagonists, Bai Shu thought fleetingly. Seeing her hesitation, he decisively took her hand, just as he had when teaching her to shoot, and led her to the monster. Lifting her hand holding the iron pipe, he spoke firmly. Just like before, if you get killed, you die. If the monster gets killed, it dies. If you don't want to die, you have to kill the monster to survive. Getting stronger is the key to staying alive. With that, he guided her hand to thrust the pipe down hard. With a thud, the pipe pierced through the monster, granting it eternal peace. Have you added the source quality? Shinqing Yu gripped the iron pipe tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, I did. Just add it, and leave the rest to yourself, Bai Shu said to Shinqing Yu. I can't protect you forever, so you should get used to all of this sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, Shinqing Yu's face turned pale. Bai Shu sighed at her reaction. Being observant, he had long noticed Shinqing Yu's obvious reliance on him, even without any special talent. But as he had said, perpetual protection was unrealistic. If he were to be careless and Shinqing Yu faced danger, the consequences could be disastrous. In a world about to be turned upside down, letting her continue to live in a beautiful fantasy would be the greatest cruelty. Meanwhile, Wu Foong and Wang Wei were busy elsewhere. Although these 2 tough guys from the military were slightly less powerful, they were efficient and had finally dealt with their assigned elite monsters. After a brief conversation, they approached Bai Shu, and Wang Wei handed him a translucent stone, asking, Can you use this? Bai Shu took the stone and used a detection skill, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. An ice demon can condense this. A system prompt appeared. Curious object, ice devourer. Usage, ingestion. Effect, very low chance to gain the ice body talent, very high chance to mutate into an ice demon. Ice demons were creatures with a bright white appearance, hard keratin layers, and a body that emitted cold air. Bai Shu had already killed 2, but neither had dropped an ice devourer. Wang Wei, adjusting his cracked glasses, explained, This formed from the combined corpses of the last 3 ice demons I killed. By the way, I found a fire demon corpse among the elite monsters. If we gather 3, could a fire devourer appear? Bai Shu tossed the ice devourer back to Wang Wei. It's possible, but there's no need to deliberately hunt fire demons. This kind of thing is just icing on the cake. Would you dare to use it? Wang Wei nodded in agreement. I wouldn't dare. Let's not talk about this. I'm planning to return to the monitoring room to stand guard, and Wu Foong wants to clear out the remaining monsters. What about you? I'll go back and rest first. We'll deal with other matters when daylight comes. As the crimson sunlight once again bathed the earth, Bai Shu awoke to a knock on the door. He took the warmed can from Shinqing Yu and headed to the monitoring room. How were things last night? If anything had happened, would you have slept so soundly? Wang Wei shrugged, pointing at the monitor screen. But something did happen at dawn. That big bird left its nest as soon as it got light, and we don't know where it went. The egg is still in the nest. Is it really that unconcerned? Bai Shu was puzzled. It must have noticed us last night. Isn't it worried about the egg being stolen? What egg stealing? Wu Foong, just stepping out, chimed in loudly. Xiao Mo, are you planning to steal that big bird's egg? Hey, that bird doesn't seem ordinary. How about I go with you? Bai Shu and his companions were seated around the table enjoying breakfast, discussing the tempting plan to steal bird eggs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a completely different scene was unfolding. In a dilapidated building in the city's western research district, Chi Xing gazed at the red dawn breaking in the east, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. It's dawn. Finally, she choked out. Xiaonan, do you think those monsters can't catch up with us now? Wang Xiaonan sat slumped on the ground, her clothes in disarray and her body covered in bruises. She tried to pull her tattered clothing to cover herself, her voice filled with exhaustion and uncertainty. I don't know. Those monsters are indeed afraid of the light. They shouldn't appear during the day. But, she paused. It's only been a day, and we're already in such a sorry state. What do we do next? Zhao Mingming, nursing her injured arm, cautiously suggested. How about we go to the vault? Are you crazy? Wang Xiaonan immediately retorted, a hint of fear in her eyes. Haven't you seen how those people are? They're so desperate they'll eat lizards and car exhaust pipes. She glanced towards the distant ruins, clenching her fists. Besides, do you think they'll find enough food in this godforsaken place? There are only 1,000 of us left, and the beacon anchoring will take at least 9 more days. When they go mad with hunger, what do you think they'll eat? Just as Zhao Mingming was about to respond, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned her head in terror. Now, It seems it's not about whether we want to go back. They found us. Wang Xiaonan quickly hid behind a window, observing secretly. When she saw a group of people clearly heading towards them, she whispered in a panic. The sun just came up. How did they know we were here? And those girls' clothes from last night. Meanwhile, at the exit of the passage, Bai Shu finally rejected Wu Feng's proposal to steal the bird eggs. Although the 2 bird eggs were indeed tempting, he decided not to act impulsively. He reasoned that since the large bird left so casually, there must be some kind of protective mechanism in the nest. After finishing breakfast and resting for a while, confirming that the large bird wouldn't return soon, Bai Shu turned to Shinqing Yu. The big bird shouldn't come back for a while. I want to go out and explore. I'll be back before dark. Shinqing Yu didn't speak. She just held on to his sleeve, her eyes full of determination to go with him. Just as Bai Shu was about to persuade her otherwise, Wang Wei, who had been monitoring the situation all night, spoke up first. Xiao Mo, I suggest you wait 2 more days. There are still 1,073 survivors. Even if there are no further deaths, it will take 9 days to anchor the beacon. Waiting 2 more days will give you enough time to explore the research facility. Besides, we haven't figured out the large bird's activity patterns yet. What if it suddenly returns? Bai Shu wavered slightly, but, thinking of Shinqing Yu's special ability, he shook his head. In just 1 day, Shinqing Yu could increase the energy concentration around her fourfold. If this increase had no limit, by the 10th day, the energy concentration around her could reach 40 times that of other areas. The energy concentration of 2 or 3 times can already pique the curiosity of large birds, and Bai Shu could hardly imagine what terrifying creatures might be drawn by a concentration 40 times higher. Clenching his fists, he knew he had to quickly enhance his strength before any crisis arrived, even if it meant taking some risks. I could actually abandon Shinqing Yu and the others, find a place without monsters to hide, and wait calmly for the beacon to anchor so I can return to Earth, Bai Shu thought to himself. But I still choose to keep my promise. Ah, my cursed integrity. Turning to Wang Wei, Bai Shu said seriously. Encountering this situation on the first night means things will only get more dangerous later on. I suggest we explore the research institute as soon as possible, at least to leave ourselves an escape route. With that, he opened his panel and focused on the plus sign next to his physical attribute. With a tap of his finger, Origin Essence 2, Constitution 0.1. In an instant, an unprecedented pleasure surged through his body. It was like enjoying an ice-cold popsicle in the scorching heat, or slipping into a warm bed in the dead of winter, or even that unspeakable ultimate delight. The pleasure from this enhancement of his life essence was addictive. Bai Shu began clicking frantically. Origin Essence 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, 8, 8, 8. In no time, the hard-earned Origin Essence was depleted, but his constitution soared to 5.0. Feeling the abundant power as he clenched his fist, he was delighted to discover his senses had become incredibly sharp. The rustling of leaves in the breeze was crystal clear, and even the tiny particles floating in the air were visible. This comprehensive enhancement far exceeded the mere strength increase from his implanted equipment. As Bai Shu reveled in his newfound abilities, Shinqing Yu noticed the change in him. Curiously observing Bai Shu's suddenly smooth and delicate skin, she couldn't help but poke it and asked with a smile, Brother Mo, did you use origin points to boost your constitution? Bai Shu, snapping back to reality, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, counting the boost from my implants. I now have 18 points in constitution, enough to handle elite monsters. Plus, with the rainbow wings for flight and the bat tail for long-range attacks, my safety is fully assured. Hearing that Bai Shu was still determined to go out, Shinqing Yu's smile faded, and she said worriedly, You must be careful. If the big bird returns first, find a safe place outside to hide, and don't risk coming back in. All things must come to an end. Bai Shu looked deeply into Shinqing Yu's reluctant eyes, then decisively stepped through the small door and left the passage to ensure their safety. Standing outside the passage, the lush mountain forest stretched out as far as the eye could see. He flapped his wings lightly and soared into the sky. As he climbed higher, the oppressive aura left by the giant bird became increasingly heavy, and by the time he was level with the nest, the pressure was so intense that he almost wanted to turn and flee. Staring at the enormous bird's nest, Bai Shu's heart involuntarily tightened. With my current physique, I should have reached the level of the first stage genetic lock of the Venusian people. On Earth, I could be considered a pioneer. Yet, even with the exceptional resistance of my limitless body, I can barely withstand this pressure. He took a sharp breath. If the residual pressure alone is this terrifying, how powerful must that bird be? No wonder it dares to leave its eggs casually in the nest. With such strength, who would dare to challenge it? Gathering his thoughts, Bai Shu used a detection spell on the 2 bird eggs. Item, Ancestral Bird Egg. Description, Disaster Beast Ancestral Bird Egg, can be contracted with blood, hatches in approximately 1 year. These Disaster Beast eggs can all be contracted with blood. Bai Shu's eyes lit up. If I were strong enough, could I farm disaster beasts and sell their eggs? As soon as this thought emerged, he shook his head and laughed. The innate Chinese tendency to cultivate and rear couldn't be changed. Regaining his focus, Bai Shu began to carefully observe his surroundings. Having power allows one to do as they please, but he was far from that level. The immediate priority was to find a genetic enhancement training method. Otherwise, any plans would be castles in the air. With his goal set, he quickly pinpointed the location of the research facility. However, upon seeing the exact position, Bai Shu found the passage exit and the research facility were in opposite directions, with a straight line distance of over 50 kilometers. Even flying at full speed would take more than 20 minutes. Never mind, better to be cautious than to hurry. Safety first. Meanwhile, inside the research facility, Wang Xiaonan carried Zhao Mengmeng and led Qi Xin over walls and through windows, finally shaking off the pursuing group. As they landed and caught their breath, Qi Xin, with a sob in her voice, spoke up. Xiaonan, are we going to die? I really don't want to die, boo-hoo. Hearing this, Wang Xiaonan was instantly furious. If you don't want to die, pull yourself together. Your talent is much stronger than mine and Mengmeng's. Among the three of us, only you have attack capabilities. Why don't you dare to fight back? Are you going to wait until those guys catch us and then regret not resisting now? Facing Wang Xiaonan's angry gaze, Qi Xin shrank back, her voice growing even weaker. But, that's about killing. I really don't dare. Wang Xiaonan fell silent. Killing she couldn't do it either, but compared to the consequences of being caught by those guys, she'd rather. As she was thinking of a strategy, Zhao Mingming suddenly tugged at her sleeve. I think those guys are catching up again. This sentence instantly ignited Wang Xiaonan's emotions. She shouted almost frantically, how is that possible? Didn't we just shake them off? How did they catch up? She turned to Qi Xin, yelling, if you keep being so timid and cowardly, I'm not going to help you anymore. Frightened by the outburst, Qi Xin retreated repeatedly, sobbing as she suggested, how about we run towards the ruins? They were terrified by the monsters in the ruins yesterday, so they definitely won't dare to go back in. Wang Xiaonan thought to herself, her gaze resting on Zhao Mengmeng on her back. Mengmeng's special ability to sense malice might actually help them navigate through the ruins and find a new safe haven. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Wang Xiaonan hoisted Zhao Mengmeng onto her back once more. Mengmeng, which way should we go? This way. Zhao Mengmeng pointed in a direction. It happened to be the only gap in the encirclement of the Asins, leading directly to the ruins. Wang Xiaonan knew full well that the Asins were betting on their fear of entering the ruins. But with no other options, she could only carry the two burdens on her back and run for their lives. Climbing through windows and over walls, she used an iron rod picked up from the roadside to fend off one of the advancing Asins. As the ruins loomed close, Zhao Mengmeng suddenly spoke with a sob in her voice. Don't go any further. There's so much malice in the ruins. It's those monsters from last night. They didn't retreat to the depths, but are lurking at the edges, waiting to hunt us when the sun goes down. Wang Xiaonan abruptly stopped, turning to look at the Asins closing in, their faces twisted in disgusting leers like a pack of hungry jackals. She turned to Qi Xin, her voice hoarse. Qi Xin, did you hear what Mengmeng said? We're caught between a rock and a hard place, and none of us can fight. We need your lightning. She pointed to the women carried by the Assansnaked, with vacant eyes and horrifying bloodstains on their thighs. If you won't use your power, we'll have no choice but to enter the ruins. Better to feed ourselves to the monsters than become their playthings. Qi Xin looked at the approaching Asins and then at the treacherous ruins, finally breaking down in tears. As her crying grew louder, golden white lightning began to crackle from her body. However, an Asin wearing a white turban grinned and said in a heavily accented voice, lightning abilities? I'm an electrician from the great country of Bharata. Even high voltage doesn't scare me. With a casual rub of his right hand, Qi Xion's lightning was instantly extinguished. Abilities, lightning blackout. No one's using lightning in front of me. In despair, Wang Xiaonan turned to dash towards the ruins, only to find her path blocked by two Asins. Her eyes flashed with determination. Injure one, and it's not a loss. Kill one, and we break even. Kill two, and it's a gain. I'm taking you down with me. Hovering in midair, Bai Shu watched the scene unfold and raised an eyebrow. Such a fierce girl. That's how you deal with foreign bastards. He spread his wings, stirring the magnetic field to unleash a gale. In the shocked gaze of everyone present, he plummeted down, shrouded in smoke and clouds. In that moment, the hero made his entrance. Boom. As everyone watched in shock, Bai Shu landed on both feet, with 3-meter-long wings stretching into the sky. The magnetic field held the dust aloft, forming a sonic boom ring, and pebbles floated up from the ground, slowly orbiting around him. Bathed in sunlight, Bai Shu was surrounded by a blood-red flame, so dazzling that it was hard for others to look directly at him. Exclamations erupted in various languages. God! Oh my God! Brahma! Amidst these multilingual exclamations, a distinctly Chinese wokao stood out. Following the voice, Bai Shu spotted Wang Xiaonan, who also spoke Mandarin. A smile tugged at his lips. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land is one of life's great joys. Though some might see it as an opportunity for betrayal, for Bai Shu, finding a sane compatriot was delightful. After all, they're potential allies. Why do people associate wings with angels and birdmen? Bai Shu chuckled. Don't we have winged people in our own Shanghai Jing? Even as he spoke, his tail shot out like lightning, piercing the throat of a sneaky man reaching for a gun. Bai Shu lifted him into the air with his tail, watching the man's weakening struggle and the gun that fell to the ground. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Abroad is truly free. Everyone seems to have a gun. Flicking the blood off his tail, Bai Shu tossed the body in front of the man who spoke Chinese, commanding coldly, "Kneel and worship me." The once arrogant man immediately kowtowed. Amir pays homage to the Chinese deity. In quick succession, the other 9 followed suit, prostrating themselves. Bai Shu wasn't surprised by their submission. He recalled how, in the past, the Chinese army had turned Delhi into New Delhi, capturing entire battalions with just a few soldiers. Still, he noted that his own penchant for violence seemed to be growing. Turning to the 3 people with varied expressions, Bai Shu asked, "What's going on? Why did they surround you?" He gestured to the 3 naked women still praying fervently. "And what's their story? Were they assaulted?" Wang Xiaonan glanced at Zhao Mengmeng, who was crying with relief, and Shi Exine, who looked despondent, explaining, "After we arrived in the Dark World, we first encountered these foreign women, then ran into this group. They used their numbers to force us to be cannon fodder exploring the ruins. When we first arrived in the Dark World, there were 5 of us. The other 2 died at the hands of monsters because Asen forced us to explore the ruins. After their deaths, I noticed the way these Asen were looking at us and took the opportunity to escape with Meng Meng and Qixin. I considered bringing along the 3 Americans, but they weren't very bright. Not only did they not trust us, but they also accused us of discriminating against Asen. In the end, I decided to leave them behind and focus on our own escape. Look, after falling into the hands of these Asen, they ended up like this overnight." Wang Xiaonan glanced at the Asen with a look of disgust and murderous intent that was palpable. Bai Shu mirrored her expression, asking, "So, these people have the blood of our Xia people on their hands?" Wang Xiaonan nodded. "You could say that. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have recklessly explored the ruins, and Jiang Chun and Wang Yang wouldn't have died." Amir, who was prostrate on the ground, suddenly panicked and straightened up. "Oh mighty one, please don't listen to her lies. We were merely enjoying what Brahma bestowed upon us, and did not force them to serve us. They were willing. Of course, now that you are here, they are your slaves, and you may do with them as you wish. We will not have any inappropriate thoughts about them. Moreover, those 2 Xia people weren't entirely our doing. We also entered the ruins. Keep us alive, and we can be of service to you." Desperate to improve his chances of survival, he pointed to the other Asen, urging them to demonstrate their abilities. "Rajesh has tracking talents. If a target leaves any trace, he can find it. Kumar has animal husbandry skills. Animals he raises grow quickly, creating wealth for you. Sunil can manipulate metals and craft parts, making him ideal for high-precision industries. Ashok has. As for me, while my talents don't generate wealth, I speak Xiao language and can act as your agent, ruling over your followers. We'll be your most faithful believers. Also, we're currently based in Dubai, where we control a compound. We have a lot of money and many human organs." Before Amir could finish, his eyes widened in shock as he looked at Bai Shu. Red blood and gray brain matter oozed from his forehead. It wasn't just Amir. The other 9 kneeling Asen were simultaneously killed, their bodies lifeless in prostration. Bright blood flowed from their heads, forming a pattern on the ground like a blossoming flower. You, you. Qixin stammered, pointing at Bai Shu in disbelief. "Did you kill them all?" "There were 11 of them, and you killed them all." They were willing to surrender. Bai Shu was equally incredulous. "Why are you so surprised? You heard them, right? They not only raped others, but also intended to do the same to you, and used you as cannon fodder. Besides, in the real world, they were involved in scams and organ trafficking. Don't people like that deserve to die?" But, Qixin struggled to accept it. "They committed crimes, and there are laws." Before she could finish, Wang Xiaonan, noticing Bai Shu's impatience, interrupted. "If the law worked, would they still be alive?" "Qixin, wake up. The world has changed." After addressing Qixin, Wang Xiaonan quickly shifted the topic to avoid angering Bai Shu. "There are more Asen than just these. In total, 15 of them arrived in the Dark World. Besides the 11 here, there should be 4 more in the vault. One of them has shown signs of mutation due to wearing some equipment." The moment the words equipment and mutation left Wang Xiaonan's mouth, Bai Shu's attention was immediately captured. "Do you know the location of the vault? What about the attributes of the equipment and the talents of the remaining 4 people?" Bai Shu asked sharply. Sensing Bai Shu's intent to leave no loose ends, Wang Xiaonan quickly nodded in response. "I know where the vault is. When we first encountered the Asan, there were only 2 of them, one being Amir. He used the vault as bait, claiming it could be a shelter, and that's how we were lured there. Little did we know there were so many people lying in wait. We were captured as soon as we arrived. She paused. As for the talents and equipment attributes of the remaining four, we never got a chance to find out. Bai Shu frowned at her words. Attacking without any information was indeed risky. However, he reminded himself that he was no longer the same. He now had combat, flight, and high-speed mobility capabilities. Besides, if they were to explore the research institute, these Asan were obstacles that would have to be dealt with eventually. Lead the way to the vault, Bai Shu instructed succinctly. Wang Xiaonan, pulling Chi Xian along, suddenly remembered something and pointed at a group of American women whispering nearby. What about them? Bai Shu glanced at the 6 voluptuous blonde women and smirked slightly. Let them fend for themselves. We have no obligation to protect them. He then turned his attention to Zhao Mingming. Xiaonan mentioned you can sense malice. While hiding near the research institute, besides the monsters and Asan, have you sensed any other malice? And can you perceive other emotions? Zhao Mingming shook her head. I can only detect malice directed at me. I can't sense other emotions. In this area, only the monsters and those Asan harbor malice towards me. Bai Shu understood that Zhao Mingming's ability was indeed inferior compared to Shinqing Yu's. With Shinqing Yu around, Zhao Mingming was practically of no use to him. This realization made him aware that Shinqing Yu seemed to have become an indispensable accessory to him. At that moment, 3 foreign women approached Bai Shu, making suggestive gestures. Bai Shu frowned and asked, I don't understand English. What are they saying? Wang Xiaonan silently looked at Chi Xian, who translated with a complex expression. They said, they are willing to trade their bodies for your protection. As long as you agree to protect them, they'll let you do whatever you want. Bai Shu was momentarily stunned. No wonder Asan said they were willing. So it's true. He then showed a look of disgust. Compared to these mysterious foreign women, the pure and lovely girl back home was much more appealing. Although these foreign women had good figures, he wasn't interested. Tell them I'm not interested. If they dare to follow, they'll end up like those Asan. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu gestured for Wang Xiaonan to continue leading the way, his expression calm and his step steady. Wang Xiaonan withdrew her disdainful glance from the foreign woman and guided the group through the dilapidated buildings towards the 3-story structure at the center. This is the research institute. How did you know? Wang Xiaonan asked curiously as they walked. Bai Shu glanced at the building ahead, his tone indifferent. Just lucky to have found a map. Noticing Wang Xiaonan's hesitant expression, he added, as for the language of this world, I learned it from books through a skill. Why didn't I think of using a skill to learn the language? Wang Xiaonan realized, then shook her head self-deprecatingly. Not that it matters, I never found any books. The group walked for over 10 minutes from the edge of the ruins to the central building, passing 7 or 8 structures that were still relatively intact. Standing before the dilapidated door of the central building, Bai Shu turned to Wang Xiaonan. When you were avoiding the Asan and monsters, did you find anything valuable in the other buildings? Or places like an underground base? No, Wang Xiaonan shook her head. All the buildings, including this central one, seemed to have been emptied. If there was an underground base, we would have hidden there long ago. Bai Shu didn't ask further and walked straight into the building. The urgent task was to deal with the remaining Asan. Other matters could be investigated later. Led by Wang Xiaonan, they navigated through corridors and around staircases until they reached a door pitted with acid corrosion. The foul-smelling acid on the floor caught Bai Shu's attention. Are there also corrosives here? He pondered. There shouldn't be many. Otherwise, the door would have been completely eaten away overnight. Just as he was about to peer through the door to assess the situation inside, Bai Shu realized a crucial problem. Although monsters feared sunlight, they weren't afraid of artificial light. The vault was underground, without natural light, so monsters wouldn't need to leave after entering. Then, where had the monsters gone? The Asan shouldn't have been able to handle elite monsters. He maximized his ultrasonic imaging ability, and, besides seeing Wang Xiaonan and the other 3 around him, and 4 sleeping Asan inside the vault, he detected no trace of monsters. What's wrong? Are the Asan inside very powerful? Should we retreat? Wang Xiaonan asked quietly, noticing Bai Shu's grave expression. Bai Shu shook his head, pointing to the marks on the door. It's not the Asan. Look at these corrosion marks. They're clearly left by monsters, yet now there's no sign of them. I might know why. Zhao Mingming suddenly spoke up. Just before dawn, all the monsters chasing us, whether inside or outside, ran towards the ruins. The building probably doesn't have any monsters left. Bai Shu frowned slightly, puzzled. Could something appear after dawn near the research institute that even monsters fear? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it, stepping into the vault decisively. The priority was to deal with these Asan first. The moment Bai Shu stepped into the vault, his pupils contracted sharply. A giant 3-eyed wolf, taller than any human and covered in moon-white fur, lunged at him, its gleaming claws aimed directly at his throat. Instinctively, he pulled back, his tail lashing forward like a whip, but it only stirred the air with a hollow sound. Retreating to the doorway, Bai Shu immediately raised his gun to aim. Yet, Neither his eyes nor the ultrasonic imaging could detect any trace of the giant wolf. The vault was as calm as ever, as if the encounter had been nothing more than an illusion. It can't be a mistake, Bai Shu muttered to himself, recalling the Indians and American woman he had disposed of. I should have kept a few as cannon fodder. Regretful, he reminded himself to be more cautious in the future and not to act too recklessly. Turning to Zhao Mingming, Bai Shu asked, "Can you sense any malice in the vault?" Zhao Mingming hesitated for a moment before realizing. The people inside haven't shown any malice towards me. They must be asleep. She cautiously inquired, "Did something happen?" Bai Shu didn't answer, pondering for a moment before stepping into the vault again. As expected, the three-eyed wolf reappeared, lunging at him fiercely. This time, he chose to confront it head-on. Dodging the claws, Bai Shu quickly scanned the sleeping Indians in the vault while swinging his tail heavily at the wolf. As anticipated, his tail passed straight through the wolf's illusion, snapping crisply in the air. It's definitely an illusion, Bai Shu thought, just as the moon-white wolf abruptly turned, its massive head charging at his face. As he prepared to dodge, an invisible force immobilized him. Bai Shu could only watch as the wolf's head went through him. Bang! Though he knew it was an illusion, when the wolf's head struck, a pain like thousands of steel needles pierced his skull, then surged through his veins. This agony might rival the ancient punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. Nearby, Wang Xiaonan saw Bai Shu suddenly freeze, groaning in pain, and panicked. She had just felt the warmth of protection, and now witnessing her powerful protector in such agony, seemingly ready to collapse, left her pale with fear. Fortunately, this hellish torment lasted only a dozen seconds. Bai Shu snapped his eyes open, gasping sharply, and the cries of pain ceased. However, his slightly hunched body continued to tremble, indicating the lingering pain had not yet subsided. After a while, Bai Shu let out a long breath. Seeing this, Wang Xiaonan cautiously asked, "Are you okay?" Bai Shu looked down at his skin. There were no visible wounds on the surface, but he felt an itching sensation inside. He glanced at Wang Xiaonan irritably. "Do I look like I'm okay?" With that, he turned and walked towards several bodies lying on the ground. Zhao Mingming, who was highly nearsighted and had lost her glasses, finally saw the scene clearly and screamed in terror. "Ah, what are these monsters?" Bai Shu nudged the stiff bodies with his toe and shrugged. "They should be those few asins." Zhao Mingming's reaction wasn't surprising. The bodies on the ground had completely lost their human appearance, covered in moon-white wolf fur, with a bump on their foreheads, protruding mouths with fangs, sharp claws on their hands, and pads on their feet. Rather than humans, they looked like werewolves in the mid-stage of mutation. Bai Shu kicked the four stiff bodies again and breathed a sigh of relief. He analyzed. They probably couldn't withstand the giant wolf illusion's attack, triggering the mutation directly. Luckily, my talent is strong enough. Otherwise, I might have ended up like them. He shook his head. I underestimated these disaster beasts. Even asins, who are used to drinking Ganges water, can mutate. It's beyond what Earthlings can imagine. Saying this, Bai Shu lifted the clothing from one of the mutated asins and took out a special orb. This orb was moon-white, resembling glass but emanating a rainbow sheen. The system immediately displayed the orb's information. Colony, Moon Wolf Blood Eye. Strength. Colony effect. Physique 75 up to 750, mental strength 10 up to 150. Danger level. Colony risk. May lead to genetic and mental erosion and assimilation. Immunity if physique exceeds 500 and mental strength exceeds 300. Colony method. Insert into forehead. Special ability. Greatly enhances vision and dynamic vision. Gains high energy vision, mental vision, can manipulate moonlight to create illusions. Special ability. The will of the moon wolf in the blood eye conducts a will check every 3 hours. Failure results in bloodline mutation. Special ability. Can use corundum to seal the will check ability. Bai Shu held the moon wolf eye, involuntarily swallowing. This moon wolf has been dead for who knows how long, and its eye has been made into equipment, yet it can still revive its will? That's incredible. He pondered. If the moon wolf has this ability, how strong must the Archaeopteryx be? No wonder its mere presence can intimidate those creatures. Looking at the asin bodies on the ground, Bai Shu couldn't help but admire them. The equipment is marked with a 9-star danger level, and they still dared to use it. Truly fearless, raised on Ganges water. He closed his eyes again, maximizing his ultrasonic imaging ability, and finally noticed details he had previously overlooked. With his improved basic physique, his ultrasonic imaging range expanded to a diameter of 350 meters, increasing the sensing area by over threefold. Not bad, he nodded to himself, though using it for too long makes me dizzy. Shaking off the dizziness, it wasn't long before Bai Shu finally found his target. This is a small box, approximately 5 centimeters in length, width, and height, engraved with strange patterns on its surface. Upon opening the lid, several pale blue brackets are neatly arranged inside, giving off a strong sci-fi vibe. Bai Shu carefully compared the dimensions of the bracket's recesses and then placed the moon wolf's blood eyes inside, fitting perfectly. He used a detection skill on the box, and as expected, it turned out to be a sealing box made of corundum, with the special effect of isolating spiritual consciousness. After closing the lid and weighing it in his hand, Bai Shu turned to Wang Xiaonan and the others. I'm planning to look for an underground base or something similar. Are you going to come with me? Or do you want to rest first? The three exchanged glances, and finally, Zhao Mingming spoke up. Are you planning to stay here overnight? Or are you going back to the previous base? Master. Bai Shu chuckled at the title. These people still seem to treat the dark world like a game. He didn't correct them, though, and simply replied, I'll probably return to the previous base. Of course, if I find a sufficiently safe shelter, I'll bring my companions over as well. After all, the Archaeopteryx was like a ticking time bomb, and he didn't want to be its neighbor for long. Hearing that Bai Shu might leave, Zhao Mingming quickly said, Master, can you take us with you? I have a malicious intent sensing ability that helps us avoid many dangers. Qi Xian may be timid, but her lightning ability is strong. Xiaonan's endurance enhancement ability also helps us survive under monster attacks, and she can help you carry things. She glanced at Bai Shu's handsome face and toned abs, her voice barely a whisper. Even if you want that, I'm not against it. Before she could finish, she blushed and lowered her head, nervously twisting her hands. Caught between fear of the night's dangers and the thought that this strong, handsome man might be worth trusting, Zhao Mingming was torn. Did I say too much? Will he think I'm easy? But I'm still a virgin. Should I say that? So embarrassing. As she was fretting, Bai Shu said, If we go back tonight, I'll find a way to take you with us. No protection needed. I'm clean, still a virgin. Zhao Mingming started to say, then abruptly realized they were talking about entirely different things. Her face turned crimson as she hurriedly hid behind Wang Xiaonan, leaving only a glimpse of her flushed neck visible. Thank you, Master. Watching her embarrassed reaction, Bai Shu shook his head and walked towards the center of the vault, where a steel pillar with a 5-meter diameter stood. The entire central building had only 3 floors, less than 30 meters high, yet was supported by such a thick pillar. Anyone with a bit of common sense could tell there was more to it than met the eye. Bai Shu walked slowly around the building's pillar, his eyes carefully scanning every inch of its surface. Suddenly, the image of Shinqing Yu flashed in his mind. If she were here, with her abilities, she might have already found the hidden passage. This thought quickly passed, and he refocused, activating his ultrasonic imaging ability. With a light touch on the pillar's surface, he continued to search for anything suspicious. Just as he was about to seek Shinqing Yu's help, a barely noticeable mark caught his eye. Bai Shu squinted, examining the pattern closely, and thoughtfully took out the sealing box for comparison. The indented patterns on the box matched perfectly with the raised lines on the pillar, like a meticulously crafted key. So that's it, Bai Shu muttered to himself, aligning the box with a specific spot on the pillar and forcefully inserting it. A crisp mechanical sound echoed through the silent vault. In an instant, a bright light burst from the contact point, outlining a portal on the pillar's surface. With a series of gear-turning sounds, the metal panels of the pillar began to fold in an orderly fashion. In no time, a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide door with a futuristic feel appeared before them, a soft blue light curtain hanging like a veil. Wang Xiaonan hurried over upon hearing the noise, curiously peering in. Is this the passage to the underground secret research facility? How did you find it, genius? That's incredible. Bai Shu paused on the sealing box for a moment, explaining, the box is the key. Align it with the mechanism, and the door opens. Then why did they leave the key behind when they left? Zhao Mingming asked, puzzled. Bai Shu pondered for a moment and analyzed. The box was likely placed in a conspicuous spot, so those people would find it. With their intelligence, they'd never find it if it were too hidden. This might be a gift deliberately left by the Morningstar people for future visitors, perhaps those missing research instruments or important research data. Of course, he paused. It could also be a trap. Turning to the 3, Bai Shu said, I need to go down and take a look. What about you? The 3 immediately expressed their desire to join him. Bai Shu nodded and stepped through the door first. However, after a few steps, he heard a thumping sound behind him. Turning back, he saw the 3 were blocked by the light curtain, unable to proceed. Bai Shu looked at the sealing box in his hand, walked out of the door, and explained, it might require the will of the moon wolf to pass, or this box may be the pass. You probably can't withstand the will test, and I can't give you the box. Wait for me up here. Without waiting for a response, he crossed the light curtain again and continued down the spiraling passage. Compared to the rugged simplicity of the air raid shelter, the underground passages of the Research Institute resembled a grand hall of technology and art. The walls on either side were intricately carved with patterns that intertwined to form mesmerizing, complex designs. With each step Bai Shu took, these patterns lit up in a blue glow, weaving into a spectacular 3-dimensional projection in the air. A giant beast roared towards the heavens, stars twinkling brightly, as the images shifted continuously before him. From the ancient pioneers who forged civilization, to the rapid advancement of technology, and then to the devastation caused by the invasion of disaster beasts, Each scene was vividly depicted. Bai Shu suddenly realized that the passage itself was a condensed epic of the Venus civilization. Footsteps echoed through the passage, and finally, the last projection faded into the air. Bai Shu stood at the entrance of a circular hall, 200 meters in diameter, gazing at the scene before him. As he arrived, the hall's blue lights lit up one by one, converging towards the center. Accompanied by the sound of machinery, a platform resembling a tree stump, about half a meter long, slowly rose from the ground. Bai Shu inwardly criticized the overly lavish display, yet his gaze was firmly fixed on the two items on the platform: a pair of glasses and a set of headphones. Is this the legacy left by the people of Venus? Bai Shu wondered, slightly puzzled, but nonetheless put on the devices. The moment the headphones touched his ears, a rapid series of electronic sounds erupted. Detected the activation of Fire Library Number 3, confirming the bearer. Confirmation complete. Otherworldly human. Flame-bearing authority level 9. Unable to contact the core base. Initiating backup plan. The system quickly reported a series of statuses. Ascension plan failed. Venus's mass decay. Disaster beasts retreating. Traces of non-descendants appearing. Finally, the system announced the initiation of the Doomsday Plan, elevating Bai Shu's authority to a savior level. Before Bai Shu could fully comprehend this information, the blue light above began to converge again. The beams outlined the silhouette of a woman about 1.65 meters tall, with a graceful figure and eyes closed. As Bai Shu pondered whether this was an artificial intelligence, the figure opened her eyes, and a flash of deep blue light passed through. Greetings, traveler from another world, bearer of Venus's flame, savior. Welcome to Firebase Number 3, a melodious female voice sounded. Reflecting on the information he had just heard, Bai Shu asked with anticipation, Savior? Does that mean I need to save this world? However, I feel like my current abilities aren't quite enough. Is there a way to quickly improve my skills so I can better save the world? Bai Shu asked, instinctively touching the headset on his ear. And why can I understand what you're saying? Is it because of this headset? The figure before him smiled slightly. Indeed. This is the cutting-edge technology from the dark realm called the Mental Sync headset. It can decode mental power and convert any information I convey into a language you can understand in real time. The figure's tone turned serious. Regarding saving the world, as you've said, it's not something that can be achieved overnight. There's no shortcut to enhancing your abilities. It requires effort on your part. However, to help the savior play their role more effectively, we're willing to provide some assistance. Before he finished speaking, a screen of light suddenly unfolded in front of Bai Shu. The figure began to explain in detail. As the bearer and savior of the Morning Star, you can unconditionally obtain 3 types of fire from the Fire Library: Gene Enhancement Cultivation Method, Extraordinary Fire Seed Condensation Method, and the Bone of the Extraordinary. The Bone of the Extraordinary, in particular, grants you the Morning Star bloodline, unlocking higher permissions including the right to use an additional 20 types of fire, control apocalyptic weapons, and access the Morning Star's legacy. Initially, Bai Shu focused intently on the array of items on the screen, but he quickly discerned the AI's intention. In just a few sentences, this AI repeatedly emphasized the benefits of acquiring the Morning Star bloodline, implying that only a savior with this bloodline is the true savior and can gain full access. And an ordinary savior? Just a worker for the Morning Star. Want to inherit from the Fire Library? Sure, but you need to prove you're truly working to save the world. These contributions include clearing the remaining disaster beasts on the Morning Star, dealing with the irrational, mutated Morning Star people, and helping local residents rebuild civilization. Bai Shu was unmoved by these temptations. In his view, how strong could the legacy of a fallen civilization be? So he straightforwardly made his choice. I want the Gene Enhancement Cultivation Method, the Extraordinary Fire Seed Condensation Method, and the End Weaponry. As soon as he said this, a stream of data flashed in the AI's eyes, and there was a noticeable pause in its tone. This subtle reaction confirmed to Bai Shu that it was indeed highly intelligent. One must know their limits. Bai Shu continued. With great power comes great responsibility. Given my current abilities, it's unrealistic to think I can save the Morning Star alone. So, I plan to bring my companions. They come from the most powerful organization in my world, and I believe they will be very interested in the resources of the Fire Library, whether it's the landing pod technology, the colonization technology, or various mineral resources and dark realm information. I think, for these, the organization would be willing to allocate some land, perhaps renting it to the Morning Star survivors, ensuring the continuation of their bloodline and civilization. Bai Shu felt at ease with this promise. After all, Earth is vast and sparsely populated. A place like Australia could easily rent out some space to the friends from the Morning Star to help them through tough times. He was confident that the organization would support this proposal. Bai Shu's words seemed to touch a sensitive point in the End Intelligence. He noticed that as he finished speaking, the artificial intelligence's expression softened slightly. Your generosity is enough to move worlds, End Intelligence said, quickly moving to the main topic. I wonder when you can bring your companions here. I need to discuss the specifics of the salvation plan with them. The two fell into a moment of silent eye contact. Bai Shu scrutinized the other, calculating his next move. After a moment, he cautiously replied, "Once I have acquired the gene enhancement cultivation method, the extraordinary fire seed condensation method, and the end armament, I will set out to bring my companions over." He deliberately used honorifics, continuing, "As you know, it's too dangerous out there now. I need to enhance my strength as much as possible to ensure I can bring my companions safely." Observing End Intelligence's reaction, Bai Shu pondered secretly. This so-called artificial intelligence acted nothing like a program. It was more like an old fox that had lived 1,000 years, unwilling to act without assurance. End Intelligence stared at Bai Shu for a long time. Seeing his unwavering stance, it finally nodded. "As you wish." As soon as it finished speaking, a dense array of text appeared out of thin air in front of Bai Shu. At the same time, a platform in front of him split open with the clicking sound of gears. "The end armament will be delivered in 3 minutes," End Intelligence stated. "Besides that, do you have the learning skill to independently learn the gene enhancement cultivation method and the extraordinary fire seed enhancement method?" Bai Shu, about to use his learning skill, paused and looked up at End Intelligence. Sensing the deeper meaning in its silence, he spoke candidly. "I think we should be more honest with each other rather than scheming. Kepler needs our help, and we need Kepler's knowledge. If we become stronger, we can better aid in Kepler's revival. It's mutual achievement, isn't it?" These words seemed to trigger a switch. End Intelligence's entire image became unstable, not just its eyes, but even its skin, clothes, and the surrounding space began to flash with streams of data and text. At that moment, it finally revealed the true nature of artificial intelligence. The data storm came and went quickly, lasting only a few seconds. When End Intelligence stabilized again, its eyes and expression became more lively and natural. "You are absolutely right," it admitted. "Kepler indeed needs your help more. Concealment and probing only create barriers, which is not what I should do." After a brief pause, it continued to explain. "The learning skill is a miracle of the world. From my investigation, only the first wave of arrivals in each world can use the learning skill unconditionally in the first dark world they arrive in. After that, acquiring knowledge quickly requires a significant price." Hearing this explanation, Bai Shu suddenly understood. End Intelligence's earlier probing was to confirm whether he possessed the learning skill, thereby determining if he was among Earth's first arrivals. This information could obviously provide more leverage in future negotiations. However, even though he saw through its intentions, Bai Shu had no intention of giving up using the learning skill. In his view, everything else was illusory. Only strength was real. Bai Shu looked at the terminal intelligence before him, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "As you guessed, I am indeed among the first of our world to descend into the dark world." Before he finished speaking, he employed his learning skills on the gene reinforcement cultivation method. Instantly, countless insights surged into his mind like a tide. He finally understood the profound meaning behind Xiangyang's note in his journal. Only with thrice the human physique can one use the gene reinforcement cultivation method. Without a sufficient foundation, forcing cultivation would only lead to the tragedy of genetic collapse. As his understanding deepened, every detail of the cultivation process became clear: the postures to adopt at different stages of physique, the potions needed to replenish energy, and how to push the cultivation efficiency to its limits. Just as Bai Shu was immersed in this newfound knowledge, the insights abruptly ceased. Opening his eyes to gaze at the gene reinforcement cultivation method suspended before him, he immediately grasped the reason a method was incomplete. With the existing content, one could only break the human limit once. Through learning, you should realize that this is only the first stage of the gene reinforcement cultivation method. The terminal intelligence's voice chimed in timely. Only by implanting the extraordinary bone, acquiring the Morning Star bloodline, and gaining more permissions can you access the subsequent content. Bai Shu merely chuckled at these words. Limits? Perhaps with just this first stage, he could cultivate to unrivaled heights. Besides, is the Morning Star the only method in the dark world? Ignoring the terminal intelligence's temptations, Bai Shu turned his learning skills to the extraordinary seed condensation method. The mysteries of the extraordinary seed unfurled in his mind. The human body indeed has limits, and breaking them with sheer physical strength is nearly impossibly an occurrence, as rare as 1 in a billion. This is why the extraordinary seed must be condensed when the physique reaches 9.99. One can visualize the seed to enhance mental strength. Once the mental strength reaches a certain level, attributes can be assigned, ultimately using mental force to unlock the genetic constraints of the human body, thereby mastering extraordinary powers of earth, fire, wind, and water. Although this path of becoming an extraordinary being by breaking limits is easier than pure physical breakthrough, it is still a fantasy for most. In the 60 years since Morning Star's descent into the dark world, among over 30 billion people, only a little over 10 million extraordinary beings are registered, a mere 3%. illustrating its difficulty. Having absorbed all this information, Bai Shu exhaled slowly. As long as he could cultivate and improve, it was enough. He imagined his future self punching planets and kicking stars, cutting a path from the east road of Penglai to the southern heavenly gate, and couldn't help but smile. Life is getting better and better, he murmured softly, his gaze falling on the display platform before him. At some point, a sleek, round, and entirely black sci-fi creation had appeared there, occasionally sparkling with star-like lights. The terminal weapon had finally arrived. The terminal armament is an astonishing piece of extraordinary equipment. It features a fractured star core as its nucleus, combined with star iron, meteor dust, rare steel, and space crystal, among other special minerals, and incorporates genes from disaster beasts and exotic creatures. It is a top-tier weapon crafted by the people of Morningstar, utilizing global resources. The armament possesses two unique attributes. Firstly, it can recognize its master and transform into any shape at the user's will. Secondly, it can devour implants, minerals, disaster beasts, and exotic creatures to gain extraordinary abilities. Currently, it has 5 remaining devour opportunities, and this limit can be increased by consuming star cores. Bai Shu used his probing skill to examine the attributes of the terminal armament. Although there were some discrepancies with the display on the light screen, they were largely consistent. He pondered whether this nationwide effort equipment was too simplistic, but then he reminded himself that he was merely a fake savior. Perhaps this was a low-end version made from leftover materials. Without the Morningstar bloodline, the high-tier terminal armaments, capable of hundreds or even thousands of devours, were naturally beyond his reach. Something free shouldn't be wasted, Bai Shu thought as he grasped the terminal armament. Instantly, the armament seemed to come alive, its internal starlight twinkling and rotating like real stars. The previously hard sphere began to soften and collapse inward, transforming into a simple black ring that fits snugly on his index finger. A slightly feminine mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Honored Savior, Unit 1 is privileged to serve you. The terminal intelligence then provided a detailed introduction. The terminal armament integrates advanced technologies such as epidermal nerve connection, space folding, gene fusion, and nanorestructuring. While the world will's probing skill is potent, it is not omnipotent. The terminal armament still has much potential for you to explore, especially after consuming sufficient resources. It can attain a power even gods would fear. Bai Shu looked up at the verbose, intelligent projection and asked bluntly, if the terminal armament is so powerful, why did the Morningstar civilization still perish and fall into the dark realm? The terminal intelligence fell silent. Bai Shu nodded to himself, realizing that failures must accept reality. Dwelling on past glories is meaningless. From Xiangyang's diary, it seems that even the strongest of Morningstar only broke through the human limits 4 times. Coupled with this terminal armament made from star cores, it shows that while Morningstar had some strength, it was not particularly outstanding. After leaving the terminal intelligence speechless, Bai Shu attempted to activate the armament. The black ring instantly turned liquid, enveloping his entire body, and finally solidified into an angular yet rather odd armor asymmetrical, with a distorted helmet and eyes forming an O.O shape, the only decent-looking part being the long sword at his waist. When the terminal intelligence projected a mirror image, allowing Bai Shu to see his comical appearance, he too was rendered speechless. Initially, he wanted the prototype to transform into a kind of sci-fi armor that would leave anyone in awe at first glance. However, the outfit he wore now did evoke amazement, albeit with a hint of bemusement. Just as Bai Shu began to doubt his modeling skills, the prototype suddenly spoke. Savior, my database contains various armor blueprints, ranging from ancient armors to sci-fi mechs and exoskeleton suits. Each blueprint has unique abilities. Would you like me to open the blueprint library for your selection? Why didn't you mention the blueprints earlier? I made a fool of myself for nothing. Bai Shu grumbled internally, relieved that no one was around. He then nodded and said, open the blueprint library. As soon as he spoke, a string of complex gibberish appeared before Bai Shu. In an instant, the gibberish faded away, replaced by a series of intricately designed armor and mecha models. Human aesthetics, regardless of era or world, are fundamentally similar. Just like men on Earth are drawn to the allure of an 18-year-old beauty, appreciate the charm of a 30-year-old woman, and admire the wealth of a 50-year-old lady who could casually gift a few buildings. The people of Venus are no different. They too are captivated by armor that exudes a sense of technology and power. This aesthetic perfectly aligned with Bai Shu's interests. After much deliberation, Bai Shu finally settled on a sci-fi-styled mecha. This mecha not only had a futuristic appearance and cool-toned paint, but also boasted impressive weaponry. 108 micro-missile launchers across its body, a 3-meter-long modular long-range sniper rifle on its back, a plasma sword at its waist, and particle propulsion devices on its feet and back. This setup perfectly catered to Bai Shu's craving for firepower after all, who isn't a little anxious about insufficient firepower. As soon as Bai Shu selected this mecha, the comical armor he wore began to transform, with futuristic components rapidly assembling. Within just 5 seconds, a black and blue mecha took shape. Now, Bai Shu stood with a plasma sword glowing cold blue in his right hand, a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, and all 108 missile bays open, revealing the dark missile heads beneath. Gazing at his reflection, which now exuded a technological and menacing aura, Bai Shu nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of mecha that would elicit a genuine wow from anyone. Record this model. Unless necessary, transform into this mecha from now on. Your command is acknowledged, Savior. The prototype responded, and the model image disappeared. But just as Bai Shu thought everything was settled, a new status panel appeared before him. Final armament. Prototype energy, 25. Damage level, 0. Overload level, 0. Devourable count, 5. Abilities, infrared radar scan, plasma sword, energy missiles, nano repair, modification. Looking at the sudden status panel, Bai Shu asked with some frustration, how do I replenish the prototype's energy? The previously silent AI quickly responded, energy cubes can be used to recharge the final armament. A new panel then appeared, detailing how to earn points, the energy cube exchange rate, and the efficiency and duration of recharging. Tisk, no wonder they handed me the prototype without a word. They want me to be a workhorse, Bai Shu mused, suddenly thinking of Shinqing Yu. Her talent was as an energy source. If she could fully master her abilities, she might be able to recharge the prototype. This thought sparked Bai Shu's desire to return. As for being a workhorse, not in this lifetime. He would use the prototype for now, and if it ran out of energy, he'd set it aside. Once he was strong enough and had enough clout, Bai Shu was confident the AI would be more than willing to provide him with interest-free, indefinite point loans. Bai Shu was preoccupied with thoughts of returning and had no desire to linger in the Pyre repository any longer. He reached out and tapped the helm of the mech, the metal clanging with a crisp sound. With this action, the blue light in the mech's eyes gradually dimmed, and the faceplate automatically detached. He slowly removed the special glasses he had been wearing, and the moment they left his face, the terminal intelligence standing before him vanished. This discovery made Bai Shu ponder, could these glasses be some kind of high-tech imaging device? Just as he was about to remove his headset, the terminal intelligence's voice came through timely. There's no need to take off your equipment. I can communicate with you via the headset and use the glasses to observe the environment, providing more professional assistance for your combat and exploration of the ruins. Compared to the terminal armament, my support capabilities can be more effective. Bai Shu smiled slightly and asked after putting the headset back on. Can't you just contact me directly through the terminal armament? The terminal intelligence reappeared before Bai Shu, shaking its head. That's impossible. Once the recognition program is activated, the terminal armament completely belongs to you. Its information system is independent. I can only establish contact through wireless signals if you authorize it. However, I cannot access any of your information or control the terminal armament. Hearing this explanation, Bai Shu merely smiled faintly. He only half believed the terminal intelligence's words. He was well aware that the Morningstar people must have left a backdoor in the prototype. However, these concerns were unimportant. When his strength grew to the point where he could destroy everything with a single punch, these doubts would naturally dissipate. Any conspiracy or trick would ultimately crumble in the face of absolute power. With this thought, Bai Shu tapped the helmet again. The faceplate swiftly closed, and the eyes shone with a vibrant blue light once more. Having completed this, he sighed softly. I wonder when I can return to Earth to show off. After the sigh, Bai Shu nodded to the terminal intelligence and turned to walk towards the passage. As he walked, he threw out a series of questions. I'm going to meet up with my companions now. By the way, can you tell me about Morningstar's gene ascension plan and the core plan? Also, when did the disaster beasts first appear on Morningstar? Why did such a large planet fall into the dark realm? There's no sun here, so where does the sunlight come from? The terminal intelligence answered methodically. It all starts with the dark world. In our understanding, the dark world is like a mysterious river that traverses countless worlds and spans infinite dimensions. Its source and end are unknown. This river flows through the dimensional void, sweeping all civilizations it touches into this arena filled with disaster and opportunity. Once you complete your first descent and return to your original world, you will gain a new concept: civilization mass. Civilization mass? Bai Shu interrupted, somewhat surprised. What is that? The terminal intelligence patiently explained. Civilization has weight. A once powerful civilization, even if its entire history is recorded, might only fill a few hundred pages. When these pages turn to ash, they scatter with the wind. Once a civilization perishes, it becomes insignificant. But while a civilization continues, it shines brilliantly. This is the origin of civilization mass. Culture, heritage, life, technology, strength, all meaningful existences will become the weight of civilization to resist the relentless pull of the dark realm. The voice of the terminal intelligence echoed in the silence. carrying a heavy and distant resonance. If the mass isn't sufficient, civilization will be dragged into the abyss by the powerful gravity of the dark realm. It paused for a moment, its voice filled with an unmistakable emotional fluctuation. The morning star fell in this way. Countless arrivals shed their blood, hoping to add even a fraction of weight to civilization, so future generations could bask in sunlight, rather than face the cursed blood-red glow of a falling star at birth. The voice of the terminal intelligence grew even more solemn. But the invasion of the disaster realm changed everything. The descent plans failed repeatedly, and the strongest among us fell in battle. All our efforts were in vain. The morning star ultimately fell, and civilization is on the brink of extinction. We have failed. Bai Shu listened to this tale of regret and frustration without pausing his steps. He had long suspected, if a moon wolf, reduced to a single eye and made into a cyborg, could revive its will, then why not the people of the morning star? The terminal intelligence was likely the result of the morning star's inhabitants uploading their souls and consciousness to the network. Initially, it operated on instinct, but given enough time or stimulation, those dormant souls would eventually awaken. Bai Shu was not surprised by the emotional fluctuations displayed by the terminal intelligence. He got straight to the point. So, the Gene Ascension plan was designed to enhance the strength of the morning star's people and increase the planet's mass? Exactly. The terminal intelligence responded candidly, continuing to recount the tragic history. When the disaster beasts invaded, cities fell one after another, and our compatriots were slaughtered. The morning star was just a step away from being pulled into the dark realm. We initiated the core plan to preserve the fire of civilization, sealing the base. Then, we launched the Gene Ascension plan, using gene serums to elevate the basic physical condition of ordinary people to level 3, and taught them gene enhancement cultivation methods. There was a hint of bitterness in its voice. The large number of ordinary people meant that if everyone's physical condition improved by even 1 point, it would not only significantly increase the mass of civilization, but also give them a chance to escape when faced with disaster beasts. But you've seen the result. What failed? We were too hasty, and we acquired gene technology too late. People injected the gene serum without hesitation, but we let them down, watching helplessly as they mutated into mindless monsters. The morning star, in the end, still fell. As the terminal intelligence sank into a somber mood, Bai Shu continued to inquire. When did the disaster beasts first appear? And why must we resist the pull of the dark realm? Even if we fall into the dark realm, can't civilization continue to develop as long as it exists? Despite its low spirits, the terminal intelligence patiently explained. Once we fall into the dark realm, we lose the ability to descend through the will of the planet. It's like standing on high ground, where you can look down and freely choose your landing spot, even rescue companions who have jumped down with a rope. But once in a lowland, leaping out becomes extremely difficult. Some powerful civilizations might find ways to travel to other worlds after falling into the dark realm, using special technology or abilities, but the morning star cannot. Its voice grew heavier. Once we fall into the dark realm, not only do we lose the possibility of rapidly enhancing our strength, but we also become prey in the eyes of others. It's no different from death. Finally, the terminal intelligence answered Bai Shu's initial question. As for when the disaster beasts first appeared on the morning star, I do not know. All I know is that it was on the 7th day after our descent that we first discovered their traces. Upon hearing the narrative from the terminal intelligence, Bai Shu paused, his heart skipping a beat. Are you saying that on the 7th day after the arrival ends, there will be an invasion of disaster beasts? Not necessarily disaster beasts, the terminal intelligence replied, its voice suddenly turning mechanical and devoid of emotion. It continued, over the past 60 years, we've explored hundreds of thousands of dark worlds. The end of the world isn't solely caused by disaster beasts. There's also the threat of biochemical crises, intelligent machine disasters, interstellar wars, insect invasions, or even floods, extreme weather, stellar extinction, asteroid impacts. Every lost civilization has met its end in a unique way. Realizing its words might be too despairing, the terminal intelligence added, of course, disasters unfold gradually. Take Venus as an example. The initial disaster beasts weren't very powerful. Ordinary people wielding cold weapons could fight them. They grew stronger over time. Other disasters follow a similar pattern. As long as civilization progresses faster than the expansion of these disasters, they become opportunities rather than threats. Bai Shu didn't respond, quietly making his way down the corridor to the glowing blue screen. Through it, he saw Wang Xiaonan and the others staring in shock, which brought a slight smile to his face. Disasters capable of destroying civilizations? Interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to disaster? The terminal intelligence's tone rose sharply, so shocked it forgot to use any formality. Aren't you afraid of the destruction of civilization? How can you look forward to a disaster? Bai Shu ignored its outburst. To him, it wouldn't be long before this intelligence learned to engrave respect into its core rather than just speak of it. He smirked and continued forward. Like you said, As long as you're strong enough, disaster becomes opportunity. I have absolute confidence in my future. Pride leads to madness and the downfall of civilizations. The terminal intelligence exclaimed. The people of Venus once thought they could rule all worlds, but reality dealt us a harsh blow. Bai Shu couldn't be bothered with its incessant chatter. Since he had made his decision, he intended to follow through with it. Besides, with his limitless body, could the apocalyptic crisis 60 years from now truly defeat him? If he couldn't manage it, then other worlds might as well enjoy their final moments. As he passed through the screen, Bai Shu turned to see Wang Xiaonan and the others filled with confusion and wariness, yet also a hint of longing. He lightly tapped the right side of his faceplate, and as the blue light dimmed, the faceplate split open. When his both unfamiliar and familiar face was revealed, Wang Xiaonan immediately stepped forward, her hands constantly touching the armor formed by the terminal weapon. Wow, is this really a mech? A real mech. Wang Xiaonan's face flushed with excitement as she eagerly ran her hands over the surface of the mech, her eyes alight with fervor. It's my first time seeing a real mech. Can it fly? Does it have those pew-pew laser guns? Are there more mechs below? With this, wouldn't we be invincible? Bai Shu watched Wang Xiaonan's infatuated expression with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was about to explain the matter of the terminal weaponry below when the end-time AI, which had been incessantly advising him not to be arrogant, suddenly paused. Then, in a cold mechanical voice, it officially announced. Scan results. The 3 people in front of you do not meet the criteria for the savior. Upon entering the torch library, they can only obtain level 9 torchbearer access and cannot obtain savior access. This message, broadcast through the headphones, was clearly heard by everyone present. Wang Xiaonan's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment, but hope quickly reignited in her eyes as she looked expectantly at Bai Shu. Is that an AI speaking? Have you become the savior of this world? What is level 9 torchbearer access? Bai Shu pondered for a moment and then took out one of his earbuds, placing it in Wang Xiaonan's ear. Yes, it's an AI. If you want to know anything, just ask it. Ever since he learned about the apocalyptic disaster, Bai Shu had been feeling an inner urgency despite his calm exterior. He only wanted to return to the base as soon as possible to reconnect with Shinqing Yu and the others, then focus on the gene enhancement training method to improve his strength. As for why Wang Xiaonan and the others couldn't become saviors and other questions, he had no time to explain. You guys wait in the vault. I'm going to pick up my companions, Bai Shu said, closing his helmet and activating the plasma thrusters, instantly turning into a stream of light that vanished outside the vault door. The 3 girls stared blankly in the direction Bai Shu had left, taking a while to regain their composure and huddle together to discuss their next steps. Did the expert just leave like that? Didn't you see him fly off with your own eyes? So what do we do now? Should we check out the torch library the AI mentioned? I think it's better to wait here for the expert to return. He did tell us to wait for him, and he left us an earbud. We can use this time to chat with the AI and learn about this place. Mumung's right. No more buts. Let's stick to this plan. At that moment, Bai Shu was hovering in midair outside the building, sweat beading on his forehead. Compared to the rainbow wings, controlling the mech for flight was incredibly challenging, and he had almost crashed into a wall just now. He reminded himself, he must find time to practice piloting the mech properly. It would be far too embarrassing to crash while trying to make an impressive entrance at a critical moment. During a half-hour flight training session, Bai Shu piloted the mech through the air, trying various maneuvers circling, diving, bending, ascending, and even some irregular flight patterns. Although he had mastered the basics of flying, using these skills flexibly in actual combat would require a few more practical exercises. However, at his current level, showing off was certainly no problem. Those creatures in the bunker could be good practice opponents, Bai Shu pondered aloud. But I wonder about the mech's defensive capabilities, whether it can withstand their acid attacks. No sooner had he spoken than Unit 1 responded. Honored Savior, if you wish to enhance your mech piloting skills, you can activate learning mode. Additionally, the mech's performance will improve as your physical condition strengthens. The stronger your physique, the faster your neural reflexes, and the stronger your mental power, the more powerful I can become. After a moment of silence, Bai Shu accelerated towards the tunnel. Tell me any other information you have. During the brief flight, Bai Shu gained a deeper understanding of Unit 1. The mech's various functions: flight, energy missiles, lightsaber, radar scanning all consumed energy. The performance metrics such as flight speed, weapon damage, and scanning range were directly proportional to the energy consumed. When energy ran low, the mech could transform into an ancient armor form to withstand physical damage. Even more surprising was the vast wealth of information in Unit 1's database. Beyond mech and armor models, it included various educational materials, mech operation, the use of hot and cold weapons, and the construction and repair of cars, missiles, and warships. This knowledge was enough to develop a small civilization if a sufficient population was available. Terminal armament. Quite a fitting name, Bai Shu thought to himself. Perhaps the Venusian people plan to have some extraordinary beings carry the terminal armament to other dark worlds to rebuild civilization when the true apocalypse arrives. After confirming the Archaeopteryx hadn't returned to its nest, Bai Shu landed in front of the tunnel door. Observing the claw and peck marks left by the Archaeopteryx, he pondered for a moment before deactivating Unit 1's armed state. Although he wanted to show off, deliberately entering in mech form seemed too contrived. He preferred waiting for spontaneous opportunities to impress. Setting aside this notion, Bai Shu stepped into the tunnel. The sight that greeted him was Wu Feng's back, standing alertly in the center of the passage. Following Wu Feng's gaze, Bai Shu instinctively clenched his fists about 2 kilometers away. A vast number of creatures were arduously, yet persistently crawling towards the tunnel exit, an endless mass stretching beyond sight. How did those creatures get over here? Weren't they intimidated by the Archaeopteryx's presence last night? Bai Shu asked calmly as he approached Wu Foong. To him, this place was less safe than the Ember Vault, and he had already planned to move elsewhere. Hearing Bai Shu's voice, Wu Foong, who had been tense, turned to confirm it was indeed Bai Shu returning. Only then did he exhale deeply, visibly relaxing his tense body. Less than 10 minutes after you left, those creatures started to stir on the surveillance footage, swarming toward the passage, Wu Foong said gravely. The oppressive effect weakened significantly after the big bird left. Although some residual pressure is still affecting them, they're able to move now. If you hadn't come back in time, we would have had to leave a message and evacuate. These creatures are beyond our ability to handle. Bai Shu was about to respond when a cheerful voice interrupted him. Brother Mo, you're back. Before he could say anything, a soft figure had already thrown herself at him, hugging his arm tightly. Looking down, he saw Shinqing Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she stubbornly looked up at him. Bai Shu instinctively extended his index finger, gently tapping her nose. Did you miss me that much in such a short time? Shinqing Yu's face turned even redder, but she continued to cling to his arm. I was just worried about you. Her playful tone left Bai Shu a bit at a loss. He lightly flicked her forehead. Don't talk like Shufan. Oh, Shinqing Yu squinted her eyes and mumbled something under her breath. Bai Shu, focused on the distant creatures, didn't catch it and asked, what did you say? Nothing. Shinqing Yu quickly changed the subject. How come you're back so soon? It's only been a little over 2 hours. Did you find anything at the research station? Bai Shu smiled broadly. Found plenty. There's an underground shelter over there, much better than here. He turned to Wu Foong. Brother Wu, gather everyone and prepare to move. Although Wu Foong was curious, the imminent threat of the creatures left no room for questions. He went off to inform the others. Bai Shu tapped his headset, his gaze fixed on the approaching mass of creatures. Now, if these creatures develop intelligence, are they considered your people from Venus? A sorrowful sigh echoed in his earpiece. Yes, as long as they possess Venusian bloodline and can communicate, they are considered so. Should we still eliminate these creatures? Bai Shu asked. Maybe they're the new generation of Venusians. The terminal intelligence was silent for a few seconds. Yes, they must be cleared. Intelligence and communication define a person, otherwise, they're just monsters. It paused briefly before continuing. The Ember Vault has not only knowledge and weaponry, but also a laboratory for cultivating active embryos. Given time, a new generation of Venusians can be reborn. These threats must be eradicated. Bai Shu felt puzzled as to why the topic of test tube babies was only mentioned now. But as he saw Wu Foong and the others emerging from the control room, he shelved the thought for the moment. With insufficient strength to unravel the mystery now, he knew clarity would come with time. He lightly tapped the terminal armor, a slight smile on his lips ready to demonstrate the mech form for the mass relocation. As he willed it, futuristic metallic components spread from his fingertips, rapidly encasing his body as those around him watched in shock. Unit 01, armor engaged. Bai Shu tapped the iron armor on his chest and turned to look at Wu Foong. The shaped visor of the mech's eyes lit up, and a cold blue light flowed slowly from right to left until the entire lens was filled with an ethereal blue glow. There was a thrilling sense of technology in its coldness. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? Bai Shu asked in a low voice. Holy crap! Wu Feng's eyes widened, and a series of deafening exclamations echoed around, even startling the creeping monsters nearby, a few of which collapsed directly to the ground. Holy crap! This is so cool. Am I dreaming? Where did you get this? Wu Foong was so excited he could hardly speak coherently. Xiao Mo, no, Brother Mo? Master Mo, I've never asked anyone for anything in my life. But today I'm begging you, get me one too. Seeing Wu Foong reaching out to touch it, Bai Shu quickly waved him off. What are you doing? You can shout all you want, but no touching. Wu Foong looked aggrieved, his gaze darting between Bai Shu's mech and Shinqing Yu, who was touching the mech's abdomen. Then why can Shinqing Yu touch it? Shinqing Yu was startled by this and quickly withdrew her hand. Bai Shu glanced at her and then flicked the exoskeleton armor on Wu Foong, producing a crisp clanging sound as metal struck metal. Did you forget about that hunk of metal you're wearing? What if you damage my mech? Wu Feng's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can touch it if I take off the armor? He was about to press the button on his forearm. At that moment, his beloved Shenlong exoskeleton armor suddenly felt more like an old ball and chain. Wang Wei couldn't take it anymore and smacked him on the back of the head. Don't act like a fool. Is this the time to fool around? He then turned to Bai Shu. With the 6 of us, plus the cart and supplies, and Wu Feng's exoskeleton armor, the total weight is about 2 tons. Can your mech handle it? Bai Shu, seeing Wang Wei's face full of curiosity, nodded. Of course, no problem. The normal load capacity of the prototype unit is 10 tons, and if energy consumption isn't a concern, it can reach up to 200 tons. A mere 2 tons is nothing. Wang Wei was taken aback, then fired off a series of questions. How can such a small mech carry 200 tons? And how does it transform from a ring to a mech? Is it space technology or nanotechnology? Is the technology on Venus this advanced? Is there a data library in the mech? Can we learn and replicate these technologies? Halfway through asking, he realized his overexcitement and patted his forehead. Forget it, forget it. I just called out Wu Foong, and now I'm doing the same. We'll discuss these questions later. The urgent task is to move first. With that, he called Wu Foong to help push the cart carrying the 3 people. As for why the 3 were still on the cart, they were still subdued by the pressure from the Archaeopteryx. Bai Shu watched the 2 busy figures, shrugged, and walked out of the passage with Shinqing Yu. Bai Shu extended his left hand, and in an instant, more than a dozen guiding ropes unfurled from his palm, precisely securing the 3 people and supplies on the cart. Wang Wei stood nearby, staring in disbelief, muttering to himself, impossible. How is this even possible? Uncle Wang, Bai Shu turned to the still-dazed Wang Wei. Do you and Brother Wu want to ride the cart with Shufan and the others, or should I allocate separate guiding ropes for you? Before he finished speaking, Wu Foong, standing by the cart, brightened up and waved his hands excitedly. Is this really happening? Lift me up. He spread his arms wide, eager and impatient. Bai Shu shook his head helplessly, thinking that Wu Foong was as quietly flamboyant as ever. To complete the task quickly, he said no more and directed the primary mech to release new guiding ropes, firmly securing Wu Foong and Wang Wei. In a flash, he turned to Shinqing Yu's expectant eyes, gently wrapping his right arm around her slender waist, and they soared into the sky. As they moved away from the mountain where the passage was located, Bai Shu glanced back at the 2 primordial bird eggs in the nest. Primary, what level of disaster beast is the primordial bird? He asked. A semi-transparent information panel appeared before Bai Shu, and the mechanical voice of the primary mech responded. The primordial bird first appeared on Venus in July 2033 of the star calendar. It possesses the ability to control storms, flames, and lightning. An adult primordial bird's power is comparable to a human who has unlocked the genetic lock 5 times, but it significantly weakens during its egg-laying period. The blood-red sun of Venus aids the young birds in mastering their fire abilities, which is why they choose to lay eggs here. Bai Shu pondered. The strongest on Venus had only unlocked the genetic lock 4 times, with a physique reaching 5 digits. In contrast, an adult primordial bird equated to unlocking the genetic lock 5 times, with a physique in the 6 digits, far surpassing them by tens of thousands. Surviving under the pressure of a primordial bird seemed like a stroke of luck. I noticed these disaster beast eggs can be bonded through a blood contract. Bai Shu continued his inquiry. Why hasn't Venus developed disaster beast husbandry? If everyone could bond with disaster beasts, wouldn't it greatly enhance overall strength and civilization? Because resources are limited, the primary mech quickly replied. More importantly, human nature is selfish. Those with vested interests instinctively suppress the upward mobility of ordinary people to maintain their power and avoid future retribution. This answer left Bai Shu silent. Venus and Earth were so similar, with a few controlling power, manipulating public opinion, and using happy education and other methods to limit the development of the masses, turning them into mindless drones. The ruling classes of both worlds had coincidentally chosen the same path. While Bai Shu was lost in thought, Shinqing Yu gently tapped the waist of the mech. He opened his visor, looking at her questioningly. What's up? Shinqing Yu glanced at the cart 10 meters below, then leaned close to Bai Shu's ear and whispered. It's strange, Cheng Lei's malice has suddenly diminished a lot. Though some remains, it's mostly turned into greed and relief. Seeing her serious expression, Bai Shu couldn't help but smile. 500,000 has that effect. Opportunism is in their nature. You don't need to worry too much. Uncle Wang and Brother Wu will handle it. With that, Bai Shu began to slow down their flight. We're at the research facility. Outside the research center building, the first unit landed steadily, followed by the cart touching down. As Wu Foong and Wang Wei reached the ground, Bai Shu retracted the towing rope and landed lightly beside them. Wang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and lifted his shirt to inspect the marks left by the towing rope on his body. His gaze shifted to the left hand of the first unit, which could eject the towing rope, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Is this towing rope made with nanotechnology, or is it hidden in the mech's spatial layer? Bai Shu tapped the mech, deactivating its armor state. In an instant, The mech's components scattered like shooting stars, eventually coalescing on his index finger, transforming into a black ring. Both technologies are used, Bai Shu explained. The appearance change and the ejection of the towing rope are nanotechnology, but the first unit is also equipped with spatial technology. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a 555 centimeters cube appeared out of thin air. This is the sealing box, stored in the first unit's spatial layer. However, the layer's capacity is limited, only 222, an 8-cube space. Just then, having finally escaped the oppressive presence of the Archaeopteryx, Shufin sidled up to Bai Shu, her tone playfully coquettish. Since you have a spatial layer, why not put all the jars and bottles from the cart in there? Look, I've got marks from being bumped around. You owe me compensation. Seeing Shufin's attempt to get close, Bai Shu couldn't help but shiver. Though Shufin was indeed fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs as a highlight, he just couldn't muster any interest. Is this what they mean by a sycophant is unworthy of love? This odd thought flitted through his mind. Quickly, Bai Shu pulled Shinqing Yu in front of him, blocking Shufin's approach. Using spatial abilities consumes a lot of energy. Flying to the passage and back only uses 1,000th of the energy. But deploying such a small box takes tuthasants, more than flying 100 kilometers. The first unit is low on energy now, and if we stuff all the cans in, it might not even lift off. After responding to Shufin, Bai Shu gestured for Wu Foong to push the cart and lead the way toward the building. There were originally more than a dozen of those guys here, but they committed heinous acts, raping American women and killing 2 of our compatriots, even attempting to harm our girls. I've dealt with them. The whereabouts of those American women are unknown, and 3 of our girls are taking refuge in the underground vault. By the way, the vault leads to the Ember Library, the final refuge prepared by the Morningstar people against disasters. The group arrived at the vault and saw Wang Xiaonan and the others huddled together warily. Seeing Bai Shu and the other compatriots enter, they finally relaxed their tense nerves. Zhao Mengmeng waved excitedly. Master, you're back. Did you know? We just bargained with the terminal intelligence, and now we're all level 6 Ember holders. Bai Shu was taken aback. The terminal intelligence can bargain? Is the bottom line really that flexible? Bai Shu chuckled softly, tapping his earpiece as he glanced at his companions. I've brought the people. You've followed me all the way, so you should know who they are. Wu Foong and Wang Wei, both significant figures on our side. You can discuss directly with them how to save the Morningstar. His gaze swept over Wang Xiaonan and the others before finally settling on Shinqing Yu. Since the 3 of them have achieved the status of level 6 firebearers, giving her the title of savior shouldn't be too much, right? The holographic figure of the terminal intelligence appeared in his glasses, pausing before speaking. According to our analysis, she has an auxiliary talent for gathering energy. If she can increase the intensity of the gathered energy to more than 100 times the standard region and change her bloodline to that of the Morningstar, she could become a savior. Hold on, Bai Shu rolled his eyes. Qing Yu is like me. Changing bloodlines is not an option. If that's necessary, you'll have to discuss it with them. He nodded towards Wang Wei and Wu Foong. Wang Xiaonan immediately understood and respectfully handed the earpiece to Wang Wei. At this moment, Shinqing Yu spoke timidly. If it can help Brother Mo, I might consider changing to the Morningstar bloodline. No, Bai Shu interrupted her decisively. You're fine just the way you are. Don't change. Shinqing Yu paused, then blushed and lowered her head. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing her reaction, Bai Shu knew she misunderstood, but he didn't bother to explain. Uncle Wang, Bai Shu turned to Wang Wei. Why don't you head to the fire repository first and see what you can get from the terminal intelligence? He then looked at Wu Foong. Brother Wu, you must be eager, right? My time-based talent, Wu Foong said, looking up, should be enough to warrant a savior status and some terminal armament, right? He nudged Wang Wei with his elbow, his face full of anticipation. Wang Wei could only nod. I'll take them down first. Mo, are you sure you won't come? I've got everything I need. I'd rather try out the gene enhancement cultivation method here. Bai Shu instructed Shinqing Yu. Listen to Uncle Wang after you go down, and don't rush to choose anything. Okay, I know. Shinqing Yu glanced back repeatedly as she followed Wang Wei through the light blue curtain, disappearing into the underground passage. Once everyone had left, Bai Shu stretched and let out a long breath. Finally, some peace. Now, let's see what my limits are. He struck an awkward pose. Legs together on tiptoes, pelvis thrust forward, spine arched back. Left hand reaching for his upper back, right hand over his head, pinching his left earlobe with his index and middle fingers. Head tilted back to the limit, mouth wide open. If I did this on the street, it would be social suicide, he thought, just as a buzzing filled his mind. A tingling sensation and a rush of warmth surged from within, gradually filling his entire body with a sense of expansion. This is it, I've made it. As his cells filled with a sense of fullness, Bai Shu's muscles continuously tore and healed under the operation of the gene enhancement training method. Each reconstruction brought greater strength. The intense pain intertwined with a fierce desire, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. on the brink of collapsing out of the training state. Yet, his will remained steadfast. Even with the extraordinary talent of an infinite body, without diligent training, it would all be a castle in the air. Xiangyang faced fear and pulled out his spine before his death, and martyrs silently turned to ashes in the flames. These warriors faced true death, while he was merely enduring the pain brought on by training. With this in mind, Bai Shu adjusted his posture, transitioning from leaning forward to leaning back, entering the peculiar stance of the second form of body strengthening. Then he shifted to the third form, most suitable for a physique of 5 points, gradually adapting to the negative effects of training and entering the legendary state of no thoughts, a union with nature. It wasn't until a sound of light footsteps approached that Bai Shu came back to his senses. Just as he exited the transcendent state, a gut-wrenching hunger overwhelmed him. It felt like a castaway who hadn't eaten for 3 days and 9 meals, with a burning pain in his stomach, acidic bile rising in his throat, as if his body was about to consume itself to stay alive. "Brother Mo, what's wrong?" Shinqing Yu skipped out with light steps, and upon seeing Bai Shu kneeling and clutching his stomach, she immediately understood. "Did you train using the gene enhancement method?" Noticing Bai Shu's gaunt cheeks, she quickly took out a pale red vial from her backpack, opened it, and brought it to his lips. "This is an energy potion I got from the End Intelligence. Drink up." The rich aroma hit Bai Shu's senses, stimulating his taste buds. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, allowing Shinqing Yu to pour the potion in. The liquid was rapidly absorbed before even reaching his stomach, gradually filling his emptiness, though the hunger hadn't entirely subsided. Bai Shu looked at Shinqing Yu with slight embarrassment. "Could I have 2 more?" Shinqing Yu was taken aback and quickly pulled out 2 energy serums from her storage pouch. Looking at the haggard Bai Shu in front of her, she spoke with a clear tone of reproach. "Brother Mo, how long have you been practicing the gene enhancement method? Have you forgotten that this training method can't be sustained for too long, and you must replenish enough nutrients in advance?" As she spoke, she handed the energy serums to Bai Shu. "Now that we have the Xinhua library as a shelter, we can safely wait for the beacon to anchor. Why push yourself so hard?" Watching Bai Shu gulp down one energy serum after another, Shinqing Yu kept her eyes fixed on his gaunt face. Only when the 7th serum was finished and a hint of color returned to Bai Shu's cheeks, did she let out a long breath, her voice tinged with a slight choke. "Do you hear me? Don't ever do this again." Bai Shu snapped back to reality, listening to her endless concern, and couldn't help but show a gentle smile. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't do this again." With that, he took the opportunity to open the panel to check his stats. Physique, 5.5. An increase of 0.5 in physique, equivalent to 160 source units. Bai Shu calculated silently. "I guess being a genius like me really does make training more efficient." He stood up and stretched, waiting for the cracking sounds of his joints to stop before his gaze fell on the cans on the cart. Although the energy serums had replenished his nutrients, his stomach was still empty, and the hunger was becoming more pronounced. Noticing his gaze, Shinqing Yu immediately understood. "Brother Mo, wait here. I'll go heat up some canned food for you." She ran towards the cart as she spoke. Bai Shu chuckled helplessly and followed her. "I'm not seriously injured, just hungry. No need to be so worried." As he spoke, he picked up a few cans and pressed the heating button. With his increased physique, his appetite had indeed grown significantly, and he estimated he could eat 10 of these cans, which would normally fill an ordinary person with just half. As Bai Shu poured the canned food into his mouth, he calculated their stock. 13 cans per meal, 40 cans a day. With 4 people training, that's 160 cans. These over 800 cans will only last 5 days. "I don't have to train." Shinqing Yu quickly raised her hand. "Uncle Wang said that when we return to Earth, they will protect me. It's okay if my strength is a bit lower, no need to waste food." Seeing her worried expression, Bai Shu couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "How can you not train? Having strength to be protected and having no strength and needing protection are completely different things. We can accept protection, but we absolutely can't neglect our own strength, or we'll become nothing more than tools for others." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the passageway, and he patted a small box on the cart. "By the way, why did you choose the energy serums? Didn't I tell you to choose carefully? Why pick these?" Upon hearing Bai Shu's inquiry, Shinqing Yu lowered her head and gently explained. "I have level 3 access to the flame vault, so my choices are limited. I used one opportunity to learn the gene enhancement cultivation method and another to obtain 200 energy potions. The last opportunity, I decided to keep, following Uncle Wang's advice. After making my selections, I didn't have much else to do, so I came straight up to find you." Bai Shu was silent for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. "Why didn't you learn the extraordinary flame condensation method?" "The extraordinary flame requires a physique of 9.9 to condense." Shinqing Yu tilted her head, showing a naive smile. "Even if I chose it now, it wouldn't be of any use." Bai Shu sighed inwardly. He understood Shinqing Yu's intentions. She first learned the gene enhancement cultivation method, and, realizing the need for substantial resources, immediately started considering his needs, even using her valuable opportunity to obtain energy potions to aid his cultivation. Who would have thought that after being reborn with a cheat-like talent, I'd have a day where I'd rely on someone else? Bai Shu thought with a mix of amusement and gratitude, but he accepted her goodwill. Without resources, progress would indeed be difficult. He secretly vowed that once he became strong enough, he would seize the entire flame vault and give it to her. With this small goal in mind, Bai Shu led Shinqing Yu to a small room next to the vault. Under her watchful gaze, he consumed 10 energy potions in one go. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Keep an eye on the door for me, Bai Shu instructed. Don't peek at me. I'm afraid I might look ugly while cultivating. Shinqing Yu giggled, lightly tapping his arm. Brother Mo, how could you ever look ugly? She said, turning to stand at the door with a serious expression. Focus on your cultivation. I'll guard the door and won't let anyone in. But don't push yourself too hard this time. It's not good for your health. Don't worry, I'll listen to you and won't overdo it, Bai Shu promised. I'll stop as soon as I feel hungry. With that, he moved to the wall next to the door and curled his body into an irregular ball, the first of the 3 forms in the gene enhancement cultivation method. Unlike the first time, he quickly entered a state of mind where he was free from distracting emotions and desires. He only awoke when his body reached the preset threshold and he felt a twinge of hunger. With the sound of cracking joints, Bai Shu straightened up and checked the panel. Sure enough, his physique had increased to 6, and he had saved 160 units of source essence. Delighted, he tapped the device on his index finger. How long did I cultivate this time? 30 minutes. This answer made Bai Shu beam with joy. At this rate, as long as resources were sufficient, he could increase his physique by 1 point in an hour, 24 points in a day, and break through the second genetic lock in 5 days. However, catching up to the strongest on Venus would still take 2 years, and defeating the primeval bird would take decades. The cultivation speed is still a bit slow, Bai Shu mused. I hope the 4th form of strong body technique surprises me. He stretched his limbs and walked towards the door, where he found Shinqing Yu sitting with her arms around her knees. Several cans with preheating devices activated were placed in front of Shinqing Yu, clearly prepared specifically for Bai Shu. Seeing this, Bai Shu felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his cultivation could wait, so he sat down beside her. What are you thinking about? Bai Shu asked softly. Shinqing Yu, lost in her thoughts, was startled by the sudden question. Regaining her composure, she playfully slapped Bai Shu's arm. Mo Dage, you scared me. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. I wasn't thinking about anything, just daydreaming. Bai Shu chuckled silently, choosing not to point out the little thoughts behind her words. He glanced around the vault, finally resting his eyes on the pillars. Wu Gu and the others haven't come out yet? This seemed to hit a sore spot for Shinqing Yu, who immediately responded with a huff. No, not only Wu Gu and the others, but even Wang Xiaonan and her 2 friends haven't come out yet. If it weren't for you saving them, they would have. Unable to finish the sentence, the innocent Shinqing Yu just patted her own leg in frustration. They don't know how to be grateful at all. I won't bother with them anymore. To Shinqing Yu, since Bai Shu had saved Wang Xiaonan and her friends, they should have shown their gratitude. She had even chosen the energy potion to express her stance, but Wang Xiaonan and her friends stayed with Wang Wei and Wu Foong instead. Although Wang Wei and Wu Foong were also part of their group, Shinqing Yu naturally sided with Bai Shu. Bai Shu didn't mind Wang Xiaonan and her friends' actions. Saving them was just a matter of lending a hand, and he never expected anything in return. He would have done the same for any fellow in distress. However, seeing Shinqing Yu standing up for him like this, he felt a warmth in his heart. After all, who doesn't appreciate someone genuinely caring for them? He gently tapped Shinqing Yu on the head, smiling as he said, It's okay, they can go their way, and we'll go ours. We don't have to worry about them. The words "we" seemed to strike a chord with Shinqing Yu, who instantly went from being upset to bashful, unable to speak for a while as her eyes darted around. Seeing this, Bai Shu knew she was overthinking again, so he stood up with a smile, picked up a heated can, and casually opened a bottle of energy potion. He thought to himself that earlier he claimed over 800 cans would last 5 days, but now it seemed 3 days might be optimistic. Shinqing Yu also stood up, helping him with the cans while asking worriedly, Mo Dage, are you still going to cultivate? Isn't there a limit on how much time each person should spend on gene enhancement training each day? Isn't 1 hour a day the best for us? Seeing her concerned expression, Bai Shu shook his head and laughed. Everyone's physique is different. My immunity talent not only protects against the gene erosion from implants, but also the negative effects of cultivation. If I wanted to, I could train nonstop for 24 hours a day. As they talked, Bai Shu consumed another 20 vials of potion and 13 cans. With his increased strength, his body could store more energy. He secretly hoped that these 20 vials would boost his physique to 7, and wondered if the remaining ones would be enough to reach 9.9. After a brief exchange, Bai Shu returned to his room to begin a new round of cultivation. The training session lasted for half an hour. When Bai Shu opened his eyes, he felt a pang of hunger. He stood up and quickly opened the panel to check his stats. Constitution, 6.5. This number made Bai Shu frown slightly. Although he hadn't encountered the diminishing returns mentioned in the gene-enhancing training method, where the stronger the constitution, the slower the improvement, gaining 1 point of constitution per hour was indeed decent in the early stages. However, for someone who aspires to punch through stars, this rate of improvement was still too slow. More troubling was the fact that his energy potions were about to run out. It took 20 bottles to increase his constitution from 5 to 6, and following this increasing consumption pattern, going from 6 to 7 would require 40 bottles. Bai Shu quickly calculated in his head, to reach his ideal constitution of 10 or 9.99, he would need 580 bottles. Even if Qing Yu uses her third choice opportunity, there still won't be enough potions. Bai Shu rubbed his temples and suddenly thought of an idea. The 3 American women. Every torchbearer has 3 opportunities to choose from the torch, whether it's techniques, potions, or implants. Although the range of choices is restricted by permissions, this is indeed an opportunity. With this plan in mind, Bai Shu quickly consumed the potions and canned food prepared by Shinqing Yu and continued his training. After repeating this process for over 2 hours, his constitution finally increased to 8.5. Putting away the strong body 6 form stance, Bai Shu clenched his right fist, feeling the almost uncontrollable power within him. I need to control this well. I can't accidentally blow Qing Yu's head off. The thought of that image sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, he heard the sound of an argument outside. As Bai Shu stepped out of the room, he saw an unexpected scene. Shinqing Yu was holding a handgun she had confiscated from Asen, using broken foreign language to stop 3 American women from approaching. Talk about serendipity. Bai Shu chuckled as he took the translation earpiece from Qing Yu's pocket and put it on. Instantly, the conversation of the foreign women became clear. An angel will surely protect us and give us food. I'm so hungry. More than food, I want to know what a man like that tastes like. Milia, don't be crazy. Look at his partner's expression. We better kneel down. I've heard that Eastern people like that. Listening to their conversation, Bai Shu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He had intended to go out and find these American women, but unexpectedly, they had come to him voluntarily. This made things much more convenient. Celis, don't fall for CBS's propaganda. The blonde woman, Malia, whispered to her companion. I've been to that country, and it's way better than Or's. No homeless people, no violence, and none of those so-called beautiful scenery they talk about. She rolled her eyes and continued. We just need to raise our hands, flaunt our figures, and give a knowing look to those cans. He'll definitely get what we mean. Great idea. Celis responded immediately. Hurry, he's already picking up his partner's gun. As Bai Shu reached out to press down on Shinqing Yu's hand to lower the gun, the American women had already puffed out their chests and raised their hands high. Seeing this, Bai Shu shook his head helplessly. The Western, beautiful scenery had indeed become a conditioned reflex for them. Shinqing Yu, who was nervously pointing her gun at the American women, was startled when Bai Shu touched her wrist, nearly firing by accident. Upon realizing who it was, she sighed in relief, patting her chest. Brother Imo, it's you scared me. Seeing her reaction, Bai Shu wanted to flick her forehead but refrained, knowing his strength was hard to control. He said, your current physique is 5 times theirs. You could knock them out with a slap. Why so nervous? Shinqing Yu paused, then lowered her head in embarrassment. I forgot. Not wanting to embarrass her further, Bai Shu didn't say more. He took off his headset and tossed it to Malia, the one with the best figure, gesturing to his ear. Though puzzled, Malia put on the headset. Can you understand me now? Malia's eyes widened in surprise, and she began nodding vigorously. She nudged her companions, and after a quick exchange, they all nodded in agreement. Bai Shu gently took Shinqing Yu's hand and led the group toward the building's pillars. I can provide the food and shelter you want, but you need to agree to my terms first. Malia immediately struck a seductive pose, implying she was open to anything. This made Shinqing Yu scoff, while Bai Shu shook his head internally. Indeed, the West was quite free. He led them to the blue light curtain facing away from the entrance, passing through it into the underground base. Bai Shu explained, here, you can request 3 types of supplies from the AI. You all need to choose the energy potion. As he spoke, he transformed the initial machine into a hand cannon and blasted the vault's metal wall. After a loud explosion, a half-meter deep, 3-meter wide crater appeared in the wall. Of course, you can choose something else, Bai Shu continued. But be prepared to face the consequences. Consider this a fair warning. He led Shinqing Yu through the light curtain, leaving the 3 women to exchange glances. Malia clutched her heart, starry-eyed. Oh my, was that a palm cannon? He's like Iron Man. I must have him, even if just for one night. Stop daydreaming, Celis urged. Keep up, or your Iron Man might blast you. Bai Shu successfully led the group to the Ember Vault. But as they entered, they encountered an unexpected situation. Cheng Lei, who had been chatting with Wang Xiaonan, rushed over as soon as she saw Bai Shu with 3 American women, indignantly questioning, what's going on? Why did you bring foreigners down here? Don't you know how important this place is? Faced with Cheng Lei's scolding, Bai Shu couldn't help but let a cold smirk appear on his lips. Accusing me of selling out national interests for 500K? This is like a prostitute accusing a virtuous woman, Bai Shu thought to himself with a cold snort. No, I can't even compare myself to her. While Bai Shu remained silent, Cheng Lei grew more arrogant, gesturing with her head held high. Her demeanor made Bai Shu burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Cheng Lei snapped, like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice rising in agitation. Have you already colluded with these foreigners, planning to flee abroad as soon as you return to Earth? Her words became increasingly frantic. Bai Shu, tired of the spectacle, interrupted coldly. Cheng, have you forgotten who found this place? Who brought you here? If it weren't for my willingness, do you think you'd have the right to stand here and point fingers at me? His gaze was sharp as a blade. Yesterday you were worried about international repercussions, and today you've forgotten everything you said? Just because that Commonwealth guy died. Cheng Lei was momentarily speechless, her neck flushed red, eyes filled with defiance and guilt. Seeing this, Bai Shu grew even more disinterested and, with a flick of his tail, brought her in front of him. First meeting, and you were eyeing my gear, cozying up to the Australians all the way, and now you talk about national interests? Bai Shu sneered. Who gave you the guts? Do you really think I won't touch you? Seeing the fear in Cheng Lei's eyes, Bai Shu suddenly felt bored. Why bother with someone like her? If she dared to act up, he might as well squash her. With this thought, he swung his tail and slammed Cheng Lei against the wall. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed in the warehouse. Cheng Lei slid down to the base of the wall, struggling to get up, but eventually played dead. Bai Shu had used just enough force to cause pain without causing serious harm. Wang Xiaonan frowned, cautiously approaching Bai Shu. Big brother, even if Cheng was wrong, wasn't that too harsh? We're all from the same country. We should be helping each other. These words didn't quite align with Wang Xiaonan's usual demeanor. After all, she hadn't abandoned Zhao Mengmeng and Qi Xian during monster attacks or ambushes. But that didn't mean Bai Shu agreed with her. Helping each other? Bai Shu scoffed. Only those with shared beliefs deserve to talk about that. As for Cheng Lei, forget it. He turned to Wu Foong and Wang Wei, who were approaching. Did Cheng Lei learn the gene enhancement cultivation method? Wang Wei hesitated for a moment before nodding. I didn't think to refuse her before. Bai Shu shook his head. Wang Wei was good in many ways, but ultimately, he was a researcher too indecisive. He then looked at Wu Foong. What do you think, Wu? Wu Foong stroked his chin, his expression turning fierce. Old Wang wants to control her when we get back to Earth and interrogate her slowly. I think there's no need to wait. We should interrogate her now to prevent her from leaking information later. As soon as Xiao Mo made his move, it was clear he had the same idea as me, Wu Foong said, just as Bai Shu nodded solemnly. Her eyes turned sharp. The time gap from capture to the end is enough for her to use modern technology to leak important information. Bai Shu's gaze grew resolute, deliberately ignoring the hint of malice when Cheng Lei disappeared. Her tone was firm. Once a traitor, always a traitor. We can't just let her off because she shows a willingness to turn over a new leaf. If anyone could first betray the country and then claim, I'm patriotic to enjoy wealth and prosperity, what would be the point of the law? 50,000. She deserves to be dealt with decisively. Turning to Zhao Mengmeng, Bai Shu's eyes were probing. Mengmeng, Cheng Lei should already know about your malicious intent detection ability, right? Without waiting for a response, she quickly looked at Wang Wei, her voice heavy. Tell me, if foreign forces learn about Mengmeng's ability, what would they do? Before Wang Wei could speak, Wu Foong interjected sharply. By any means necessary, they would eliminate Mengmeng. Either abduct her abroad or orchestrate an accident to end her life. They won't let her remain unharmed. Seeing the shocked expressions around him, Wu Foong raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Think I'm joking? The competition between nations is far more ruthless and unscrupulous than you can imagine. He turned to Wang Wei, a playful smirk on his lips. Old Wang, now that Xiao Mo has pointed it out, I'm taking preemptive action just in case. Don't go reporting me. When have I ever reported you? Wang Wei replied, tugging at the corner of his mouth. You know whether you have or not. Wu Foong retorted, striding over to Cheng Lei. He grabbed her collar with one hand, lifting her off the ground. Still pretending to faint? This trick hasn't worked on me for a decade. Confess honestly, and I'll make it quick. Otherwise, Cheng Lei suddenly lifted her head. Beneath her disheveled hair, only one bloodshot left eye was visible, and her mouth was smeared with a mix of saliva and blood, making her look ghastly. What do you mean? I'm a central media reporter. How can you treat me like a traitor? This is forced confession. I'll report this to the central authorities. Wu Foong sneered. The last traitor who fell into my hands said the same thing at first. Want to know what he said in the end? He begged me for a quick death. You seem tougher than him. Hope you can hold out longer. He gestured to the others. You don't need to see what happens next. I'll take her up for questioning and let you know the results. With that, he dragged Cheng Lei into the passage like a dead dog. Wang Xiaonan watched in shock until their figures disappeared down the corridor. She finally snapped out of it, pointing at the passage, stammering. What does this mean? Is Sister Chung a double agent? Zhao Mengmeng, who had somehow appeared by her side, nodded thoughtfully. I suspected something. When you mentioned my ability to Sister Chung earlier, she suddenly had a strong sense of malice towards me, although it vanished in an instant before I could react. No wonder she's a spy cultivated by foreign forces. Her emotional control is impressive. She shivered. Thank goodness for the sharp eyes of the experts and Brother Wu, or I would have been in danger. Zhao Mengmeng stepped forward to express her gratitude, and Wang Xiaonan nodded slightly, indicating it was unnecessary to mention it. Bai Shu led Shinqing Yu over to Wang Wei and glanced at the futuristic-looking platform in the center of the Ember Vault. How did the conversation go? Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's face displayed a series of rich expressions: shock, amazement, disbelief. In a lowered voice, he said, Venus technology is more advanced than I imagined. However, they only apply these technologies without fully mastering the core aspects. Otherwise, their space technology alone would be enough to protect them during the beast invasions. He paused briefly, then continued. As for the salvation plan proposed by the terminal intelligence, I think it's very promising. As long as it's willing to share the technology, the organization will definitely send elites to rebuild Venus. After all, infrastructure is our specialty. Before he could finish, Wang Wei noticed the earpiece in Amelia's ear and quickly changed the subject. By the way, why did you bring them down here? Bai Shu shrugged, making a helpless little bear gesture. Qingyu's resources were used up by me, so I had to find someone to replenish them, right? As he spoke, he gestured for Amelia and the others to come to the platform, lightly tapping the smooth surface. Could we get a few more pairs of these interpretation earpieces? Without them, bringing people to the Ember Vault for communication is quite inconvenient. As soon as he finished speaking, the platform emitted a precise mechanical sound. In no time, 20 pairs of sleek interpretation earpieces and matching glasses rose from the surface, neatly arranged. Clearly, the terminal intelligence was quite enthusiastic about expanding its personnel. Bai Shu quickly distributed the equipment, fitting Amelia and the others first, then himself and Shinqing Yu. As the earpiece snugly fit into his ear, the slightly puzzled mechanical voice of the terminal intelligence sounded. How did you manage to do it? Increasing your physical stats from 5 to 8.5 using 200 energy potions in just a few hours. This question played right into Bai Shu's hands, and a smile tugged at his lips. According to Xiangyang's diary, the strongest on Venus, Lin Guanhai, took over half a year to break through the first human limit after arriving in the Dark World. At Bai Shu's current pace, this record would inevitably be shattered. Talent is a resource, and strength is capital. Bai Shu calculated that with such astonishing talent, negotiating an interest indefinite loan from the terminal intelligence shouldn't be difficult. But now wasn't the best time to reveal his hand. Boosting his physical stats from 5 to 8.5 in a few hours was impressive, but not shocking enough. Give him another 2 hours, and he was confident he could break through 10, surpassing the first human limit. Breaking the genetic lock within half a day, such an extraordinary rate of improvement, would provide better leverage for negotiations. So he suppressed the urge to boast, instead pointing to Amelia and the others. I'm not here to discuss my matters. Look, these are the new Ember Bearers. Bai Shu's silence hinted at something to the AI at the end of the world. With a hint of expectation, it began to discuss the information about the Ember Vault with Milia and her companions. As the dialogue deepened, Milia and her companions exchanged a knowing glance. It was a game of interest. Bai Shu wanted to trade their access for resources, and they were equally keen to use their leverage to gain something more valuable. However, when Milia's gaze fell on the glaring bloodstain in the corner, the image of the vault's shattered wall resurfaced in her mind. She lightly touched her earpiece and sighed. AI, for my 3 choices, I'll take the energy potions. Marianne was about to speak, but was decisively interrupted by Milia. Noticing Milia's suggestive gesture towards the earpiece and the bloodstain, Marianne quickly caught on and said, I'll make the same choice as Milia. Seeing this, Saris had no choice but to follow suit. I'll choose the same as them, 3 boxes of energy potions. She hesitated, glancing at Bai Shu, but ultimately chose to remain silent. At that moment, the stereotype of the stubborn foreigner vanished. They were equally adept at adapting to circumstances. Bai Shu nodded in satisfaction. The deal was worthwhile, and there was potential to bring more people to benefit from it in the future. She made a mental note to have Wu Foong and the others keep an eye on the appearance of visitors from other countries, planning to invite them to travel to Huaxiao in the future. As she pondered this, Bai Shu picked up the newly appeared boxes of potions from the display stand, only to find the weight was off. Upon opening them, she discovered each box contained only 50 potions, a quarter of what Shinqing Yu received. The AI explained. They have level 6 access, while Shinqing Yu has level 3 access. Even if the choices are the same, the quantity and quality of the resources differ based on access level. Bai Shu understood. Just like the pocket money of a wealthy child compared to that of a poor one, it wouldn't be the same. She quickly calculated. A total of 450 potions from 9 boxes should be enough to boost her physique to 10 points. The urgent task was to break through the first human limit. With this in mind, Bai Shu approached the wall with the potions, tapping the ring on her hand. The prototype transformed into a mech, removing the sniper rifle and drawing the plasma sword, standing guard by her side. Anyone except Shinqing Yu who comes within 3 meters of me will be shot on sight, Bai Shu commanded. This unique trust made Shinqing Yu overjoyed. She tried to suppress her rising smile, but couldn't hide her happiness. Brother Mo, are you going to train in the Ember Vault? I'll go get you something to eat. No, Bai Shu quickly stopped her. Let Milia and the others handle it. I don't want you to tire yourself out. Besides, Wu Foong is still upstairs interrogating Cheng Lei, and it's not good for you to see such a bloody scene. Turning to Milia and her companions, she added, by the way, I haven't asked what your abilities are. Milia and the others exchanged glances, and Celis was the first to break the silence. She extended her hand, and a small flame flickered in her palm, about the size of a lighter flame. I can control fire, she explained. I can manage up to 3 flames at once within half a meter, and I can keep them burning. Bai Shu observed the tiny flame, then turned his gaze to Milia. Unless Celis was hiding the true power and range of her flames, this ability seemed of limited use for now. Noticing Bai Shu's attention, Milia gave him a flirtatious look. My talent is precision shooting. Give me a gun or a bow, and I won't miss a shot. As she spoke, her eyes casually flicked to the gun at Shinqing Yu's waist. In his mind, Bai Shu labeled Milia as dangerous. She must not get her hands on any firearms unless he could completely neutralize the threat they posed. Lastly, it was Maria's turn. She licked her chapped lips, her voice hoarse. I can control water, but I can't create it from nothing. She looked at Bai Shu with a pleading expression. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a day. Can you spare some for me? Shinqing Yu lightly poked Bai Shu's back and whispered in his ear. Brother Mo, apart from Milia having other intentions towards you, the others are just scared and helpless. Bai Shu turned to Shinqing Yu, who looked worried, and smiled. Don't worry. I'm only making a deal with them. Once we're back on Earth, the organization will decide what to do with them. He turned to the 3 women and announced, there's water and food in the vault. You need to bring the cart down here, and once it's here, you can eat and drink as much as you want. Seeing the joy in Maria's eyes, he emphasized, remember, you must return here to access the food. Maria nodded eagerly. We'll bring it down as quickly as we can. She then pulled Milia, who was still trying to charm Bai Shu, and Celis, who was playing with her flame, and hurried into the passage. Once they had left, Bai Shu asked Wang Wei, will we be able to find them once we're back on Earth? Wang Wei shook his head. Hard to say. They're within the US, and if they contact the Security Bureau immediately, we might not reach them first. We'll just have to do our best. Bai Shu was unconcerned. Their abilities are ordinary. Besides, the US is too freewheeling, and people there don't trust the government much. I bet they'd sooner start a cult than turn to the Security Bureau. Wang Wei chuckled. That certainly sounds like something Americans would do. He noticed Bai Shu downing an energy potion. Getting ready to train? What's it like? Aren't you worried about pushing your body too hard with such intense training? Wang Wei's voice echoed. Bai Shu, while flexing his fingers, explained, it's pretty much as described in the gene enhancement training method. I have a special physique that allows me to train longer. With that, he downed an entire box of energy potions and let out a satisfied belch. As he rubbed his slightly bulging stomach, Bai Shu noticed something peculiar. After downing 200 vials of potion and dozens of cans, he felt no urge to relieve himself. This training was truly magical. Could it really digest everything completely? Shaking off the thought, Bai Shu adjusted his stance, adopting a seemingly strange yet powerful pose. A familiar sensation washed over him as he effortlessly entered a state of harmony. At that moment, the terminal intelligence suddenly appeared before Shinqing Yu. Can you tell me when he started entering this state at will? The unexpected question startled Shinqing Yu. She was baffled, having no idea what state the terminal intelligence was referring to. After all, Bai Shu was either training or eating and had never discussed his training experiences with her. She could only gauge his progress based on his posture. Even if she knew, she wouldn't reveal anything to the terminal intelligence. Getting no answer, the terminal intelligence quietly vanished. Meanwhile, Wang Wei curiously approached Shinqing Yu. Xiao Shun, has Xiao Mo already mastered the 6th form? That requires a physique of 8 points to perform without side effects. How is he progressing so quickly? Shinqing Yu lifted her head, a proud smile on her face. Everyone's physique is different. Brother Mo has a unique talent that others can't replicate. As she spoke, she instinctively rubbed her sore lower back. She had tried to mimic Bai Shu's training, only to strain her back. This only reinforced her belief that her brother Mo was indeed extraordinary. Unable to glean more information, Wang Wei chuckled and returned to his booth. It was time for him to absorb knowledge through his learning skills, as even the best plans require the right knowledge and technical support. The library returned to its usual calm. Zhao Mengmeng and her friends whispered in the corner. The Peruvian boy was asleep, and Shufan wanted to approach Bai Shu, but was blocked by the first machine. Shinqing Yu sat cross-legged beside Bai Shu, resting her chin on her hand and watching him with a sweet smile. It wasn't until Milia and her friends returned with food that Bai Shu emerged from his training. Seeing that Wu Foong hadn't returned, he sat next to Shinqing Yu, sipping on a heated can while opening his personal interface. Physique, 9. If all goes well, in about an hour, I'll break through my first genetic lock, Bai Shu thought to himself. With my talent, I should be able to break through without needing to condense an extraordinary spark. I wonder what changes will occur once I surpass the first human limit. It's quite exciting to think about. Thump, thump, thump. A series of rapid and loud heartbeats shattered the tranquility of the ember storage. Everyone was jolted from their rest or research, their eyes collectively turning towards the unusual figure by the wall. There stood Bai Shu, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, his legs wrapped around his right arm and bent, with his index and little fingers precisely placed on the soles of his feet. His skin was an unnatural shade of red, making him resemble a freshly cooked shrimp, with wisps of white smoke rising from his head. Wait, that posture. Wu Foong, who had just returned to the ember storage, widened his eyes, instinctively striking a strong stance. Isn't this the state described in the gene enhancement training method for breaking through the first human limit? His voice was filled with disbelief. But this is completely unreasonable. How long has he had the training method? I haven't even mastered the first posture, and he's already breaking through the limit? And isn't it said that you must first condense a transcendent fire seed to break through the human limit? Standing nearby, Wang Wei recalled Shinqing Yu's words thoughtfully. People have different constitutions. You all acquired the gene enhancement training method through learning skills, yet he's attempting to break through the first human limit while you can't even get the basic posture right. This shows that sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between humans and paramecia. Hey, Wu Feng's forehead creased with frustration. Don't just mock me. Can you get it right yourself? Wang Wei replied matter-of-factly. I'm busy researching the technology of the Morning Star. I don't have time for physical training. Wu Foong shifted the topic, a trace of concern in his eyes. Do you think Xiaomo will succeed? The training method says failure can severely damage the body. Isn't he rushing it? Perhaps. Wang Wei gazed deeply at Bai Shu. Because his talent is immunity-based. If he can resist gene erosion, maybe he can also withstand the energy backlash from a failed breakthrough. Really, Wu Foong began, but then he witnessed something astonishing. The redness on Bai Shu's body faded at a visible speed, so quickly that Wu Foong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he refocused, Bai Shu's skin had returned to its unique warm jade-like whiteness, with a soft yellow glow, exuding a sense of comfort. As Bai Shu opened his eyes, Wu Foong was still murmuring to himself. This must be a successful breakthrough, right? How is this possible? Isn't breaking through the human limit supposed to be a life-and-death ordeal that takes days to cautiously navigate? And he did it in less than 2 minutes. After his breakthrough, Bai Shu straightened up, a faint smile playing at his lips as he looked at Wu Foong. People have different physiques. I just happen to cultivate a bit faster, that's all. This comment left Wu Foong deeply puzzled. Could the gap really be that wide? Bai Shu paid no attention to the pondering Wu Foong or the terminal intelligence that appeared before him. He opened the panel, just as the notification of his breakthrough sounded. Ding descender number 003. You have broken the first human limit during your first descent, increasing your source quality reward tenfold. Ding, you have gained 10,000 source quality. Seeing the additional 10,000 source quality on the panel, Bai Shu beamed with joy. Ah, Ban, you've finally grown up and learned to reward yourself, he mused to himself. But wasn't my original number 009? Now it's 003. Does this mean when a higher number dies, a lower number automatically takes its place? So, the older the stronger? While contemplating when he might become descender number 001, Bai Shu carefully reviewed the panel information. Name, Bai Shu. First tier life form. Number, 003, Earth China. Talent, infinite body. Physique, 10 base, 13 colonization add-in. Soul, 1.3. Cultivation method, gene reinforcement cultivation method, extraordinary fire seed condensation method. Temporary skills, investigation, learning. Source quality, 10,002. Task, anchor beacon. Beacon anchoring completion, 9.71. Current survivors, 957. Evaluation, your talent is manifesting. Clenching his fist, feeling the power as if he could punch through the earth, Bai Shu's eyes were dazed. Reaching a physique of 10 points and advancing to a first-tier life form, the soul strength display is recognized by the system as an enhancement from the body's feedback. Those monsters display mental power, probably because they lack true soul consciousness. Have I broken through the genetic lock that the Morning Star people pride themselves on? Bai Shu's lips curled into a confident smile. With my talent, I am destined to be someone others look up to. He clicked the plus sign next to the soul, and 2,000 source quality was immediately deducted. The good news was that the soul could also be enhanced with source quality. The bad news was that it consumed 100 times that of physique. Even with Bai Shu's current wealth, he could only improve by 0.5 points. As for physique, the plus sign was grayed out, clearly indicating insufficient source quality. Even with more source quality, why do I feel poorer? Bai Shu chuckled at himself. Isn't this the money paradox in quantum mechanics? As he reveled in the joy of his breakthrough, Shinqing Yu, at some point, sidled up beside him, gazing at him with a captivated expression. Bai Shu extended his index finger, gently tapping her forehead to push her back 3 centimeters. Unexpectedly, Shinqing Yu stepped forward, smiling sweetly as she said, "Brother Mo, you smell so nice." Bai Shu. Bai Shu looked puzzled, and the long-awaited end intelligence seized the opportunity to speak. It explained in detail. After breaking through the first human limit, a person can ascend to a first-tier life form, known as an extraordinary being. To ordinary people, these beings are as captivating as if they've activated the ultimate beauty mode. With a hint of teasing, and intelligence continued. Imagine turning the beauty filter, skin smoothing, and whitening to the max, then adding the most enchanting perfume. To regular folks, you become a walking goddess of beauty. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu instinctively glanced around and indeed found that Milia, Zhao Mingming, and Shufan were all looking at him with shining eyes. Especially Shufan and Milia, whose undisguised admiration made him shiver. How am I supposed to go out on Earth with this face? Bai Shu imagined being chased by beauty enthusiasts and couldn't help but shudder. He didn't mind being admired by attractive fans, but the thought of encountering an overly enthusiastic fan who was 5 feet tall and weighed 250 pounds made his skin crawl. He finally looked directly at End Intelligence. Is there a way to hide this state? A subtle hint of amusement flashed in End Intelligence's electronic eyes. There is. You need to first consolidate an extraordinary fire seed, then learn the spiritual skill, blending with light and dust, to conceal the anomalies of an extraordinary being. What's the catch? Bai Shu keenly asked. The fundamental rule of the world is equivalent exchange. Such a good thing can't come for free. End Intelligence directly laid out the condition. I need you to save and support the reconstruction of the Morning Star. Don't worry, you just need to verbally support it. If you agree, besides blending with light and dust, I can also provide you with the second half of the gene enhancement cultivation method, the extraordinary fire seed enhancement method, as well as other martial and spiritual skills. Bai Shu thoughtfully stroked his chin. So, the status of an extraordinary being is so high that a single word can drive people to complete tasks. Exactly. End Intelligence confirmed with a nod. However, this is merely the privilege of the strong. And you possess the potential to become the strongest, which is why I'm willing to invest in you. Seizing the moment, Bai Shu finally asked the question that had been bothering him. So, how many times do I need to break through the human limits to withstand a nuclear bomb with my physical body? End Intelligence's answer was unexpected. As far as we know, even a legendary 7th-tier life form cannot withstand the power of a nuclear bomb with their physical body. This answer left Bai Shu feeling somewhat disappointed. As Bai Shu was troubled by the threat of nuclear weapons, the End Intelligence shifted the conversation. But the power of the extraordinary is not limited to the physical. By elevating the soul's strength to the appropriate level, a Tier 4 life form can survive a nuclear explosion, and a Tier 5 life form can even face it directly. These words made Bai Shu's eyes light up with hope. He secretly set a goal to increase his physical attributes to 10,000 points and advance to a Tier 4 life form before leaving the Dark World. Surviving a nuclear explosion would qualify him to sit at the negotiating table and engage in equal dialogue with the organization. As for the notion that he could only improve his physique by 1 point per day, needing over 400 days to reach 10,000 points, that was merely the basic training speed. Since Xiangyang could accelerate his power growth using various resources, so could he. Bai Shu solemnly promised the End Intelligence. As long as I have enough strength, I will not only support the salvation of the Morning Star verbally, but will also take real action. Of course, I need to have sufficient power. Otherwise, I can only offer verbal support. The End Intelligence fully understood his intentions and bowed respectfully to Bai Shu. Thank you for your generosity, Savior. To help you grow stronger quickly, I am willing to provide all possible support. With that, it summoned a pale blue screen. When Bai Shu saw the list of items displayed on the screen, his initial intent to remain reserved vanished as his eyes widened in surprise. The list detailed various precious items, 3 sources of the disaster beast Hydra to enhance physical attributes, 1 disaster snake's eye implant to provide petrification ability, 3 star tiers containing planetary essence, 10 soul potions to increase soul strength, and 500 super nutrient potions to significantly boost training efficiency. After thoroughly reviewing the entire inventory of the Ember Vault, Bai Shu had a plan in mind. These resources were sufficient to raise his physical attributes to around 7,000 in a short period. Once at that level, he could access other Ember Vaults for more resources. Repeating this process, reaching 10,000 points before leaving the Morning Star was not impossible. thinking of the possible future glories drinking from the vast seas, achieving great feats, receiving titles and honors, bringing glory to his ancestors, becoming the first in the family tree, and being the first honored during Qingming Festival. These once unattainable dreams could become a reality with enough strength. As a son of China, who could resist such temptations? Without hesitation, Bai Shu began selecting items on the screen. I'll take everything except those lower-level resources that might affect training efficiency. A rare hint of surprise appeared on the usually calm face of the terminal intelligence. The resource list Bai Shu had requested was overwhelmingly extensive, an amount that even a lifetime's efforts of an average morning star transcendent might not secure a fraction of. However, considering that Bai Shu had broken through the first human limit in just half a day, the terminal intelligence, after a brief contemplation, nodded in agreement. As you wish, Savior. No sooner had the words been spoken than the central platform of the Starfire Vault emitted the sound of gears clicking and began to slowly descend. At the same time, a crisp ding sounded in Bai Shu's ear. He instinctively opened the panel and indeed saw the new task issued by the system. Task: develop Morning Star into a subsidiary civilization. Description: the Morning Star's Will Starfire Vault administrator has truly recognized the identity of Savior number 003. As the Savior, rescue Morning Star, cultivate worshippers of Earth civilization, establish a descent channel, anchor traction beacons, and draw Morning Star into Earth's ninth-dimensional dark space, nurturing it into a subsidiary civilization. Reward: 10 billion units of source matter distributed according to contribution, with a guaranteed 20 share for the task acquirer. Reward: 10 Morning Star World Authority, 0.01 Earth World Authority. Total World Authority is 100. This reward is exclusive. Note: World Authority includes but is not limited to enhancing strength within the current world, sharing world surplus source matter, and altering weather based on authority level. Warning: Morning Star is a subsidiary world of the disaster realm. Forcibly drawing it into Earth's subsidiary dark space will cause partial overlap of the two dark spaces, opening a space channel. Bai Shu's pupils slightly contracted. The task not only posed an incredible challenge, but its completion would have far-reaching implications. Yet, the rewards were equally enticing. 10 billion units of source matter was substantial, but the World Authority was the true heavyweight reward. He quickly calculated. If Morning Star's annual surplus reached 10 billion units of source matter, then with 10 authority, he could potentially earn 1 billion every year. Not to mention, he would gain near invincible strength within the world. With this in mind, Bai Shu had already made up his mind this task was a must-win. However, details such as how to implement it, who should execute it, and when to start pulling Morning Star needed careful consideration. He glanced thoughtfully at the terminal intelligence, wondering, what kind of existence is this manager? Is it a fusion of the Morning Star's will and the souls of its people? But soon, Bai Shu pushed these questions aside. The immediate priority was to do what he could. He turned to Wang Wei and Wu Foong beside him, a slight smile on his lips. It seems my rapid increase in strength not only confirms my identity as the Savior, but also brings about unexpected benefits. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the platform slowly rising from the floor, where potions emitting brilliant colors were displayed. So many resources, I can't use them all by myself. In that case, why not distribute them wisely? Bai Shu swiftly organized the resources into categories. Energy stones, star tears, and advanced nutritional elixirs were neatly arranged on one side, entrusted to the care of the first unit. He turned to Shinqing Yu, Wang Wei, and Wu Foong, gesturing to another pile of resources. These extraordinary potions require you to unlock your first genetic lock to use them. Using them now would just be a waste, he explained. Then he pointed to a third pile. These are resources for those below the extraordinary level, designed to double your cultivation efficiency. I specifically secured them for you. His gaze swept over the others, his tone indifferent. As for the rest of you, with a physique below 3 points, you're not qualified to train. Even if you meet the criteria, relationships come into play. These resources aren't free. After finishing the allocations, Bai Shu turned to leave, but was stopped by Wu Foong calling out, Xiao Mo, I got quite a bit of information from Cheng Lei. Do you want to hear it? Bai Shu glanced back at Wu Foong, then at Wang Wei, who looked eager, and a faint smile played on his lips. Forget it. Cheng Lei's crimes and matters of national interest are for the organization to handle. I'm just an ordinary person. Taking care of myself is enough. He nodded to Shinqing Yu and waved to the slightly disappointed pair. I'm going to train. You guys sort out these resources yourselves. At the wall, Bai Shu began planning his training sequence. First, take the soul elixir to enhance his soul, then use the advanced nutritional elixir to boost his training speed, followed by the Hydra source and other beast elixirs, and finally the star tears. With this regimen, he thought his physique should reach 7,000 points in 20 days. He mused to himself. I wonder how fast I can run with a physique of 7,000? Hopefully faster than the east wind. I need to focus on cultivating the extraordinary fire seed. since the soul-enhancing elixirs are limited and will run out. In the long term, relying on the extraordinary fire seed is the way to go. After taking inventory, Bai Shu picked up an energy stone from a box and asked the first unit, "Once you consume this, will you be able to actively absorb and convert ambient energy into power?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, he handed over the energy stone. Watching the first unit absorb the stone, Bai Shu turned his attention to training. He discovered that not entering a transcendent state didn't significantly affect his training speed, so he decided to multitask, consume the soul elixir, perform body-strengthening exercises to increase his physique, and visualize the fire seed to enhance his soul strength. With that in mind, he drank the soul elixir in one go, and suddenly, the world around him became vibrant and colorful. Brilliant rainbow lights surged from the ground, piercing through walls and soaring into the sky. Pure holy light enveloped him, as if narrating the beauty of paradise. In a trance, he saw his great-grandmother who had passed away years ago. The elderly woman was sitting on the balcony, basking in the winter sun, focused on knitting a sweater. His mother was beside her knitting a scarf, softly humming an opera tune, and his infant self lay nearby, innocently sucking his thumb. Just as Bai Shu was absorbed in this warm scene, a series of urgent cries for help suddenly pierced through. "Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help!" Just as this thought crossed Bai Shu's mind, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him. When his consciousness cleared, he was surprised to find that the strange sensation caused by the soul potion had completely vanished. Instead, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if he were soaking in a warm spring, with every cell in his body stretching out in pleasure. Even more astonishing was that the powers he once struggled to control were now as obedient as an extension of his own body. Could it be that the soul is the key to controlling these powers? This realization struck Bai Shu, and just as he was about to try the soul potion again to relive this wonderful experience, he opened his eyes to find his surroundings drastically changed. Though he was still in the Ember storehouse, everything appeared markedly dilapidated. Adding to his confusion, the people around him were entirely different. To his left was a petite cat-eared girl, barely 1.5 meters tall, with disheveled fur and a weary look. Against the wall behind him was a man in a paramilitary uniform, pale and breathing weakly. In front were three figures holding steel rods, facing off against a group of shadowy figures with only their menacing white teeth visible. As Bai Shu stood puzzled, contemplating his identity and situation, the cat-eared girl suddenly perked up, pointing excitedly at the adversaries, and exclaimed, "Boss, you're here. Quick, beat them up, finish them off, meow." At the same moment, a system notification sounded. Task objective: eliminate the dark figures and protect the summoner. Each defeated enemy grants 10 points of source essence. Task completion allows for immediate return. Bai Shu carefully examined the panel and finally understood why he had been abruptly transported here. It was a simple difficulty rescue task, triggered by his thought of help, which the system had directly acted upon. What perfect timing. Just after taking the soul potion, I get summoned. As he silently complained, he felt a gentle nudge at his waist. Looking down, he saw it was the cat-eared girl. She was twitching her ears and hunching her shoulders as she cautiously asked, "Boss, what are you thinking, meow? Shouldn't we deal with those guys with the farm tools first, meow? If you don't act, Qinjun won't hold out much longer, meow." Hearing the involuntary meow in the girl's speech, Bai Shu suddenly realized this must be a result of genetic erosion caused by a colonization implant. He turned to ask, "Are you from Xia?" The girl nodded enthusiastically, her eyes filled with admiration. "Yes, meow. If you weren't from the Xia kingdom, I couldn't have summoned you here, meow." Upon hearing the word summon, Bai Shu's mouth twitched slightly. His gaze moved past the three people holding steel rods to the group of small, dark figures striking awkward poses and grinning widely. Without waiting for the girl's response, he swiftly drew a vial of soul potion and hurled it at one of the figures. Smack! The vial shattered, knocking out the figure's white teeth. In a flash, Bai Shu appeared beside another figure who hadn't yet covered its mouth. Watching the expression on the figure's face change from arrogance to pain and then to impending screams, Bai Shu exhaled softly. Dealing with ordinary people after becoming extraordinary is truly a one-sided battle. He thought fleetingly as his fist accurately struck the figure's kidney. Boom! The dull thud echoed in the old storeroom, followed by a chorus of screams. In just 3 seconds, over a dozen figures lay collapsed on the ground, save for one who barely stood, some groaning in pain, others unconscious. The last standing figure trembled, trying to maintain a facade of bravado as it shouted, "Who are you? Why attack us? Our lives are valuable too. I'll expose you online. Brace yourself for global condemnation. Your family will be shamed, facing our retribution forever." Bai Shu looked at the increasingly agitated figure with exasperation. These simple-minded fools can't even grasp the situation? Annoyed by the incessant chatter, Bai Shu abandoned the idea of interrogating the figure for information. Whack! The tail of the plague bat swept across, flinging the figure into a wall. As it slid down, The panel showed a source increase of 10. Glancing at the additional 130 source points, Bai Shu turned to the remaining individuals holding steel rods, looking bewildered. What? Planning to take me on? With a few clattering sounds, the steel rods fell to the ground. Observing their helplessness, Bai Shu smirked, thinking, the feeling of showing off is quite nice. Noticing an injured person nearby, he pointed to the fallen officer and asked, do you have any medicine? His condition doesn't look good. Although Bai Shu had acquired many resources, including medicine, from the terminal intelligence, all supplies remained with the first unit after the summoning separation. As soon as he spoke, the youngest of the three, a high schooler in uniform, hurried to Qinjun's side. He knelt, placing a hand on Qinjun's head, and a soft white light soon emerged. Qinjun's pale complexion gradually improved, and his breathing steadied. The cat-eared girl quietly approached Bai Shu, whispering, Su Yang has healing abilities. Meow, he can heal any injury by expending energy, even reattaching a severed head. Meow, noticing Bai Shu's gaze, she continued with a squint. My talent is sacred summoning. Meow, by sacrificing items, I can summon the strongest of the same civilization to aid me. At this point, she widened her clear black and white eyes, gazing at Bai Shu adoringly. Are you the strongest in Huaxiao? So handsome, Meow. Bai Shu looked at the cat-eared girl in front of him, noticing her increasingly dazed expression, her tail high and restlessly swaying. This unusual reaction made him realize that the value of transcendence was still on the rise. When the girl leaned forward with her backside and wagging tail, trying to get closer, he decisively pushed her away. Although the fluffy cat-eared girl was indeed cute and had an exotic charm, Bai Shu remained rational. The opportunity for invincibility was right in front of him, and he didn't want to risk catching any diseases out of a momentary impulse, even if the chance of infection was slim. What did you sacrifice to summon me here? Bai Shu examined the changes in the girl's appearance. And what's with the cat fur, ears, and tail? Is this a side effect of using a biological implant? The cat-eared girl quickly nodded. That's right. Meow, I found a hunter cat's tail yesterday, and all you have to do is insert it. Realizing what she was about to say, her cheeks turned red, and she hurriedly changed the subject. This morning, those farm tools discovered us and tried to harm us. Of course, we wouldn't just sit there, so I implanted the tail to fight back. As you can see, Meow, I got gene erosion and grew all this cat fur, ears, and tail. Meow. This tail grew out, not an implant. Bai Shu asked curiously. The girl proudly wagged her tail, showing a haughty expression. The hunter cat's tail has already been sacrificed by me. This grew by itself. Meow. Bai Shu internally mocked her inexplicable arrogance, then looked around. After confirming that this place was indeed indistinguishable from the other ember vaults, he turned to Qinjun, who was still being treated. Are there any other enemies? Did you encounter those monsters last night? No one else. Meow, it's just us and those farm tools here. The cat-eared girl replied. As for the monsters, of course we encountered them. Meow, but Qinjun has laser eyes, and with a duong, he can glare those monsters to death. We didn't get hurt. It's just that he overused his eyes last night, so those farm tools took advantage of it. Meow, otherwise, we could have taken down as many as came. Meow. Before she could finish speaking, her stomach growled. The girl quickly covered her belly, her cheeks flushed. We haven't found any food and have been hungry for a day. Meow, do you have anything to eat, big guy? Facing the girl's expectant eyes, Bai Shu shrugged. I came in a hurry and didn't bring supplies. But that doesn't mean there's none here. Saying this, he walked to the center of this unknown number ember vault, testing the ground with his foot. The texture felt no different from other places, but he speculated there might be a massive underground warehouse below. Bai Shu raised the plague bat's tail and quickly struck down with the three-pronged tip hitting the ground. The bang of the impact echoed in the small ember vault, drawing everyone's attention. Under their gaze, Bai Shu felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed overestimated himself being the final safeguard of the Venusian human civilization. The ember vault's defenses were naturally extraordinarily strong. Although the final intelligence of the ember storage had vanished without a trace, its sturdy physical barriers still stood tall, seemingly insurmountable by Bai Shu alone. He paused in thought, his gaze falling on his own tail, and suddenly his eyes lit up. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, a crisp pop sounded as the Yifa bat tail fell off. Bai Shu rubbed the empty space in his pants where the tail had been and handed the black Yifa bat tail to the cat-eared girl. Here, take this. Sacrifice it, and summon me back in 3 hours. In the meantime, I'll find enough food for you all. The Yifa bat tail had lost its former importance to Bai Shu. The infrared and body temperature scanning of the prototype 1 could easily replace the function of ultrasonic imaging. Moreover, his basic physique was about to break through 15 points, rendering the tail's physique boost negligible. Rather than keeping it uselessly, it was better to give it to the cat-eared girl as a medium for summoning him. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shu quickly opened the panel and chose the return option. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped him completely, and when the light faded, his figure had vanished from the old, resource-deprived ember storage. Not long after Bai Shu left, Jun, bathed in the healing light, finally awoke. He opened his eyes abruptly, instinctively assuming a combat stance, his pupils flickering with a dangerous red glow. But as he surveyed his surroundings and understood the situation, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Why are all these people down? Mi Shui, did you use the cat hunter's tail again? The cat-eared girl Mi Shui, holding the Yifub bat tail, grinned. No. Meow, if I used the cat hunter's tail again, I'd really turn into a cat. Meow, I just sacrificed the cat hunter's tail and summoned a super powerful person to help. Meow, he was so handsome. Meow, I want to have little kittens with him. A whole litter. Meow, meow, meow. Jun sighed, rubbing his forehead. Mi Shui, the cat hunter genes are affecting you more and more. You need to be careful. By the way, doesn't your sacred summoning have a sacrifice ability? Why not try sacrificing the cat hunter genes inside you? No way. Meow. Mi Shui shook her head repeatedly. I love being a kitty. And that guy is so strong and handsome. He's bound to have lots of competition. Meow, I want to stay like this. Maybe he likes this version of me. Meow. Watching Mi Shui lost in her daydreams, Jun closed his eyes in exasperation. Sigh, this team is getting harder and harder to manage. Meanwhile, Bai Shu was oblivious to all this. As the golden light dissipated, he barely had time to take in his surroundings before a small figure leaped into his arms. Looking down at the familiar mushroom haircut, Bai Shu couldn't help but smile as he ruffled Shinqing Yu's hair. When she showed no sign of letting go, Bai Shu gently poked her forehead. All right, it was just a little accident, but I'm back now, aren't I? Shinqing Yu nodded with a heavy sniffle, lifting her tear-streaked face, her voice full of fear and concern. Brother Imo, where did you go just now? You disappeared all of a sudden. I thought you. Her voice trailed off as she buried her face back into Bai Shu's chest, clearly shaken by the ordeal. Bai Shu gently brushed Shinqing Yu's hair, explaining what had happened with a calm demeanor. It turned out that someone had awakened a unique talent called divine summoning, which allowed them to call upon the most powerful being in their civilization for help through the sacrifice of items. At this point, Bai Shu rubbed his nose, looking a bit bashful, and said, well, your brother Imo here happens to be the strongest in the current Huaxia civilization. When a fellow countryman is in trouble, it's only natural to respond to the call for help. I took care of things and came right back. He deliberately omitted the detail that he was summoned in a daze when he thought of the word save, as this might affect the upright and mighty image he had in Shinqing Yu's mind. Brother Imo, you're amazing. Shinqing Yu looked up with genuine admiration. This simple praise made Bai Shu unconsciously lift his head slightly, a hint of pride showing on his face. Standing nearby, Wang Wei and Wu Foong, after hearing Bai Shu's explanation, shifted their concerns in a different direction. Xiao Imo, Wang Wei stepped forward and asked, do you remember what the person who summoned you looked like? What trouble did they encounter? Was anyone injured? Bai Shu put aside his prideful expression and replied seriously. The one who summoned me was a girl, easy to recognize. She had equipped a bioimplant, and her genes were eroded, causing her to grow cat ears and a cat tail, with white cat fur on her body. I don't remember the others clearly, just someone in an armed police uniform. He was injured and unconscious at the time, but they had a healer on their side, so he should recover. As for whether there were any casualties before I arrived, I'm not sure. After speaking, Bai Shu stretched his body and lightly tapped the still-standing Unit 01 beside him. Instantly, Unit 01 disassembled into countless parts, then turned into powder, gathering onto his index finger to form a ring. This experience made him decide never to let Unit 01 leave his side again. The outside world was too dangerous, and who knew what strange skills might transport him to a distant place. Until he reached the point of being invincible across all realms, he couldn't let go of any equipment that could enhance his combat power. No, even if he became truly invincible, proper protection was still necessary. After all, life is the most important. Bai Shu lightly tapped the ring, and a pale blue screen unfolded before him. End armament. Unit 01 energy, 37. Damage, 0. Overload, 0. Remaining devour times, 4. Abilities, void energy absorption, infrared radar scan, plasma sword, energy missile, nano transformation, repair. Mecha template, Sky 1. Attached folding space, 8 cubic meters. So the transforming mecha is called Sky. Bai Shu nodded to himself, not a bad name. With energy levels still available, about 10 is restored automatically every half hour, meaning it can recover from 0 to 100 in 5 hours. Bai Shu observed the slowly changing numbers on the panel, calculating the efficiency of this free recovery. Although not fast, it didn't cost anything. He turned to the side of the Unit 01, carefully inspecting its condition before moving towards the cart stacked with supplies. His eyes scanned the neatly arranged cans and water tanks as he quickly calculated. One person needs 2 cans a day, so 5 people would require 200 cans for 20 days. Tapping his fingers on the supplies, he loaded half into Unit 01's folding space and explained to Wang Wei, who stood beside him. The people who summoned me earlier don't have food. We've agreed that I would prepare some supplies when I return. These cans and water are for them. Is that okay? Wang Wei nodded in understanding, casually opening the panel to check the number of survivors, and suggested, "We have the Ember Vault here. While energy potions can't fill their stomachs, they can prevent starvation. Should we give them a bit more?" "This will be enough," Bai Shu responded decisively. "I'll bring some energy potions too, to ensure they don't starve." Seeing that Bai Shu had a plan, Wang Wei nodded and, after a brief conversation, went to lie down by the wall. He would often start learning skills whenever he had time, delving into various knowledge and technologies on the Venus. This process was extremely draining, and sleep was the best way to recover. Bai Shu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as Wang Wei's even snores began almost immediately upon hitting the bed. The young man's pride in his ability to fall asleep quickly was clearly evident in this middle-aged man. His gaze swept over the twisted figures of Wu Foong and others diligently practicing the strengthening form, and he moved to the display stand, tapping on the surface. "You must have heard what I said earlier. The Ember Vault where the summoner is located is dilapidated, with dim lighting and no intelligence system. Can you restart it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of gears turning came from below, and the long-lost terminal intelligence reappeared before him. "The dim lighting indicates that the Ember Vault isn't completely destroyed. Take this, it might help restart it, though there's no guarantee." As the intelligence spoke, a large box filled with basic nutrition potions and a black box rose slowly from beneath the display stand. Bai Shu swiftly stored the nutrition potions into Unit 01, then opened the mysterious black box. Inside was a description of the item. After Venus fell into the Dark Realm, the star core that contained the will of Venus shattered into countless fragments. Most of these fragments were devoured by powerful disaster beasts, leaving only a few star cores carrying broken wills, which were collected by the surviving Venusians and forged into star souls. Legend has it that gathering all the star souls would lead to the lost treasures of Venus. Looking at the final words, Bai Shu couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. How many star souls did the Venusians create? It seemed as if they deliberately didn't want anyone to find the treasure. Nevertheless, he stored the star soul away. As a savior, his chances of finding Venus's lost treasure were still quite high. Even if he didn't obtain the treasure, gaining control over everything in that Ember Vault would be a significant achievement. 3 hours later, a soft ding interrupted Bai Shu's meditation. He had anticipated T-Sit was the cat-eared girl calling him right on time. Bai Shu quickly checked his supplies and equipment, then called out Ban to review his stats panel. Physique, 35. Soul, 6.1. Source, 10,132. 3 hours exactly. They must be really hungry, Bai Shu muttered to himself. Suddenly remembering something, he tapped the headset he was wearing. "Can I get another set of terminal armor? Even though that girl should be safe here, I can't help but worry." Nearby, Shinqing Yu, who was practicing the first form of body strengthening, blushed deeply at his words, her posture faltering slightly. Bai Shu tapped her forehead lightly, indicating she should focus. At that moment, the response from the terminal intelligence came through. Each Spark Vault is equipped with only one set of terminal armor and a backup star soul. For more, please proceed to other Spark Vaults. A global map unfolded before Bai Shu. It made him realize that the planet Venus had a diameter of nearly 13,000 kilometers, similar to Earth, but its land area was 3 times larger, reaching 500 million square kilometers. Hundreds of Spark Vaults were scattered across Itsum and cities, some in mountains, some buried underground, and others drifting with ocean currents. The nearest Spark Vault was 2,000 kilometers away. With a physique of 28, the prototype can break the sound barrier and reach there in 2 hours, Bai Shu thought to himself. But the sky is the domain of avian disaster beasts, and a sonic boom would surely draw trouble. Better to answer the call first. He turned to Shinqing Yu, who was sneaking glances at him. "They've already summoned me. I have to go. I should be back in 2 or 3 hours. If I'm late, don't worry. With the prototype, there aren't many creatures that can stop me now." Shinqing Yu nodded obediently. "Be careful, Brother Imo. I'll wait for you here." Seeing the concern in her eyes, Bai Shu smiled and flicked her forehead before accepting the summons. A holy light enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from Shinqing Yu's sight. Shinqing Yu stared blankly at the spot where Bai Shu had disappeared. A moment later, determination filled her eyes as she stepped forward to begin practicing the second form of body strengthening. She didn't want to be a burden that always needed protection. She wanted to fight alongside Bai Shu. Meanwhile, Bai Shu, having traversed space, was now facing 4 pairs of eyes glowing green. "Boss, didn't you bring any food?" The danger had just passed, and Mi Shui felt a dizzying spin. Leaning against the wall, her legs felt weak, and she realized she was so hungry she could barely stand. The long-awaited big shot had finally arrived, but when she saw his empty hands, her heart sank. Even the perfect face that should have been captivating now seemed dull to her. Bai Shu noticed the disappointment in the cat-eared girl's eyes and couldn't help but smile. "You haven't eaten for just a day? Are you that hungry?" Before the words were fully out, she lightly swiped her fingers, and a folded space opened. Several cans and bottles of mineral water appeared in her palm. Mi Shui's eyes lit up instantly, wide as saucers. Big shot, is this a storage space? She stared in disbelief at the food that appeared out of nowhere. We're here starving, and you already have a storage space? The difference between people is just too much. Despite her words, her hands moved quickly. She grabbed a bottle of water, tilted her head back, and gulped it down, the sound of swallowing clearly audible. Then she tore open a can and, without bothering to heat it, stuffed it into her mouth. Bai Shu watched her devour the food, her eye twitching. These canned goods, decades old, not even warmed up, and she wasn't worried about an upset stomach. Before Bai Shu could voice this thought, Mi Shui had already polished off the first can. Satisfied, she patted her stomach and let out a loud burp, finally exhaling in relief. Noticing Bai Shu's peculiar look, Mi Shui sheepishly stuck out her tongue. It's not just one day. I was skipping dinner to lose weight, and since I arrived in the dark world yesterday morning, I haven't even had breakfast. It's been at least 40 hours since I last ate. Saying this, she reached for a second can. Watching Mi Shui's actions, a question mark seemed to appear above Bai Shu's head. Is this food really enough for all of them? But she didn't voice her thoughts. After all, they're all adults and should be responsible for their own actions. Providing them with food was already more than enough. Managing how they distribute it would be overstepping. After taking out the prepared cans and water, Bai Shu pulled out the last box of nutritional supplements and looked at Qin Jun, who hadn't touched any food. Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Qin Jun smiled slightly. Not very hungry. Before I transitioned, I was in the special forces, where we often had to endure hunger training, sometimes going hungry for 3 to 5 days. I'm used to it. Saying this, he saluted Bai Shu and extended his right hand. Qin Jun, deputy captain of the 6th Squad, 7th Battalion, Special Operations Unit, Port City. Bai Shu looked at the hand extended towards her and raised an eyebrow. A series of titles flashed through her mind. Reborn, the strongest in current Huaxia or Earth civilization, Transcendent, Morning Star Savior. Thinking of this, she smiled and shook his hand. Mo Bai, just an ordinary citizen. Qin Jun shook his head with a smile. Maybe you were before, but you definitely won't be in the future. Have you considered settling in Port City? With your status as a descender and your strength as the strongest, the Port City organization would be happy to accommodate you. If you decide to come, they can arrange everything from job subsidies to cars and houses. They might even arrange a spouse for you if you want. Upon hearing Qin Jun's invitation, Bai Shu's smile grew even more genuine. The feeling of being sought after was indeed pleasant, especially when the organization promised to arrange a partner for him. He couldn't help but think that if such an offer had been made in the past, moving to a new place with a car, house, job, and even a partner would have jumped at the chance without hesitation. But the Bai Shu of today was not the same as before. He cherished his current freedom more, so he politely declined with a smile. Thanks, but no thanks. While Harbor City is nice, its pace is too fast for me. My hometown may be small, but my family and friends are there, and it's comfortable to live in. They'll stay put. As he spoke, he opened the box beside him and handed a light blue nutritional serum to Qin Jun. We don't have many canned goods left back home, so I brought you 200 of them this time. Since it's uncertain how long I'll be staying here, I made sure to bring an extra box of nutritional serums. These are quite practical. One can last for 3 days. You'll still feel hungry, but the nutrients are enough to sustain life. Qin Jun accepted the serum and drank it down without hesitation. No need for thanks. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know. He then took the box from Bai Shu, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I heard from Mi Shui that you tapped the center of the room's floor with an implant and said there might be something underneath. Bai Shu sensed the probing nature of Qin Jun's question, but had no intention of hiding anything. To him, strength was the best assurance. If there was something in the repository he wanted, no one could stop him. He took out the Star Soul and nodded to Qin Jun in confirmation. Yes, the place I was at before was quite similar to this, just more dilapidated. If I'm not mistaken, this should also be a repository, a last effort by the people of the Morning Star to preserve civilization. Bai Shu walked to the center of the room, holding the Star Soul, and issued a command. Activate Star Soul, attempt to take control of the repository, and check its resources. As soon as he finished speaking, the Star Soul emitted a series of rapid beeps, and its dark surface suddenly burst into a kaleidoscope of colors. Well, it really became a kaleidoscope of black, Bai Shu commented just as the beeping began to slow, followed by a mechanical voice. Beep Star Soul activation in progress. Beep environmental scan in progress. Beep activation permissions being confirmed. Beep permissions confirmed. Environmental scan complete. Star Soul activation complete. Beep Savior, Star Soul number 573 is pleased to meet you and looks forward to serving you. The Star Soul began to orbit Bai Shu, clearly not as sophisticated as the advanced AI. Bai Shu refrained from asking how happy it was to see him, fearing it might crash. Standing nearby, Qin Jun witnessed everything and couldn't help but gulp. What is this thing? And did it just call you Savior? Bai Shu turned to the astonished Qin Jun, offering a reserved smile. I just got lucky, being the first to enter the repository, so I was deemed the savior. As for this, like I said before, it's the Star Soul, brought from our repository. After a brief conversation with Qin, Bai Shu turned to Star Soul 573 and calmly issued a command. Take control of this supply depot. Once done, I need 3 pieces of information: a list of available resources, the depot's number and location, and whether we can establish contact with the terminal intelligence. The Star Soul glowed red for a moment, causing Bai Shu a flicker of concern about potential damage, but it quickly returned to its characteristic dazzling black hue. It reported in a rapid electronic voice. Beep attempting to connect with terminal intelligence. Unable to establish contact due to distance and quantum interference. Beep connecting to the supply depot. Connection established. Confirming current location as supply depot number 316, situated within the Great Bay Mountain Range. Beep security check. Previous signs of mind flayer intrusion detected, but the internal environment is currently secure. Beep surveillance system indicates the presence of a Tier 4 catastrophe beast, an ancestral bird's nest nearby. Suggestion: do not leave the base until the savior reaches Tier 4. The Star Soul projected a light screen in front of Bai Shu, displaying the depot's inventory list. Compared to the depot where the terminal intelligence was located, the resources here were significantly Lekingno nutritional potions, soul potions, or catastrophe beast source potions, and neither colony equipment nor source stones were in sight, likely plundered by the mind flayers. What remained were low-energy minerals, insignificant for the entire depot, but sufficient for individual use. Bai Shu quickly scanned the list and inquired, are there any minerals containing spatial or temporal power? Also, is the terminal armament still here? If so, bring it up. A mechanical sound echoed from below, but unlike before, it was harsh and grating, like rusted gears struggling to turn. Bai Shu felt a sense of anticipation as the Star Soul provided an update. Detected 3 units of Kongming steel, 1 terminal armament. Retrieval request submitted, processing. After a long wait, long enough for Bai Shu to nearly drift off to sleep, a half-corroded platform slowly rose. On it was a spherical terminal armament, alongside 3 transparent slabs of Kongming steel, about the size of paving stones. Bai Shu thought that absorbing these Kongming steel pieces would likely enhance the subspace capacity of Unit 01. Just as he reached out to take the terminal armament, an unexpected voice interrupted him. Since this was found on our side, shouldn't it belong to everyone? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just take it without discussing it with the rest? Hearing the slightly muffled voice, Bai Shu paused. He swiftly stored the final armament and the void steel into the collapsible space of the Unit 1, then turned toward the direction of the voice. A man was voraciously devouring the food Bai Shu had brought, his face greasy. Yet his eyes showed not a hint of gratitude. Instead, they were filled with outright anger at Bai Shu's action of putting away the items. Bai Shu glanced at the equally bewildered Qin beside him and shrugged helplessly. I thought there were no fools among you, but it seems I was wrong. Qin sighed and explained, his talent is envy. Whether he envies others or others envy him, he can use it to enhance his strength. The stronger the talent, the harder it is to control the emotions. Envy. Bai Shu realized, a cold smile curling his lips. It's a decent talent, indeed, but that doesn't mean he can just envy whoever he wants, nor should he show anger towards me. I haven't wronged him, and he's eating food I brought. I'm not his father, am not obligated to indulge him. Before he finished speaking, Bai Shu raised his right hand, and Unit 1 instantly transformed into a black mechanical glove that covered it. Under the man's increasingly envious gaze, a blue light slowly glowed in Bai Shu's palm. Just as Qin was about to intervene, a pale blue wave of light shot out from Bai Shu's palm, hitting the target with precision. Bang! With a crackling sound, the man was sent flying, crashing into a pile of cans, and lost consciousness on the spot. Seeing Qin's furrowed brows, Bai Shu shrugged again and explained, don't worry, it's just a warning. At most, he'll be paralyzed for about 10 days, with no lasting effects. Consider it a lesson for him, to make him understand that the dark world is not like reality. Here, strength is the rule, and there are no laws. It also serves as a reminder of the saying, illness comes from the mouth, and trouble from the tongue. I'm quite reasonable, but if he offended someone else, he might have been silenced directly. As he spoke, Bai Shu opened the light curtain of Star Soul projection and quickly began to operate. As the savior, he set several restrictions. Qin, Mi Shui, and the other 3 could remain in the base, but they would not have the privileges of salary earners, nor could they obtain any knowledge or resources from the Star Soul. Bai Shu admitted he was narrow-minded, intolerant of criticism, and couldn't stand grievances. Allowing them to continue enjoying the remaining food was his greatest concession. As for other benefits, not a chance. Mi Shui and Qin being implicated? Bai Shu didn't care, he only cared about his own mood. After confirming that there was nothing usable left in the Ember Vault, Bai Shu directly accessed the panel, leaving without a word of farewell, choosing to complete the summoning and return. A flash of light passed, and the dilapidated ember vault briefly bloomed with dazzling brilliance, then returned to silence. The atmosphere was awkward and tense. Michelle sat in the corner, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Suddenly, she broke the silence. I just tried to summon the boss back to apologize, but I was rejected. She sighed, her eyes starting to well up with tears. It's all Yangjia's fault. He can't keep his mouth shut and just keeps offending people. Turning to Brother Chun with a serious expression, she said, Brother Chun, when you get back, you must report to the organization and keep Yang Jia in check. With his personality, he's bound to cause big trouble sooner or later. Her face crumpled in distress as tears began to fall. What do I do now? The boss refused my summon. My talent skill is useless now, and I won't be able to see the boss again. Meanwhile, Bai Shu had already safely returned. He had no idea that his refusal to answer a summon had made the cat-eared girl cry so much. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In his mind, the truly important people could be counted on one hand. His mom, his dad, and now Shinqing Yu. As for everyone else, those so-called friends collectively barely counted as half a person. Bai Shu opened the interface and found the option to record summon information in the corner of the summons subpage. He decisively checked the Do Not Accept Summons box. This way, he wouldn't be randomly summoned by anyone. He thought wryly to himself, I'm not some top-tier enforcer to be summoned at will. Before closing the interface, Bai Shu glanced at the source essence value. Completing the food delivery summon task had only added 100 points of source essence. For an ordinary person, that was quite a bit, enough to increase their physique to over 3 points. But for him, it was a drop in the bucket, not even close to being enough to improve his physique even if multiplied by 10,000. It seemed the interface was right. He still needed to rely on his own cultivation. As Bai Shu pondered what else the source essence could be used for, Shinqing Yu tiptoed over, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Brother Imo, you're back so soon? It's not even been 10 minutes. Seeing her delight, Bai Shu's mood improved as well. He casually retrieved the terminal armament from the folded space and handed it to Shinqing Yu. I just want to deliver some food and check things out. This is the terminal armament I got from the warehouse over there. You should bind it to yourself. If I'm not around, it'll protect you, and I'll feel more at ease. Shinqing Yu happily accepted it and quickly completed the binding process, turning the terminal armament into a black ring on her index finger. She waved her slender finger in front of Bai Shu. Brother Imo, the name Watcher is not nice at all. I've renamed it Initial Unit 2. Yours is Unit 1, and mine is Unit 2. They match perfectly, don't they? Bai Shu looked down at her, smiling foolishly with a blush on her face, and couldn't resist flicking her forehead. Stop being silly and get back to cultivating. You're young, what are you thinking about all day? After sending Shinqing Yu off to train on her own, Bai Shu could finally focus on his own cultivation. Previously, he had been unable to attempt the condensation of the extraordinary fire seed due to his commitment to respond to Mi Shui's summons in 3 hours. Now, with a rare moment of peace, he knew he couldn't delay this crucial step any longer. Bai Shu understood that while he currently possessed the extraordinary physical traits speed, strength, heightened reflexes, and longevity, he still fell short of a true extraordinary being. Only by successfully condensing and igniting the extraordinary fire seed, mastering the control of earth, fire, wind, and water, could he truly enter the ranks of the extraordinary. Recalling the key principles of condensing the extraordinary fire seed, Bai Shu instructed number 1 to transform into a comfortable bed. He lay on it, thinking to himself, what could be more comfortable than this? Not far away, Shinqing Yu saw this scene, and, for some reason, her body stiffened slightly and her cheeks flushed. Completely absorbed in his training, Bai Shu didn't notice these details. Perhaps due to the soul potion he had taken earlier, he easily entered a state of emptiness, envisioning a crystal-clear seed in his mind. As he returned from this mystical state, the next step in his cultivation appeared in his mind, to imbue the extraordinary fire seed with an energy attribute. There were many attributes to choose from. The fierce and wild nature of fire, the gentle and surging flow of water, the solidity of earth, the lightness of the breeze, and the destructive power of lightning. Some exceptionally gifted cultivators could even infuse the seed with attributes of their unique talents. Bai Shu pondered deeply. What kind of energy should his fire seed contain? Should it be the mysterious elements of time and space, the unfathomable concept of fate, the all-encompassing chaos with its destructive power, or should he push one of the earth, fire, wind, or water elements to its extreme? As his thoughts wandered, the extraordinary fire seed in his vision began to blur. This was a natural result of too many distractions, but Bai Shu wasn't concerned. At this stage, the fire seed was just an empty shell, and it didn't matter if it dissipated. Lying on the bed, lost in thought for a long time, an image of the cosmic star map he had once seen suddenly emerged in Bai Shu's mind. The universe is vast, encompassing all directions and spanning time. The concept of the universe stirred him. It could be infinitely large or infinitely small, embracing everything. Why not create a cosmic seed? one that could encompass time, space, earth, fire, wind, water, fate, death, and all concepts? This idea sent a tremor through Bai Shu's heart. The vast, boundless nature of the universe suited him perfectly, and in the future, he could expand new concepts by adding dimensions and layering spaces, making it endless. This was a perfect match for his infinite body. He recalled the core essence of the extraordinary fire seed condensation method. It was a cultivation method that involved condensing the power of the soul and imbuing it with extraordinary strength. The strength and attributes of a fire seed come entirely from the practitioner's imagination. In short, the bigger the mind, the stronger the fire seed can be. Bai Shu lay on his bed, adjusting to a comfortable position, focusing all his attention on the extraordinary fire seed. His thoughts began to flow. The universe originated from the explosion of a singularity with infinite mass, but what he pursued was not an explosive fire seed, but a mature cosmic fire seed. In his vision, this seed should encompass everything: a perfect integration of time, space, and energy. Electromagnetic radiation flickered in his consciousness. The concept of ordinary matter flowed like water, and dark matter and dark energy intertwined in his mind. He outlined the hierarchical structure of the universe in his heart, from the smallest interstellar dust to meteors, satellites, planets, and then to the brilliant stars, forming vast star systems that extend to countless galaxies. Of course, with his current power, he couldn't envision the entire universe, but he could attempt to construct a miniature universe centered on his talent, the infinite body. This system would include the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, the dimensions of time and space, and the unity of opposites such as light and darkness, life and death. In his vision, the infinite body transformed into an endlessly expanding black hole, constantly consuming, with no upper limit. These inspirations flowed like a fountain into the crystalline, extraordinary fire seed. As time passed, the fire seed began to change. The first to appear was a white hue capable of devouring everything, right at the center of the fire seed. At this moment, the fire seed seemed to gain life, transitioning from a void concept to a real existence. This was the manifestation of soul infusion. Ordinary people would stop at this point, but Bai Shu's ambition went far beyond. He crammed every conceivable concept into the fire seed: the fiery red representing flames, the golden yellow symbolizing earth, and the verdant green of flowing water. Multicolored specks of light continuously blossomed within the fire seed. After an unknown length of time, the originally colorful fire seed suddenly turned pitch black, leaving only specks of starlight twinkling in the darkness. This was the result of injecting the concepts of dark matter and dark energy. Soon, those specks of light began to move in order, with the concepts of time and space engraved within. Just as Bai Shu prepared to inject the concept of "I am destiny" into the fire seed, a powerful sense of discomfort suddenly surged, forcing him out of his meditative state. As Bai Shu slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a bed covered in empty gene potion vials. These glass tube containers still bore traces of extraordinary potions, clearly used to hold precious substances like soul elixirs and star tears. By the bedside, Shinqing Yu sat with reddened eyes, keeping vigil. The moment she noticed Bai Shu had awakened, her face broke into a joyful smile. Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, she said with a choked voice, "Brother Mo, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you." Bai Shu was about to comfort her when a wave of indescribable weakness swept over him, causing him to cough violently. Shinqing Yu quickly patted his back gently and explained, "Brother Mo, don't speak yet. The terminal intelligence said your soul power far exceeds what your body can handle, causing this imbalance and resulting in your current weak state. But don't worry, as long as you improve your physical condition, you'll be fine." Bai Shu nodded thoughtfully, his gaze falling on the empty vials. "Did I take all of these myself?" "Yes," Shinqing Yu nodded quickly. "The terminal intelligence mentioned that while you were trying to condense a particularly powerful extraordinary seed, you instinctively consumed the potions from the unit to replenish your soul energy, as it was insufficient. You were barely conscious at the time and didn't respond when I spoke to you." Seeing Shinqing Yu's worried expression, Bai Shu smiled awkwardly. He recalled that the extraordinary seed condensation method did mention the higher the seed level, the stronger the soul power needed. However, he had completely overlooked this detail. He had assumed that since a Promethean with a soul strength of just a fraction could condense a seed, his own 6+ soul strength would be more than sufficient. Little did he know that the super powerful seed he intended to condense required such a massive amount of soul power. Bai Shu opened the panel to check his status. Name: Bai Shu. Second tier life, form code 003, Earth China. Gift: infinite body. Constitution: 89. Colonization enhanced constitution is now ineffective. Soul: 890. Source: 0. Task: anchor the beacon. Completion: 87.7. Current survivors: 537. Evaluation: top heavy with shallow roots. Your soul wants to leave your frail body. How many days have I been out? Bai Shu asked, looking up. Wu Foong, standing nearby, chimed in. A full 13 days. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. Wow, young people sure have strong bodies. Sleeping for 13 days straight, that's impressive. Bai Shu rolled his eyes, and then began to carefully review the system records on the panel. It has been 13 days since Bai Shu began attempting to condense the extraordinary fire seed. As Wu Foong mentioned, nearly 5/6 of those who descended upon the planet Venus have perished, with only 537 survivors remaining. Bai Shu carefully examined the system records and found that Shinqing Yu's words were indeed true. His panel continuously displayed notifications of his soul and physical attributes improving after consuming various potions. However, one detail made him frown. The effect of the 3-star tier potions seemed significantly diminished, with his physical attribute only reaching 89 points. Logically, with the addition of other potions, his physical attribute should be at least 4 or 5,000. As Bai Shu silently questioned whether the terminal intelligence had diluted his potions, the terminal intelligence appeared beside him, as if sensing his doubts. The potions provided to you are absolutely pure, the terminal intelligence explained, its eyes gleaming with a startling light. In fact, it is your extraordinarily powerful fire seed that requires an immense amount of soul energy to support and a vast amount of energy to maintain. Those potions, which should have enhanced your physical attributes, were entirely converted into energy for condensing the fire seed. The terminal intelligence continued, increasingly astonished. More incredibly, as a second-tier life form, you have completely resisted the genetic erosion of the disaster beast Hydra and even managed to devour it. If you were a native of Venus, our civilization could certainly ascend to the highest level, and the planet would not fall into the dark realm. Hearing such high praise, Bai Shu waved his hand modestly. I merely had a whimsical idea that resulted in a semi-finished product, purely by accident and luck. Turning back to his system panel, Bai Shu noticed that on the 3rd day of condensing the fire seed, his soul strength had broken into triple digits, advancing him to a second-tier life form. The system awarded him 1 million units of primal matter, but he used all of it to nurture his soul. Reflecting on the events of these 13 days, on the 2nd day, he began attempting to condense a universe-encompassing fire seed. With the support of numerous precious potions, he advanced to the 2nd tier within 3 days. By the 13th day, the potions were depleted, and due to insufficient soul capacity, he had to exit the observation state. Although it was only a semi-finished product, it was at least a successful first step. Checking the inventory of the first machine, Bai Shu scratched the back of his head. The supply of supernutritional potions was still adequate, enough to enhance his physical attributes. However, time was running out, as he was expected to return to Earth in 3 or 4 days. To avoid worrying his mother, he had to return on time. The urgent task was to find a way to enhance his power. Even if he couldn't reach the 4th tier, he needed to at least achieve the 3rd tier. Realizing that the time for his return was approaching, Bai Shu forced himself to rise from the bed despite his weakened state. He grabbed a can of food to quickly fill his stomach, then downed 2 supernutrient potions in one go. The effects were almost immediate. Perhaps due to his improved physique or the enhancement from his powerful soul, he felt a hint of hunger within half an hour. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Bai Shu opened his interface again to check. Physique, 99. An increase of 10 points in half an hour? Bai Shu quickly calculated. At this rate, that's 20 points an hour, for 180 points a day. Starting from 0, it would take 50 hours to boost my physique to 1,000 and advance to a 3rd-tier life form. This discovery made him abandon his initial plan to search for other resources in the searing fire repository. Given the astonishing speed of his cultivation, he decided it was best to wait until he reached the 3rd tier. He immediately threw himself into a new round of training. As for the extraordinary fire seed, it was still just an undeveloped seed. Even with a powerful soul to bear it, before ignition, it could only perform minor tricks like a flame the size of a lighter or a wind blade that couldn't even cut through hair. To truly ignite the seed, it required 10 times the soul strength that carried it, and the path was still long. After 40 hours of continuous cultivation, Bai Shu suddenly noticed that his energy absorption efficiency had halved. He instinctively clenched his fist. Though no changes were visible on the outside, his strength had clearly increased. Opening the interface, he understood immediately. Physique, 895. Soul, 894. Task, Anchor Beacon. Beacon anchoring completion, 98. Current survivors, 517. My physique surpassed my soul. No wonder the 10x training efficiency disappeared, Bai Shu mused, rubbing his nose. Although it wasn't 40 times faster anymore, a 20x efficiency was still impressive. In just over 5 more hours, he could break through the 1,000-point mark and become a 3rd-tier life form. He noted the change in the number of survivors. Only 20 people died in 40 hours. I wonder if they've grown stronger or more cautious. The survival rate is definitely higher than before. After a brief rest, Bai Shu continued his training. While strengthening his physique, he also made sure to visualize the extraordinary fire seed to enhance his soul strength. Once he ran out of potions, he had to rely on more gradual methods to improve. Another 5 hours passed. While training, Bai Shu suddenly heard a ding, prompting him to stop and check the interface. Ding descender number 002, breaking the third human limit during the first descent. Source quality reward increased by 1,000 times. Ding received 100 million source quality. Did old 1 or old 2 die? Bai Shu pondered, narrowing his eyes. Bai Shu looked at the primal data on the panel, frowning slightly. When will the old one die? Being called the second isn't exactly flattering. He carefully calculated the primal reward rules. Breaking the human limit for the first time grants 1,000 primal units, with each subsequent reward increasing tenfold. More enticingly, breaking through during the first descent adds an extra tenfold bonus. This means that breaking the fourth limit during the descent would yield 10 billion primal units. Breaking the fifth would grant an astonishing 1 trillion. Should I stay on the Morning Star a bit longer? Bai Shu pondered, stroking his chin. As he weighed the pros and cons, Shinqing Yu quietly approached him, her head lowered as she softly asked, Brother Mo, in just over 10 hours, we'll be back on Earth. Will you come find me then? Bai Shu looked down at the somewhat anxious girl, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, I'll find you. After all, you're my exclusive power bank. There was truth in his words. Shinqing Yu was indeed the perfect power bank. She could gather surrounding energy, up to 10 times her physical capacity. With her current physique of 5 points, she could increase the surrounding energy concentration to 50 times the local average. Enhancing both soul and physique required vast amounts of energy. With a limited supply of potions and uncertainty about acquiring more extraordinary potions in bulk, keeping Shinqing Yu close was indeed a wise choice. Hearing the word exclusive made Shinqing Yu blush, while Bai Shu was already planning his next move. He tapped his earpiece to awaken the terminal intelligence, which, as always, quipped, You've broken through again? Well, for a freak like you, it's nothing new. Bai Shu opened the world map. Most of the hundreds of flame vaults had dimmed, but the nearest intact one was 2,000 kilometers away. If I pilot the first machine at full speed, reaching 10 kilometers per second, about 30 times the speed of sound, Bai Shu calculated, it'll only take 200 seconds, just over 3 minutes to get there. The reckless spirit within him stirred, but considering potential external dangers, Bai Shu restrained his impulse. He carefully considered his timing. Dad's at work, and Mom will take at least an hour to buy groceries. Once the beacon is anchored, I can set off, and if I encounter danger on the way, I can immediately return to Earth. By the way, a cold glint flashed in Bai Shu's eyes. I can make a trip to the bunker, deal with those monsters, and even test that primordial bird. He still harbored resentment over his previous strategic retreat. Someday, if my name spreads across the realms, Bai Shu muttered to himself, those strong ones might say, Oh, the god of death from Earth, I know him. During his first descent, he was chased by a few low-level mutants and got weak-kneed by a small fourth-tier primordial bird. The thought of such a possibility made Bai Shu uneasy. If that gets out, how could I ever show my face? When you're focused, time seems to fly by. Bai Shu was deeply engrossed in mastering the skill of blending in with the light, and before he knew it, only a few minutes remained before returning to Earth. Just as he was about to say something to Shinqing Yu, Wu Foong interrupted with an unexpected exclamation. Wu Foong slapped his thigh, his voice tinged with regret. Lao Wang, don't you think we Earthlings are a bit too self-destructive? We had over 500 people alive just a while ago, and now, right before we can go back, more than 100 have suddenly vanished. Only 398 are left. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu quickly opened the panel to confirm, and sure enough, it was as Wang Wei said. The last time he checked, there were 517 survivors. Logically, those lacking strength or with frivolous personalities should have been eliminated long ago, not experiencing such a large-scale demise at this critical moment. The reason behind this anomaly was chilling. Sitting next to Bai Shu, Shinqing Yu swung her legs while checking the data on the panel. Her face showed a mix of fear and relief. Brother Mo, I'm so grateful for your protection. Otherwise, I might have been stuck on the planet forever, or worse, endured inhumane torture before dying. Seeing Shinqing Yu quickly grasp the situation, Bai Shu's eyes flashed with a hint of a satisfied smile. Compared to when she first arrived on the planet, she had grown significantly. Huh? Asked Shufan, who had by now become familiar with Shinqing Yu, with a naive tone. Weren't there over 500 people just a moment ago? How did so many disappear so suddenly? Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu exchanged a knowing smile. Nearby, Wang Wei, who had been focused on learning skills, put down what he was doing and explained solemnly. I truly believe in the concept of inherent human evil. Put people in a lawless and chaotic environment, and while they might manage initially, over time, evil thoughts become like an open Pandora's box, impossible to contain. Not everyone has a moral compass. Those who have committed evil in the dark world naturally fear that their victims will grow strong and seek revenge or find them in reality. In such cases, silencing them becomes the simplest and most effective solution. Thank goodness for Brother Mo's protection, Shufin exclaimed, patting her chest in relief as she edged closer to Bai Shu. When I first arrived, I noticed those little devils looking at me strangely. Wu Foong instantly feigned a hurt expression, clutching his chest. Shufin, wasn't I the first to protect you back then? Shufin attempted to grab Bai Shu's arm, but was gently pushed away as he tapped her forehead. She stamped her foot in slight annoyance. You're talking nonsense. You were downstairs with Uncle Wang and Cheng Lei at the time. You didn't see how those two little devils were staring at Mei was scared to death. While Bai Shu, Wu Foong, and Shufin bantered, Emilia and her companions nearby wore serious expressions, as if they had sensed something unusual. Milia and her two companions huddled together, whispering for quite some time. Finally, Milia, with a determined stride, approached Wang Wei. Her eyes held a hint of caution as she asked, if we choose to go to Huaxia, can you guarantee protection for us and our families? Also, you promised not to restrict our freedom or conduct human experiments. Wang Wei's eyes lit up, seeing that the three were finally considering. He solemnly promised, of course, the organization will warmly welcome you. We will never conduct human experiments like the conglomerates on your side. Huaxia is a free country. As long as you don't break the law, you can do whatever you want. Milia's lips curled slightly as she cast a meaningful glance at Bai Shu, her tone carrying a subtle warning. Even if you break your promise, it doesn't matter. We are not the only ones who have descended. We are not the strongest. If you dare to experiment on us or restrict our freedom, what do you think other descenders will do when the news gets out? With that, she moved aside with Cerise and Maria, adding, I'll convince my family when we return and arrange a trip to Huaxia as soon as possible. At this moment, the Peruvian boy, who had been observing, shyly raised his hand and said, I can't afford a ticket to Huaxia. Could someone come and get me? Upon hearing this, Wu Feng's face broke into a smile. Of course, no problem. Just wait at home, and someone will be there to pick you up within half an hour. He was secretly delighted. These descenders represented national fortune, and having descenders from other countries join Huaxia was like absorbing their national fortunes to strengthen themselves. After confirming that Milia, her companions, and the Peruvian boy would naturalize, Wu Foong turned to Wang Xiaonan and the others, enthusiastically inviting. Would you like to join our 749 bureau? We can offer you positions, housing, and salaries. Everything can be arranged if you come. Wang Xiaonan and her companions exchanged glances and cautiously asked, can we have some time to think about it? Of course, the organization never forces ordinary citizens. Wu Foong nodded in agreement. After a few more pleasantries, he turned his gaze to Bai Shu. Xiao Mo, how about you? Want to join the 749 bureau? The dark world has emerged, and the global landscape is about to change. With your personality, much like mine, you have great potential. Bai Shu chuckled. How about a trip to Tokyo to see the cherry blossoms? Of course, Wu Foong blurted out, then scratched his head and added, but not right now. Although Japan doesn't openly have nuclear weapons, if it comes to it, they could probably make a few. Without nuclear defense capabilities, it's hard to carry out S3 level operations. Bai Shu shrugged. Then maybe not? I don't really have anything. He trailed off. Recalling the scorn his mother faced from middle-aged women before his descent, he decided not to close the door entirely. After all, who knows when Wu Foong and his team might come in handy. So, he shifted the topic and turned his attention to Wang Wei. Uncle Wang, are you sure you want to stay on the Morning Star and not return to Earth? Bai Shu asked the researcher in front of him, who was focused on eating his canned food. Wang Wei set down his can and nodded resolutely. I'm not going back. I can conduct my research here, and I can also enhance my efficiency with learning skills. Why would I want to return? Bai Shu gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. These dedicated researchers were truly admirable, sacrificing their personal lives to ensure that China could stand strong among the great powers. Although he was far more capable individually, their spirit of dedication was truly commendable. Just then, a crisp ding interrupted Bai Shu's thoughts. A sense of ease washed over him, followed by the mechanical voice of aboard. Ding beacon anchored. You can return to Earth anytime via mental command. Ding beacon anchoring task completed. Received 75 source essence. Ding, please note that upon exiting the dark world, learning and reconnaissance skills will become inactive. After confirming with Milia and the others that they could return to Earth anytime, Bai Shu turned to Shinqing Yu. He projected a light screen through the first machine and edited a message. My real name is Bai Shu, not Mo Bai. I didn't tell you before because I was worried someone might have the talent to curse through real names. Shinqing Yu read the message and laughed, her smile bright and innocent. I actually knew all along. I can sense emotions, and I noticed you were using a fake name. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone. By the way, my real name is Shinqing Yu. I'm a junior at Hangqing No. 6 High School, Class 6, and I live at 136 Leisure Alley, Donghu District. Brother Mo, you must come find me. They exchanged a smile, and then Shinqing Yu waved goodbye. Brother Mo, I'm leaving now. Remember to come find me. Before the words fully left her mouth, her figure had already disappeared. Watching her leave, Bai Shu felt a twinge of reluctance. Soon after, Wang Xiaonan and the others, the Peruvian kid, and the reluctant Shufan also departed, leaving the vast torch library with only Bai Shu, Wu Foong, Wang Wei, and the terminal intelligence. Wu Foong looked at Bai Shu, who was wearing the first machine, and asked worriedly, Xiao Mo, are you really going to challenge that Archaeopteryx? Isn't it too dangerous? The memory of the Archaeopteryx's oppressive presence still haunted him. Bai Shu smiled confidently. Don't worry, I've already reached the 3rd tier. Bai Shu's words left Wu Foong and Wang Wei utterly shocked. He continued to explain, I know very well that even with the assistance of the 1st unit, I'm no match for the Archaeopteryx. But I can't rest easy without personally testing its strength. Besides, haven't you already agreed to help the End Intelligence rebuild the Morning Star? This journey of mine can be seen as scouting the path for the organization, assessing the depth of Morning Star. No sooner had he finished speaking than the eyes of the 1st unit began to glow with a bright blue light. Bai Shu, without further hesitation, nodded to Wu Foong and Wang Wei, and piloted the mech directly out of the Ember Library passage, ascending to the surface. The mech hovered midair as Bai Shu surveyed the city ruins bathed in the blood-red sunlight. 1st unit, begin self-check, he commanded. Beep self-check initiated, a mechanical voice responded. 1st unit sky mecha status. Energy at 100, missile bay intact, plasma cluster lightsaber intact, radar functional, nanobot swarm operational, flight posture stable, temperature control and shock absorption systems optimal. Current energy reserves, 3 cubic super energy blocks. Self-check complete, capable of supporting 30 hours of high-intensity operations. Bai Shu exhaled deeply. Activate the camera system, record the upcoming scenes in full. He was well aware that the true purpose of this mission was not merely due to pettiness or being unable to bear grievances. More importantly, it was to demonstrate his strength to the organization. Without sufficient strength, how could he ensure his voice was taken seriously at the negotiating table? Although the organization had consistently performed well, Bai Shu knew that to seize the initiative, one couldn't rely solely on the goodwill of others. With the camera system activated, Bai Shu pushed the mech's speed to maximum, heading straight for the direction of the bunker. The sonic boom resounded across the silent city, with ripples of sonic boom clouds resembling the final wreath for the dead city. Covering a distance of 50 kilometers, the ordinary rainbow wing bioenhancement would take 20 minutes to complete, but the 1st unit did it in less than 10 seconds. 5,000 meters per second, approximately 15 times the speed of sound. Bai Shu laughed at himself. I thought it could reach 30 times the speed of sound. Seems I overestimated. Looking down at the bunker, the once smooth garden square had been riddled with burrows by mutated creatures, their black holes extending into unfathomable depths. Although he knew where the burrows led, Bai Shu had no intention of going down himself. If it can be settled from a distance, why engage in close combat? He muttered. Scan the bunker to confirm the monsters' positions. The glow in the eyes of the 1st unit shifted from blue to red, then back to blue. The mechanical voice promptly reported. Scan indicates 13,579 humanoid mutated creatures in the bunker, including 1 1st-tier life form. The rest are all 0-tier life forms. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu smiled faintly, raising the right hand of the mech. Prepare the super energy cluster cannon. Instantly, a blinding blue light burst from the palm of the mech's right hand, and the energy reserve index on the right visor of the 1st unit began to plummet rapidly. Within 10 seconds, the once abundant energy dropped to 80, and the energy beam in Bai Shu's hand shrank to the size of a basketball. Even with the protection of Unit 01, he could feel a slight burning sensation in his right hand. As the energy reached 70, the red alert flashing on his goggles warned him that the energy was about to be depleted. Bai Shu made a swift decision to stop the energy gathering. He quickly twisted his wrist, aiming his palm at the burrow dug by the monsters. The sizzling, ultra-high temperature cluster cannon shot out like a scorching beam of light, piercing through the burrow and reaching the bunker in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence, with only the sizzling sound of the super energy cluster burning the air echoing in the space. As the blue glow from the mech's palm gradually dimmed, Bai Shu watched the ground with anticipation. Just 2 seconds later, a streak of eerie blue light rose from the burrow. Accompanied by a piercing, creaking noise, the entire square began to swell violently. The cement cracked, the ground surged, and endless blue light broke through the surface, shooting straight into the sky. Amidst the roaring sound, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the original site of the bunker, sending countless fragments of stones and dirt flying, constantly striking the surface of Unit 01. Bai Shu waved his hand to unleash a strong wind, blowing the mushroom cloud and the swirling dust into the distance. When his vision cleared again, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before him. The original square had vanished, replaced by a colossal crater 3 kilometers in diameter and 100 meters deep. At the bottom, Only the churning red magma remained, with all traces of civilization and life obliterated. Is Xiangyang's body okay? Bai Shu murmured to himself. The underground site is much deeper than the bunker. It shouldn't have been blasted away. I promised to build him a tomb that everyone would want to dig up. Suddenly, Unit 01's radar detected a powerful life form approaching at a speed of Mach 20. Bai Shu looked up, and what was once a mere black dot on the horizon rapidly enlarged until he could clearly see the radiant Archaeopteryx. The one who once regarded me as an ant. Are you anxious now? Bai Shu sighed softly, slightly regretting not having stolen the bird egg earlier. But on second thought, if stealing it had driven the Archaeopteryx into a frenzy, it might have affected Wang Wei, who was currently training in the Xinhua library, which would have been counterproductive. This is good. I've cleared out the monsters that once chased me, and now I can test the Archaeopteryx's strength. Bai Shu thought as he assumed a crouch position, enveloped by a sonic boom cloud, fearlessly facing the bird encircled by wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Screech. The Archaeopteryx, seeing Bai Shu not only not fleeing but also approaching, felt its already high anger surge even further. The primordial bird let out an earth-shattering screech, surrounded instantly by a whirlwind of fire. Like an arrow released from a bow, its massive beak aimed directly at Bai Shu for a deadly strike. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated across the sky. The shockwave rippled outward from the point of impact, engulfing the entire city. The ruins of the city were swept into the air by the fierce winds, and countless mutated creatures were lifted high above. Most of them disintegrated into blood mist under the pressure of the sonic boom, while a few lucky ones barely remained intact. Only a handful of advanced creatures managed to survive, but were left wailing in agony under the blood-red sun. And Bai Shu? He held on for just a moment against the impact of the bird's beak, but just a moment. Then, an irresistible force transferred through the Mecha 1 to his body, sending him flying like a meteor. Whoosh bang! Bai Shu, wrapped in a howling gust, smashed through walls and crashed through several floors before finally hitting the ground, creating a human-shaped crater in the hard surface. He clawed at the edge of the pit, struggling to climb out. Just as he was about to steady himself, he felt something unusual under his hand. Glancing down, Bai Shu raised an eyebrow. Lying next to the pit was the twitching half-corpse of a monster. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Shu suddenly laughed. This wrecked corpse was none other than the first elite monster he had encountered upon arriving on Venus the Bone Demon. He recalled how just the Bone Demon's roar used to make him tremble in fear, yet now it couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of his battle. The frustration of being thrashed by the primordial bird vanished instantly. To think I once lacked the courage to face the Bone Demon, and now I can confront the primordial bird hidden and survive. In just a few short days, my growth has been beyond imagination, Bai Shu thought. Forget the saying, 30 years east, 30 years west. Give me half a year, and what of the primordial bird? I'll tame you into a pet eventually. He controlled the Mecha 1 to form a small nano hand, ready to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, when suddenly the Mecha 1's alarm sounded urgently. Beep, beep, beep. High energy attack detected. Analyzing attributes warning. High energy attack of wind, fire, and thunder attributes is converging. Current state cannot survive. Savior, please evacuate immediately. The impact area is too large. Mecha 1 will initiate the final mode. Self-destruction will execute in 5 seconds, sending you to a safe area 1,000 kilometers away. Farewell, Savior, and may you fight for the revival of Venus. Bai Shu's harsh words were abruptly halted. Self-destruct? No way. Where would I find another cool gadget like this? I'll just head back to Earth. With a thought, the scene changed. The familiar old room came into view, and the Mecha 1 ceased its self-destruct countdown. Bai Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Home was the most reassuring place. However, this peace lasted only a moment before his extraordinary hearing picked up some unpleasant sounds. Have you heard? A whisper came from downstairs. Little Bai from Unit 3, old Bai's family, didn't do well in the college entrance exam. He did terribly. Is that it? Everyone has off days. He can retake it next year. No, let me tell you, Bai Shu used to be among the top in his class every time, according to my Chantian. How did he suddenly do so poorly on the exam? Why? He probably cheated all along. That's impossible, right? Bai Shu doesn't seem like that kind of person. People can be deceiving. I say it's the parents' fault for not raising him well. Unlike our Shinqing now. Bai Shu, sitting in front of his computer, listened to these words. His fingers clenched tightly, and the mouse in his hand made a sharp cracking sound as it shattered. He glanced down at the broken mouse, took a deep breath to calm himself, and tapped the desk lightly, causing the device, which was once his mouse, to revert to a ring form. The one spreading rumors downstairs was Li Meifan, the stepmother of Wang Qianqian from the next unit. This woman seemed to have an inherent grudge against Bai Shu's family, always finding fault and gossiping behind their backs. Upon learning of Bai Shu's exam failure, she eagerly spread the news everywhere. Bai Shu narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. He suddenly remembered that Li Meifan's son, Shinqing, whom she always bragged about, worked in finance within the community. Chuho, can you connect to Earth's internet? He asked. The black ring glowed red and confirmed the connection 2 seconds later. Bai Shu glanced at the unfinished novel on his monitor and then issued a series of commands. Connect to the internet, learn all available information, and help me expand this novel. Also, gather criminal records of Li Meifan's son, Shinqing, and notify me once collected. Finally, send the video shot on Venus to this email. He quickly input the email address Wu Foong had left him before departing. Besides the email, Wu Foong had also given him a phone number, saying he could be contacted for anything. At the time, Bai Shu hadn't paid much attention, but now it seemed that promise was timely. He could easily silence Li Meifan, but what fun would that be? Instead, he preferred to let her watch as her pride and joy ended up in prison. The thought of her future reaction brought a slight smile to Bai Shu's face. Search globally for all video materials on the dark world, wormholes, descent channels, and disaster beasts, he continued to command. Also, collect all extraordinary information on cultivation, deities, magic, and wizards. I want to know if these legends are true and why unconnected ancient civilizations on Earth all have myths of a great flood. While Bai Shu was orchestrating all of this, far away at the 507 Research Institute in the Northwest Desert, Wu Foong finally received his first piece of good news since his return. In the conference room, Wu Foong stood at the podium, meeting the gaze of the many influential figures present, his eyes fixed on a newly received email on his phone. He let out a small sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. There's news. It should be a video file from that kid. Mo Bai. Wu Foong quickly opened the email. Seeing the pre-agreed sequence of numbers, his smile widened. Look, it's the sequence we agreed on. This means Mo Bai has returned to Earth. Just then, the sound of a chair moving came from the corner of the room. A woman in an army uniform stood up, her short hair giving her a crisp, decisive appearance. Her every movement exuded an air of efficiency. The key figures from the Marine Corps Department 749 and Research Institute 507 all turned their attention to her. Calmly, she projected her laptop screen onto the conference room's big screen, her voice carrying a hint of exasperation. According to our investigation, the owner of this email is a high school senior named Bai Shu, not the Mo Bai you mentioned. The large screen immediately displayed detailed information. On the left was Bai Shu's ID photo, and on the right, his comprehensive personal profile, including birth date, height, weight, family background, academic performance, hobbies, gaming records, internet activity, and social commentary. Even the records of Bai Shu's 5 generations of blood relatives were pulled up, dissecting the young man's life trajectory thoroughly, except for his experiences in the dark world. Look, Lon Kaiwa glanced at Wu Foong with a half-smile. Is this the Mo Bai you were talking about? Wu Foong instinctively nodded, then realized his mistake, his face showing a classic look of embarrassment. Well, I can explain. Explain what? Lon Kaiwa shot him a look. Explain that the information from the 3 Americans from Milia was fake? Or that you've been interacting with Bai Shu for so long, without even getting his real name. Wu Foong, you're almost 40. When will you grow up? Wu Foong felt a bit embarrassed. Honey, give me some face. There are so many leaders here. Besides, I'm a descendant number 97, with physical abilities 5 times that of an average person. And doesn't Bai Shu trust me? Otherwise, he wouldn't have emailed me. He must have known what investigate. There are only about 3,000 people with the surname Mo nationwide. A little checking would show he's using a fake name. I told you, but you wouldn't believe it. Lon Kaiwa glared at Wu Foong again. Just then, her phone lit up, and after a quick glance, her expression softened a bit. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and focused. Lon Kaiwa stood in front of the projection screen, holding a notebook as she delivered her report. Good news from Peru. Her voice was clear and concise. Our team has already picked up Domingo, and we've arranged a charter flight to bring him back home this morning. It's a rare case of honesty. She clicked the mouse to switch to the next slide of the presentation and continued. As per the higher-ups' instructions, we've confirmed and arranged personnel to contact Wang Xiaonan, Zhao Mengmeng, and Qi Xian. There's also a dedicated person liaising with the student Shufan from Taiwan. A photo flashed on the screen, showing a man in uniform. Through our contact, we've confirmed the identity of Chun Jun, the deputy leader of the 6th Squad of the 7th Team of the Hong Kong Special Operations Force, as a descender. Besides confirming information about the dark world with him, we've also identified several other descenders through him. Relevant personnel are already in contact. Lon Saihua's gaze lingered on Wu Foong for a moment, her tone shifting slightly. Regarding Mo Bai, also known as Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu. According to descriptions from Wu Foong and Xin Jun, Bai Shu is extraordinarily powerful and ruthless in his methods. Considering Shinqing Yu's special relationship with him and her promise to wait for him, I haven't sent anyone to contact Shinqing Yu yet. As for how to deal with Bai Shu, I suggest we watch the video he sent before making a decision. Wu Foong, who had been awkwardly standing on stage for a while, perked up at these words and was about to reach for the mouse when Lon Kaiwa stopped him with a glance. I'm not done yet. She brought up a new slide, showing 3 names and related information. The contact information and addresses provided by Milia, Celis, and Maria are all fake. Their promise to join China on the Morning Star is likely just a temporary measure out of fear, seeing the survivor count drop by over 100, worried we might take action against them. At this point, Lon Kaiwa didn't continue, but the icy look in her eyes conveyed a clear message to everyone present. After she signaled the end of her report, an elderly man sitting in the front row stood up. His hair was gray, and the golden pine branch and 3 stars on his military uniform shone under the light. He surveyed the conference room, his voice deep and powerful. There's no need for everyone to be overly tense. The strongest of civilization and the savior of the Morning Star are on our side, and we were the first to grasp and react to the intelligence from the dark world. Along with talents like Shinqing Yu and Zhao Mengming, who can root out organizational corruption, we are in a position of strength, standing atop the mountain, awaiting challengers. His voice grew more resolute. The era of having only a few dilapidated huts, unable to muster enough abacuses to equal a single computer, and having to risk lives to fight, is over. I'll say it again. Now it's our turn to stand atop the mountain, leading the charge, ready to face challenges. Since we've endured such harsh and brutal times, how could we possibly lose this time? The old man's voice was gentle yet firm, instantly tightening the atmosphere in the meeting room. Everyone present stood up in unison, their spines straight, faces flushed with emotion, and shouted, "No way." They then recited the oath they had never forgotten since joining the military. "With me in battle, victory is assured." Observing these middle-aged individuals still exuding the aura of former soldiers, the old man smiled and gestured for them to sit down. "There, no need to be so tense," he said. Once everyone was seated again, he turned his gaze to Wu Foong, who was also visibly excited on the podium. "Xiao Wu, play the video Bai Shu sent you. I'm curious to see what kind of challenge this clever young man has prepared for us." "Yes, sir." Wu Foong snapped to attention and saluted before operating the equipment to start the video. On the screen, Bai Shu, clad in a mech suit, floated in midair, swiftly breaking the sound barrier and leaving a sonic boom cloud trailing behind. A conical wave of red-hot light ignited at the front of the mech, followed by the release of a super-energy cluster. Kinona massive mushroom clouds slowly rose from the ground, revealing an astonishing crater 3 kilometers in diameter and nearly 100 meters deep. The video didn't end there. It continued to show the Archaeopteryx causing a sonic boom, descending over the city with a thunderous force and overpowering Bai Shu. This display was both a deterrent and a warning. The supersonic flight and super-energy cluster cannon demonstrated Bai Shu's strength, cautioning the organization against rash actions. However, the scene of him being defeated by the Archaeopteryx indicated that despite his power, he was not invincible, and the Earth would face even greater threats in the future. Without his involvement, humanity might not even have a glimmer of hope. This was the choice Bai Shu presented to the organization, to choose between mutual suspicion or cooperation. The 3-minute video was played 4 times, with the last replay slowed down to 0.1 speed. The meeting room was silent, each face marked by shock. After watching for the 5th time, the old man sighed, removed his glasses, and meticulously wiped them. "These young folks today always giving us old-timers such big challenges." His expression turned suddenly serious as he addressed Wu Foong. "If we pooled the entire nation's resources for you, how long would it take to reach his level?" On the podium, Wu Foong finally closed his gaping mouth, glanced at the image of Bai Shu being suppressed by the Archaeopteryx, and replied with a wry smile, "Old chief, please don't put me on the spot. Honestly, my cultivation efficiency doesn't even match that of Shinqing Yu, that young girl. Besides, resources aren't so easy to come by. The Morning Star descended into the dark world 60 years ago, and the resources left are finite, not to mention that we are still clueless about the essence of the dark world." Seeing the old man's persistent gaze, Wu Foong sighed and added, "It took the Morning Star people at least 27 years to break through from 0 to the 3rd tier." Upon hearing this, the old man once again removed his glasses, carefully wiping the already spotless lenses. Wu Foong stared at the vivid image of the Archaeopteryx on the screen and asked, "Isn't Wang Wei still studying Venus technology at the Xinhua Library? How many years would it take to develop technology to deal with such a creature?" According to the records of the Terminal Intelligence, Venus didn't have specific technology to counter 4th-tier disaster beasts, he replied, scratching the back of his head. "They managed to kill these beasts by launching a dense barrage of high-yield nuclear missiles." The old man paused while wiping his glasses, a sigh escaping his lips. "It seems we're entering an era where individual strength reigns supreme." He put his glasses back on and suddenly changed the topic. "Tell me, what do you think young people like the most these days?" The conference room fell silent. The attendees exchanged glances while they could discuss international affairs, military strength comparisons, and even war trajectories for days. Few could accurately speak to the preferences of the younger generation. The old man pointed at them, a faint, wry smile on his face. But soon, his expression turned serious. The world is on the brink of transformation. A single misstep could lead to planetary destruction and the downfall of civilization. We must unite all available forces to confront the impending crisis. He stepped onto the podium, firmly tapped the table, and began outlining the plan. First, we must eradicate the internal corruption within our organization. Second, strengthen the regulation of the online environment, but avoid creating a literary inquisition. The public must retain their freedom of speech. Third, cancel foreign language courses and promote genetic enhancement training so that every Chinese person can train from a young age. His gaze swept across everyone present. Fourth, fully activate the Beidou system to monitor every inch of Earth's land and prevent invasions from otherworldly creatures. Fifth, accelerate the interstellar migration plan. We cannot place all our hopes on Earth. Sixth, reveal the truth about the dark world to the public at an appropriate time, but ensure proper media guidance. He didn't let go of the topic of young people either. The preferences of young people are quite simple. Romantic relationships are an eternal theme, but as a civilized society, we cannot cross certain boundaries. However, aspirations like bringing glory to one's ancestors and returning home in triumph are things we can help them achieve. As for the popular demand online to include foot massages and health insurance, we can consider implementing this, as it would greatly help in uniting people's hearts. The elder continued outlining the response strategies. Seventh, we must vigorously develop agriculture and also spare no expense in purchasing grain from abroad to prepare for the impending disaster. Eighth, at this point, the elder glanced around the room, his gaze sweeping across each face. All right, that concludes my brief summary. Does anyone have anything to add? The attendees exchanged looks, each thinking, you've already covered everything. What more can we say? However, such thoughts were not voiced directly. Eventually, someone stood up and responded with the typical diplomatic language of officialdom. The leader has made very valid points, but regarding the specifics, further discussion with colleagues from other departments may be necessary. The elder nodded slightly, unfazed by the cautious response. After all, the matter was of great importance and could not be decided by him alone. These decisions required the collective wisdom of a think tank, carefully weighing the pros and cons. His current proposals were merely to establish a basic direction. Then, the elder pressed the remote control, and a photo of Bai Shu appeared on the large screen. Next, let's discuss how to handle this young man, Bai Shu. Seeing someone about to speak, he raised his hand to stop them. Let me finish first. After a moment of contemplation, the elder spoke slowly. I have two proposals. First, adopt a non-intervention policy. We focus on actions, not motives. Based on his efforts to help compatriots and combat enemies on Venus, he is a good comrade. Since he is unwilling to join the organization, we will let things take their course, offering assistance in minor matters as a gesture of goodwill. The second proposal, the elder continued, is to invite him to join the organization. From the information returned from Venus, the disaster is an unavoidable reality. We can offer him a special status to strengthen his sense of belonging to the organization and the country. For instance, I plan to establish a special patrol group, with him as the leader, mainly responsible for patrolling the vast landscapes of our homeland and monitoring for anomalies such as wormholes or portals. The Special Patrol Group will be directly under the jurisdiction of the Land Warfare Bureau 749, but in non-emergency situations, we will not interfere with their actions. When the survival of civilization is at stake, I believe he will not stand by idly. Even if he chooses not to intervene, leaving a glimmer of hope for China is still beneficial. Upon hearing this, those in the meeting room exchanged glances. Someone expressed doubt. Leader, isn't this giving them too much freedom? Won't others have objections? The elder glanced at the speaker, his tone slightly displeased. Then what do you suggest? Today's young people are different from our generation. Ideals and empathy can move them, but not bind them. He pointed to the replaying footage behind him and continued. Just like how our strength allows us to negotiate with foreign powers peacefully. His abilities have my endorsement, and naturally, he can enjoy certain privileges. If you feel discontented, elevate your capabilities to his level, and the same privileges will be granted to you. Any more objections? Just then, the screen displayed the scene where Bai Shu launched an attack, with a mushroom cloud slowly rising. The attendees exchanged looks and nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the elder's words. In the country of Huaxia, when it comes to speed, it truly can be slow. Reports from the grassroots can disappear for decades without a trace, and ordinary citizens may need to go back and forth dozens of times to complete various procedures. This inefficiency seems deeply ingrained in the bones of this ancient nation. However, when it truly wants to demonstrate speed, it can be astonishingly swift. In just a few decades, it has completed an industrialization process that took other countries over 100 years. Dams that take other nations decades to construct can stand tall here in just 2 or 3 years. The speed of railway and highway construction is globally recognized as the fastest. In the face of emergencies, the government's ability to coordinate is nothing short of impressive to other countries. Just as Bai Shu finished organizing the evidence of Shun Chang's embezzlement, took a much-needed shower after days without one, and called Shinqing Yu, Wu Feng's call eagerly came through. Xiao Mo, you've deceived me so thoroughly. Wu Feng's voice burst forth like a flood as soon as the call connected. Why didn't you tell me your real name before you left? Now everyone at the 749 Research Institute and the 507 Marine Bureau knows the phrase. Wu Foong is simple-minded and easy to fool. Soon the entire army will know. In the military, instead of calling someone a fool, they say you're like Wu Foong now. Bai Shu lay on the bed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Although there was a twinge of guilt, there was more of a sense of amusement at the situation. So, Brother Wu, how do you want me to compensate you? How about you take a position at our 749 Bureau? I'll think more about the compensation later, Wu Foong suggested cautiously, his voice tinged with hopeful anticipation. A position? What exactly? Bai Shu turned over, continuing to inquire. Chief of the Special Patrol Group. Wu Foong immediately introduced enthusiastically the Special Patrol Group, officially known as the Huaxia Special Action Inspection Group. Its main duties include inspecting various regions nationwide to prevent threats from disaster beasts, insect tribes, and mechanical calamities, and capturing malicious invaders. Additionally, as long as there is concrete evidence, everything from petty theft to embezzlement and bribery falls under our jurisdiction. Although nominally attached to local military districts, it actually reports directly to the central government. Wu Foong added. Moreover, the organization promises you special privileges and won't force you to do anything you don't want to. If you just want to hold a nominal position, that's perfectly fine. This plan was devised after discussions by Huaxia's think tank, and the power of the Special Patrol Group hasn't been reduced, but instead has grown. In the think tank's meeting room, an in-depth discussion about the newcomers was underway. The attendees reached a consensus. The ideals deeply ingrained in the Chinese people have remained unchanged from ancient times to the present. The addition of a new page to the family genealogy, the first incense stick on tomb sweeping day, and the everlasting good name are all romantic notions etched into the blood of every Chinese person. Given this, why should there be any wariness towards the newcomers? Are they not, after all, our fellow Chinese? The think tank proposed a clever plan to involve the newcomers directly in the governance and management of the country. Let them witness firsthand and actively participate, ensuring this land renews under their watchful eyes. When they see that this flourishing era is one they have helped to create, how could they tolerate anyone destroying it? Not only would they oppose large-scale destruction, but these young newcomers would also fiercely protect against even the smallest blemish. For young people, reputation is paramount. Thus, winning their hearts with genuine praise and empowering them with real authority will enhance their sense of belonging. Once they develop a strong sense of achievement, they will naturally go to great lengths to protect everything they have created. This is the strategy that the think tank ultimately decided upon. As for the internal parasites within the organization, even without establishing a special patrol group, those who have been oppressed will seek revenge once they grow strong. Rather than allowing social chaos to erupt in the future, it is better to take decisive action now and keep the situation within predictable bounds. As Wu Foong elaborated on the organization's plans and vision for the special patrol group, Bai Shu's eyes began to light up. Patrolling China, ensuring peace for the citizens, confronting injustice, and sweeping away troubles. From youth to old age, hasn't every Chinese person fantasized about such a scene? Moreover, as the nation's power grows, the patrols could even extend beyond the country's borders. Who could resist the allure of embarking on a mission abroad? Bai Shu knew he couldn't. What moved Bai Shu even more was Wu Feng's promise of direct engagement with the organization and a high degree of freedom. At that moment, Bai Shu realized that the position of the Special Patrol Group leader seemed tailor-made for him. As for whether the organization was making empty promises, wasn't it possible to turn dreams into reality with enough strength? In keeping with the Chinese tradition of humility, Bai Shu made a token refusal. Isn't it inappropriate for someone as young as me to take on such an important position? On the other end of the line, Wu Foong, holding his script, raised his voice and said, Gan Luo became prime minister at 12. Hu Zubing was granted a title at 21. So why can't you? Honestly, no one else is more suited for the role of Special Patrol Group leader than you. Bai Shu quipped. Gan Luo became prime minister at 12 and passed away at 13. Hu Zubing was honored at 21 and died at 24. Wu Gu, are you trying to jinx me? This jest left Wu Foong momentarily speechless, but Bai Shu's next words brought a smile to his face. If I accept the position of group leader, when can I expect my uniform? It's already on its way, Wu Foong grinned. I knew you'd agree. You have a deep love for this land and want to contribute to it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he added, You're in Shinqing, so following the nearest principle, all necessary materials and documents will be delivered to you by the Eastern Theater Command. Based on the timing, you'll receive your uniform and credentials in about 10 to 15 minutes. Just as Wu Foong finished speaking, Bai Shu heard the distinct, whirring sound of a helicopter approaching. Standing by the window with his phone in hand, Bai Shu's gaze pierced through the morning mist, settling on the horizon 5 kilometers away. A black helicopter, emblazoned with the words Eastern Theater Command, was flying straight in their direction, the faint roar of its rotors becoming audible. Brother Wu, the people from the Eastern Theater Command are arriving sooner than you expected. They're almost here, Bai Shu said calmly. I told you, our troops never dawdle. Wu Foong replied, noticing his colleagues frantically gesturing at him. He quickly corrected himself. But Mo, no matter what promises those Eastern Theater folks make, you mustn't agree. With our close bond, shouldn't you come to our 749 unit first? Bai Shu detected the tension in his voice and smiled slightly. I'll definitely visit the 749 unit. But Brother Wu, you haven't told me where it is yet. It's in the Shangshigansu area. Let me know when you're coming, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Once I wrap things up here, I'll pay you a visit. Bai Shu paused. Honestly, I've always wanted to see the Mogeo caves. The helicopter was now hovering over the residential area, the rotor noise growing louder. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Shu hung up, contemplating whether to go downstairs to greet them or wait upstairs. As the newly appointed head of the inspection team, he knew his position was earned through merit, not posturing. As he dressed and left his room, a clear voice greeted him. Oh, Brother Bai, are you heading out to join the excitement too? Li Lei, dressed in a white dress, was standing in the hallway, squinting slightly. Bai Shu nodded in response. Yeah. When has a helicopter ever come to our neighborhood? Especially one from the Eastern Theater Command? We have to check it out. Li Lei suddenly leaned in, sniffing. Brother Bai, you have keen eyes to read the words on the helicopter. And what perfume are you wearing? You smell really nice. Bai Shu raised an eyebrow and quickly stepped back. Despite his efforts to blend in, his higher life form status still attracted lower life forms, especially women. He intensified his concealment efforts and replied casually. Maybe it's just the soap scent from my shower. Meanwhile, inside the helicopter hovering above the neighborhood, the crew was discussing the person they were about to meet. Do you think the video from the 749 unit is real or fake? Wang Gang broke the cabin's silence. It should be real, right? The 749 unit wouldn't joke about something like this. I'm skeptical. Howsy, you're the only one in our Eastern Theater who has ventured into the dark world and returned alive. What do you think, real or fake? The man referred to as Howsy scratched his head. I don't know, but it seems real. The city ruins, mutated creatures, and that Archaeopteryx were similar to what I saw. We analyzed the video frame by frame and found no signs of tampering. It shouldn't be fake. That's not for sure. Chen Hao said thoughtfully, looking at the controversial video on his phone screen. I heard that person became a savior in another world and got a high-tech mech suit. This video might have been made by him using AI. Wang Yang immediately objected, but Chen Hao just shook his head calmly. Getting the mech suit is his skill. With the power of that mech and his achievements in protecting his compatriots and defeating enemies, I think it's only right for him to be the head of the special patrol team. You're too soft, Wang Yang couldn't help but say, patting his forehead. You don't fight for anything. Even if you can't compete with Bai Shu, you could at least try for the deputy head position against Wu Foong, right? Your skills aren't any worse than his. Chen Hao shook his head again. Wu Foong brought back a lot of technological achievements, as well as the gene enhancement cultivation method and the extraordinary fire seed condensation method. His contributions are indeed much greater than mine. I have no objection to him being the deputy head. That big guy only got the position with the help of Bai Shu and Wang Wei. Wang Yang started to say, but seeing Chen Hao's firm attitude, he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, I give up. You don't know how to seize such a good opportunity. With that, Wang Yang stood up, walked to the door of the cabin, and looked around. We've arrived. It's time to get off. Suddenly, he pointed in a direction. Look over there, isn't that Bai Shu? At that moment, Bai Shu was surrounded by 3 elderly women. One of them, namely Mei Fin, was chattering incessantly. Xiao Bai, I heard from my Qian that you did terribly in the college entrance exam. Didn't even score half of your usual grades? With such a big gap, were you cheating all along? Your mom said you should repeat a year. Why are you here wasting time instead of studying? Are you planning to score the same next year? Bai Shu raised an eyebrow, speaking calmly. How I did in the exam is none of your concern. She paused for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. But I heard there's going to be a big inspection soon, cracking down on corruption, abuse of power, and laziness in the system. Speaking of which, I often see Shinqing going home to nap during work hours. Isn't that laziness? Oh, and I saw him buying a bag worth tens of thousands on Tianjia. He only earns a few thousand a month. Where did the money come from? Could it be embezzlement? Although Bai Shu had made up these words based on data from Unit 01, they landed like a bomb. The 2 women standing next to Li Meifin immediately gave her strange looks. After all, birds of a feather flock together, and being with someone who loves to gossip can't lead to anything good. Li Meifin was instantly flustered, her face turning red. How can you make such baseless accusations? Our Shinqing graduated from a top university and is very dedicated to his work. There's no way he would be lazy or corrupt. As for the bag, we gave him the money. As she spoke, She habitually wanted to roll up her sleeves to teach Bai Shu a lesson, but just as she raised her hand, a stern voice suddenly shouted from afar, startling her. "What are you doing?" A loud voice suddenly boomed. Li Meifan shivered at first, then turned towards the source of the voice, trembling even more fiercely. Not far away, Wang Yang, dressed in a military uniform with the rank of senior colonel shining on his shoulders, was walking at the front carrying a sophisticated box. On either side of him were Wang Gang and Li Hao, each holding a box much larger than Wang Yang's. To add to the intimidation, two armed soldiers followed them, their guns glinting coldly as they approached. Li Meifan was so frightened by the scene that she was frozen in place, unable to move, and could only watch as Wang Yang walked past her and stopped in front of Bai Shu. "Wang Yang from the Eastern Military District. Nice to meet you, Leader Bai." Wang Yang extended his right hand respectfully. The words hit Li Meifan like a bolt of lightning, and she stammered with purple lips. "What? Leader? Ping. Ping, did I hear wrong? Did he call him leader?" Bai Shu shook Wang Yang's hand but gently shook his head. "The appointment hasn't come through yet, so I'm not officially the leader." Wang Yang smiled and patted the box in his hand. "Didn't I bring the appointment with me?" They exchanged a knowing smile, and then Wang Yang glanced at Li Meifan and the others, asking, "Leader Bai, what's their story?" "Just a little incident," Bai Shu said nonchalantly, "but it did help me uncover some things. It's inconvenient to talk here. Why don't we discuss this at my place?" Wang Yang agreed readily, and, with his entourage, followed Bai Shu into the building. As soon as they left, the crowd erupted into chatter. Some questioned if they were dreaming, even pinching each other to make sure. Others marveled at how Bai Shu, a young man who just finished his college entrance exams, suddenly became a leader, and some started criticizing Li Meifan's habit of spreading rumors. The most devastating blow came from Lu Pingping. "Meifan, Bai Shu said your husband Shinqing is not only lazy but also corrupt. Is that true?" At these words, those around them stepped back 3 paces, afraid of getting involved. Li Meifan's face turned red with anger, her neck bulging, her lips purple, and she could only furiously defend herself. That Bai Shu is spouting nonsense." Li Meifan weakly defended herself with a single sentence, then pushed through the crowd and quickly ran home under the strange gazes of onlookers. Once inside, she didn't even acknowledge Wang Qianqian, who was watching TV, and rushed straight to her room, locking the door behind her. With trembling fingers, she quickly dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, she anxiously asked, "Xiangzi, tell your mother honestly, have you been involved in embezzlement or misappropriating public funds?" Shinqing, who was leisurely sipping coffee in his office, paused and frowned. "Mom, who told you that? Don't listen to nonsense. Your son stays clean. Why would I embezzle public funds? I knew that kid was talking nonsense." Li Meifan patted her chest in relief. "He even said you bought someone a bag worth over 100,000. It's obviously a lie. I know my son. There's no way you'd do such a thing." Hearing the words, "a bag worth over 100,000, Shinqing's vision went dark for a moment. "Mom, who told you about this? Who else?" "It was little Bai from the Bai family," Li Meifan replied dismissively. "Today, a helicopter from the Eastern Theater Command came to the neighborhood. 5 people got out. A colonel, a lieutenant colonel, a second lieutenant, and 2 heavily armed soldiers. They called Bai Shu team leader. That kid just finished the college entrance exam and is already in a high position. He must have connections." Shinqing listened to his mother's chatter, feeling dazed. After a while, he cautiously interrupted. "Bai Shu, isn't he the classmate of Qianqian's, the one you always said didn't do well in the exams?" "How am I making things up?" Li Meifan retorted. "He must have cheated. The Bai family has connections, even if the teachers noticed." "Li Meifan," a loud shout interrupted her. "Can you control your mouth? Are you determined to ruin me?" In the office, Shinqing saw the curious, probing, and schadenfreude-filled eyes of his colleagues, and his anger dissipated. He hurriedly apologized to everyone, then rushed into a bathroom stall and continued. "I told you not to go out, not to gossip, not to make things up about people. Why can't you control your mouth? How many problems has your mouth caused at home? Dad left because of your mouth. Are you going to talk me to death before you're satisfied, before you shut up?" Li Meifan sat on the bed, at a loss. Though her son usually treated her with respect despite his cold demeanor, he was now yelling at her. She realized something was amiss. "Chong, what's wrong? Don't panic. Tell me what's going on. What good would it do to tell you?" Shinqing slumped on the toilet, giving a bitter laugh. "I used the company's money. Over 30 million. At this moment, Bai Shu, who had just boiled a pot of water, curled his lips slightly. As the one monitoring the conversation between Li Meifan and her son, he was quite satisfied with the outcome. Initially, he planned to act quickly and arrest Shinqing immediately. But now he was in no rush. It's like how an ancient death row inmate only finds relief when the execution is carried out, because they no longer have to fear the blade that could fall at any moment. At this moment, the mother and son lived in fear of the police who could burst in at any time, which was the best punishment. Of course, Bai Shu wouldn't give Shinqing too much time to indulge. No matter how far a bullet flies, it arrives in an instant. He was kind and wouldn't let the mother and son live in fear for too long. Putting aside the matter of Li Meifan and her son for the moment, Bai Shu returned to the living room with 3 steaming cups of tea. The sight that greeted him was Wang Yang and his companions with an open box, its contents neatly spread out on the coffee table. Leader Bai. Wang Yang accepted a cup of tea, respectfully bowing to Bai Shu before pointing to the documents on the table. This is your appointment letter as the head of the Special Action Inspection Group for Huaxia. Due to the urgent situation, the organization hasn't held a formal ceremony for the establishment of the group, but the official document has been sent to all military districts and provincial and municipal units. Every unit will fully cooperate with your work. Wang Yang then produced 3 neatly bound official documents. These are the latest internal plans, foreign policy, and the rights and responsibilities of the Special Action Inspection Group, outlining the work direction for the next 3 years. He paused, lowering his voice to add, considering the potential for public panic, information regarding the Descenders and the Dark World remains top secret and hasn't been widely shared even within the organization. It is advised that you prioritize the use of technological weapons during missions and avoid displaying any extraordinary powers. Next, Wang Yang opened a delicate box containing various identification cards. These are credentials for the Special Action Inspection Group, National Security Bureau, Central Investigation Group, and other departments, ensuring you have the appropriate identity in various situations. He gestured to other boxes. These 4 boxes contain formal and casual uniforms issued by various departments. This satellite phone is preloaded with contact information for special action units across all military districts and provinces. The headquarters of the Special Action Inspection Group has been designated near the 749th Land Warfare Bureau in the Shaanxi region, expected to be completed within a month. Within 3 months, we will establish offices in all major cities nationwide, staffed by professionals. Wang Yang concluded solemnly. After deliberation by the think tank, you will temporarily hold a ministerial-level position with a general-level military rank, overseeing all Descenders in the country. This barrage of information left Bai Shu somewhat overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, he had not only become the head of an important department, but also acquired a provincial ministerial-level position and a general's rank. Along with this came a profound sense of responsibility. As a Chinese national, he deeply understood the principle of fulfilling one's duties in one's position. Although he was now an extraordinary individual, the innate sense of duty within him remained undiminished. At this moment, Bai Shu began contemplating how to expand and strengthen the Special Action Inspection Group. Bai Shu's thoughts surged like a tidal wave. How to gather more arrivals, improve the physical fitness of the populace, tackle the invasion of disaster beasts and insect tribes, handle uncooperative local organizations, and aid neighboring allies. These challenges flashed through his mind. Ultimately, these complex thoughts crystallized into a heavy notion. If he failed, wouldn't he become a more disgraceful traitor to China than Qin Hui? He calmly accepted the items handed to him by Wang Yang, his brow slightly furrowed. Colonel Wang, to be honest, I'm just a student who has just finished high school. Isn't it a bit of an overestimation for the organization to have me manage such a large department? Wang Yang replied earnestly. With great power comes great responsibility. This is the organization's trust in you. He then relaxed his expression and spread his hands to explain. The think tank analyzed the information brought back by Wu Foong and concluded that for a long time to come, individual strength will prevail. The leader of the Special Patrol Group may not need to understand management, but their strength must be unparalleled. Looking around the world, this position is yours alone. These words hit Bai Shu where it mattered. He indeed didn't believe anyone could be stronger than him, but he also knew that if he indulged in pleasure, he would eventually be overtaken. Titles and ranks were superficial, only strength was real. The organization should send someone to assist me in managing the Special Patrol Group, right? Bai Shu stated frankly. I think my main task is to cultivate and become stronger, to prepare for possible future crises, rather than expend energy on management. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. You're right, and that's what the organization thinks too. In a couple of days, you'll receive a list of personnel, and you can select suitable members. Additionally, the organization has tentatively appointed Wu Foong as the deputy leader of the Special Patrol Group, and you have the authority to appoint or dismiss him. He smiled. Due to manpower issues, it's currently just a group. Once the numbers increase, it will be upgraded to the Special Patrol Bureau, and your rank will be elevated to national level. Soon enough, we might have to call you Director Bai. Faced with this flattery, Bai Shu felt a mix of emotions. The larger the operation, the greater the responsibility. If anything went wrong, he would become a historical villain, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. But then he thought he shouldn't be so pessimistic. Young people should have some drive. What if he succeeded? Leading China to soar world statues of him be erected in squares across the nation? With this thought, he set himself this grand goal. Just then, Wang Yang pulled Chun Hao from behind him to the front. By the way, before we came, we watched the video of you. Leader Bai, displaying your prowess on Venus. Coincidentally, this young man from our military district has also become an arrival. Since returning, he's been acting quite arrogant. Could you give him some guidance? Chun Hao looked bewildered. Since returning to Earth, he had been behaving properly, reporting, being examined, testing, giving blood samples, writing reports. She did everything diligently. And now they said he was arrogant? Wasn't this an unfounded accusation? Although Bai Shu couldn't sense emotions like Shinqing Yu, he could immediately see from Chun Hao's slightly hesitant expression that this was a probe instigated by Wang Yang. This was exactly what he wanted. Teth was also curious to see the skill level of other descenders in the country. Just as he was about to speak, the information transmitted through the neural network of the first unit made him pause. Savior, Xinchang has purchased 2 plane tickets to America, possibly intending to flee the country with Li Meifan. Should we intercept? Bai Shu turned to Wang Yang, casually spreading his hands. I'd be happy to spar with Chun Hao, but I need to handle something urgent first. With that, he tapped the ring on his hand, and Wang Yang's phone lit up, displaying a long string of information. These reports. Wang Yang stared at the phone screen in disbelief. Where did you get this information? Bai Shu gently stroked the ring, speaking calmly. You know, I acquired a mech from Morning Star equipped with artificial intelligence. Gathering some information online is no big deal. He tapped the ring again. First unit, log into the Special Patrol Group's email and send the evidence of Xinchang's embezzlement, drug use, and misappropriation of public funds to the Shaoqing Police Department, requesting immediate arrest. Also, Li Meifan is to be considered an accomplice for not reporting and assisting in the escape. After giving these instructions, Bai Shu turned his attention to Chun Hao. Now that that's sorted, shall we spar? Meanwhile, in the Shaoqing Police Department's conference room, Director Yang Jian's meeting was interrupted by a sudden phone ring. He was about to express his annoyance, but his expression changed when he saw the phone screen. The Special Action Inspection Group of Huaxia? Yang Jian muttered to himself, glancing at the documents on the table and suddenly realizing. This was the newly established Special Patrol Group from higher up. His heart tightened, worried that his usual lax attitude might cause trouble. With trembling fingers, he opened the email and felt relieved after reading its contents. Although it wasn't an investigation targeting him, the capabilities of this Special Patrol Group were truly astonishing. They had detailed information on the corruption of even a small community. What kind of power was behind this? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, straightened up, and said, Li Yun, Lu Fei, each of you take a team and come with me. We have an urgent task. He tapped the red-letter document on the table and turned to the older Yu beside him. You continue explaining the content of the document to them. After a pause, he thoughtfully added, this special inspection team seems to mean serious business. Surveying the conference room, his tone was grave. The establishment of the special inspection team shows that the organization has zero tolerance for corruption. Those who've already reached out should confess voluntarily to seek leniency. Those who haven't, keep a close watch on yourselves so you don't drag others down. Before he finished speaking, he was already leading Li Yun, Lu Fei, and others briskly towards the parking lot. Sirens blared as several police cars roared out of the station's courtyard. Those left behind exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. What crucial lead did old Yang get that calls for his personal involvement? Seems like another round of a 100-day crackdown is coming. Don't worry, we've seen such operations before. Lots of noise, but little action. Meanwhile, in apartment 301 of Building 7 at Xingfu Community, Chun Hao lay on the floor, bewildered. Ever since Bai Shu agreed to spar with him, he'd been going all out on the offensive. His moves, which seemed lightning fast to Wang Yang and Wang Gang, were like a snail's pace to Bai Shu. No matter how he changed his tactics and angles, Bai Shu effortlessly neutralized them. Eager to win, Chun Hao activated his innate ability, boosting his speed tenfold, and suddenly targeted Bai Shu's lower body. The move almost worked not because it exceeded Bai Shu's reaction limit, but because the sly monkey steals the peach tactic caught him off guard. Naturally, he received a harsh lesson from Bai Shu. Although Bai Shu didn't go all out, the pain was enough to make Chun Hao remember the lesson. As Wang Yang was deep in thought, he blinked and saw Chun Hao on the ground, unable to resist teasing. Hey, are you trying to fake an injury? Chun Hao grimaced as he rubbed his lower back and got up. Thanks for going easy on me, Leader Bai. That last move was purely instinctive. I apologize. Bai Shu shook his head helplessly. Is the training in your battle zone so rigorous that even your reflexes are monkey steals the peach? Only then did Wang Yang realize what had happened. After giving Chun Hao a glare, he turned to Bai Shu. Leader Bai, your skills are truly impressive. How about taking a position as an instructor in our eastern battle zone? In your spare time, you could train our team. Before he could finish, a series of urgent sirens approached, cutting him off. Bai Shu stood by the window, her eyes fixed on the scene unfolding below. Several police cars arrived with sirens blaring, and a group of officers quickly surrounded Li Meifan and Xinchang, who were just stepping out with bags in hand. Yang Jian, with a stern expression, pulled out a pair of handcuffs and asked coldly, Do you know why we're here? Xinchang, already panicked by the sound of the sirens, collapsed to the ground and nodded blankly. Good, then put these on. Yang Jian signaled, and Lu Fei swiftly placed a hood over Shinchang's head, cuffed his hands behind his back, and pushed him into the police car. Yang Jian turned to Li Meifan and repeated the question. Li Meifan, pale but defiant, shouted, "Officer, you must be mistaken. Our Shinchang is a top graduate from a prestigious university. How could he commit a crime? Let him go, or I'll file a complaint." Facing the disheveled and frantic Li Meifan, Yang Jian gave a knowing smile. Li Meifan, female, 57 years old. You concealed Shinchang's drug use, embezzlement, and misappropriation of funds, and even encouraged him to flee abroad. Understand now? We don't arrest people without evidence. With that, he personally put a black hood over the collapsed Li Meifan. Take her back to the station for a thorough interrogation. Let's see if there are any more clues. Two officers lifted the half-paralyzed Li Meifan and escorted her into the police car. As the cars sped away, the murmuring crowd erupted into a buzz of conversation. My God, Shinchang embezzled over 30 million. No wonder the money we've been receiving has dwindled in the past 2 years. A prestigious degree means nothing. Character is what matters. Poor old Wang and Qianqian, raising someone else's son for over 10 years, and now Qianqian can't even take the civil service exam. This really proves the saying, marry a virtuous wife. As the crowd below gradually dispersed and the chatter continued, Bai Shu smiled slightly. She thought to herself, when Mom comes back and hears that the old woman who's always bad-mouthing her has been arrested, she'll definitely be pleased. Bai Shu turned to Wang Yang and said lightly, I must say, the efficiency of the public servants is quite impressive. Wang Yang was silent for a moment. He recalled witnessing the conflict between Bai Shu and Li Meifan when he first got off the plane, linked it with the documents Bai Shu had sent him, the snippets of conversation he'd overheard, and Bai Shu's actions on the Qiming Star. Suddenly, it all made sense. He sighed inwardly. When facing an enemy, hit them hard once you found their weak spot. Young people today are something else. With this thought, he abandoned the idea of inviting Bai Shu to be an instructor at the Eastern Theater Command. After all, you know your own affairs best. Compared to municipal areas, the war zone was indeed much cleaner, but places with large crowds inevitably harbor some filth. Wang Yang didn't want Bai Shu to form a bad impression of the war zone, so he decided to clean out a few internal troublemakers first. Otherwise, once Bai Shu officially joins, these minor issues could lead to bigger problems, putting Wang Yang in a difficult position. With this in mind, Wang Yang exchanged a few pleasantries with Bai Shu before excusing himself, citing a busy schedule. Although Bai Shu was slightly surprised by Wang Yang's change in demeanor, he didn't dwell on it. After all, he had just returned from Kaimingxing and had his own matters to attend to. Watching Wang Yang and his group board the plane and leave, Bai Shu ignored the curious glances around him and went straight home. He turned on the unassuming device known as A-Ban, which immediately displayed his personal information. Name, Bai Shu. Tier 3 Life, Form ID, 002, Earth Huaxia. Gift, Infinite Body. Physique, 1000. Soul, 885. Cultivation Methods, Gene Enhancement Cultivation Method, Extraordinary Fire Seed Condensation Method. Skills, Merging with Light and Dust, Dragon Fist. Source Quality, 1,075. Items, Unit 01, Super Nutritional Potion, Kongming Steel. Descent Countdown, 29 days, 21 hours. Note, after the descent countdown reaches 0, descending to the Dark World is optional. Evaluation. In your first descent, you broke through to a Tier 3 life form with a mortal body. You are a miracle. A miracle? I guess I've done pretty well, Bai Shu murmured to himself, then clicked on a red, flashing button on the panel. The screen instantly switched to a world map, followed by a rapid montage of human civilization's development, from ancient peoples foraging and hunting to making fire, from ancient wars to the Industrial Revolution, and into the information age and space exploration. In just a few seconds, it seemed to encapsulate the entire history of human civilization. Once the images stopped, a gray map appeared, showing various countries' territories in different sizes and colors. Simultaneously, the upper right corner displayed a set of data. Civilization quality, 1.5. Huaxia, 0.75. Egypt, 0.06. Greece, 0.06. South Korea, 0.05. England, 0.05. America, 0.03. Japan, 0.02. Dark world gravity, 0.9, 1.3 fluctuating. Nearly 200 countries on Earth, and the total civilization quality is just 1.5? Our Huaxiao alone accounts for half of that. Bai Shu scoffed, that's too low. Huaxiao should be 1.7, and other countries should owe us 0.2. And how does South Korea rank alongside England? Isn't that just stealing? After venting his thoughts, Bai Shu turned his attention to the dark world gravity data. Although the current fluctuation was between 0.9 and 1.3, this value wasn't constant. He couldn't help but worry. If the gravity fluctuation becomes too large one day, Would Earth be directly pulled into the dark world? Bai Shu was deep in thought, pondering how to enhance the planet's quality and the overall combat strength of the population. With a light tap in the air, the first machine unfolded a shimmering screen in front of him. The screen was densely packed with all the action plans for improving the quality of civilization on Venus, the importance of population to civilization quality, the practical technology ascension plan, the genetic ascension plan, the psychic revival plan, the Gaia consciousness awakening plan, and the supreme warrior training plan. As Bai Shu quickly skimmed through the list of plans, he frowned slightly. These grand plans were clearly not something one person could accomplish. They would require mobilizing national, even global, resources for any hope of success. Forget it. I'll leave the planet's quality to the organization to worry about. I'd better focus on steadily becoming stronger myself, Bai Shu muttered softly. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Wu Foong. As soon as he answered, Wu Feng's intentionally exaggerated voice came through. Hey, can you hear me? Leader, you should have received your appointment letter and other documents and credentials from the organization, right? Also, can I be the deputy leader or not? Give me a straight answer. Bai Shu couldn't help but laugh at Wu Feng's exaggerated tone. Wu Ge, just call me by my name like before, no need for leader. Of course, the deputy leader position is yours. By the way, the official document says there are 3 deputy leader positions in the special patrol unit. We've decided on you for one. Should we give another to Uncle Wang? Old Wang won't do. Wu Foong immediately switched to a normal tone. He said there's too much to learn on Venus, and even with learning skills, it would take at least a year or more to grasp it all. As for the other deputy leader candidates, you decide. I shouldn't interfere to avoid any disagreements. Bai Shu understood. As one of the future privileged departments, the weight of a deputy leader position in the special patrol unit was well understood by everyone. The higher-ups allowing him to freely choose someone was already the greatest indulgence. So, what's the main purpose of this call, Wu Ge? I've arranged an assistant for you, also a descender, with quite a talent. She should be able to help you a lot, Wu Foong said. She should be arriving at your place soon. By the way, I've asked her to bring the descenders' profiles and the list of candidates recommended by various units for the special patrol unit. Take a look when you have time and set up the framework for the unit as soon as possible. As soon as Wu Foong finished speaking, Bai Shu's attention was drawn to a Dongfeng warrior parked below. The door opened, and a short-haired woman in a black uniform swiftly jumped out. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. Bai Shu briefly bid farewell to Wu Foong and went to answer the door. Standing there was a girl, about 173 centimeters tall, with shoulder-length hair and a strikingly handsome face. Bai Shu's eyes had barely skimmed the special patrol badge on her chest when the girl straightened up and saluted. Hello, Team Leader Bai. I'm Lu Guanjia, former member of the Hangzhou Women's Special Task Force, Descender number 273, with the talent of butler. I've been appointed by the organization to be your assistant. You can issue any reasonable orders to me. Lu Guanjia emphasized the word reasonable, clearly noting Bai Shu's glance at her badge. Bai Shu inwardly sighed. She was just looking at the badge. How did she end up being seen as a creep? Nonetheless, she maintained her professionalism, returned the salute, and invited Lu Guanjia inside. I'm glad you can be my assistant. I hope we can work well together, Bai Shu said as she poured Lu Guanjia a glass of water. What exactly is the butler talent? Can you tell me more about it? Lu Guanjia accepted the glass and pulled a stapled file from her pile of documents, handing it to Bai Shu. Her ID photo was prominently displayed on the cover. As Bai Shu began to flip through the file, Lu Guanjia explained, the butler talent has been classified as a support talent by our think tank. It significantly enhances organizational skills and memory in a limited area. More notably, completing an employer's order grants a power boost, further enhancing physical and talent capabilities. The higher the difficulty of the order, the stronger the boost. As Bai Shu listened, she quickly scanned Lu Guanjia's resume. After closing the file, she tapped the table lightly and teased. So, you're like a natural powerhouse? If I give you more tasks, you actually become stronger? Lu Guanjia's expression turned serious, but she nodded in agreement. That's correct. So you can assign me any tasks you need. However, they must be reasonable. Unreasonable requests I can refuse. Bai Shu chuckled and put away the file. These talents are quite diverse, very interesting indeed. She then asked directly, how many descenders have been recorded domestically, and what are their abilities? Any news on international descenders? True to her butler talent, Lu Guanjia immediately provided an accurate answer. Currently, there are 39 extraordinary individuals recorded domestically, 7 of whom are civilian descenders, while the other 31 are affiliated with official organizations. Without a doubt, you, Team Leader Bai, have the strongest abilities and talent. According to data models, you are not only the strongest in the country, but also the strongest on Earth. When it came to being the strongest on Earth, Bai Shu's expression remained calm and composed. He gently shook his head, thinking that this was expected. With the gift of an infinite body, an immense amount of resources consumed, and the assistance of the first prototype, anything less would be inconceivable. The title of the strongest no longer stirred any emotion in him. He signaled for Lu Guanjia to continue, but the news that followed made him furrow his brows slightly. Among the other descendants, the strongest is Deputy Leader Wu, with a physical strength reaching 6.1, Lu Guanjia said, only to be interrupted by Bai Shu raising his hand. Hold on, Bai Shu said, his eyes showing slight surprise. Are you saying Wu Foong is the strongest apart from me? Are you sure there's no mistake? Lu Guanjia nodded solemnly. Absolutely certain. The data indicates that Deputy Leader Wu's physical strength is indeed second only to yours. She paused, then added. However, in terms of actual combat ability, Deputy Leader Wu falls far behind others. She began to list those with exceptional combat prowess. Chun Hao from the Eastern War Zone, whose ability to accelerate tenfold made him unstoppable. The soldier from the Southeast Sea Guard Company, who awakened the battle talent, capable of taking on 20 with an ordinary physique, and the female soldier from the border troops with the illusion talent, able to trap enemies in deadly illusions with a single glance. These individuals had combat abilities far surpassing Wu Foong, though their physical strength did not match his. Excluding you, the average physical strength of the Chinese descendants is around 1.7, Lu Guanjia added. Bai Shu pondered this, thinking the progress was too slow. Then he reconsidered, realizing it was unfair to compare them to himself. Compared to the people of Venus, this progress was normal. But even given 20 years, could they catch up to where he was now? At this thought, Bai Shu felt like giving himself a slap. How could he limit his vision to just Earth? The real adversaries were the world-destroying beasts of the disaster realm, the rampant Zerg, and the endless, unknown civilizations of the vast universe. Are there any special talents? Bai Shu asked. Lu Guanjia immediately began listing them. Deputy Leader Wu's death reflection ability, which could recreate the moments before a creature's death, greatly enhancing crime-solving efficiency. Deputy Director Qian Mingxue of the Aerospace Research Institute, who could predict event outcomes with his deduction talent, and a temporary worker at the Nanning Police Department with a space talent, able to create storage spaces the size of a cube based on physical strength, regarded as a strategic level talent. She continued, Zhao Mingming's malicious intent detection and Shufin's accelerated plant growth can barely be considered strategic level talents. Finally, she mentioned Yang Jie, whom Bai Shu had helped on Venus, a young man with the envy talent, now undergoing treatment in the psychiatric department of Beiping First Hospital, unable to manage his emotions. The unique talents of these newcomers are quite remarkable, while the abilities of others are relatively ordinary, either supportive or combat-related. Although these skills can enhance individual or small team strength, they seem rather unremarkable on a national level. As Bai Shu listened to Lu Guanjia's account, he flipped through the thick stack of documents in front of him, frowning slightly. Do you know Domingo and Shinqing Yu? Bai Shu asked, looking up, his finger pausing at the edge of the document. Lu Guanjia glanced at him. The information I have doesn't include these two people. Bai Shu understood that the organization had withheld some information. The significance of this hidden card would likely only become clear during a face-to-face meeting at Bureau 749. His gaze inadvertently fell on the clock on the wall, and Bai Shu was suddenly startled. It was already 11 o'clock, and his mother hadn't returned from grocery shopping. Something that usually took an hour never exceeded 2. Could something have happened? Did you bring the information on the people the departments want to place in the special patrol group? Bai Shu turned to Lu Guanjia. I brought it. Do you need me to bring it up? Bai Shu shook his head and pushed the documents in front of her. No need. You do an initial screening first, set aside those you think are suitable, and give me the results after you're done. He stood up. It's almost lunchtime. Go get something to eat outside and find a place to stay. Lu Guanjia saluted. Yes. Then she asked, Leader, when are we going to Shangshigansu? Headquarters requires all newcomers to gather there once before the Special Patrol Group base is completed. Bai Shu brushed off the dust from his hands, calculating the time. Building the base will take a month, so there's plenty of time. First, set up the framework for the Special Patrol Group. That's your task. He patted Lu Guanjia's shoulder. Complete the personnel screening within 2 days, show me the results, and then request personnel from various departments. Any questions? Mission guaranteed to be completed. Lu Guanjia gave another standard military salute and then left with long strides, driving away in a Dongfeng warrior. Watching the military vehicle disappear around the corner, Bai Shu took out his phone and called his mother. After 3 rings, the call connected. Mom, when are you coming back? I'm starving, Bai Shu said eagerly. Although he hadn't lacked food on Venus, decades of canned food couldn't compare to his mother's home-cooked meals. Imagining when he could catch an Archaeopteryx for his mother to cook, he heard Yang Xiaoping's slightly disdainful voice on the other end. Can't you find something to eat yourself if you're hungry? I'll be back soon. I'm bringing something good for you. Cost me quite a bit. Yang Xiaoping hung up the phone before Bai Shu could even ask a question. The dial tone in his ear made Bai Shu shrug helplessly. He knew his mom too well. When he hadn't been home for a long time, she would treat him like a treasure, eager to present him with all the best things. But once he stayed for 3 days, any laziness would turn him from a treasure into a nuisance. However, Bai Shu was quite interested in the good things his mom mentioned. In the past, her idea of good things usually meant test prep books like 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulations, or various tutoring materials. Although the college entrance exams were over, given his mom's persistent wish for him to retake the exams, she might very well come back with a stack of workbooks. The thought made this young man, once brave enough to challenge the mighty Archaeopteryx, feel a twinge of unease. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long. About 20 minutes later, as Bai Shu lay sprawled on the sofa, he heard the sound of the door lock turning. He turned his head to see his mom entering, one hand holding a basket of groceries, the other dragging a small cart covered with a black cloth. Bai Shu reluctantly got up from the sofa, took the grocery basket from his mom, and then reached for the mysterious black cloth. Mom, is this the good thing you mentioned? Why all the secrecy? It's not a box of test papers, is it? He pulled the black cloth off, revealing a metal cage underneath. Inside was a small, palm-sized pink and white rabbit with bright eyes. Yet the moment Bai Shu saw this seemingly cute little rabbit, a strong sense of aversion inexplicably surged within him, as if a voice urged him to get rid of it. At that moment, A-Ban, which had been silent, suddenly came to life with a prompt. Ding detected an interdimensional invasive creature. Please eliminate it promptly. Interdimensional invasive creature? Bai Shu chuckled as he reached into the cage to poke at the wobbly pink rabbit. But before he finished speaking, the rabbit suddenly sprang up and bit his finger with lightning speed. Feeling the pressure of its teeth, Bai Shu flicked its head lightly. Is that it? No wonder A-Ban isn't even bothering with a reward. Compared to mutated rabbits that can bite through wire, this one's bite isn't even as strong as a regular house rabbit. Yang Xiaoping, watching from the side, gently patted his hand. Don't break it. I plan to keep it as a pet. Hearing this, Bai Shu became anxious. After all, it's an interdimensional creature who knows if it carries any dangerous pathogens. He quickly activated the first unit to conduct a thorough scan of the rabbit. Only after confirming it wasn't carrying any harmful pathogens did he finally relax. Bai Shu paused for a moment, then looked up at his busy mother, Yang Xiaoping, with a mischievous grin. Mom, I've got a girlfriend. She's quite adorable. Want me to introduce her as your future daughter-in-law? Don't you dare give her away. I wanna. Before she could finish, Yang Xiaoping spun around, eyes wide open. Yes, that's right. I've got a girlfriend. Bai Shu confirmed with a smile and a nod. Yang Xiaoping's face immediately darkened as she rushed over to her son, grabbing him by the ear. You only scored a little over 200 on your college entrance exam. Is it because of this girlfriend? How many times have I told you? No dating during your school years. Now look at you. How are you going to get into a university with those scores? Without an education, where will you find a good job? And you're talking about a girlfriend? Are you planning to live off your parents or sell a kidney? Bai Shu hung his head, silently enduring his mother's scolding. At that moment, he regretted using such a lame excuse to explain the rabbit's origin. His mother's love was indeed a bit overwhelming. When Yang Xiaoping finally stopped lecturing, she changed her tone. Where's this girl from? What do her parents do? What were her exam scores? How does she look? After firing off these questions, she added casually. Oh, by the way, old Lu mentioned that someone from the military district came looking for you in a helicopter today. Is that true? What did you do to get involved with them? Seeing the concern and curiosity in his mother's eyes, Bai Shu scratched the back of his head. He didn't want her to worry but couldn't tell the truth. Suddenly, he had an idea. Well, I signed a confidentiality agreement with the military district, so I can't disclose anything for 3 years. But rest assured, it's definitely a good thing, and I even get a decent salary every month. Also, I'll be going on a trip for a couple of days, so don't worry. Yang Xiaoping looked him up and down. It's really a good thing? Absolutely. Bai Shu nodded vigorously. Satisfied with her son's assurance, Yang Xiaoping didn't press further about the rabbit. She picked up her shopping basket and headed into the kitchen. Seeing her son now able to deal with senior officers from the military district, she felt a mix of emotions. This little piglet she had raised for nearly 20 years was finally venturing out into the world. Bai Shu was unaware of his mother's thoughts. He took out his phone, snapped a few pictures of the rabbit, and sent them to Wu Foong. Rabbit.jpg, an otherworldly rabbit. Origin on Earth unknown. Be advised, a civilization war might have begun. While waiting for Wu Feng's reply, Bai Shu began studying the pink-haired rabbit. He meticulously recorded his observations. Cutting it results in light red blood. Blocking its airways leads to signs of oxygen deprivation, to be confirmed if it requires oxygen. Its body is soft and weak, seemingly without skeletal support. Dissection needed for confirmation. No special abilities or signs of intelligence detected, possibly just a low-level creature from another world. After completing these notes, Bai Shu placed the rabbit back in its cage. He planned to take this peculiar little creature to Research Institute 507 in a few days for further investigation by the researchers there. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window panes into the living room. Bai Shu stood at the entrance, carrying a simple backpack, and waved goodbye to his parents by the window. He eagerly got into the car driven by Lu Guanjia and headed south. This day of escape was ultimately to avoid the suffocating atmosphere at home, the probing, curious, and confused looks from his parents, and even the gaze that seemed to urge him to take a paternity test, were unbearable. It was better to give both sides some breathing space. Inside, Bai Zhanfei watched the Dongfeng warrior disappear around the corner. He turned and held his wife, Yang Xiaoping, who had red-rimmed eyes, comforting her softly. It's a good thing the boy has such abilities and his own mission. Why are you crying? Who's crying? Yang Xiaoping glared at her husband with red eyes. Though she said that, her gaze remained in the direction where their son had disappeared. Her voice trembled slightly. Xiaobai has been particular about beds since he was little. I worry he won't get used to the beds outside. What if he ends up like those old demers who leave for decades without a word? What will I do then? Hearing his wife's words, Bai Zhanfei felt a pang in his heart. But as the head of the family, he felt he should suggest something. We've already raised a big one. Why not raise a small one? Yang Xiaoping, still immersed in her sadness, was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh through her tears. You're impossible. Xiaobai just left. Unaware of his parents' loving exchange or their plans for another child, Bai Shu finally felt relieved as the car left the neighborhood. He took a deep breath and entered an address into the GPS on his phone. Let's go here. Lu Guanjia glanced at the phone screen. Is this where the otherworldly creature first appeared? As a member of the Special Patrol Group, he was well aware of the significance of otherworldly creatures entering Earth, which was even more shocking than S3. Bai Shu shook his head. I don't know. After discovering the otherworldly creature, I asked the AI to trace it back and only found this location. We'll need to check it out in person. He paused and asked, how about on your end? How's the screening of personnel from various departments going? Lu Guanjia, while driving, smirked. I've gone through over 1,000, with about 2,000 more to go. But honestly, on paper, they all look like elites. If they're all elites, then take them all, Bai Shu said casually. The Special Patrol Group needs to monitor nationally and globally. 3 or 50 people aren't enough. So, weed out the obviously unqualified ones and recruit the rest. Lu Guanjia suddenly hit the brakes. The roadblock ahead was clearly visible, but he couldn't help but caution. Team leader, all these people carry the marks of various departments and families. If we take them all in, can the Special Patrol Group still be under our control? Bai Shu had already opened the door and stepped out. He looked back at Lu Guanjia, his tone firm. You know, my position as the leader of the Special Patrol Group wasn't earned through schemes or connections, but purely through strength. As long as I have enough strength, when I say something is a 1, it is a 1. When I say it's a 2, it's a 2. There won't be any double dealing. And if there is, getting rid of those people is just a matter of a word. Bai Shu said confidently as he adjusted his crisp, new Special Patrol Unit uniform in front of the mirror. The fabric was sharp, and every detail exuded authority. As Bai Shu strode toward the blockade, Lu Guanjia leaned against the car door, watching his receding figure with a smirk, muttering, arrogant fool. Her eyes drifted to the cage in the trunk, covered tightly with a black cloth. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to stay and guard the precious creature from another world. As Bai Shu approached the blockade, 2 fully armed soldiers stopped him. The soldier on the left stepped forward and said officially, military zone ahead, please show your ID. Bai Shu pulled out his Special Patrol Unit badge from his pocket. After a careful check, the 2 soldiers quickly moved aside and used their radio to confirm, then returned to hand back the ID. Please wait, Leader Bai, Captain Chun will be here shortly. No sooner had they spoken than a loud rumble approached. Chun Hao drove up in a 3-wheeler, performing a skillful drift stop in front of Bai Shu. With a heavy thud as the wheels hit the ground, Chun Hao jumped out of the vehicle and saluted smartly, Leader. Chun Hao leaned in to quickly report. We sealed off the area after receiving the notice yesterday, but we haven't found a second otherworldly creature yet. He briefly explained the 3 types of wormhole states recorded in the Morningstar files. Random wormholes that could transport objects anywhere. Temporary wormholes that connect specific entrances and exits for a short time, and long-term wormholes that might be naturally formed or artificially constructed, like the descent passage on Morningstar. Since this was Bai Shu's first visit to the site where the pink-haired rabbit was found, he couldn't provide a definite answer yet. Riding on Chun Hao's 3-wheeler, they passed through 6 layers of tight security and arrived at a small vegetable plot. Chun Hao pointed to the plot and said, according to the old man who sold the rabbit, he found it here this morning while picking vegetables, very close to where you first spotted the rabbit. The character descriptions are more vivid, and the scene is more visual, while maintaining the story's integrity and pace. All original information, including dialogue, plot development, and detailed description, is preserved. The vegetable patch Chun Hao pointed to was surrounded by colorful ribbons, with workers in white protective suits bustling around, wielding various instruments to conduct tests. Bai Shu glanced down at the dark ring on his hand and softly commanded, Unit 1, scan the surrounding area, probe for wormholes and spatial passages, and simulate the appearance of the pink-haired rabbit. The ring reacted immediately, its surface glowing red. 3 seconds later, the red light faded, and Unit 1 responded. Traces of spatial fluctuations detected, likely remnants of a randomly generated, man-made wormhole. As soon as the words were spoken, the ring emitted a beam of light, shooting up into the air above the vegetable patch. The light coalesced into a fist-sized black sphere about a meter above the ground, and 2 seconds later, a palm-sized pink-haired rabbit tumbled out of the sphere. The black sphere then dissipated, leaving the rabbit lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this simulation from Unit 1, Bai Shu's pupils contracted, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. He shouted sharply, "Unit 1, armor up!" Before anyone around could react, the black ring on Bai Shu's hand erupted with a visible wave of energy. The energy distorted the surrounding space and transformed into tendrils of black smoke that enveloped his entire body. 3 seconds later, the smoke cleared, revealing a futuristic dark-colored mech. The mech was angular, laden with intricate mechanical parts, and cold blue lights flickered at its eyes, elbows, and knees. Without waiting for the crowd's astonished cries, Bai Shu leapt into the air. The shield panels on the mech's back and lower legs lifted, and the built-in engines roared, spewing cold blue flames that propelled him out of sight in an instant. Moments later, Lu Guanjia was sitting in the driver's seat sorting through personnel files when she suddenly felt the car shake, followed by the grating sound of metal being scratched. The interior of the car became abruptly bright as a wave of hot air rushed in, sending shivers down her spine. Instinctively, she turned around, her eyes widening in shock. A humanoid mech was standing outside the trunk, its body painted in black and blue, with a red light glowing on its chest and blue lights emitting from its eyes, reaching for a cage covered in black cloth. Quickly, Lu Guanjia drew her gun from inside the car and aimed at the mech. "Who are you? Don't move. I'll shoot if you move again." She rolled down the window and fired a warning shot into the sky. The mech had already grabbed the cage. It tapped the side of its head, opened its faceplate, revealing the face of Bai Shu. He briefly said, "It's me," before closing the faceplate and effortlessly pried open the iron cage with one hand, grabbing the pink-furred rabbit and squeezing it hard. Unexpectedly, the rabbit wasn't crushed. Instead, it behaved like a liquid-filled balloon, with its flesh and blood rushing to its head. The once small head swelled to the size of a fist, yet it continued to stare at Bai Shu with its big, innocent-looking eyes. This time, Bai Shu wasn't fooled by its seemingly cute appearance. A chill ran up his spine as he immediately summoned a plasma sword about 1.5 meters long, slicing the rabbit in half with one swift motion. However, the rabbit's remains on the ground turned into blood and quickly pulled together. In just 3 seconds, a completely intact pink-furred rabbit was reborn on the spot, nonchalantly nibbling on the grass. Bai Shu took a deep breath, grabbed the rabbit, and tossed it into the air, preparing to attack. As the rabbit reached the peak of its ascent, he decisively fired a palm cannon. A brilliant energy beam exploded in the air, blasting the rabbit into countless pieces. Just when Bai Shu thought he had succeeded, the unvaporized blood defied gravity, reassembling into a complete pink-furred rabbit at the explosion point before falling back to the ground with a thud. By this time, Lu Guanjia had gotten out of the car and approached Bai Shu, swallowing nervously. "Leader, what is this thing?" she asked. Bai Shu's eyes remained fixed on the peculiar rabbit. "An alien creature invading Earth. Didn't you receive the task to eliminate it?" "Of course I did. But how do we eliminate an unkillable monster?" Lu Guanjia muttered under her breath. Bai Shu ignored her question and tapped his armor. "Prototype, perform a full-power, comprehensive scan of it, and list out destruction plans." As the sound faded, the cold blue light in the eyes of Unit 01 suddenly turned blood red, like sharp lasers focusing on the pink-furred rabbit. A mechanical voice then began to report a series of scans. Beep initiating X-ray scan, spatial wave scan, pheromone scan, mean group scan. Beep scan complete, spatial signal fluctuation detected. Beep developing destruction plan. Unit 01 quickly listed 3 specific plans. Using absolute cold to destroy cellular activity, eradicating will through psychic force, or placing it in a fusion reactor for thorough destruction over 3 months. Bai Shu sighed in relief, but then had a new thought. Can we deduce the coordinates on the other side based on the spatial fluctuations it emits? Current technology is insufficient to meet your request, Unit 01 coldly responded. Is there a way to prevent or block its spatial wave emissions? Placing it in an isolated space can block its emissions. However, a folded space can only weaken the intensity of the waves. Bai Shu took a deep breath and decisively threw the rabbit into a folded space, while forwarding all the information in video and document form to the think tank, asking them to devise a strategy. Following your command, Savior, Unit 01 confirmed. Bai Shu turned to the approaching Lu Guanjia and Chun Hao, looking serious. We have underestimated the threat of interdimensional civilizations and the Dark World. While Venus managed to last 60 years before being destroyed by disaster beasts, Earth's situation might be more dire. Chun Hao was initially confused but quickly caught on. Leader Bai, Are you saying this rabbit was sent to Earth by an interdimensional civilization? Not exactly. Bai Shu shook his head, explaining. It ended up on Earth by accident, but if they received the spatial signal, a war wouldn't be accidental. Seeing Bai Shu's calm expression, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, do you have any contingency plans? No backup plan, Bai Shu answered bluntly. I've done everything I can. The rest is up to fate. Just then, a call from the think tank came in. They had decided to send Li Yi to contain the anomaly. If his spatial abilities couldn't completely isolate the waves, they would resort to lethal measures. Standing nearby, Lu Guanjia added, Li Yi is the temporary worker at Nanning Police Station who awakened spatial abilities. The entire process, from notifying the think tank about the pink-haired rabbit, to the think tank devising a plan, and finally to Li Yi reaching Bai Shu's location, was tight and efficient, taking less than 2 hours. In the distance, the outlines of 3 helicopters gradually came into view. The roar of the rotors grew louder, and soon, several teams of fully armed soldiers escorted a special individual to Bai Shu. This person, wearing glasses and with a rotund figure and pale complexion, exuded a scholarly aura. Hello, Leader Bai, nice to see you again. Wang Yang saluted and introduced. This is Li Yi, a spatial ability user. You can hand over the otherworldly creature to him. After the handover, please assist in checking for any spatial information fluctuations in the vicinity. Bai Shu curiously observed the seemingly harmless Li Yi and nodded in agreement. He retrieved the pink-haired rabbit from the folded space and handed it to Li Yi. Although a flash of undisguised aversion crossed Li Yi's eyes, he restrained himself and took the rabbit. With a slight turn of his palm, the rabbit vanished into thin air. Scan the surroundings for any spatial information fluctuations, Bai Shu ordered. The mech's eyes changed from blue to red, and 2 seconds later, it responded, no spatial information fluctuations detected. This answer brought a sigh of relief to everyone present. The topic of an otherworldly invasion was far too heavy, and no one wanted it to actually occur. Leader Bai, Wang Yang saluted again. As per my duty, I now need to escort Li Yi to the 507 Research Institute. The organization has arranged personnel there, prepared to enter the space Li Yi has opened for dissection research on the otherworldly creatures. This area will be monitored and secured by the Eastern Theater Command to ensure no accidents occur. Seeing that the organization had thoroughly arranged everything, Bai Shu's last concerns were alleviated. If an otherworldly civilization truly broke through the blockade, then they would have no choice but to fight a guerrilla war across the realms. As the helicopter carried Wang Yang, Li Yi, and others away, Bai Shu got into Lu Guanjia's car. The car headed towards Hangqing. It was time to pick up Shinqing Yu. 2 hours later, Shinqing Yu excitedly leaned out halfway, waving goodbye to the adults standing by the gate. Once they disappeared from view, she retreated into the car and eagerly asked Bai Shu, Brother Bai, have I really become a special recruit at National Defense University and will be your classmate? This was already her 3rd time confirming the same question. Bai Shu shrugged helplessly. Of course. The admission letter is real, and the list can be verified. I wouldn't lie to you. He turned to Shinqing Yu, his tone slightly serious. But now that you've become a descender and have such an important talent, the possibility of attending university like a normal person is slim. Well, if there's no chance, there's no chance. I don't mind, Shinqing Yu said nonchalantly. Where are we going now? Are we heading straight to Shaanxi Gansu to find Uncle Wu and the others? Yes, we're going to Shaanxi Gansu, but not by flying directly. We're driving all the way there. Bai Shu's words made Lu Guanjia, who was driving, noticeably tense. The journey from Hangqing to the Shaanxi Gansu region spans nearly 2,000 kilometers, and for Lu Guanjia, this trip was bound to be challenging. Brother Bai, it's 2,000 kilometers from here to Shaanxi and Gansu, Shinqing Yu remarked, perceptively noticing Lu Guanjia's emotional shift. She gently tugged on Bai Shu's sleeve. Sister Lu driving all by herself is exhausting. She survived the first encounter with the dark world merely by luck, unlike us. Before she could finish, Lu Guanjia's expression had already darkened. Shinqing Yu panicked. Sister Lu, I didn't mean to. Bai Shu chuckled, ruffling Shinqing Yu's hair playfully. Of course, I know she can't drive that far in one go. Lu Guanjia's expression softened somewhat, as she anticipated Bai Shu suggesting they take turns driving. Instead, he continued, we're not heading straight to Gansu. China is vast, and we can explore along the way. If we're tired during the day, we'll rest at a service area and find a hotel at night. We won't let Sister Lu get too exhausted. Lu Guanjia's face darkened again. Leader, aren't you planning to drive at all? Bai Shu shrugged innocently. Neither Qing Yu nor I have a driver's license. Driving would be illegal. Lu Guanjia was momentarily speechless, finally managing to say, then why not just fly? Bai Shu, noticing her displeased expression, shrugged again. Because planes are too fast. The initial scan and environmental survey take time, and driving is just the right speed. Lu Guanjia was left speechless, resigning herself to the role of the designated driver. And so, they traveled by car for 20 days. They passed through the misty water towns of Jiangnan, climbed the treacherous Shu Road, gazed from the peak of Mount Tai, and awaited the breathtaking sunrise at the foot of Gongga Snow Mountain. Eventually, they reached the vast deserts and Gobi, where they took in the majestic sight of the setting sun over the long river. According to the navigation, they were just over 100 kilometers from reaching Jiuquan. The other arrivals had all reached their destination the day before. Leader, should we head straight to Jiuquan, or take a detour to some scenic spots like before? Lu Guanjia asked. Bai Shu rolled his eyes. Do you think I was deliberately sightseeing? I was expanding the scanning range of the initial machine. I haven't even been to the nearby Mogeo caves. Do I seem like someone who would intentionally take a detour? He glanced at the navigation. Since everyone else is there, let's head straight to Jiuquan. We can explore this area later during patrols. Hearing that they were finally heading directly to their destination, Lu Guanjia felt invigorated. The 20-day journey had left her exhausted, despite the energizing supplements. All right, we're finally wrapping this up. Leader, Qing Yu, hold on tight. I'm setting off. With those words, the engine roared to life, kicking up a trail of dust as the Dongfeng warriors sped towards Jiuquan. During the drive, Bai Shu contemplated how he should present himself to the other arrivals and what to say during the meeting. Suddenly, a screeching brake sound emanated from beneath the vehicle. As the car slowed down, Bai Shu turned his gaze out the window. Not far ahead, 3 girls dressed in traditional costumes were frantically waving selfie sticks, standing next to a broken-down car. What's going on? Lu Guanjia asked, pointing ahead. The Dongfeng warriors slowly approached, the window rolled down, and the voices of the 3 girls asking for help immediately reached them. Their faces were flushed from the sun, their clothes soaked with sweat clinging to their bodies, and their hair was damp. Kind people, can you give us a ride? Our car broke down, and it won't start at all. We've run out of water, there's no air conditioning here, and if we stay any longer, I might really get sunburned. Jiuquan is just ahead, and we've been waiting for over 10 minutes before we saw your car. We even heard wolves howling just now. You can't just leave us here. We're willing to pay for the ride. Lu Guanjia glanced at the 3 disheveled girls and turned to ask, Team leader? Bai Shu shrugged, got out of the car, nodded in agreement, and opened the front passenger door. You can sit in the back. Once we reach Jiuquan, arrange for a tow truck yourselves. No need to pay. Thank you, kind people. The 3 girls thanked in unison, making Bai Shu smile wryly. As someone with an official position, helping those in distress seemed only natural, just like when he used to buy large, white buns for hungry girls he came across. Once in the car, the 3 girls first marveled at the cool interior, then eagerly took the water bottles and drank them down in one go. The shortest girl then picked up her phone and said to the camera, Hey everyone, we're finally in a car. I feel alive again. I really thought we were going to be stuck there. Bai Shu raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you streamers? Yeah, they replied excitedly. Together we have 50 million followers. We only started the live stream because we were afraid of running into trouble. Normally, we just make videos. Seeing their proud expressions, Bai Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Since you can stream, you must have a signal. Isn't calling the police or a tow truck better than flagging down a car? The 3 girls were momentarily speechless, and seeing the barrage of laughter on their stream, they fell silent. After a moment, the girl sitting at the edge, missing 2 front teeth, leaned forward and poked Bai Shu's shoulder. The comments say your license plate starts with a military character. Your uniforms are so cool. Are you on a mission? Will taking us along interfere with your task? Turning to glance at the curious girl, Bai Shu shook his head and said, A soldier's duty is to protect the people. How can we not help when there's trouble? The little girl immediately broke into a toothy grin and said with innocent excitement, I knew it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let us on the truck. Wow, I never thought I'd get to ride in a military vehicle. She eagerly introduced herself. I'm Lu Shiqi, she's Lu Yang, and she's Cheng. We're Douyin influencers. By the way, we accidentally caught your faces on our live stream. Is that okay? Will it affect your mission? It's not an important mission, so it won't have any impact, Bai Shu replied briefly. Are you guys from the Western Theater Command? Our followers said that vehicles with military X-plates are from the Western Theater Command. Lu Shiqi pressed on. This question hit Bai Shu's blind spot. As a newcomer, he wasn't familiar with these details yet. After discreetly having the first unit verify, he nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's from the Western Theater Command. But that's enough questions for now, or someone might come to check your water meter. Lu Shiqi immediately fell silent, exaggeratedly miming a zipper across her lips, and obediently sat back down. Cheng nudged her with an elbow, pointing at the phone. Soldier brother, should we turn off the live stream? Will it affect you? Lu Shiqi asked cautiously. Before she finished speaking, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, and the ring on Bai Shu's finger flashed with a dangerous red light. His pupils contracted sharply. Qing Yu, expand Unit 2's detection range, northeast about 5 kilometers. Shinqing Yu immediately complied, and 7 seconds later, her ring also glowed red. The two exchanged a glance and quickly got off the vehicle. Just as Bai Shu was about to have Unit 1 armor up, he suddenly remembered something and turned to the 3 in the back seat. ordering sternly, "Turn off the live stream." The phone screen was instantly flooded with comments, most of which were calling for the public's right to know. The three girls exchanged looks, reluctant to lose the sudden influx of viewers, but under Bai Shu's stern gaze, they obediently ended the live stream. Bai Shu then turned to Lu Guanjia. "Confiscate all their electronic devices. Request support from Bureau 749 and the Western Theater Command. There might be a permanent wormhole in the Gobi Desert about 5 kilometers northeast. Once support arrives, have them sign a confidentiality agreement. Then report the situation to the think tank." Lu Guanjia, already holding an assault rifle, nodded in compliance. "Yes, team leader." Without time to dwell on Lu Guanjia's words, Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu exchanged a glance and immediately sprinted toward the Gobi Desert. Mechanical parts flowed like water, converging behind them and quickly enveloping their bodies. In an instant, two distinctly styled mechas took shape. One black and blue, with blue light beaming from its eyes, a red-shaped glow on its chest, wielding a cold blue lightsaber. The other entirely black and red, with bright red eyes, a blue-shaped glow on its chest, wielding a blazing red lightsaber. The two mechas leapt into the air, activating flight mode, and sped toward the wormhole, one leading the other. Inside the vehicle, Lu Shiqi and her friends crowded together, pressing against the window, wide-eyed and speechless as they watched the mechas disappear into the distance, exclaiming in unison, "Oh my god, we just saw real mechas." 5 kilometers northeast of the vehicle, Bai Shu activated flight mode. Without waiting for Shinqing Yu, he broke the sound barrier in an instant, leaving a sonic boom cloud in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he was hovering above the target location. The wormhole before him was a perfect sphere, just 2 meters in diameter, pitch black, and suspended 10 meters above the ground. Bai Shu observed it intently, noting the silver lightning-like patterns that sporadically appeared on its surface, only to vanish moments later, as if some mysterious pulse was at work. He circled the wormhole, surveying the vast expanse of the desert below, and then issued a command. "Unit 1, scan the surrounding environment and check for traces of otherworldly creatures. Also, analyze the wormhole's level and see if there's a way to destroy it." With a soft beep, Unit 1 promptly provided a detailed report. This wormhole naturally formed half an hour ago. No traces or presence of otherworldly creatures detected in the area. It is a zero-level wormhole, permitting passage only to zero-level life forms. Based on energy concentration, it is expected to advance to level 1 in 20 years. Destruction method requires a level 1 or higher extraordinary individual to forcibly enter and unleash extraordinary power during transit to tear it apart. Hearing this, Bai Shu's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Zero-level life forms, no matter how strong, are within the realm of ordinary humans, manageable with conventional weapons. This meant that, in the short term, the wormhole posed no significant threat to the current order. However, the thought that destroying it would require an extraordinary individual to sacrifice themselves alongside the wormhole made his temples throb. Considering he was the only extraordinary individual on Earth, asking him to perish with the wormhole was out of the question. As he pondered alternative solutions, a sound of rushing air approached. Shinqing Yu finally caught up, eagerly asking, "Brother Bai, is this the wormhole? Have any monsters emerged?" Bai Shu shook his head and explained, "It's safe for now. It might be that the other side hasn't discovered this wormhole, or the creatures there are of too high a level to bother sending zero-level life forms." Shinqing Yu opened her visor, curiously examining the wormhole, and even picked up a dry branch to poke at it. "So this is a zero-level wormhole? Maybe I should go take a look." Before she could finish, Bai Shu gently tapped her on the back of the head. "Don't mess around. Even though it's a zero-level wormhole, who knows what extraordinary creatures might be on the other side? And even if there aren't any, could you withstand a nuclear blast or a missile? With your small frame, heading over there would be suicide. Let's wait for reinforcements and let the think tank devise a strategy." As soon as Bai Shu finished speaking, Shinqing Yu was about to laugh when the alarm of the first unit suddenly sounded. Beep warning. A significant increase in surrounding energy concentration detected. Wormhole advancement time reduced. At the current energy concentration, the wormhole will advance to a first-level wormhole in about 120 days, allowing passage for first-level life forms. Amidst the mechanical warning, Bai Shu's gaze shifted from the wormhole to Shinqing Yu. She awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Should I leave?" "Never mind, you're already here," Bai Shu sighed, shaking his head. "There's still some time before the wormhole advances, so it doesn't matter if you stay a while." He looked at Shinqing Yu closely. "When will you be able to control your gifted powers freely?" "Maybe after igniting the extraordinary seed," Shinqing Yu replied with some hesitation. "I want to merge my gift with the extraordinary seed, but it doesn't matter if I can't. I don't plan on going back to the dark world. I'll just train slowly." She earnestly advised, "But Brother Bai, when you enter the dark world, be extremely careful and don't take any risks." "Don't worry, I'm quite cautious. I wouldn't take risks." Just as Shinqing Yu hoped for the military support to arrive later, so she could spend more time with Bai Shu, the sound of roaring engines came from the sky. Bai Shu looked up to see dozens of missile-laden fighter jets approaching, spewing hot exhaust as they patrolled the skies over the desert. In the distance, black dots appeared on the horizon, gradually growing into armed helicopters. Below the helicopters, a blood-red sun loomed faintly, and amidst the rolling dust, an unstoppable tide of steel advanced. Even as a third-level life form, Bai Shu felt an indescribable pressure from this steel tide. Is this the legendary heavy armored brigade? How many units are here? He muttered to himself as a large transport plane flew overhead, dropping black dots from its cabin that soon opened into parachutes. The national team's response speed exceeded Bai Shu's expectations. From discovering the wormhole to now, only 20 minutes had passed, and the Warzone personnel had already arrived on the scene, truly demonstrating what is known as the China speed. Wu Foong was the first to unfasten his parachute cords, striding over to Bai Shu. Xiao Mo, how's the situation here? Any alien creatures invading? Hearing this nickname, Bai Shu awkwardly scratched his nose amidst Shinqing Yu's giggles. Brother Wu, you know Mo Bai is my alias, right? Why do you still call me Xiao Mo? Seeing that Bai Shu was in the mood to joke about it, Wu Foong understood that the situation wasn't urgent and laughed. You tricked me, making me the laughingstock of the war zone. I can call you Xiao Mo for a lifetime. Then he turned serious again. The first wormhole discovered by Venus was a zero-level wormhole. Is this one any different? No surprises, Bai Shu confirmed with a nod. It's a zero-level wormhole, only allowing zero-level life forms to traverse. A first-level extraordinary being going and risks the passage collapsing and falling into a space-time crack. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the armed, stoic soldiers behind Wu Foong. And them? Don't tell me they're the vanguard to explore the other side of the wormhole. Wu Foong fell silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Dressed in combat gear, he stood before the dark wormhole that occasionally flickered with silver lightning, and spoke with a steady tone. It's not just them. I'm one of the vanguard members too. Someone has to go across and gather intelligence. The 12 soldiers standing in formation behind him saluted Bai Shu in unison. Their equipment glinted coldly, and determination was etched on each of their faces. Leader Bai, entering the other side of the wormhole is our voluntary choice, one soldier added, a hint of pride in his voice. In fact, some even tried to take our place, but they couldn't beat us to it. Seeing the resolve in these warriors, Bai Shu felt a pang in his heart. They were aware of the dangers, yet chose to proceed without hesitation. In the new era, martyrs are not needed, he thought fleetingly. Bai Shu turned to Wu Foong. Wu Gu, didn't you acquire the technology and resources for the arrival passage from the End Intelligence? How long will it take the organization to complete its construction? Though puzzled by the sudden question, Wu Foong explained in detail. Even with existing technology and materials to reference, it's a new field for us. There are numerous technical challenges to overcome, even if we mimic the design. According to the Institute's progress, constructing the arrival passage could take anywhere from 6 months to 3 years. Bai Shu smiled and pointed to the intermittently flashing silver wormhole. This is a zero-level wormhole, only allowing zero-level beings to pass through. Based on calculations, it will take 20 years to grow enough to accommodate a first-level superhuman. So, I don't think there's a rush. Entering now is too risky, and the casualty rate would be high. It's better to seal it off for now, preventing interdimensional creatures from invading. Once the arrival passage is ready, I can bring back terminal armaments from Venus. With those, exploration will be much safer. Wu Foong was clearly tempted by this plan, but after exchanging glances with the soldiers behind him, he shook his head in refusal. That's too long. The wormhole's sudden appearance caught both sides off guard. Our think tank proposed 3 plans. First, to fortify and repel any intruders. Second, to prepare thoroughly, enhancing physical and spiritual capacities to zero-level limits and equipping with the most advanced gear. And third, to capitalize on the information gap and start exploring immediately. You chose the third option? Bai Shu sighed. Wu Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. No, we're executing all 3 plans. The 17th and 19th Heavy Composite Brigades are on their way, and the engineering company is bringing supplies. The organization will fully cultivate combat-talented arrivals like Chun Hao and Zhao Ting. And we, the 12 of us, are an indispensable vanguard. As Wu Foong patted Bai Shu on the shoulder and strode towards the area beneath the wormhole, his usually resolute figure appeared somewhat awkward. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Wu Foong turned around, scratching his head, his face full of embarrassment. The wormhole is too high up, and we've got so much gear with us. Forget about them. Even I can't jump up there, he said helplessly. We'll have to wait for the engineers to set up a platform, or for the helicopter to arrive. Bai Shu observed his embarrassment with a faint expression. Wu Gu, have you considered that the other side of the wormhole might be underground, underwater, or even midair? I think your preparations aren't thorough enough. Wu Foong was taken aback by this. Is that really possible? The data from the terminal intelligence didn't mention any of that. They wouldn't record things they haven't encountered. Bai Shu shook his head. It's better to remain skeptical than to trust blindly. Look, this wormhole is 10 meters off the ground. Can you guarantee that a soldier falling from there will be unharmed? Wu Foong looked troubled. He had long accepted the possibility of dying in another world when he volunteered for the advance team. But the thought of drowning, being buried alive, or falling to death was a different matter entirely. So what should we do? He asked. Bai Shu smiled slightly. First, use drones to scout ahead. Then find some animals, tie ropes and cameras to them, and send them through. Pull them back after a while to see what's on the other side. It's better than charging in blindly. Wu Foong exchanged glances with his team and simply sat down on the desert floor. All right, we'll follow your lead, he said, pulling out a satellite phone to report to his superiors. Bai Shu looked up at the wormhole. Chiheo, can you scan the situation on the other side directly? No, Chiheo replied. The spatial forces within the wormhole are too strong and will distort non-material energy. Our current technology can't achieve that. Bai Shu pondered quietly. The technological reserves of the Morning Star were indeed insufficient. However, her limited capabilities were understandable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have faced the downfall of their civilization and the fall of their planet. If given the chance, gathering more information during future encounters would be crucial. In the distance, a fleet of helicopters roared into view. Out of 76 armed helicopters, 70 hovered in the air while 6 landed on the ground. A team of fully armed soldiers and officers quickly disembarked, led by 2 middle-aged men, and approached Bai Shu. As they took in the sight of Bai Shu's exosuit, they extended their right hands. Nice to meet you, Leader Bai. Bai Shu swiftly deactivated the armor state, extending his right hand to shake with the 2 commanders. Special Patrol Units Bai Shu, at your service, Commander Zhao, Commander Yun. Both commanders instinctively focused on the unique ring on Bai Shu's index finger. Clearly, they had already learned from Wu Foong that the situation wasn't as urgent as anticipated, and were now more interested in Bai Shu's equipment. Leader Bai, your Terminal Armor Unit 1 truly lives up to its reputation. Yun Tao spoke first, his tone revealing an unmistakable admiration. Zhao Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have no idea how long it would take to construct such a mech ourselves. If our 17th Brigade had this gear, patrolling the border would surely intimidate any adversaries. What do you mean only the 17th Brigade should have it? Old Zhao, you think you're the only one who wants it? Yun Tao immediately retorted, unwilling to back down. Watching the 2 seasoned commanders, both over 50, argue passionately over the mech, Bai Shu couldn't help but chuckle. No need to rush, gentlemen. There are hundreds of repositories on the Morning Star, each likely containing a terminal mech. I certainly can't use them all, so I might bring a few back when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing this, the previously tense commander's eyes lit up with excitement. Zhao Zhang quickly spoke up. Hundreds of them? How about allocating 30 units to our 17th Brigade? Leader Bai, if you ever need anything, our hundreds of tanks and mortars are at your disposal as a show of support. Old Zhao, have you lost your mind? Yun Tao glanced at him incredulously. Every military division, heavy armor brigades, war zones, and research institutes all want the terminal armor. Getting even 3 units would be a blessing. Turning to Bai Shu, he added with a grin. Leader Bai, I'm more practical than Zhao Zhang. Just give me 2 units, and I'll consider you like a brother. Hearing the older general, who could easily be his father's age, calling him brother, Bai Shu couldn't help but twitch a smile. However, he realized that if he were in their shoes, he'd probably overlook such formalities for a chance at such a powerful weapon. Bai Shu shrugged with a smile. It's too early to talk about this. Even if I can bring terminal armor back from the Morning Star, half of it must remain with the Special Patrol Unit, and the rest would be distributed by the organization. Looking up at the wormhole overhead, he continued. But since we need to defend against the wormhole, possible interdimensional creatures, and explore the other side, the organization will surely allocate some equipment to you both. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang and Yun Tao exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes revealing a determined gleam. They both understood that as long as the wormhole didn't upgrade to a higher level, a heavy armored brigade would suffice. Ultimately, which of them would stay to guard it would depend on their own capabilities. Bai Shu simply observed their rivalry in silence, choosing not to comment further. After ensuring that the personnel in the war zone had completed the surrounding lockdown and knowing that the main forces were about to arrive, Bai Shu turned to a few people and said, I'll leave this place to you two. I have other tasks to attend to, so I must take my leave. Zhao Zhang and Yun Tao were taken aback by his words. Leader Bai, aren't you going to oversee things here? Yun Tao asked urgently. Zhao Zhang quickly chimed in. Yes, Leader Bai, this is the first wormhole discovered in China, or even on Earth. Aren't you going to stay and guard it? Their expressions were full of reluctance. To them, it wasn't just about gaining some resources and treasures from Bai Shu. His formidable strength was the greatest reassurance. Seeing through their intentions, Bai Shu declined directly. No need. I can reach a speed of Mach 15, so I can be anywhere in the country within 20 minutes. It doesn't matter where I stay. With that, He nodded slightly at Wu Foong, then took to the sky with Shinqing Yu. On the ground, Zhao Zhang and Yun Tao watched Bai Shu's decisive departure with envy in their eyes. Mach 15. Yun Tao marveled. If I had the terminal weapon, I'd dare to challenge the old man. You're oversimplifying it. Zhao Zhang shook his head. The combat power of a mech is closely related to one's physical condition. While we're not weak, compared to him, it's like comparing clouds to mud. Even if we had terminal weapons, breaking the sound barrier would be a miracle. Yun Tao turned his eager gaze to Wu Foong. Old Wu, we've been comrades for a while, right? Is there any way for us to become descenders too? Yeah. Zhao Zhang nodded repeatedly. I want to be a descender too. Life as an ordinary person is tough. By the way, Old Wu, aren't you on good terms with Leader Bai? Can you put in a good word for me? Maybe get me a few more terminal weapons. Wu Foong looked bewildered as the crowd suddenly surrounded him. At that moment, Bai Shu was unaware that as soon as he left, Wu Foong was caught in such a predicament. He slowed his pace to fly alongside Shinqing Yu. Moments later, Shinqing Yu spoke through the mech's built-in communication system. Brother Bai, those soldiers are good people. I can sense their passionate feelings, and they have nothing but respect and hope for us. Bai Shu smiled slightly at her words. The war zone and soldiers are indeed the last line of defense for the country. If they become corrupt, the country's downfall wouldn't be far off. Speaking of emotional perception, he suddenly remembered something. Before leaving Venus, didn't Milia and the others say they wanted to join China? Looking back now, they must have been deceiving us. Didn't you sense any deceit in their emotions at the time? Upon hearing Bai Shu's inquiry, Shinqing Yu's voice immediately carried a hint of guilt. No. At that time, I really thought they were telling the truth. Bai Shu keenly picked up on this guilt. Combining it with what Zhao Mengmeng had previously said, her mind quickly pieced together a plausible hypothesis. Don't blame yourself. The truth might be that someone among Milia's group concealed their real abilities. She analyzed swiftly. Carries and Maria have both demonstrated their abilities in front of Yusone controls fire, the other water. Only Milia claimed her talent was precise shooting, saying she could hit any target and was adept with guns and bows. For safety reasons, we didn't have her actually demonstrate. Bai Shu narrowed her eyes. Besides, foreigners are exposed to firearms from a young age, so even without special abilities, mastering accurate shooting isn't that difficult. Bai Shu's gaze grew sharp. If I'm not mistaken, Milia's true talent is likely mental. She can not only prevent others from probing her emotions, but also increase others' fondness for her. No wonder neither I, Wu Foong, Wang Wei, nor anyone else questioned their identities or bothered to look deeper. A chill flickered in her eyes, her intent clear. Next time we encounter them, let their families prepare for a funeral. I won't give Milia any chance to influence me again its kill on sight. After making this decision, Bai Shu offered a few words of comfort to Shinqing Yu and then maneuvered the mech to land beside the car. She deactivated her mech suit and settled into the passenger seat. As soon as they got into the car, Lu Shiqi eagerly asked, "Soldier brother, were you just in mechs?" Cheng Ying grabbed Shinqing Yu's arm, who had just sat in the back seat. "Soldier sister, where are your mechs? They can't be the nano mechs from movies and novels, right? Wow, is our country's technology that advanced? Aren't we going to dominate over the Americans? Can I just walk sideways when traveling abroad now?" Lu Yang, however, was focused on something else. Can you tell me what mission you were on? With so many fighter jets and helicopters in the sky, I think I even saw paratroopers. Were foreign agents infiltrating to steal secrets? By the way, the Western Theater Command's Douyin account suddenly posted a video over 10 minutes ago, saying there's going to be a large-scale military exercise in this area. Is it related to you? Bai Shu first glanced back at the visibly nervous Shinqing Yu before speaking. It's enough to know what you saw. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Otherwise, you won't be going home. You'll be going to the station for a chat. Seeing the three shrink back like quails, Bai Shu turned to Lu Guanjia. Have the confidentiality agreements been signed? Lu Guanjia shook her head. No, there aren't any confidentiality documents in the car, and the main forces of the battle zone haven't arrived yet. After a brief pause, Bai Shu snapped his fingers and said, "Let's head straight to Jiuquan. I should have the confidential documents in my office, and if not, we'll get a copy from National Security." "Yes, leader," Lu Guanjia responded immediately. The vehicle jolted slightly as it got back on the road. Although Lu Guanjia was curious about the clues Bai Shu and his companion had discovered, as well as the sudden appearance of numerous fighter jets, he wisely refrained from asking questions since there were civilians present in the vehicle. After traveling for over 10 kilometers, the usually silent Lu Shiqi nudged Cheng Ying beside her and whispered, "Look, Xiao Cheng, there are so many military vehicles." Cheng Ying, who had been daydreaming, leaned over to look out the window and widened her eyes in surprise. "Wow, there are so many military vehicles. There's even a tank over there. And is that a mortar?" As they watched the seemingly endless convoy of military vehicles traveling in the opposite direction, they exchanged a glance and then regarded Bai Shu and his team with increased caution. For the rest of the journey, the two of them refrained from speaking, communicating only through glances. Bai Shu noticed this and found it amusing, but said nothing more. As long as they didn't leak any information before the organization was ready, it was fine. About 30 minutes later, the vehicle entered a heavily guarded compound. Seeing the soldiers standing at attention with their guns, Lu Shiqi and her companions became even more nervous, closing their eyes to avoid seeing anything they shouldn't. Bai Shu and Lu Guanjia exchanged a slightly exasperated look. Once the car came to a stop, Bai Shu was the first to get out. He looked up at the building adorned only with an emblem, paused briefly, and then strode inside. As soon as he entered, he heard a crisp greeting, "Hello, leader." He looked toward the sound and saw a young woman with a ponytail and uniform saluting him from behind the reception desk. After returning the salute, Bai Shu said, "Notify everyone that there will be a meeting in the large conference room on the 3rd floor in half an hour." "Yes, sir." The young woman saluted again and then sat back down to start making calls. Bai Shu led the group to the team leader's office on the 5th floor. With the help of the assistant, he easily found the confidential documents and handed 3 sheets to Lu Shiqi and her companions. "Sign these. You are not allowed to disclose today's events for 3 years." Lu Shiqi eagerly signed her name, then suddenly realized, "Only 3 years? Does that mean the mechs will be public by then? I can brag about it then, right?" Bai Shu looked at the show-off young woman with a hint of helplessness. "You'll find out in 3 years. Of course, it might not take that long. Once you see related reports on the news broadcast, this confidentiality agreement will automatically become void." Bai Shu returned the confidential documents to Lu Shiqi. She accepted them with a series of nods, her face serious. All right, we will definitely keep this a secret. I won't even tell my mom." Her eyes then shifted to Bai Shu, filled with admiration. "You're really amazing. You look about our age, yet you're already a team leader and can even pilot a mech. That's incredible." She then turned to Shinqing Yu. "You too. You're making us girls proud." Shinqing Yu quickly waved her hands, her tone humble. No, my mech was given to me by Brother Bai." Hearing this, Lu Shiqi's eyes lit up, ready to ask for more details, but she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw Chang'ying, who looked like a frightened quail, whispering, "Don't say anything else, and don't ask. I just want to go home." This reminder instantly curbed Lu Shiqi's curiosity, and she too withdrew into silence. Observing this, Bai Shu chuckled and gestured to Lu Guanjia. "The confidentiality agreement is signed, and they understand the importance of the situation. Please see them out." "Yes." Lu Guanjia saluted Bai Shu, then turned to the 3 girls, motioning for them to follow. They obediently followed him out of the office in silence. As he watched their retreating figures, Bai Shu's thoughts shifted to the upcoming meeting. She weighed various possibilities in her mind. Should I assert authority directly or offer an incentive first? How should the meeting proceed? Is the reward and punishment system I've planned sufficient? Should I make a bold move to test their reactions? She sighed softly. The advisory team claims that the Special Patrol Unit is under my full management and the organization only provides resources and funding support, leaving the entire reward and punishment system for me to plan. It's quite a challenge. Her gaze grew distant. I wonder if these people can survive the next dark world, or how many will remain 10 years from now. After Lu Guanjia and the others left, Bai Shu remained standing in place, his gaze fixed on the office door. Shinqing Yu noticed his distraction and gently called out, "Brother Bai, what are you thinking about?" Bai Shu rubbed his forehead, snapping out of his thoughts. "I'm thinking about the upcoming meeting arrangements." He turned to look at Shinqing Yu, frowning slightly. "Speaking of which, don't you find it odd? The organization only appointed Wu Foong as the deputy leader, leaving all other matters, whether it's personnel selection or duty assignments, entirely up to me. Do they trust me that much?" Upon hearing this, Shinqing Yu's eyes lit up. She clasped her hands behind her back and, feigning a mature demeanor, analyzed. "I think there are 2 reasons. Firstly, it's a sign of the organization's trust in you. They might be worried that too much interference would make you resentful. After all, young people don't like being micromanaged or criticized for every little thing." She paused briefly, then continued. "Secondly, it's a test to see if you possess leadership and management skills beyond your outstanding abilities. If the Special Patrol Unit runs smoothly under your guidance, that's ideal. If not, the organization has ample reason to reclaim authority." After speaking, Shinqing Yu quickly returned to her lively self and bounced over to Bai Shu's side. "Brother Bai, am I right?" Bai Shu lightly flicked her forehead, a look of appreciation in his eyes. He mused. "By your logic, does that make me a temporary worker?" "Not at all." Shinqing Yu laughed, covering her mouth. "As long as you remain the best and don't break any laws, who would dare to make you the scapegoat?" She then asked curiously, "Brother Bai, what plans do you have for the Special Patrol Unit?" Bai Shu gathered his thoughts and began to explain in detail. "I plan to divide the Special Patrol Unit into 5 departments. First is the Inspection Department, responsible for patrolling nationwide to prevent invasions by otherworldly creatures and guiding wild arrivals to join us, as well as monitoring local criminal activities. Next is the Arrival Department, composed of elite members tasked with entering the dark world to acquire resources and technology. Third is the research department. Given the diversity of talents, we need to deeply study the technology brought back from the dark world, rather than just applying it. Specifically, we aim to optimize the genetic enhancement training method of the Morning Star, so that ordinary people can also use it. The fourth is the logistics department, which will manage contribution statistics, resources from the dark world, and other logistical affairs. Lastly, there's the ability department. Bai Shu was elaborating on the planning of each department within the Special Patrol Unit. He mentioned that talents like Zhao Mengming's ability to sense malice, Wu Feng's death reflection, Shu Fan's accelerated growth, and the mutated plants, while not directly valuable in combat or research, could often play unexpected roles at critical moments. He planned to assign such talents to the Department of Special Abilities. He took a sip from his cup and continued outlining the future department plans. Besides the existing departments, we will set up more specialized ones in the future. For example, an exploration department for ocean, subterranean, and even outer space exploration, a monitoring department for internal discipline, an intelligence department for gathering and analyzing information, a diplomatic department for external communications, and a reserve department for nurturing future talent. He added with a touch of resignation. However, the Special Patrol Unit is just getting started, and even our current personnel are on loan. With only a few dozen members, these new departments will remain in the planning stage for now. Sitting beside him, Shinqing Yu propped her chin on her elbows, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Bai, you're amazing for planning the Special Patrol Unit's structure so thoroughly. Bai Shu waved his hand bashfully. These are just adaptations of existing organizational structures, nothing more than copying. He rubbed his temples, showing some frustration. Sitting in this position, I realized the weight of responsibility. What if the research department doesn't produce results? How do we control the casualty rate in the arrival department? Can the inspection department fulfill its duties? With great power comes great pressure. Shinqing Yu gently smoothed his furrowed brow. Brother Bai, don't pressure yourself too much. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. As long as you've tried your best, you can have a clear conscience. Bai Shu repeated her words to himself, finding a bit of solace. Suddenly, he stood up, invigorated. Let's go to the meeting room. Now. Shinqing Yu hesitated. There's still over 10 minutes left. Who says the leader has to arrive last? Bai Shu stretched and strode towards the meeting room. To his surprise, when he opened the door, the room was already full. A receptionist immediately stood up and saluted. Report, leader. There are currently 42 arrival members in the Special Patrol Unit. Expected attendance is 39, with 38 present. Please advise. The thought, another wild arrival discovered, flashed through Bai Shu's mind, and he asked, who isn't here? Chun Li promptly responded. Lu Guanjiao went to escort those 3 young girls. Deputy Leader Wu was taken by military aircraft. Director Wang Wei from Institute 507 is still in the dark world. And Li Yi has been requisitioned by the research department and is assisting at Institute 507. Before she finished speaking, Lu Guanjiao appeared in the hallway. Bai Shu gestured for her to come in, then surveyed the meeting room. The crowd was distinctly divided into 4 sections. On the far right were 17 members with military or police backgrounds, sitting upright. In the middle were 6 bespectacled researchers, appearing scholarly. Further left were personnel from government agencies, sitting casually. And on the far left were various individuals from society, some with dyed hair, earrings, others looking plump or youthful, and one leisurely munching on spicy snacks, clearly lacking social polish. Bai Shu took the podium and pointed to Shinqing Yu beside him. This is the new member, Shinqing Yu, with the talent of energy gathering. Register her after the meeting. Yes, leader. Chun Li responded immediately. Bai Shu stood at the podium and tapped the desk twice. The crisp knocking sound gradually quieted the noise in the conference room, drawing everyone's attention to him. Hello, comrades. I'm Bai Shu, the head of the Special Patrol Unit. His voice resonated clearly throughout the room. I believe most of you know me. Before he could finish, a derisive snort came from the back of the room. A young man with dyed yellow hair openly mocked. Humph. He's about our age and doesn't look all that impressive. How did he become the head? Probably another one with connections, right? This comment seemed to open Pandora's box. Others immediately chimed in. Doesn't the organization say you need strength and contributions to get a position like that? How come he becomes the head as soon as he arrives? Yeah, it's everyone's first time here. How big can the difference be? Another voice added. Brother Huang's talent is immense strength, with a punch force of 3 tons. He can flatten someone with 1 hit. Isn't that worthy of leadership? The group grew more enthusiastic and louder in their complaints. Yet, they were so absorbed in their grievances that they failed to notice the strange looks from the other 3 groups. People from the war zone, the research institute, and administrative units remained eerily silent. It wasn't until the troublemakers sensed the shift in atmosphere that the noise began to subside. Bai Shu's gaze locked onto the yellow-haired youth who had initiated the disturbance. Yellow hair, right? Your name suits your hair. Do you have a problem with me? Without waiting for a response, Bai Shu unleashed the terrifying aura of a third-order life form. This aura carefully avoided Shinqing Yu, Lu Guanjia, and Chun Li, but enveloped the rest of the conference room mercilessly. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. The breeze outside continued rustling the leaves, but inside, an eerie silence took over. Except for Shinqing Yu and her two companions, everyone else was immobilized by the oppressive aura. Their jaws clenched, eyes bulged slightly, and were bloodshot. Especially the yellow-haired one, whose mouth was foaming with blood, looking on the verge of fainting. Seeing that the yellow-haired youth was about to succumb, Bai Shu retracted his aura in time. He intended to assert his authority, not to harm anyone. With the pressure lifted, the room filled with heavy, staggered breathing. The attendees' attitudes toward Bai Shu underwent a dramatic shift. Soldiers from the war zone now looked at him with respect for his strength and a yearning for power. Researchers had a newfound academic curiosity in their eyes. The administrative staff dropped their previous arrogance and adopted a serious demeanor, and the other ordinary arrivals were visibly terrified and in awe. As for the yellow-haired youth, people were still in shock, only able to make incoherent sounds. Bai Shu noticed everyone's reactions and knocked on the podium again, the crisp thud-thud echoing through the classroom. "Does anyone have any objections to me being the leader?" she asked, looking around and waiting for 5 seconds. Seeing no response, she nodded with satisfaction. "Good, it seems everyone acknowledges my competence. Now, I have a few things to arrange." She raised a finger. "First, let's adjust the seating. Those with scientific talents sit in the first row, combat talents, the second row, combat support talents, the third row, and other talents at the back." The soldiers immediately moved into action, rearranging themselves according to the instructions. However, some seemed to have misunderstood their talent classification. "Jiang Qian," Bai Shu called out directly. "Your talent is resisting water pressure and underwater breathing, which doesn't fall under combat talents. Please sit at the back." She then turned in another direction. "Jin Zhuowen, brain hyperactivity is more suited to research. Why are you sitting in the combat area? Please move to the first row." Jin Zhuowen stood up and saluted Bai Shu. Reporting to the leader, brain hyperactivity can be used to learn combat skills, shooting, and piloting, enhancing combat efficiency in practice. It should count as a combat talent. Bai Shu's expression darkened. "You make a valid point, but the organization currently needs you more in researching biology, materials science, and chemical engineering, as well as the technology we brought back from the Morning Star. You can learn gene enhancement or extraordinary seed condensation if you wish, but research talent is too scarce to waste." Jin Zhuowen sighed and obediently moved to the front row. Once everyone was seated, Bai Shu continued. "Now, all those with combat and combat support talents, if you're willing to descend into the dark world again, please stand up." 12 soldiers immediately stood, while the others hesitated before gradually rising. Bai Shu shook her head, showing her dissatisfaction. "I hope everyone is sincere about this, not just following the crowd." At this moment, Chi Exine timidly raised her hand. If someone doesn't want to descend into the dark world, will the organization punish us? Will we be locked up?" "No," Bai Shu explained. "The Special Patrol Group is now divided into 5 departments: inspection, descent, research, logistics, and abilities. Those with combat talents willing to descend will join the descent department. Those with combat talents but unwilling to descend can join the inspection department, responsible for patrolling the land of Huaxia. Those with special abilities unsuitable for research or combat will be placed in the abilities department. No matter which department you're in, I will treat everyone equally." As soon as Bai Shu finished speaking, Chi Exine, who was sitting timidly in the corner, raised her head and said in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Then, I choose to join the inspection department." "Very well." Bai Shu nodded slightly, approving of her choice. He was well aware that the dark world was fraught with dangers, and for a newcomer like Chi Exine, surviving her first descent was purely due to encountering him. Without guidance on a second descent, survival was almost impossible. Rather than risk that, it was better for her to remain on Chinese soil as an inspector. Seeing that Bai Shu did not make things difficult for Chi Exine, the others, who had been coerced into standing, seemed to find a backbone and began to speak up. "Well, even though I have a talent for combat, my skills are average, and I don't want to go to the dark world either. I'm an only child, and my parents rely solely on me. I can't risk going to the dark world. Since everyone else isn't going, I'll choose to be an inspector too." In no time, nearly half of the people who had stood up sat back down. Bai Shu's gaze swept over them and noticed that most of those who sat back were ordinary people and veterans from government agencies, while none of the soldiers from the war zones retreated. "Very good." Bai Shu nodded in satisfaction. "You either have a clear understanding of yourselves or your goals are firm and clear. In any case, you've all made the right choice." He tapped the lectern. "Now, those willing to continue descending into the dark world, stay. Those choosing inspection, return to your offices and await further notice." With these words, the meeting room erupted. "Why should we leave?" "Yeah, We're all part of the special patrol team. Why can't we hear this? Weren't we promised equal treatment? Bai Shu tapped the lectern again, signaling for silence, his voice steady and powerful. The functions of the inspection department and the descent department are different, as are the benefits and security clearance levels. Those in the descent department are risking their lives, while inspectors only patrol within national borders, with vastly different levels of danger. Do you want to avoid risks but enjoy the benefits earned by others' lives? When I said equal treatment, I meant regardless of background, only judging by actual contributions. The meeting room fell into a brief silence, and then people began to leave one after another. Some left decisively, others hesitated, and some even changed their minds at the last minute. Group leader, I've changed my mind. I want to join the descent department, is that okay? A timid voice asked. That's fine, Bai Shu nodded, but then added, submit an application, file a report, and once approved, you can join the descent department. For now, please return to your office. That person awkwardly lingered halfway out of their seat, ultimately leaving sheepishly under Bai Shu's gaze. Once most of the people had left, Bai Shu counted the remaining attendees and found that 13 people were missing, most of whom were ordinary people and veterans from government agencies. As Bai Shu's thoughts quickly shifted, his gaze swept to the last row of the conference room. What about you? Is anyone else willing to descend into the dark world? As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Zhuowen, Lu Guanjia, and Shunli stood up almost simultaneously, followed by 2 more individuals. The remaining 5 remained seated, including Shinqing Yu, Shufan, and Zhao Mengmeng. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Shu addressed the 5 who remained seated. You all should return to the office. Considering your unique talents, you will be assigned to the Special Abilities Department, primarily to assist other departments in executing their tasks. Any objections? No problem. We will comply with the organization's arrangements. The 5 responded in unison, with one adding, as long as we're not sent to our deaths. Bai Shu waved his hand helplessly. Don't worry, you're not being sent to your deaths. You can all leave now. Qingyu, wait for me in my office. Got it, team leader. Shinqing Yu replied playfully, leaving the conference room first, with the others following closely behind. Once they had left, Bai Shu directed his attention to the 3 individuals in the front row with research talents, particularly focusing on Qian Mingxue, who wore reading glasses. Mr. Qian, I heard you have a talent for deduction. Besides deducing future events, can this ability also be applied to the development of technology and cultivation methods? Qian Mingxue smiled, revealing a set of false teeth. That's right. Otherwise, how could I be sitting in the front row? What kind of energy do you consume when deducing? Is it source energy, mental power, or something else? It should be related to mental or spiritual energy, Qian Mingxue replied, somewhat uncertainly. I've only used my deduction ability a few times, and each time, I felt extremely exhausted. Once, I even fell into a deep sleep. I'm not entirely sure what exactly it consumes. Bai Shu seemed to ponder this. I understand. If I get the chance, I'll return to Venus and try to bring back some gene-enhancing drugs to boost your soul and physical strength. Once your body and soul are stronger, I hope you can deduce a gene enhancement cultivation method and a superseed condensation method more suitable for the Chinese. After all, the methods from Venus may not fully suit us, and it would be best to deduce a version that even ordinary people can practice. Qian Mingxue laughed heartily. Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. I've attempted to deduce a gene enhancement cultivation method before, but unfortunately, my strength wasn't enough, and I passed out at the very beginning. Bai Shu looked at the elderly man with respect, fully understanding that the so-called falling asleep was actually a result of insufficient physical or soul strength leading to unconsciousness. These older generations truly put their hearts into the future of China. The research department currently has no other tasks, Bai Shu continued. Your most important job now is to rest well. By the way, Jin Zhuowen and Wen Jing beside you have exceptional talents. One has a brain hyperdrive talent, enabling rapid learning, and the other has a mathematical logic talent, excelling in reasoning and application. I hope you can mentor them. They have great potential in the research field. Mr. Qian nodded knowingly and stood up. Don't worry, I'll make sure these 2 young ones study hard and won't let them slack off. He patted their shoulders. Come on, let's go to class with the old man. Wen Jing maintained a calm expression, while Jin Zhuowen's shoulders slumped, looking as if he had lost all hope. A comrade teased, Old Jin, you better study hard. Whether we get to pilot mechas depends on you. Jin Zhuowen rolled his eyes and quietly followed Mr. Qian out of the conference room. Once the conference room doors closed again, Bai Shu turned his serious gaze to the remaining 19 people. Since you all have decided to continue descending into the dark world, I won't try to dissuade you any further. Now, I need to emphasize some key points about entering the dark world and the benefits of the descent department. First, upon encountering foreigners in the dark world, don't hesitate, strike first. After Bai Shu had just emphasized the first key point about entering the dark world, Chen Jun, who was sitting in the front row, quickly raised his hand. He was a burly man, dressed in a crisp uniform. Standing up, he gave a standard salute, with a hint of hesitation on his face. Leader, the organization has ordered us not to fire the first shot. Isn't it inappropriate for us to directly take action against foreigners? As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of discussions arose in the classroom. Some cast disdainful glances, while others nodded slightly in agreement. Bai Shu's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Qinjun, back on Morningstar, it was me who saved your life, wasn't it? Bai Shu's voice was steady and measured. Yes, if it weren't for you. Leader, I probably wouldn't have made it back. Qinjun's words were cut off by a gesture from Bai Shu. Just know that without my intervention, you and me Shui beside you would have died at the hands of those farm tools, Bai Shu said with a trace of sarcasm, then continued seriously. I understand some people have great confidence in their innate abilities, thinking they can prevail even if they don't strike first. But can we afford that risk? He looked directly into Qinjun's eyes. Qinjun, can you withstand a sudden punch from Huang Mao up close? Can you resist Wu Mei's illusions? Seeing Qinjun remain silent, Bai Shu turned his gaze to others who agreed with the idea of not firing the first shot. What about you? Can you withstand it? If not, then be honest and strike first. He knocked on the lectern forcefully, his voice ringing with conviction. The lives of Huaxia people are what matter. Bai Shu then moved on to the second key point. He detailed that, according to Morningstar intelligence, the landing spots are often in remnants of fallen civilizations, with potential local specialties nearby, such as biomechanical equipment, gene serums, disaster beast eggs, and repositories of civilization's legacy. The third point concerned the choice of landing position. Bai Shu succinctly proposed two options: either land together to maintain team integrity or land separately to find and aid more new arrivals. He went on to quickly and clearly explain the fourth through the 20th points. Finally, Bai Shu shifted the focus to the issue of benefits. He first highlighted the dangers of the dark world, using Morningstar as an example, where the survival rate of arrivals over the past 20 years was nearly zero. I won't elaborate on the compensation policies for those who fall in the dark realm. Extra points for children in exams, substantial compensation, everyone is aware of these. Bai Shu's voice suddenly turned icy. But let me be clear, anyone who tries to exploit this will find not even their ashes can be found. With that, he waved his hand, and a row of neatly arranged boxes appeared on the podium. Besides the organization's compensation, as the leader of the Special Patrol Group's Arrival Division, I will also fully support your development. These are gene nutrition serums, a specialty of Morningstar, suitable for zero-level life forms with a physique of 3 or above, to accelerate the training of genetic enhancement techniques. The effectiveness and digestion efficiency vary depending on individual physique, and everyone can come up to receive 30 vials, Bai Shu explained. Of course, this is just the basic benefit. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers lightly. To the astonishment of everyone present, the initial machine at his fingertips disassembled in midair, and countless precise components reassembled into a mighty blue and black mech in the blink of an eye. This is the terminal armament, Model 1, Bai Shu introduced. It's one of the ultimate technologies developed by Morningstar to fight against the disaster beasts. Although it ultimately couldn't completely fend off the invasion, its power is undeniable. Seeing the increasingly eager looks in everyone's eyes, Bai Shu made a direct promise. This terminal armament, capable of transforming into any form and integrating functions like flying, scanning, and storage, will also become a benefit for the group. However, due to its rarity and preciousness, it cannot yet be distributed as a basic benefit like the genetic nutritional vials. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. Wu Foong, who had just hurried back from the wormhole, eagerly asked, "How can we get a mech?" Bai Shu glanced at the subordinate who had posed the perfect question, tapped the podium, and retracted the Model 1. Contribution points. The resources and technology you acquire from the dark world can be submitted to the logistics department, which will award contribution points based on their value. These points can be used to exchange for terminal armaments, super nutritional vials, disaster beast eggs, and other resources. Surveying the crowd, whose spirits were visibly high, Bai Shu poured some cold water on their enthusiasm. But the prerequisite is returning alive from the dark world. If you're dead, nothing matters. Additionally, I've uploaded various combat techniques of Morningstar to the Special Patrol Group database. You can choose to learn them as needed. Here, Bai Shu clapped his hands, his tone turning stern. Lastly, let's talk about discipline. The Special Patrol Group is not a war zone, nor is it a place for slacking off. Huang Mao caused a disturbance during the meeting without following proper procedures to express dissent, and 100,000 contribution points will be deducted. If you don't have points, you can owe them and deduct later when you have them. By the way, one terminal mech requires 100,000 points. First come, first served. He gave a meaningful look at Huang Mao, who appeared disheartened in the combat area. As one of the only 3 ordinary people who chose to continue entering the dark world, this punishment was a sufficient warning. As long as he behaved from now on, Bai Shu wouldn't trouble him further. Today's meeting is concluded. If you have any thoughts or suggestions, you can email me. Lu Guanjia. please distribute the genetic nutritional vials on the podium. With that, Bai Shu swiftly stepped down from the podium and left the conference room. Behind him, a wave of applause and cheers erupted, filling the room with excitement. In the office of the Special Patrol Unit's chief, Wu Foong entered looking like a child who had done something wrong. He stood there rubbing his hands, his eyes flickering with hesitation, clearly wanting to say something, but holding back. Bai Shu couldn't help but smile at his demeanor. Wu, just say what's on your mind. No need to be formal with me. Encouraged, Wu Foong grinned widely, scratching the back of his head awkwardly as he stammered. Chief. The end armament must be really expensive, right? When it's available, could I perhaps take out a loan to get one? So now I'm chief. Bai Shu teased, before shifting the conversation. Don't worry about the loan. Wu, I'm planning to appoint you as the deputy chief of the Special Patrol Unit and the head of the inspection department. In my plan, the end armament will be distributed as a benefit for minister-level positions. Surprisingly, Wu Foong looked troubled. Can I not be the head? Why not? Bai Shu was puzzled. With your talent of death reflection, you're practically a crime-solving genius. Just a touch on a corpse, and you can identify the killer. Such a gift shouldn't go to waste on anything less than inspecting the entire region. Wu Foong looked down, fiddling with his fingers. I was thinking of descending into the dark world. How can I do that if I'm a minister? You've got it wrong, Bai Shu said, amused. Establishing the inspection department is to fulfill the duties of the Special Patrol Unit and to filter out those who fear death among the descenders. Your identity as a descender is your own, and if you want to descend into the dark world via the panel, who's to stop you? Upon hearing this, Wu Feng's eyes lit up. So, people in the inspection department can descend too? Bai Shu rolled his eyes. You can descend if you want, but don't drag others with you. The inspection department has many combat talents, but forcing them into the dark world would breed resentment. And how many would actually return alive? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was Lu Guanjia. Once she entered, Bai Shu continued speaking to Wu Foong. Since you're willing to take on the minister position, start drafting a reward and punishment system for the inspection department. The main tasks include cracking down on criminal forces, preventing invasions from otherworldly creatures, and locating random wormholes. Create a preliminary budget for the reward standards, and we'll discuss the details. Faced with this list of tasks, Wu Foong was immediately overwhelmed. I can't handle all this alone. Can I get an assistant? If not, I'll have to look for external help. Aside from Shinqing Yu, Lu Guanjia, and the 3 from the research department, you can choose anyone you like, Bai Shu said, shaking his head helplessly. As for external help, as long as they have enough clearance to know about the descenders, the dark world, and wormholes, you're free to choose. Great, Wu Foong exclaimed joyfully. I'll go find my wife right away. She just happens to have the necessary clearance. With that, he dashed out of the office like a whirlwind. After Wu Foong hurriedly left, Bai Shu slightly raised the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze to Lu Guanjia. Besides being my assistant, I want to appoint you as the head of the logistics department. Any issues with that? Lu Guanjia was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion, then straightened her posture and saluted Bai Shu with a firm voice. I guarantee to complete the task. All right. Bai Shu nodded in satisfaction, seeing Lu Guanjia's enthusiastic demeanor. Then go ahead and plan the contribution point system. Use the terminal armament as a reference standard. Set it at 100,000 points. When team members submit items, evaluate their contribution based on this standard. Hearing this proposal, Lu Guanjia furrowed her brows slightly, but eventually chose to comply. All right, I'll list the corresponding contribution points based on known technology and resources. With that, she saluted Bai Shu once again and turned to leave the office. As Bai Shu's assistant, her office was next door, making it convenient for communication at any time. The office was now left with only Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu. Bai Shu turned to look at Shinqing Yu, noticing her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes flickering, which made him smile. This silly child, what strange thoughts could she be having? Suppressing the odd feeling in his heart, Bai Shu said, Qing Yu, I'd like to appoint you as the head of the ability department. Do you think that's possible? Shinqing Yu shook her head frantically, like a startled rabbit, her face turning pale with fright. No, I can't. I don't have the ability to manage a department. Brother Bai, didn't you say I just need to help root out the parasites in the war zone and various research institutes? Why suddenly make me a head? I don't want to. Seeing this socially anxious girl who struggled with communicating with strangers, Bai Shu had to abandon the idea of this appointment. After a brief consideration, he asked, then what do you want to do after you've dealt with the parasites in the war zone, research institutes, and academies? Shinqing Yu thought for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. She opened the terminal armament number 2 prototype and projected a light screen. Brother Bai, how about I engage in farming and breeding? She pointed to the images on the projection and explained, the preparation of gene potions and super gene potions requires special plants, which have very high environmental requirements, particularly energy concentration. I can gather energy to make the surrounding area a place with a high energy concentration. This way, We won't need to worry about setting up special sites when we want to cultivate special plants. She then displayed several photos of docile disaster beasts. And these disaster beasts, according to the data from the Morning Star, have breeding value. The Morning Star's upper class preferred the collapse of civilization over sharing power with the lower class, so they didn't cultivate disaster beasts as battle companions. But we are different. As long as resources are sufficient, we can breed disaster beasts on a large scale, let them reproduce, and train the young ones into battle companions to enhance the warrior's strength. Upon hearing Shinqing Yu's plans for the future, Bai Shu paused and thought. Her eyes flickered slightly, and a sudden idea crossed her mind. Perhaps they had been too hasty in disposing of that seemingly talented ASIN. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. I think your idea is great, Bai Shu said with a smile. Once the Special Patrol Unit's base is established, I'll apply to set up a large farm and ranch next to it. You'll be the big farm owner, Bai Shu teased. Shinqing Yu blushed instantly, murmuring shyly, I'm not a big farm owner. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Bai Shu couldn't help but laugh more joyfully. All right, you're not a big farm owner. How about this? How would you like to be the head of our Special Patrol Unit's resource department? Huh? Shinqing Yu looked bewildered. Weren't you talking about farming and breeding? How did it suddenly become the resource department head? Bai Shu gently tapped her nose, her eyes filled with affection. Setting up departments in the Special Patrol Unit is just a matter of my word, isn't it? Don't worry, the resource department won't have too many people. I'm just planning to have Shufan join. Her talent for accelerating plant growth and inducing mutations is a perfect match for your abilities. She paused. And if you don't want to deal with outsiders, you can let Shufan handle things. Shinqing Yu thought about it seriously for a moment and felt the arrangement was indeed good. She nodded lightly, accepting the position. But soon, a look of concern appeared on her face. But Sister Shufan said she was going to work with the Agricultural Institute on high-yield crops. Wouldn't transferring her affect the research progress? Bai Shu looked at Shinqing Yu, who was always considerate of others, with both affection and heartache. The Agricultural Institute can conduct their research at our Special Patrol Unit's farm, she explained. And now, with the advent of the Dark World, strength is paramount. The Institute's future research will likely focus on cultivating extraordinary plants that contain more high-energy nutrients and are easier for the human body to absorb. Assigning them to us is actually more in line with their expertise. With that, Bai Shu took out her communicator and sent a message to Lu Guanjia, asking her to report the matter to the higher-ups. After sending it, she suddenly realized she often delegated tasks to Lu Guanjia, making her more like a jack-of-all-trades. But on second thought, it was also helping her increase her capabilities. Afterward, Bai Shu and Shinqing Yu discussed many specific matters. What crops to plant first when the farm was built, which disaster beasts to choose that were both docile and strong, and the challenges Shinqing Yu faced in her cultivation. Only after covering everything did Bai Shu remember she had other important tasks to attend to. He dialed the video call to the think tank. As soon as the call started ringing, a familiar face immediately appeared on the screen. Professor Yang, sorry to bother you, Bai Shu said, looking at the image projected by the machine. I've told you not to call me Professor Yang. Yang Yongxin's face darkened instantly. Ever since that guy with the same name as mine caused a scandal, students have been calling me Thunder and Lightning King behind my back. I didn't understand at first, but when I looked it up, I found out that person would do anything for money. It's really embarrassing for those of us with the surname Yang. After venting his frustration, Yang Yongxin adjusted his expression. What brings you to us today, Leader Bai? Seeing the elderly man's exasperated expression in the video, Bai Shu couldn't help but chuckle before explaining his purpose. We're about to enter the Dark World again, so I wanted to check on the progress of various research projects and how the talent screening for the warriors in the battle zone is going. Before leaving for Venus, Bai Shu had taken several important items from the Fire Library and given them to Wu Foong. 2 talent stones that could detect talents in advance, 3 oscilloscopes that could sense spatial fluctuations within 100 kilometers, and methods for manufacturing gene serums, and single-person mini-satellite launchers. Although only 20 days had passed, which was indeed a short time, he couldn't help but dial this call with anticipation. On the other end of the video, Yang Yongxin sighed. And just as Bai Shu felt a chill, the elderly man changed his tone. The results are not bad. He smiled triumphantly, clearly teasing. First, about the talent stones, Yang Yongxin said seriously. Because they require a minute of holding to show a reaction, even working non-stop for these 20 days, we've only tested over 50,000 warriors. The good news is that 53 of them showed talents, reaching a ratio of 1 in 1,000. However, the talent stones can't show specific talent types, and this ratio is much lower than the 6 in 1,000 on Venus. Wait, Bai Shu interrupted. Wasn't Venus's initial talent ratio when it could enter the Dark World 3 in 10,000? We're at a third of that now. How can this be bad news? Yang Yongxin shook his head and explained, I'm talking about the talent rate among the warrior group. From the data model, whether it's Venus or Earth, the probability of talents among soldiers is higher than that of ordinary people, and their survival rate is even more so. He waved his hand. Let's not dwell on that. We've already gathered the talented warriors and started the first phase of training. Although we're not sure how many of them can enter the dark world during the second descent, it's always good to prepare. By the way, just a heads up, these warriors will be sent to the Special Patrol Unit in 3 days, so please take good care of them, Leader Bai. They're all good kids. Hearing the elder's instructions, Bai Shu's expression became serious. Don't worry, Elder Yang. I'll do everything I can to ensure more people survive in the dark world. Upon receiving the commitment, Bai Shu shifted the conversation to the progress of the single-person small satellite launcher. Her gaze fixed on Yang Yongxin, and with a hint of anticipation in her tone, she asked, Mr. Yang, we've made significant progress in selecting talented individuals. How is the development of the single-person small satellite launcher going? In the dark world, communication is crucial for rescuing more people. Hearing this, Yang Yongxin's face lit up with a pleased smile. He leaned forward slightly, speaking with a touch of pride. The difficulty of this technology is actually not high. Our team has been working overtime and has successfully produced over 100 units. He then detailed the satellite's capabilities. Each satellite can monitor the environment within a 300-kilometer diameter after launch, allowing warriors equipped with communicators in the area to connect with each other. If the satellites are positioned appropriately, they can form a star link, further expanding the monitoring and communication range. He paused for a moment and added, what's most special is its strike capability. By inputting a specific dynamic password, the satellite can fall from orbit and implement a self-destructive strike on a preset target. Hence, we've named it Qinyuan. Qinyuan. Bai Shu repeated the name, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. In the classic of mountains and seas, it's a mythical creature, small like a hummingbird but extremely poisonous, capable of stinging and killing all. A perfect metaphor for something small yet deadly. Right, Director Yang? Yang Yongxin gave a thumbs up in approval. Exactly. Our Qinyuan satellite is about the size of a mandarin duck, so the name fits perfectly. He continued, we'll keep producing satellites and launchers in the next couple of days to ensure delivery to the Special Patrol Group before your arrival. Bai Shu nodded in appreciation, then shifted the topic. What about the wave detectors? Today we discovered the first permanent wormhole on the Gobi Desert, but it might not be the only one on Earth. We need more wave detectors, not necessarily to cover the globe, but at least to monitor the entire Huaxiao region. Upon hearing this, Yang Yongxin's expression turned serious. Space technology is a new field for us. Building wave detectors is a huge challenge, whether in terms of materials, technology, or manufacturing processes. Bai Shu nodded understandingly. Then let's allocate 2 wave detectors to the Special Patrol Group, and leave the remaining 1 for research at the Institute. Yang Yongxin was about to speak up for more, but Bai Shu firmly interrupted. I understand the importance of research, but identifying potential wormholes and ensuring the safety of Huaxia is more urgent. This is non-negotiable. She paused and added, of course, if the organization can establish a descent channel, I can personally go to Venus. Then, not only wave detectors, I could even bring back several sets of terminal armaments for you to study. Faced with Bai Shu's vision of the future, Yang Yongxin shook his head helplessly. We can't even produce wave detectors, let alone terminal armaments, which are 1,000 times more complex. But he then straightened up and solemnly promised, give us 2 years. It took Venus 20 years from gaining theoretical knowledge of the descent channel to actually constructing it. But I vow give us 2 years, and we'll work tirelessly, doing everything we can to complete the descent channel construction. We will never be a burden to our country. Elder Yang's usually kind face suddenly turned stern, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with determination. As Bai Shu watched the elderly man's expression in the video, he realized he didn't need to rush them. Under this burden, they were more eager than anyone to quickly master these technologies and establish independent development capabilities. Elder Yang, I understand the urgency of the situation and that you're all anxious, Bai Shu said, softening his tone. But you must also take care of your health. China still needs you to hold things together. Hold things together? Yang Yongxin's eyes widened, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. We've been holding things together for decades. Now we're almost in the grave, just our heads still above ground, and you want us to keep holding on. Though his tone seemed to complain, his gaze at Bai Shu was filled with expectation. We old folks can only contribute a bit more. Eventually, China will be in your hands. Remember, it's up to your generation to shoulder this burden. The old man then removed his glasses and gently wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. I've been thinking too much today. Why am I telling you all this, kid? You're not even 20 yet. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'll have someone send the wave instrument to the Special Patrol Unit. It'll arrive tonight. As for the genetic drugs, we're only just beginning. Without long-term research and data accumulation, we don't dare to use such things lightly. That's it for now. I'm hanging up. This old man wants to live a few more years to see how far our China can go, so I'm not going to chat idly with you anymore. Before Bai Shu could say goodbye, the elderly man ended the video call. The screen froze on the image of the old man wiping his eyes, and Bai Shu felt a pang of sadness. Not only him, but on the other side, Shinqing Yu's eyes were also red, and she rubbed her nose, her voice choked. Brother Bai, when Venus descended on other dark worlds, it acquired some seeds of plants that can extend life. Once you get those seeds, can you let me grow them? With my energy and Sister Shufin's rapid growth ability, we can surely make these seeds sprout and bear fruit quickly. This was the first time Shinqing Yu had asked Bai Shu for something, and it wasn't for herself. How could Bai Shu refuse? He gently patted the young girl's mushroom haircut and solemnly promised, "It's not just the seeds of life-extending plants. If I find any life-extending potions or fruits in other worlds, I'll prioritize them for these elderly people when I return. They've dedicated their lives to China's rise, and their time is running out. I want them to see, with their own eyes, a future where China's starships soar and everyone thrives." Shinqing Yu looked up, her eyes shining as she gazed at Bai Shu. "Yes, Brother Bai, I believe in you. You can definitely do it." After arriving at the temporary base of the Special Patrol Unit, Bai Shu's life gradually fell into a steady routine. Every morning, he dedicated a significant amount of time to training on the field, his sweat soaking through his uniform as he continuously worked to enhance his abilities. In the afternoons, he guided new recruits with special abilities who had been transferred from the battle zone. These potential newcomers were the future hope of the Special Patrol Unit. As he stood by the training field watching these reservists work hard, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. In the office, alongside Wu Foong, he bent over a map of Huaxia, meticulously planning patrol routes for the inspection department and establishing a points reward system for each mission. The supply list for the logistics depot sat at the corner of the desk, but the specific points exchange rates were to be discussed in detail with Lu Guanjia after the second descent. In his spare time, Bai Shu was constantly moving between the various departments of the base, discussing planting and breeding plans with Shinqing Yu, listening to reports from the think tank on exploring the dark world, and occasionally checking on the progress of the two talented individuals in the research group. He also kept himself updated on the development of Huaxia's cutting-edge technology and international affairs, striving to broaden his horizons. When he felt tired, he would open a group chat on his phone and casually chat with classmates who were about to enter college, a rare moment of relaxation for him. Regular inspections of the wormhole were also not to be neglected in case of any unexpected incidents. Speaking of the wormhole, the exploratory actions of the battle zone had yielded nothing. They sent rabbits tied with ropes into the wormhole, only to retrieve neatly severed ropes with mirror-smooth ends. Drones, trained birds, hunting dogs, monkeys, and even boomerangs were all sent in, never to return. This made the battle zone increasingly cautious about exploring the wormhole and resolute in not sending soldiers to risk it. Which world will we descend to this time? Bai Shu mused aloud, staring into space. Didn't the Venus files say that after the first descent, the aboard would undergo some changes? Either adding a chat friend function or a storage and trading function. Aboard, why haven't you changed? Please don't malfunction. What would I do if you did? He opened the aboard, which he hadn't seen in a while, and the familiar interface appeared. Name, Bai Shu. Tier 3 life form number, 002, Earth Huaxia. Talent, Body of Infinity. Physique, 1450. Soul, 921. Extraordinary Seed, Cosmic Spirit Seed. Activation, 1.1. Source Quality, 100,075. World Quality, 1.51. Click here for details. Dark World Gravity, 0.8, 1.25 fluctuating. Items. End Armament Unit 1, Rainbow Wings, Qin Yuan Satellite 100. Evaluation. The seed embraces the cosmos, a mortal's wild dream, a trailblazer's lofty ambition. You, who have become a miracle, may yet become a legend. Bai Shu clenched his fist, then opened his palm to reveal a blue flame dancing in his hand. Thanks to the national effort of Huaxia, the civilization's quality had finally increased by 0.01 points, a good sign. Unfortunately, after breaking through to the third tier, the soul's feedback effect on the physique had disappeared, and he was back to the slow process of increasing his physique by only 1 point per hour. Bai Shu gazed at the ethereal blue flame flickering in his palm, his mind racing. Although he had achieved significant progress, it was far from enough for him. Procuring extraordinary items like the star tier from the dark world for Qian Lao to refine more suitable cultivation methods, and finding life-extending substances to protect Yang Lao and others were urgent matters. With the imminent mass ascension, allowing these elders to pass away at a critical moment would reflect poorly on the younger generation. His objectives were clear: acquire treasures that enhance strength and longevity without side effects, rescue fellow compatriots in need, eliminate deserving foes, and seize essential technology and resources. Imagining a future where China becomes the fourth great power, with a mere wave of his hand unleashing countless warships and extraordinary beings capable of earth-shattering feats, Bai Shu couldn't help but feel his blood boil with excitement, the blue flame in his palm burning even fiercer. Amidst this vision, Shinqing Yu entered the room. Brother Bai, The reserve members are all assembled and ready to descend. We should head over now. She paused, noticing the phenomenon in Bai Shu's hand, and exclaimed, Brother Bai, your hand is on fire. Then she realized, is that the extraordinary fire spawned from the extraordinary seed? Bai Shu chuckled, tossing the blue flame into the air. It transformed into a primordial bird, circling Shinqing Yu a few times before vanishing. It's just a simple trick of the extraordinary seed. You'll be able to do it too one day. With that, he started walking towards the meeting room. Inside the steel-forged meeting room, as Bai Shu, donned in the prototype, stepped through the door, he was greeted by the sight of 83 exoskeleton-clad warriors exuding a tangible aura of metal. Among them, 82 had been identified as having talents through the Talent Stone and were ready to activate their abilities upon descending into the Dark World. The other was Mi Shui, who chose to accompany the warriors, prepared to use Bai Shu's summoning technique in critical moments. As for other official members of the descent unit, some were dispersed across major cities to protect compatriots, while others, like Huang Mao, sought opportunities independently. Bai Shu ascended the steel podium with resolute steps, tapping the lectern to produce a crisp sound. There are only a few minutes left until descent. Please check your equipment, focusing on the exoskeleton's power source and personal items. Once the warriors completed their checks, he piloted the prototype into the air. To reiterate, upon descent, first confirm your talents. Combat types can explore, ensuring safety first. Others must find shelter. If you encounter foreign descendants, we will strike first. Remember, the lives of the Chinese are paramount. Ignore those who idolize foreign things. And if you encounter traitors, regardless of their potential, eliminate them on the spot. In the final seconds of the countdown, Bai Shu took a deep breath and saluted solemnly. I wish you all great military success. Fight for the rise of China. Invincible with me, long live China. As soon as he finished speaking, the 83 steel warriors stood in unison, saluting with their right elbows bent, their right feet stomping the ground with a thunderous roar. Invincible with me, long live China. With me, invincible, long live China. The thunderous shout echoed through the conference room, as if even the worlds will turned its attention. In this fervent moment, a golden page suddenly appeared in front of the 82 reserve soldiers, captivating all their gazes. They all reached out to touch it, and one by one, vanished before Bai Shu's eyes. 5 seconds later, only Mi Shui remained in the vast conference room. She suddenly realized, oh no, I forgot to descend into the dark world. She furrowed her brow in thought. This isn't right. Normally, before anchoring a beacon, the time flow between the dark world and Earth shouldn't interfere with each other. Why hasn't a single soldier returned? Could they all be in trouble? Standing at the doorway, Shinqing Yu's face turned pale with worry. Brother Bai, maybe you shouldn't go to the dark world. It's too dangerous, she said, her voice laced with concern. Bai Shu glanced at Mi Shui standing behind the table, then at Shinqing Yu. Before talking about danger, you should check your panels. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Shui and Shinqing Yu opened their respective panels. The original countdown for descent had been replaced by a new entry. Descent preparation period, official descent countdown 59 minutes and 39 seconds. This unexpected descent preparation period might be the change mentioned in the Morning Star's data, where the worlds will adjust according to different civilizations' realities. As Bai Shu pondered the purpose of this new descent preparation period, he instinctively clicked on the entry. Instantly, a subpanel unfolded before him. Descent world, apocalyptic steam world. Keywords, steam civilization, revival of ancient gods, cross-dimensional invasion, civilization's torch. Descent capacity, 3,000. Special permission, selective descent. Permission description, within 15 minutes of the official descent countdown starting, permission holders can freely decide whether to descend. Otherwise, it defaults to refusal. Temporary skill, language comprehension, communicate with any intelligent life. Temporary skill, aura camouflage, perfectly blend into the apocalyptic steam world. Basic task, anchor the beacon. Task description, for every day survived, beacon anchoring completion 0.01. Task reward, 150,000 source essence, to be equally divided among survivors upon task completion. After thoroughly checking the panel information and confirming the descent, Bai Shu saw another line appear before him. Enter preparation zone. It seems the reserve soldiers must have entered the preparation zone. Bai Shu mused silently about the implications of this new function. As the thoughts quickly passed through his mind, Bai Shu turned his attention to the now calm Mi Shui and Shinqing Yu. He was about to instruct Shinqing Yu on the reporting matters, but instead shook his head and flew directly in front of her, releasing his armored state. I'm heading to the preparation zone. You should return to the farm with Shufan and continue researching the mutation and evolution of those plant seeds, Bai Shu said in a calm tone. However, the usually gentle Shinqing Yu now wore an unusually resolute expression. Brother Bai, I want to join the descent with you. The situation is so dangerous now with ancient gods awakening and otherworldly invasions. I can't stop worrying about you. Besides, As long as you can find me, I can help you sense others' emotions of good and evil. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Shu's face, followed by a warm smile. Don't worry. With my current speed that can break the sound barrier, not even a god could stop me. In ancient times, or even in recent history, such an ability would earn me a deity's title. Hearing this, the courage Shinqing Yu had mustered suddenly faded. All right, I'll stay obediently at the Special Patrol Group's farm. But you must come back safely. She then widened her bright eyes. Oh, Brother Bai, is there anything you need me to report to the higher-ups? Please tell me, and I'll make sure it's done. Noticing the cautious look in her eyes, Bai Shu pondered for a moment before saying, please contact the think tank and inform them I've confirmed that the world consciousness is consciously selecting gifted individuals. When a large number of gifted people gather, they might be chosen simultaneously. Additionally, factors like willpower and physique might influence the selection. As for the preparation period for the descent and the preparation zone, I'll provide more details once I know more. Shinqing Yu nodded solemnly. I'll contact the think tank right away. Brother Bai, please be very careful. With that, she quickly ran towards the corridor corner, afraid her worries might affect Bai Shu's determination. Watching her leave, Bai Shu whispered with a smile. Everyone is striving to grow. He then turned to me Shui. Let's head into the preparation zone and see what we can find. Before he finished speaking, Bai Shu had already opened the interface and selected the preparation zone. After a brief moment of disorientation, he found himself in a vast plaza with a diameter of 300 meters. Scattered across the plaza were a dozen or so teams, the most striking of which was a team clad in matte black exoskeleton armor, carrying Qin Yuan's small satellite launchers and wielding heavy firepower, members of the Special Patrol Group's descent unit. Bai Shu and Mi Shui's sudden appearance caused the surrounding crowd to halt their conversations. Upon noticing Mi Shui's exoskeleton armor, they instinctively took a few steps back. Bai Shu paid no mind to this, and after confirming no new information on the interface, he walked slowly toward the already gathered descent unit members. Boom! 18 exoskeleton armored figures lined up in perfect formation, saluting Bai Shu in unison. Greetings, leader. Bai Shu quickly scanned the inscriptions on the exoskeleton armor to confirm that everyone present was a veteran member of the descent division. After some thought, he waited for everyone to lower their arms before pulling up the panel to check. There were 53 minutes left until the official descent, just enough time. All 82 warriors from the reserve division have accepted the invitation to descend, Bai Shu announced clearly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. They are now official members of the descent division. Barring any surprises, they will arrive in the preparation area in 8 minutes to descend into the dark world with us. Additionally, there may be other selected citizens from Huaxia joining us. We need to manage these civilians closely to prevent any accidents. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shu effortlessly manipulated the magnetic field, slowly lifting himself into the air. This scene immediately caused a stir in the square. Oh my god, he's really flying. Is this a flying ability? It's so enviable. Huaxia has already mastered this technology. Everyone is equipped with exoskeleton armor. What is America doing? Should we consider defecting to Huaxia for protection? Stop dreaming. Huaxia is notoriously exclusive, even more so than our aristocrats. Is it still possible to apply for immigration now? I've heard Huaxia is very inclusive. Damn it, we must report to the cabinet in America. We can't let Huaxia continue developing. Listening to the murmurs around him, Bai Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. His cosmic seed was indeed living up to its reputation, exhibiting incredible power even in its initial state. Unfortunately, fully activating it required a stronger soul intensity. He secretly looked forward to the extraordinary power it would unleash upon full awakening. Hovering in midair, Bai Shu's gaze grew sharper as he surveyed the area. Compared to Huaxia's orderly management, the environment abroad was much more chaotic. To avoid being treated as test subjects, foreign descenders almost always chose to descend again rather than report to their governments. His eyes flicked over the trio of Amelia, and then settled on a few Japanese individuals quietly writing on tablets in the corner. In the square's corner, those under his scrutiny, including Amelia and her group, couldn't help but shiver. We're done for. We've been found out, Celis said dejectedly. I told you we shouldn't have deceived them. Look at that Steel Legion, combined with his power, just how much force can Huaxia unleash? We could have gained their protection. A woman's voice, laced with regret and anger, echoed. We deceived him, and he'll definitely retaliate against us. It's all your fault. Malia, you made me lose the protection that should have been mine. Malia seemed indifferent, playfully winking at Bai Shu. It's fine, with my talent, he won't harm us. Besides, she added with a sly tone, even if he does want to act against us, we can blame it on the CIA. We'll say the CIA captured us and erased the information, and they'll believe it. Maria shook her head, though a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Let's hope so, but I think it's best to gain power that matches his after the descent. I need to be stronger. The three women whispered softly, thinking their voices were too quiet to be heard. Little did they know, Bai Shu's enhanced senses were 1450 times that of an average person, allowing him to hear every word clearly. A murderous intent rose within him, and he nearly lashed out at these foreigners. But at that moment, as if sensing his thoughts, the world's consciousness issued a timely system alert through Abin. Ding descenders in the preparation zone are invincible and cannot be harmed. Initiators of attacks will be punished. Bai Shu closed his eyes, suppressing the murderous intent within. Patience, he reminded himself, whether on Earth or in the dark world, there would always be an opportunity. Time slipped by in silence. As the countdown reached the final 15 minutes, thousands of figures suddenly appeared in the square. The exclamations of the new descenders echoed, accompanied by Abin's mechanical prompt. Ding descenders have assembled. You can now choose teammates and establish contracts. Once teammates, attacking each other will result in severe penalties, and you can descend to the same location. Bai Shu opened his eyes, observing the reservist warriors spread across the square, a slight smile playing on his lips. He unleashed the aura of a high-level life form without reservation, his voice resonating through the air. Descent unit, assemble. All 2999 people in the square simultaneously looked up, focusing on the figure suspended in midair. The fierce aura distorted the surrounding air, forming visible waves around him, like tangible flames burning. Voices erupted from the crowd. Oh my God, has God appeared on Earth? Impossible. How could God be Asian? Hong Xiuquan was God's second son, so of course God is Asian. He's speaking Mandarin. He's one of our Chinese big shots. I don't know what the dark world is, but it seems I found a big backer as soon as I came in. The southern gate descending upon the heavens. Is it really not a joke? The reservist warriors, clad in matte black exoskeleton armor, silently moved through the crowd's uncertainty and assembled in the center of the square. 5 columns, each with 20 people, stood in perfect formation. Wu Foong, at the forefront, saluted Bai Shu. Report to the team leader, the Special Patrol Unit's Descent Division has assembled. 101 expected, 101 present, awaiting your instructions, team leader. All the warriors simultaneously raised their guns to their chests, eyes fixed on Bai Shu, and shouted in unison, awaiting your instructions, team leader. The Iron Legion stood in perfect formation, saluting Bai Shu with their rifles. The square was silent, as if time had frozen. Watching this scene, Bai Shu felt a surge of passion, an ancient valor stirring within him, wielding a spear, donning armor, charging into battle on a war chariot. Leading troops, conquering territories, and piloting mechs across the battlefield, these once distant dreams were now within reach. With a thought, the ring on Bai Shu's hand unit one disassembled instantly, transforming into countless parts that danced in the air above the square. Under everyone's gaze, these parts swiftly assembled around him, forming a majestic exoskeleton armor. The armor's eyes flashed with a crimson glow, and Bai Shu's first command was unexpected. All citizens of Huaxia, come to me. As soon as he spoke, it was like hitting a play button. The square erupted in excitement. Holy crap, I'm a Huaxia citizen. 603, Building 8, Chao Rong Yuan, Jinyo District, Rong City, that's me, Li Jiaming. A shout broke the silence, activating the whole square. Suddenly, people were shouting their names, addresses, and professions, surging towards the center like a tide. In stark contrast were the black, white, and non-Huaxiao Asians. They quietly retreated to the edges of the square, eyes filled with undisguised envy. Milia, I really regret it, Silas said painfully. If I had sold you to Huaxia for citizenship, would they still accept me? Milia closed her eyes, her voice full of remorse. It's all the fault of that damn ABC for misleading us. Look at that magnificent exoskeleton armor. It should have been ours. Their conversation was overheard by nearby onlookers, sparking a wave of commotion. Are you saying the Huaxiao army is willing to accept immigrants and offer protection? Someone asked excitedly. From today, I am a Huaxiao citizen. Huaxiao green cards are hard to get, but we're a special case. They will surely accept us. Those fools were blind to trust ABC and reject mighty Huaxia. A white man raised his hands, shouting passionately. The sun rises in the east, the western beacon has dimmed. My skin may be pale, but I have a pure Huaxia dragon soul. Bai Shu heard these fervent cries clearly. Isn't this what they call, after entering the pass, great scholars will argue for me? Indeed, strengthening oneself is the fundamental way for a nation and a civilization to endure. Bai Shu quickly composed himself, as this was not the time for reflection. His gaze swept over the dense crowd before him. The number of Chinese compatriots descending into the shadowy world far exceeded expectations. He activated the first machine for a scan, and data swiftly appeared in his view, including him and the members of the Special Patrol Unit. A total of 1,586 Chinese participated in this descent, accounting for more than half of the total number. This ratio made Bai Shu raise an eyebrow. Could it be that the allocation of descent slots for each country was based on the quality of their civilization? However, he soon noticed something unusual. He initiated a deep scan with the first machine again. and immediately several datasets fluctuated. 52 people were marked with yellow light, 18 with green light, and 13 with red light. Bai Shu's voice rang out clearly among the crowd as he read the names of the 52 marked with yellow light. Jing Zhixian, Wu Yilan, Sui Sheng, Yu Jifeng, Yuan Yu. His tone carried an undisguised coldness as he simultaneously synced these individuals' information to the exoskeleton displays of the other Descent Department warriors. You who have emigrated abroad and even publicly insulted your motherland, how dare you seek refuge now? Bai Shu gestured for the warriors to drive these people out of the group. You do not deserve our protection. Someone began to shout. I am also Chinese, with the blood of Yin and Huang flowing through me. I just changed my nationality. Why not protect me? Before the words were finished, the Descent Department warriors unceremoniously dragged him out of the crowd, eliciting cheers. Next, Bai Shu announced the names of 18 individuals: Gongyang Lu, Ling Ping, Su Su, Leng Qijuan, Lin Zhongfa. His tones softened slightly. Though you have taken foreign citizenship, you still carry Chinese blood and have extended a helping hand during natural disasters in the homeland. This time, I allow you to seek shelter, but only this once. If you wish for continued protection or equipment support in the future, returning to your homeland is the only choice. As for the 13 marked with red light, Bai Shu had already made plans. 7 had minor legal violations, not worth mentioning. 3 were on the international wanted list, and he had decided to execute them on the spot after Descent daring to embezzle and flee, yet still showing up, was a death wish. The last 3 possibly came from neighboring countries and spoke some Chinese. He planned to personally evaluate these 3. If they were citizens of friendly nations with exceptional talents, he might consider recruiting them. If they were from countries hostile to China, they would need to be eliminated preemptively to remove any potential threats. Just as Bai Shu was organizing his thoughts, team formation information suddenly appeared before him. Each team could have a maximum of 10 members. This restriction made him frown. What was the intention of the world's will? Could it be that there were as many as 300 descent locations, requiring teams to be dispersed? Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, with the current manpower of the Descent Department, it would have been impossible to provide shelter for all compatriots. With a quick plan in place, Bai Shu and the warriors drove away the troublemakers. He scanned the crowd with a determined gaze. I'm sure you've all seen the team formation information. The Dissension Department currently has 102 descendants, and even if each leads a team, we can't protect everyone. As the crowd began to stir, Bai Shu gestured for silence. So, active and retired soldiers, step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, followed by the sound of synchronized footsteps. Nearly 120 soldiers stepped out with heads held high and firm strides, announcing their identities one by one. Steel 7th Company, Southern Theater Command, Huang Changsuan. Dagger Company, Northern Theater Command, Li Xing. Marine Corps, Eastern Theater Command, Wei Sherwin. Former Border Defense Armed Police, Western Theater Command, Gu Shibing. Looking at these spirited soldiers, Bai Shu rubbed his temples. Despite his thorough preparations, the scene before him exceeded expectations. Taking a deep breath, he flipped his wrist, and in an instant, 80 brand new exoskeleton armors appeared neatly in the square, their metallic surfaces gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Wu Foong, arrange for the distribution of the armors. Complete the dressing in 10 minutes, then spend another 10 minutes on basic training. Bai Shu instructed. Remember to tell them that the armors are equipped with monitoring devices that will record all their actions in the dark world. After consuming 3 pieces of Kongming steel, the initial unit's folding space had expanded to 505050, with a total capacity of 125,000 cubic meters, making this equipment distribution a breeze. With the distribution task handed over to Wu Foong, Bai Shu addressed the remaining crowd. Now, I will call out cities. Residents from the respective cities, please step forward in an orderly manner. Time is of the essence, so please cooperate. Residents of Yangcheng, residents of Hangcheng, residents of Rongqing, residents of Gusu, residents of Beijiang, residents of the Tibetan region. As Bai Shu called out, the previously chaotic crowd quickly assembled by region. Meanwhile, the distribution of the new armors was complete, and the active and retired soldiers were adeptly operating the user-friendly exoskeletons. Under Wu Feng's command, they seamlessly integrated into the Dissension Department's ranks, forming a formidable steel brigade with the existing warriors. Bai Shu solemnly saluted the armored unit. It's a soldier's duty to protect the homeland from invasion and ensure the safety of the people. Now, those willing to team up with civilians to protect them, step forward. Boom! The uniform footsteps reverberated through the square. All 181 warriors, including Wu Foong, stepped forward without hesitation, the metal armors clashing with a crisp sound. This scene moved many women among the assembled civilians to tears. Bai Shu gazed at these fearless soldiers, taking a deep breath. Good. You have not let the country down. Now, disperse and choose your team members. Yes. The soldiers answered in unison, then orderly dispersed, moving towards the civilians to start forming teams. Just then, an urgent shout from outside the crowd reached Bai Shu's ears. I am willing to immigrate after the descent, and I will use my talents to contribute to the development of Huaxia. Please grant me the protection of Huaxia. I swear I will become a qualified citizen of Huaxia. A blond, blue-eyed foreigner raised his right hand high, his expression fervent as he made his vow to the sky. Bai Shu watched this scene, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. According to data from the Morning Star, among Huaxia's 1.45 billion population, there are about 450,000 individuals with special talents. This number is neither large nor small, but it is clearly insufficient for initiating interstellar colonization and cross-border expeditions. Therefore, these foreigners volunteering was an unexpected delight for Bai Shu. He flew in front of the foreigner who was raising his fist and shouting, looking down at him. Are you sure you want to voluntarily join Huaxia and strive for its rise? My name is Donald. The man fiddled with the red tie on his chest with a look of pride. Do you see the Huaxia red on my chest? I've always been a loyal fan of Huaxia. Please believe me. Bai Shu nodded in acknowledgement, then swept his gaze over the gathered crowd. He is willing to join Huaxia. What about the rest of you? I am willing. So am I. As long as I am granted protection, I am willing to immigrate with my whole family. I have always been fascinated by Huaxia. Watching everyone eager to express their willingness, Bai Shu chuckled softly, then suddenly pointed to Milia and her two companions in the corner of the square. They said the same thing before. Milia and her companions turned pale instantly, not having time to react before Bai Shu's angry voice echoed across the square. But they deceived me. During the last descent, I rescued them from violence, provided them with food and shelter, and protected them until the descent ended. Yet, they broke their promise and did not join Huaxia after returning to Earth. The addresses and contact details they gave me were all fake. Even their names might not be real. Bai Shu's voice grew somber. Because of their betrayal, I no longer easily trust those outside my compatriots. This time, during the descent, I can't convince my warriors to protect you from danger with their own flesh and blood. The surrounding foreigners looked at Milia and her companions with increasing hostility, and if they weren't in the invincible preparation zone, they might have already torn them apart. Seeing that his point was made, Bai Shu shifted his tone. Of course, I am still willing to give you a chance. Since you all wish to join Huaxia, compared to those with ulterior motives, we have a natural affinity. You can form teams to increase your survival rate during the first descent. After the descent ends, you can apply for immigration. Once you become a Huaxia citizen, not only will you receive the expected protection. He lightly tapped the exoskeleton armor on his body. Do you see this armor? As long as you join Huaxia and enter the special patrol descent unit formed for the Dark World, you will have the opportunity to receive one as well. Seeing the eager anticipation in everyone's eyes, Bai Shu smiled as he returned to the center of the square. This enticing offer was already laid out. How many foreigners would be willing to come to Huaxia and serve as cannon fodder? He didn't really care. It would be great if they did, but if not, it didn't matter much. It was just a promise he made on a whim. When Bai Shu returned to the center of the square, the sight before him was breathtaking. A total of 1,527 people had been neatly organized into 153 teams, each person standing tall and proud in their ranks. However, the 6 individuals he had singled out stood anxiously outside the formation, starkly contrasting with the orderly array. The atmosphere in the square was electrifying. The ordinary citizens stood with pride, their eyes filled with a sense of accomplishment, unabashedly casting disdainful looks at the foreigners around them, who gazed back with envy. In that moment, the ancient adage, a strong nation empowers its people, and empowered people stand tall, was perfectly embodied. Wu Foong quickly approached Bai Shu to report. Leader, the special patrol unit has been formed. I have selected 80 soldiers to join, making a total of 181 members, all equipped with Jechin Dragon exoskeleton armor, and the unit formation is complete. However, there are still these 6 citizens who haven't been assigned. Before he could finish, a man named Liang Jinwen suddenly dropped to his knees, frantically slapping his own face. I was wrong. I was truly wrong, he cried out. I shouldn't have embezzled or sold out the research institute's information, and I definitely shouldn't have abandoned my sick wife and children to flee abroad. Leader Bai, please have mercy. I promise to turn myself in when I return to Earth. I swear. He began to crawl towards Bai Shu's feet. Bai Shu disdainfully kicked him away and turned to Wu Foong. Was I that obvious? Wu Foong chuckled behind his visor. There aren't many red notice fugitives. He pointed to the ashen-faced individuals. Liang Jinwen, Huang Weiliang, Qin Sanqingal fled to America after embezzling. It's no surprise they know each other. These people are shrewd. They realized something was up when they were the only ones not assigned to a team. He then pointed to the remaining 3. But those 3, I don't recognize. Do they have records? Upon hearing this, the few who had been detained for solicitation began to sweat profusely. Bai Shu shook his head. They don't have criminal records, but my database doesn't have any information on them. I suspect they might be imposters trying to infiltrate the team, which is why I separated them. He approached the three and, looking down at them, said, I was planning to deal with you once we entered the dark world, but since Wu Foong brought it up, why not explain now? Which country are you from? And what are your intentions? Under everyone's gaze, the three exchanged glances. The one in the Zhongshan suit finally spoke up. We are from North Korea. Sir, we are the General's guards. We wanted to join the Huaxiao team to increase our chances of survival and return to Earth to continue serving General Kim. General Kim? Bai Shu muttered softly, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. His gaze landed on three people in military uniforms, his tone slightly amused. That 80s kid, the one who activated the creator mode of life, Sanpang? Before he finished speaking, the three men glared at him, eyes blazing with anger. In their hearts, the general was the ultimate belief, and no one, even a powerful figure from Waxiacald, showed the slightest disrespect toward the general. Facing their hostile stares, Bai Shu remained calm. Even though North Korea has friendly ties with Huaxiao, our Huaxiao soldiers are loyal solely to the people of Huaxiao and those overseas who have proven their allegiance through their actions. He waved his hand dismissively. I won't make things difficult for you. Form your own team and head to the dark world. After sending the three of them away, Bai Shu turned his attention to three others who were on the red notice list, his voice turning icy. As for you three, dreaming of protection from Huaxiao? That's wishful thinking. He let out a cold laugh. If you die in the apocalyptic steam world, so be it. But if you manage to return to Earth, I advise you to surrender within 3 days. Huaxiao's rise is unstoppable, and don't think that the mere power of the US can shield you. His voice carried an undeniable authority. If you don't return within 3 days, no matter how far, I will hunt you down. Don't say you weren't warned. With that, Bai Shu flicked his wrist, manipulating the magnetic field to hurl the three far away. He sighed inwardly, regretting that he couldn't directly deal with these red notice fugitives and the trio, including Malia. Glancing at the countdown timer about to hit 0, Bai Shu's gaze swept over the neatly assembled group of more than 1,500 people in the plaza center. His voice echoed across the empty square. The countdown is almost over, and we are about to officially enter the dark world. I'm sure your comrades have given you a brief introduction to its conditions. His tone became grave. The dark world is extremely dangerous, where death can come at any moment. Last time, the casualty rate was nearly 90%. However, this time, we are better equipped, with more formidable firepower, and our survival rate will surely improve significantly. He surveyed the crowd. Please, do not act recklessly, and do not let newfound powers make you arrogant. The dark world is neither a game nor a novel. It harbors entities capable of annihilating cities and worlds. Trust and follow the commands of our soldiers. If anyone is to die, we will die before you. He paused. Of course, if we all perish, you'll have to rely on your own skills to survive. Bai Shu added. Moreover, the exoskeleton armors of our soldiers are equipped with monitoring devices, with footage transmitted to satellites for storage. Don't think you can act with impunity in the dark world. It is not a lawless place. The net of justice is vast. Look up at the sky before committing evil. Seeing that only a few seconds remained on the countdown, Bai Shu took to the air. He first gave a slight bow to everyone, then struck the front plate of his exoskeleton armor heavily, raising a light sword high in his hand. Lastly, I wish you all martial success and victory for Huaxiao's rise. The soldiers on the ground uniformly struck the plates in front of them, raising their steel guns, their voices booming. Defend the homeland, protect the people. In the first battle, use us, with us, invincible. Long live Huaxiao. Under the envious and jealous gazes of foreigners, 3,000 beams of light descended from the sky. In a moment, the plaza plunged back into silence and darkness. What does the apocalypse look like? Bai Shu had always imagined it as a city frozen by ice, washed away by floods, or submerged in lava, with collapsing and crumbling buildings amid smoke, and people resorting to cannibalism in the face of famine. However, this so-called post-apocalyptic steam world completely overturned his understanding. From a bird's eye view, the city appeared bustling. The streets were crowded with people, clean roads stretched into the distance, skyscrapers were brightly lit, and streetlights formed lines like strings of pearls. Pedestrians moved briskly, children played and laughed, and various vehicles and battle beasts weaved through the streets. If not for the unique sights, giant steam airships hovering in midair, steam trains billowing white smoke racing along tracks, and exposed steel gears everywhere, this place would be indistinguishable from a megacity on Earth. The most astonishing were the lizard people covered in green scales, with protruding mouths, scythe-like fangs, and forked tongues flicking out occasionally. This species difference made Bai Shu ponder. In such a world, what purpose does disguising one's aura serve? Suddenly, a startling thought struck him. Wait, could it be that I am the invader? He looked at his hands, envisioning his left hand holding the cannon of truth, and his right cradling the flame of heritage. With action in mind, Bai Shu swiftly executed his plan. He took out a cylindrical device, 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters in diameter, transformed the first unit into a 1-meter square platform and securely mounted the cylinder on top. Skillfully inputting the satellite code 0137 from Qin Yuan, the device began a 10-minute countdown. Then, deep blue flames erupted, propelling the satellite into the sky. In the distance, 3 other similar meteors also ascended against gravity, illuminating the night sky. Bai Shu quickly calculated their positions less than 100 kilometers apart and knew he would soon meet with the others. Just as he was about to contact the others through the panel, the city's atmosphere changed eerily. The once bustling streets filled with voices, vendors, horns, and sirens fell silent in an instant. Even the rustling of leaves seemed muted, and the world plunged into an uncanny silence. Bai Shu looked down at the city, and a chill ran down his spine. At some point, those dark green lizard people silently climbed onto the rooftop. Their sharp claws gleamed coldly in the moonlight, revealing menacing fangs as they opened their bloodthirsty mouths. Their vertical pupils shone with a greedy light, locked onto Bai Shu. What the hell are these things? Bai Shu felt his hair stand on end and immediately activated the #1 machine, aiming his palm cannon at the ground. In an instant, an energy blast shot towards the rooftop like a meteor. But against the dense swarm of lizard people, this firepower was clearly insufficient. Decisively, Bai Shu opened all the cannon bays of the #1 machine. Brilliant beams of energy radiated from him like countless falling stars. The roar of explosions echoed as buildings within a 3-kilometer radius collapsed, forming a massive mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. #1. Scan for life signs. Beep scan complete. No life forms detected within a 10-kilometer radius. Bai Shu's heart skipped a beat. How is that possible? The strike range was clearly only 3 kilometers. Before he could finish, a sharp sound pierced the air. Bai Shu was struck hard in the head before he could react, sending him flying 3 miles away, beyond the mushroom cloud. Steadying himself, Bai Shu looked towards the cloud. A 3-meter giant lizard man emerged, covered in dark green scales with 10-meter-long wings spread behind it. An advanced lizard man? Bai Shu rubbed his aching face and summoned a light sword. Even my mom never hit my face. How dare you? He surged towards the lizard man, creating a sonic boom cloud. The light sword traced a cool blue arc, swiftly severing the creature's head. However, a strange phenomenon occurred. Green tendrils sprouted from the severed neck, leaves gently swaying, attempting to reconnect the head. This isn't a flesh and blood creature. It's some kind of vine. Bai Shu quickly grabbed the lizard man's head and flew to a safe distance to inspect it closely. He could indeed feel the plant-like texture. You don't think I'll let you start a second phase, do you? Bai Shu sneered, gathering a plasma beam in his palm, and stuffed the lizard man's head into the palm cannon. Yet the tens of thousands of degrees of heat didn't vaporize the head immediately. A layer of dark green energy shield blocked the plasma's burn. This shield, it feels like some kind of extraordinary energy, Bai Shu mused, intrigued, as he increased the energy output. Let's see how long you can hold out. In the end, the lizard man was no match for Bai Shu. In just 3 minutes, its menacing head turned to ashes in his palm, leaving behind a pale green, hexagonal crystal. This thumb-sized gem emitted a tempting fragrance, and as it gently swayed, waves rippled within it, casting a strange glow in Bai Shu's hand. At that moment, Abin's belated system notification stuttered into life. Ding killed. Ancient God, Death Vine. Incarnation, Reward, 1 million source essence. Bai Shu raised an eyebrow. Ancient God? At this level? Its physical strength is equivalent to only 2 or 3,000 at best. If I didn't have Unit 1, it might have been a challenge. But what kind of god is this? It doesn't even have decent equipment, and its soul strength and extraordinary power are quite unremarkable. As he spoke, he toyed with the hexagonal crystal in his hand, his expression gradually turning serious. Earlier discussions with his think tank had confirmed the authenticity of the information about the world's will in the Venus archives. This entity, without consciousness, instinctively drives the world's development, creating descendants and the panel system. The panel serves as both an assistant to the descendants and a representation of the world's will. Abin's current stuttering state clearly hinted that the world's will was in some sort of predicament. As he pondered, an inexplicable message surged into Bai Shu's mind, as if someone were whispering in his ear. The power of the post-apocalyptic steam world exceeds expectations, and Abin is entangled with the newly awakened world's will. To speed up the invasion process, one must establish anchor points, influence civilization's progress, or kill significant entities like ancient gods and their incarnations. Bai Shu couldn't help but laugh. You're really greedy, Abin. You could have chosen a post-disaster world like Venus or descended on Venus again. Instead, you picked this troublesome place with awakening ancient gods and a reviving world's will. This is so reckless, not my style at all. Once he confirmed that the world's will was not in jeopardy and that he could return to Earth via the beacon, Bai Shu felt at ease. He addressed the void. Abin, compile a ranking of ancient gods for me. including their status, skills, and locations. It would be a waste not to hunt down a few of these weak gods in such a prime location. Also, change the learning and exploration skills to a nostalgic youth version. It's inconvenient without those skills. Seeing that Abin now needed his help, Bai Shu decided to push his luck, though he wasn't sure if the non-intelligent Abin could comprehend these requests. After speaking, he looked down at the ground, waiting for the system's response. As the ancient god's avatar perished, the lizard people on the rooftop collapsed one by one. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, their sturdy chests no longer rising and falling, and the breath of life was gone. Beneath the city's dazzling neon lights, only silence remained. The demise of these lizard people was not Bai Shu's doing. From the moment the death vines awakened and planted seeds within them, they were destined to become nourishment for the ancient god. This was the true doomsday Senian ancient god awakening, using all living beings as sustenance. Bai Shu toyed with a diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, its enticing aroma teasing his senses. He chose a direction where a satellite was rising and sped off. Unit 1, scan the diamond-shaped crystal. The eyes of Unit 1 glowed red, quickly providing a detailed analysis. The crystal contained extraordinary energy with attributes of death, life, and wood, which could be absorbed by superhumans to enhance their power. However, Unit 1 also issued a series of warnings. The crystal contained energy that could cause soul shock, and there was a hidden risk of mimetic pollution, with a mental beacon already locking onto Bai Shu. Listening to the warnings, Bai Shu landed on a large boulder atop a mountain and opened his visor. The aroma became even more intense. You couldn't defeat me alive, and now you want to pollute me dead? Bai Shu sneered, tossing the crystal into his mouth. As he chewed, a taste akin to mint but more subtle spread through his mouth, mingling with an indescribable freshness, as if he had swallowed the essence of spring. As he continued to chew, a hint of sweetness blossomed on his tongue, like a prisoner tasting a white bun for the first time, or someone parched savoring perfectly tempered water. This delightful sensation made every pore in his body relax, and every cell seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the energy. But the curses and angry voices emanating from his mouth somewhat spoiled the moment. Only after thoroughly chewing and digesting the crystal did Bai Shu contentedly remark, "Delicious, love it, want more." As he finished speaking, Unit 1 conjured a mirror before him. In the reflection, Bai Shu's complexion had turned a pale blue, and his face was covered in dark green scales. These traces of mimetic pollution weren't confined to his face. Lifting his shirt, he found his entire body covered in the same scales. However, thanks to the powerful immune properties of his infinite body, this pollution vanished in an instant. In less than half a minute, while Bai Shu was still curiously prodding the scales, they disappeared, and his skin returned to normal. A crystal core, the incarnation of an ancient god, fell and instantly boosted Bai Shu's attributes. His physique increased by 500 points, his soul by 300 points, and the activation level of his extraordinary fire seed rose by 1 point. Just 20 more, and I'll reach the 4th tier in physique. 100 more, and the fire seed will ignite directly. Who needs to train with this? Bai Shu was overjoyed as he looked at the fluctuating data on the panel. Ban, I misjudged you. You actually found me such a feng shui treasure. You truly love me. Feeling the surge of power within him, Bai Shu turned and flew back towards the city he came from. Soon, he found the headless lizard man corpse. A blue-white plasma orb formed in his palm, reducing the body to ashes in seconds. Indeed, a single body can't produce 2 crystal cores, Bai Shu sighed, mocking himself. Seems like Ban's influence made me greedy. I wasn't like this before. With a sonic boom cloud bursting behind him, Bai Shu took to the sky again. He had confirmed that the little surprise in this area was indeed the incarnation of the death vine. Since it was dealt with, it was time to check other areas where the descendants had landed. After all, the dark world was dangerous, and as someone willing to help, he felt his fellow Earthlings needed his assistance. While flying, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hello, hello, this is Chun Xiang from Landing Group 17. Is anyone within communication range? I repeat, is anyone within communication range? Chun Xiang, I'm here. Wang Dong from Group 13. I'm here too. Zhang Zhang from Group 135. After waiting a moment with no other responses, Chun Xiang continued. Looks like it's just the 3 of us in this area. Have you encountered any danger? Wang Dong and Zhang Zhang both reported that their environments were relatively safe. Wang Dong was in a basement of city ruins, while Zhang Zhang was on a 300-meter square island. You guys are really lucky, Chun Xiang said gravely. We're in a bizarre ruin or altar. The murals here seem to be conscious. Their eyes follow us. Worse, we're trapped, always ending up back at the central altar like in a ghost maze. Some team members have already broken down. I've uploaded everything I recorded to the cloud. If I die, please bring the data back to headquarters. But don't check it before returning. I'm worried it might contain extraordinary powers. Maybe you don't have to be so pessimistic, Wang Dong suddenly interjected. On the monitoring screen of the Qin Yuan system, the The signals of 4 satellites were clearly visible. Besides the location of the 3 of them, the 4th signal came from a city shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Wang Dong quickly sent 2 images in the chat system, one showing a mushroom cloud rising above the city, and the other depicting the densely packed bodies of lizard men lying on the rooftop. Among us, the only one who could cause such a commotion is the boss, Wang Dong said with a certain confidence. Once the boss is done, maybe he'll come to rescue you. Chen Xiang was about to express his delight when a deep voice suddenly sounded in the communication system. I am indeed in this area. Just finished dealing with an ancient god's avatar. Following this, a photo appeared in the chat. A headless, 3-meter tall, robust, winged lizard corpse. Group 17 Chen Xiang, send your location. Group 13 Wang Dong. Group 135 Zhang Zhang. You two hide and stay safe. I'll come to you after dealing with Chen Xiang's situation. As soon as Bai Shu finished speaking, the communicator fell silent. Chen Xiang immediately sent his location to the public screen, followed by another bout of silence. This was a situation Bai Shu was all too familiar with whenever there was a teacher or leader in a group chat. It was always particularly quiet. Privately, sure enough, Chen Xiang and the others had already started a small group chat. Damn, I'm so lucky. Chen Xiang couldn't help but laugh like a pig in the new group chat. To be in the same area as the boss, we're gonna wreck this place. Did you see that the boss said he just took down an ancient god? But that ancient god was pretty weak, wasn't it? It didn't take long for the boss to take it down. I wonder how long it will take for the boss to arrive. I feel like something is about to jump out of that mural. Wang Dong was about to comfort him to hang in there when Chen Xiang suddenly exclaimed again, damn, I see the sonic boom cloud. The boss is here. Accompanied by the howling wind and a heavy landing sound, Bai Shu's voice came through Chen Xiang's communicator. There's no roof here. Why not jump onto the wall and walk out from above? Chen Xiang was stunned. You can do that? Bai Shu shrugged, looking helpless. Why not? You're supposed to use your initiative and think outside the box. From the moment the Qin Yuan launcher shot you out of the ruins, you should have tried climbing up the wall and walking out. Just waiting here to die without trying? What kind of attitude is that? Write a 5,000-word reflection when you get back. Seeing Chen Xiang's face full of relief yet despair, Bai Shu turned his attention to the 9 ordinary people beside him. Their expressions were excited, but they didn't dare to approach, making Bai Shu sigh internally. Strength equates to power. Power creates social gaps, and gaps lead to distance. How dull would it be if, in the future, aside from the occasional close friend, there was no one to joke with? Suppressing these thoughts, Bai Shu opened his helmet and smiled at the emotionally charged group. Don't worry about the danger. The organization will ensure your safety. I'll take you out soon, and you can register your talent information with Chen Xiang. After speaking, Bai Shu turned to study the patterns on the relic's walls. Though the artwork was somewhat abstract, it was still possible to recognize scenes of various tribes hunting beasts, conducting rituals, and making offerings to deities. The deity worshipped at this site seemed to be a 3-eyed giant serpent. Interestingly, the mural featured not only lizard men but also tiger-headed, cat-head, wolf-head, and pig-headed people. So the steam world is a world of beast men. Bai Shu tapped different parts of the mural but didn't see the phenomenon Chen Xiang described of the mural creature's gaze following movements. Bullies the weak. Once I get these people out, you'll get a taste of 2nd Battalion's Italian cannon. As if sensing Bai Shu's threat, the scattered moonlight suddenly twisted and condensed before him, eventually transforming into an elf girl with only leaves covering the key parts of her body. Her fair skin perfectly matched Bai Shu's aesthetic. Are you the hero from another world who has come to save our world? Bai Shu. Bai Shu pointed to his head with his index finger, looking confused, and asked, Hero? Me. The elf girl covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of mockery in her eyes. How can a weakling bear the title of hero? Her words carried a touch of arrogance. Just as Bai Shu was about to retort, Chen Xiang approached quickly, holding the freshly organized data. Leader, their talents have been tallied, he reported earnestly. 4 combat talents, 4 combat support talents, and 1 special Oni gynecological healer. This talent allows for treating gynecological issues by consuming energy and stamina. Bai Shu glanced at the group, standing not far away, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's a useful talent. Once back on Earth, financial freedom is guaranteed. He then gave Chen Xiang a knowing look. Since everything's tallied up, let's get out of here. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a container 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high. It was originally meant for storing exoskeleton armor, but now it served a new purpose. As he prepared to load everyone and take off, the elf girl, bathed in a gentle moonlit glow, approached gracefully, arms crossed, and asked plaintively, Hero, are you leaving me? Bai Shu gazed at the enchanting, ethereal elf and smiled calmly. My people aren't strong enough, and the relic's aura is harmful to them. Once I've settled them, I'll be back soon. Without waiting for her to plead again, he lifted the container and soared into the sky. Chen Xiang leaned against the edge of the container, watching as the relic faded from view. He let out a long sigh, slumped to the ground, and asked, Leader, where are we headed? First, we find Zhang Zhang, Bai Shu replied succinctly. He's on a solitary island in the lake, which is too dangerous. After we find him, we'll look for Wang Dong. I'll clear the threats from the ruins first, then you all can explore. Thank you, leader. Chun Xiang perked up, then curiously asked. Back at the relic, it seemed like you were talking to someone? Bai Shu paused at the question. You didn't see her? He mused. Perhaps she blocked your perception, or maybe she only affected me. But that's not important now. I'll investigate when I return. Before he finished speaking, an expansive lake came into view. It was more like an inland sea, so vast that even the Qin Yuan satellite couldn't capture its entirety. The island where Zhang Zhang was stranded lay 20 kilometers from the shore. If not for Bai Shu's timely arrival, they might have been stuck camping on the island indefinitely. Hovering above the shimmering water, Bai Shu suddenly remembered something and ordered the first unit. Scan the lake. Confirm the depth, signs of life, and especially check for any intelligent life forms. As the sound faded, an invisible ripple spread from the center of the Unit 1 to the bottom of the lake. The mechanical voice of Unit 1 soon echoed. Beep within a 10-kilometer radius. Maximum underwater depth is 312 meters. Detected a large number of fish and aquatic life, a few underwater structures, no signs of intelligent life. The mech's visor displayed the scanned imagery in real time. Schools of fish swimming through the lake and scattered underwater structures standing quietly. Bai Shu sighed in relief. Thankfully, it's not like the Morning Star, where everything except for disaster beasts and mutated monsters is wiped out. Keep the scanning function on continuously to prevent any local creatures or other entities from ambushing us. Report immediately if any signs of intelligent life or unusual circumstances are detected. Although Unit 1 did not respond verbally, it immediately executed the command. A few minutes later, as Unit 1 flew over the island where Zhang Zhang was located, the mechanical voice sounded again. Beep 10 kilometers north of the island. Detected a section of the continental plate sloping downward, suspected to be an artificial structure. Just as Bai Shu was about to land, he halted abruptly, causing a clattering noise in the container. Team leader, is something happening outside? Chen Xiang's voice came from inside the container. Detected signs of underwater intelligent life, nothing too serious. Bai Shu felt a bit embarrassed, but trapped inside the mech, he couldn't even perform the small gesture of touching his nose. After circling the island, Bai Shu located Zhang Zhang and the others, carefully placing the container on the open ground in front of them. Team leader. Seeing Bai Shu land, Zhang Zhang immediately jogged over and saluted. Before Bai Shu could respond, Chen Xiang, emerging from the container, quickly explained, the team leader was worried you might encounter danger on the island with no escape route, so he came to assist in relocating you. Bai Shu nodded in confirmation and continued, are you planning to join Wang Dong to explore the city ruins, or stay by the lake to survive? I observed that the surroundings are temporarily safe. As for food, I'll leave enough for you before I depart. He then turned to the group of new arrivals. The same goes for you. We will protect you, but won't restrict your freedom. This area is safe for now, but opportunities might be scarce. If you wish to go to the city ruins or return to the ruins, I can take you there. Upon hearing this, the new arrivals began to discuss. Some were eager to explore, some worried about communication equipment, and others, due to their innate limitations, chose to play it safe. Generally, those over 30 preferred caution, while the younger ones with combat talents were more inclined to seek adventure and opportunities. After everyone had voiced their opinions, Bai Shu clapped to get their attention. There are no exoskeleton armors left in stock, so they cannot be provided. Communication equipment is available, but it only works within a 300-kilometer range. I will soon leave this area, and other warriors cannot provide remote support. So, wanting to adventure while receiving support is virtually impossible. Everyone here is an adult and should be responsible for their own choices. So, make your final decision. The number of people choosing to take the adventure far exceeded Bai Shu's expectations, with almost every member of Zhang Zhang's team eager to give it a try. Despite Chen Xiang's team having described the eerie nature of the ruins, it seemed as if these individuals were drawn by the call of the unknown world, eager to seek opportunities of their own. Zhang Zhang stood at the front of the group, his gaze firm. Leader, we can't always rely on your protection. No matter how strong one person is, they can't safeguard all of Huaxia, let alone the earth. We need to become stronger. He paused briefly. I've decided to lead a team to the city ruins where Wang Dong is located for an archaeological exploration. Those who don't want to take risks can stay under Chen Xiang's care. Archaeological. Bai Shu gave a thumbs up. That's the right term. Since you've chosen to take the risk, I won't stop you. With that, he gestured for everyone to enter the container and then lifted it, flying towards the shore. As for the artificial underwater slope detected by the first unit, he silently noted it down in his mind. This mystery could be solved later. After settling Chen Xiang's team and leaving them with enough provisions for a month, Bai Shu set off with the remaining 7 people towards the city ruins where Wang Dong was located. On the way, he reflected to himself. Entering this time was too rushed. Next time, I need to prepare more transportation options. Since we can form a team and have satellite positioning, tanks, planes, and long-range missiles should be equipped. Considering the endurance of his companions, Bai Shu had to keep the speed below subsonic. 20 minutes later, they finally reached their destination. Hovering in midair, Bai Shu looked down at the small town beneath them, which had been eroded by nature. Moss covered the walls, vines entwined the buildings, and dead branches and leaves carpeted the streets. Unit 1, scan for biological activity inside and outside the city, Bai Shu commanded. Check for signs of extraordinary life and analyze the time and cause of this city's destruction. Beep. Unit 1 quickly responded. The sewer system has a large number of rodent-like creatures. No extraordinary or intelligent life activity detected. The city was destroyed approximately 20 years ago. Residual traces indicate destruction by extraordinary forces. Extraordinary forces? Bai Shu clenched his fist, reassessing this small city with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. The short stone buildings were mostly single-story, with many still standing. Even the damaged houses only had missing corners or broken beams. This level of destruction wouldn't even count as the weakest of the first-tier extraordinary. Subsequently, Bai Shu led Zhang Zhang and the others to the entrance of the underground shelter where Wang Dong was hiding. After pushing aside the giant stone used as a cover, the scene before him made him frown slightly. The refugees had split into two distinct groups, with men on one side and women on the other, while Wang Dong stood awkwardly in the middle, calling out to Bai Shu as if seeing a savior. Leader, you're finally here. What's going on here? Bai Shu hadn't finished his question when a male survivor hurriedly explained. As soon as they came in, they started shouting they were hungry and demanded Brother Wang share the military rations. But the rations Brother Wang brought are only enough for one person for 30 days. If 10 of us eat our fill every meal, it'll only last 3 days at most. The aroma of military rations filled the basement. Bai Shu watched the scene before him with a slight frown. 3 pieces of compressed biscuits lay on the ground, each bearing only a faint tooth mark. This is just too disgusting, exclaimed the girl in the red dress and high heels, curling her lip in disdain. Her immaculate makeup only accentuated her haughty demeanor. Is this what you offer us? Bai Shu silently bent down, picked up the biscuits from the floor, and took a bite in front of the 3 astonished girls. Are you crazy? The girl in red widened her eyes, hands on her hips. Do you know the level of food we usually eat? The cost of one meal for us is worth your entire annual salary. And you expect us to eat trash off the floor? Bai Shu's lips twitched slightly. He had hoped his fellow citizens would be reasonable, but reality often fell short of expectations. The spoiled little princesses before him were the perfect example. All right, you're right, Bai Shu said calmly. Little princesses shouldn't have to lower themselves to eat this. The girl in red lifted her chin proudly. That's more like it. Now hurry and find us some. She trailed off, realizing something was amiss. Bai Shu had already called over his team and was heading towards the exit. Hey, what do you mean by this? The girl panicked. Bai Shu stopped at the door and slowly turned around. The glow on his face shield shifted from pale blue to crimson. He pointed a finger at the girl in red. You should be grateful you're Chinese. If you were foreigners speaking like that, you'd be on the floor by now. His voice echoed through the basement. Since you look down on the compressed biscuits, you probably don't need our protection either. This basement, along with those 3 biscuits you discarded, is our final gift. Good luck. The sound of footsteps faded, and darkness engulfed the basement. The composure of the 3 girls quickly crumbled. Sister Xiaohong, did they really leave? I'm scared. Scared of what? They're soldiers. It's their duty to protect us. They'll definitely come back, the girl in red insisted, maintaining a brave front. When they return, if they don't bring the world's finest cuisine, I won't forgive them. And I'll report them when we get back. But it's so dark here. Amidst the city's ruins, Wang Dong caught up with Bai Shu. Leader, although their behavior was wrong and they're self-centered, leaving them behind like that, is it really okay? Isn't a soldier's duty to protect civilians? How will 3 young girls survive in the dark world? Bai Shu glanced back at Wang Dong and shook his head. Protecting civilians is indeed part of a soldier's duty, but it's not the entirety. You've experienced the dark world, so you should understand the risk of having a reckless teammate. What if they endanger others because of their actions? Bai Shu's gaze fell on the 6 young individuals trailing quietly behind her. She admired them for not only valuing food, but also having the courage to stand up against injustice. Suddenly, Bai Shu halted and pointed towards the shadows of the ruins. In an instant, a chopstick-thick plasma beam sliced through the air, accompanied by the smell of burning, and shot into the darkness. A heavy thud followed. Wang Dong, Bai Shu instructed, turning her head, drag that thing out. Wang Dong, who had been contemplating how to argue with Bai Shu, paused before obediently stepping into the shadows. Moments later, he emerged with a startling creaturia black-furred rat the size of a wolfhound, its head still smoldering, its body completely stiff. Holy crap, this rat could eat a cat. Forget cats, without any special skills, I wouldn't stand a chance against it. Rats are social animals. Could we be in their nest? Amidst the rising chatter of alarm, Bai Shu raised her hand for silence. There are indeed many rats in the ruins, but those of this size number less than 100. The others are just slightly bigger than house cats. Though they look intimidating, their strength is limited. She scanned the group and continued. These rats must have consumed some rare treasures to grow this large. With danger comes opportunity. If you feel it's too risky, I can take you to a safe place. If you want to take a chance, I can leave ample supplies. But I will soon be leaving this area, so don't count on me for timely rescue if you encounter danger. Wang Dong and Zhang Zhang exchanged a glance, and Zhang Zhang spoke up. Leader, can I take a shot at this big rat? With Bai Shu's nod of approval, Zhang Zhang raised his silenced rifle, aimed at the rat's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit its mark, and yellowish-white brain matter mixed with blood oozed slowly from the bullet hole. Zhang Zhang put away his rifle and saluted Bai Shu. Leader, I want to stay. The others, seemingly bolstered by the power of the firearms, also expressed their willingness to stay and explore, with no one opting out. Bai Shu did not interfere with their choice. From her folded space, she took out enough rations to feed 14 people for a month and equipped Zhang Zhang and Wang Dong with ample bullets and grenades. Finally, she looked around at everyone and solemnly reminded them. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't stop you from seeking opportunities, but don't blame me if you encounter danger later. Let me ask one last time, are you sure you want to stay here and explore? Bai Shu leapt into the air without hesitation, his figure darting away from the ruins of the small town like an arrow. His gaze swept over the depths of the ruins. Having already pinpointed the treasure's location with the help of the first machinite was hidden within the nest of a mutated giant rat. The roots of a mysterious plant were the key to the rat's transformation, but to Bai Shu, its value was limited. At best, it could enhance an ordinary person's physique, but its effects were extremely harsh. The scattered rat corpses around the nest were the best evidence these rodents had consumed the roots, but failed to complete their mutation, instead exploding and dying. Bai Shu had no interest in such low-grade treasures. As for bringing it back for Wang Dong and Zhang Zhang, he wasn't a babysitter, nor a saint. Opportunities like this should be left for them to pursue on their own. Watching Bai Shu's figure disappear into the distance, Wang Dong, holding a pack of compressed biscuits, suddenly spoke up. Last time it took over 10 days to anchor the beacon. Our supplies here can last us a month. I want to set some aside for those 3 girls. Zhang Zhang, who was counting ammunition, paused at his words, a teasing smile forming on his lips. Old Wang, I didn't expect you to have such a saintly heart. Then, more seriously, he added, I don't mind giving them some food. After all, we're all from Huaxia, even if their attitude isn't the best. But I suggest we only leave them enough for a day. With what they threw away before, 2 days' worth should be enough. If necessary, they can chew on tree roots and bark as a lesson. Wang Dong glanced at Zhang Zhang and replied briefly, all right, I'll go with that. With that, he took a day's worth of compressed biscuits and retraced his steps. Having long left the ruins, Bai Shu was unaware of these events, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Everyone has their own goals, and each person is an independent individual with their own way of dealing with the world. He possessed the strength to obliterate enemies with a single punch, but he had neither the right nor the desire to impose his ideas on others. What he could do was exclude those who didn't share his values from his core team. After locking onto his target, Bai Shu flew directly over the ruins and descended slowly. He only stopped when he sensed a faint but present danger. This sense of danger was like a person handling a needle and thread, aware that such small things are unlikely to cause fatal harm, but knowing that a moment's carelessness could pierce the skin and draw blood, prompting a constant state of vigilance. After waiting for a while and seeing no sign of the elf girl, Bai Shu decided to take the initiative. He raised his palm, and a scorching energy beam blasted toward the edge of the ruins. As a corner of the ruins collapsed with a boom, moonlight coalesced into form before him. This time, the elf girl appeared with an angry expression, clearly displeased with his rough actions. But Bai Shu didn't give her a chance to speak, extending his right hand directly. Since I'm supposedly this so-called hero, shouldn't you be giving me things like the holy sword or divine armor? The elf girl, her face full of anger, was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Shu didn't give the girl a chance to think, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The holy sword, divine armor, blessings the hero's trio for descending into another world. And I don't have them? He cast a sidelong glance at the girl before him, energy gathering in his hand, ready to unleash it on the ruins at any moment. You're not a fake guide, are you? Seeing this, the girl panicked. We'll find them for you. Before she finished speaking, her form disappeared like a bubble before Bai Shu's eyes. Bai Shu turned his attention to Unit 01, his emotionless mechanical assistant. Still can't locate her hiding space or the treasure room of the ruins? No. The cold mechanical voice of Unit 01 replied. The entire ruins are shrouded in a mysterious power, preventing forced scanning. Bai Shu clenched his fist, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. How about we just blow up the ruins? Whatever remains is valuable, and if it's all reduced to ashes, it was just junk anyway. nothing to regret. With this thought, he intensified the energy gathering in his palm. After waiting a moment and feeling a hint of heat through his gauntlet, Bai Shu sighed when the spirit still didn't appear. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. As he finished speaking, a basketball-sized plasma ball shot from his hand towards the ground below. Just as the energy cannon was about to hit, the spirit suddenly appeared in its path. Her form twisted violently, transforming from a delicate girl into a grotesque, fearsome banshee's head, her voice shifting from clear to sharp and piercing. No, blasphemer, you'll be sealed by the gods in the wall of the faithless, your soul scattered by the nether wind. Oh, not calling me a hero anymore. Bai Shu chuckled softly. TSK, you can't even insult properly. Where I come from, insults always involve the ancestors, you're not up to par. The plasma ball turned the banshee's head to ash and struck the altar directly. 3 seconds later, endless light and heat erupted from the altar, illuminating the dark night sky. Amidst the roar, rocks and soil shot into the air, forming a slowly rising mushroom cloud. Bai Shu waved his hand, a gust of wind sweeping away all the smoke and dust. Unit 01, scan the ruin site and look for anything useful. Beep, unable to scan due to interference from unknown energy. This response left Bai Shu momentarily stunned. I blew the whole ruins to bits, and the energy's still there? He quickly calculated the strength of the energy cannon, a look of anticipation crossing his face. Although the power of the plasma energy cannon wasn't weak, a third-tier life form should be able to withstand it, much like that lizard head that was charbroiled for 3 minutes. Recalling the spirit, or rather, the banshee's attitude towards him, Bai Shu didn't believe that anything beneath the ruins had the power to instantly kill him. So it's still worth exploring. He was secretly excited about the treasures that might be hidden inside, and began to release his sensing abilities. Sensing is a rather mysterious thing. Some people have a stroke of luck and take a step just in time to avoid being hit by a falling object. Others might miss a flight due to a sudden feeling of unease, thereby avoiding a disaster. As Bai Shu opened up his senses, he detected a mysterious call from the void. Following this call, he arrived at the site where the altar once stood. Could it be below? Using the power of the flame, he moved the earth and stones aside. Soon, a downward-sloping passage paved with blue stones appeared before him. As Bai Shu walked into the passage, he discovered ancient murals on the walls. Part of the passage had been destroyed, so he couldn't see the murals in their entirety. However, from the fragments, it seemed to depict a story about a three-eyed giant serpent that devoured everything, ultimately consuming the world. He followed the passage to its end and arrived at the entrance of a cavern. After ensuring there was no danger inside, Bai Shu stepped in. What caught his eye first was not the piles of gold and silver, but the enormous egg atop them. It was indeed huge. The egg was pitch black, covered in fine scales, about 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Bai Shu had never seen such a large egg before. Certainly, an egg this size couldn't exist on Earth. What kind of creature would hatch from it? Could it be the egg of the three-eyed serpent from the mural? Curious, Bai Shu was just about to tap on the black egg when a cold aura suddenly attacked him from behind. Taking a step forward and turning around, he saw a banshee charging at him. A smile appeared on Bai Shu's lips. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. I've been waiting for you here. As he spoke, the gauntlet formed by the first machine disappeared, revealing his hand enveloped in a glowing light. Seeing the banshee's terrified expression, Bai Shu's smile widened. I figured you ghostly beings would fear life and light energies. As he spoke, Bai Shu's hand, leaving a trail of afterimages, pressed against the banshee's head. Before she could scream, a radiant white light enveloped her, collapsing inwards. Moments later, a small glass bead appeared in Bai Shu's palm. Looking at the banshee sealed inside the bead, Bai Shu tossed it up and down before attempting to throw it into his mouth. Realizing what he was doing, he caught the bead again, shivering slightly. Something seemed off about this world. The urge to eat the diamond-shaped crystal and now the snake egg was one thing. But why did he want to eat the banshee too? Squeezing the bouncy sealing bead, Bai Shu decisively crushed it. The banshee's scream echoed briefly in his ears before she was reduced to dust, which was then completely annihilated. Bai Shu exhaled. Not bad, if I say so myself. If any other third-tier extraordinary encountered this, they might not have the means to kill her. Praising himself, Bai Shu tapped the black egg. Just as he was pondering how to deal with it, a notification appeared. Task: destroy the ancient god, devouring serpent egg reward, 1 million source points. Task: destroy the withered life ancient tree seed reward, 3 million source points. Seeing the two tasks that suddenly appeared, Bai Shu rubbed his chin, frowning slightly. There's a seed of the ancient tree of life in the cave? Wait a minute, this task seems off. He stared at the panel with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Why can't I form a contract with the devouring serpent or bring the tree of life back to Earth to plant it? Why must it be destroyed? Ban, you clearly don't understand sustainable development. He continued to eye the task rewards, his mouth twitching slightly. And these rewards, I already have over 1 billion units of source essence with nowhere to use it. What's the point of giving me more? It can't be eaten. Bai Shu spread his hands. How about this? Change the reward to a scouting skill and give me an ancient god leaderboard. Otherwise, I'm not doing this. No sooner had he finished speaking than the panel blurred, as if responding to his complaints. A few seconds later, when the panel was clear again, a smile appeared on Bai Shu's face. Ban, I knew you loved me. Although he was smiling, his eyes grew more serious. The panel now indeed included a scouting skill and a leaderboard for the ancient gods of the apocalyptic steam world. What did this mean? The world's consciousness had responded to his request, indicating that it could communicate, suggesting it wasn't just a simple world will, but a sentient world consciousness. Well, I'll be damned. Bai Shu muttered to himself, his gaze unintentionally sweeping over the panel's only task that he had always ignored. Develop Venus into a subordinate civilization. It seemed that in the future, he would not only need to enhance his strength, but also compete for world authority with the world consciousness. This is getting more and more interesting. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Bai Shu checked the newly acquired scouting skill. Scouting consumes source essence to investigate items and obtain relevant information. The amount of source essence consumed varies depending on the item's level. This is just like a free mobile game, isn't it? Download for free, but to enjoy it fully, you have to spend money. Bai Shu quipped, then used the scouting skill on the black egg. In an instant, 10,000 units of source essence were consumed, and information about the devouring serpent egg appeared. Item: Ancient God of Destruction, Devouring Serpent Egg Tier 4. Description: An egg of an ancient god that can be contracted with a soul. It will hatch within 300 years when placed in a high-energy area. Note: the devouring serpent lacks intelligence and only has a devouring instinct. After forming a soul contract, the serpent's devouring instinct will affect the contractor, causing them to be consumed by endless devouring desires. Looking at the information, Bai Shu couldn't help but tap on the serpent egg, which made a crisp clinking sound. What ancient god? It's hyped up so much, but it's not even as powerful as Venus's ancestor bird, and it can't compare to the little girl's fire phoenix egg. He set the serpent egg on the ground and controlled Unit 1 to ignite a plasma flame. A Tier 4 ancient god egg, what a waste to destroy it. I haven't eaten since I arrived, so let's have it for lunch. While roasting the serpent egg, he rummaged through the gold and silver vessels on the ground, eventually finding a head-sized, withered, yellowed seed in a glass box, presumably the so-called Tree of Life seed. With a hint of anticipation, Bai Shu used appraisal on the seed. The system's feedback made him let out an expletive. What the heck is this? Destroying it only gives 3 million primal essence, but appraising it costs 30 million? Ban, you're blatantly ripping me off. Bai Shu took a closer look at the specifics of the seed. Item: Withered Ancient Life Tree Seed Tier 9. Description: The seed left behind by the life tree before its death can be revived by consuming primal essence. Note 1. The life tree can extract energy from the dark world, increasing the energy and life aura concentration of its current world. Note 2. Planting it will deepen the connection between the world and the dark world, strengthening the dark world's gravitational pull on this world. Interesting, Bai Shu mused, raising an eyebrow. If I plant this on Earth, it's like playing a game of fate. Either Earth's energy surpasses the dark world's pull, and we all ascend, or we're dragged down into the dark world. He pondered further. The ancient gods era of the Doomsday Steam world was strong enough to produce a Tier 9 life tree. Clenching his fists twice in thought, Bai Shu carefully placed the seed back into the glass box and stored it in his folding space. Since destroying it would result in a loss, he decided to keep it for now. It might come in handy someday. If not, he could always try tasting it. After dealing with the seed, he collected the scattered gold and silver treasures from the ground into his folding space. Seeing that the snake egg wasn't fully cooked yet, he opened the ancient gods leaderboard to study it closely. Number 1 Creator God. Identity: Suspected World Will. Tier: Supreme Divine Power. Location: Source C. Status: Awakening. Number 2 God of Life. Form: Life Tree. Tier: Tier 9 Mighty Divine Power. Status: Completely Fallen. The list continues, including Sea God, Underworld God, and many other powerful beings. After reviewing the entire roster, Bai Shu felt a chill run down his spine. The power hierarchy of this world far exceeded his imagination. The beast world might not even have Tier 9 life forms, yet here there was more than one. Not to mention the unfathomable Creator God. Such powerful beings, yet they were once struck down and forced into slumber. Of the 72 existing gods, none are without injury or weakness. Could this be my chance? Bai Shu pondered. And although they're all extraordinary beings, why are they called gods? Is it due to differences in their cultivation paths? As he was lost in thought, a tantalizing aroma drifted over. Turning his head, he saw the snake egg was now roasted to a golden brown. Bai Shu peeled back a piece of the charred snake scale, revealing the translucent egg white inside. The aroma intensified, making Bai Shu's mouth water. He wondered how many days this large egg would last him and how much strength it could potentially enhance. Bai Shu carefully scooped a spoonful of egg white from the folded space and brought it to his mouth. Instantly, an indescribable sense of satisfaction spread across his face. The egg white melted in his mouth, its rich and creamy flavor so delightful that he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. Even more astonishing was the warmth that spread from his stomach, making him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring, comfortably intoxicated. He couldn't help but swallow, and then he gave in to his cravings, devouring the egg with gusto. Only when his stomach was round and full, and the egg nearly reached his throat, did he reluctantly stop. Gazing at the delicious treat in his hand, Bai Shu marveled that the devouring serpent truly lived up to its reputation as a gourmand. Even its eggs were this tasty. He regretted that the serpent was dead, or else he would have loved to try more of its eggs, or even its meat. Just as he was lost in the aftertaste of the delicacy, a notification from the panel caught his attention. It turned out that Mi Shui had used the summoning spell again. A task prompt immediately appeared on the panel. 32 text conversion. Boss, help. A bunch of eggs suddenly fell from the sky, and when I poked one, a lot of monsters popped out and started chasing me. The monsters aren't strong, but there are too many of them. If you don't come soon, we're going to be wiped out. Help, 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 help. Task details then appeared. Respond to the divine summons and rescue the girl in crisis. Option 1. Answer save, accept the task. Option 2. Answer don't save, decline the task. Task difficulty, easy. Task reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. Tisk, Bai Shu clicked his tongue. A simple task right after eating? Is this to help me digest? He stored the delicious egg back into the folded space and unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. In the next moment, the panel transformed into a grand door adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, standing silently before him. Seeing the door as if inviting him, Bai Shu couldn't help but smile. Ah Ban, you really get me. He thought to himself, if Ah Ban continued to be this considerate, it might not be so bad for it to develop some intelligence. The Earth is round. When the eastern hemisphere is plunged into darkness, the western hemisphere is bathed in brilliant sunlight. The steam world follows a similar pattern. Bai Shu pushed open the summoning door and was immediately blinded by intense light as he stepped through. Just as he instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, he noticed something odd about the shadow beneath him. Looking up, he saw a colorful, unidentified object plummeting from the sky. Watch out, Captain! Mijue's scream pierced the air. Bai Shu swiftly sidestepped, and the object crashed heavily where he had just stood, splattering thick liquid everywhere. Before Bai Shu could make sense of the situation, a pair of incongruously pale, muscular arms burst out from the colorful shell. After a deafening roar, a monstrous figure emerged standing nearly 3.5 meters tall, covered in pale scales, with a back full of small spikes, a single glaring eye, and towering horns. Under the sunlight, its pale scales were rapidly turning black. Captain, these monsters can't be exposed to the sun, Mijue urgently warned. Once their scales turn black, their defense increases tenfold, even 100-fold. As she spoke, she fired a precise shot that blew the monster's head off. Looking at the fallen creature, Bai Shu was slightly surprised. This thing looks formidable. Clad in exoskeleton armor, Mijue approached him, smiling as she explained, I thought they were invincible at first, but a single bullet does the trick. If it weren't for their numbers and how tough they get once sunburned, we wouldn't have needed to bother you. Do I seem that old? Bai Shu squinted at Mijue while raising his hand to the sky. An energy blast from his palm accurately hit a massive winged humanoid flying creature, evaporating its upper body. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Shu noticed the city was vastly different from the lizard people's settlements. There were no skyscrapers or sprawling gears and tracks, but rather clusters of treehouses, vibrant flowers, and vines connecting various areas like bridges. This is what a fantasy world should look like, Bai Shu mused to himself. Lizard creatures living in skyscrapers always felt out of place. His gaze finally settled on a cowering figure behind Mijue. An elf? Yes. Mijue nodded excitedly, gently comforting a young elf who had been separated from her family. Captain, isn't she adorable? If we can't find her family, can I take her back to Earth? As Bai Shu effortlessly dealt with the swarm of approaching monsters, he glanced at the innocent face of the elf girl and, after a moment's thought, nodded in agreement. Yes, you can. The dark world is extremely perilous, and Bai Shu began to ponder. To develop dark worlds like the Morning Star and this apocalyptic steam world, casualties are inevitable. The best way to reduce the death toll would be to deploy a foreign legion, whether personnel from other countries on Earth or intelligent beings from other realms. As long as it's not the citizens of Huaxia paying the price with their lives, it would be acceptable. This thought flashed through his mind, and he decided to have his think tank draft a detailed plan once he returned to Earth. Where are the others in your team? Bai Shu turned his attention to Mi Shui, who was comforting the little elf girl. Have you made contact with the other teams? Gathered any useful information? Mi Shui immediately responded. Besides our team, the squad led by Deputy Leader Wu has also arrived in this city. After the elf priest found us, They claimed we are the heroes destined to save the world. Hearing the word heroes, a peculiar feeling passed through Bai Shu's mind. Had someone called him that not long ago? He suppressed this odd sensation and continued listening to Mishue's report. Deputy Leader Wu and his team are currently attending a banquet. I found the banquet rules too cumbersome, so I took the opportunity to sneak out and gather intelligence, Mishue said, sending a batch of files to Bai Shu's terminal. We collected numerous documents from the City Lord's study, including this world's myths, power distribution, and extraordinary cultivation systems. Additionally, Mishue added, we've established contact with the other 13 teams. However, they're scattered widely. The nearest is over 100 kilometers away, and the farthest is more than 1,000 kilometers, so we can only maintain communication via the satellite Starlink. It'll be difficult to regroup in the short term. Bai Shu stroked his chin in thought. With over 100 arrivals in this area alone, plus foreign personnel, the total approaches 300 people. Such a dense concentration of arrivals within 1,000 kilometers indicates this area must have some special significance. Just then, a burst of gunfire echoed from the distance. Leader, the gunfire is coming from the direction of the City Lord's mansion, where the banquet is being held. Mishue said nervously. Bai Shu made a swift decision, grabbing the elf child in one hand and Mishue in the other, flying towards the City Lord's mansion. From 300 meters in the air, he could clearly see that the descending creatures were not killing aimlessly, but were orderly converging on the City Lord's mansion. Arrows and ammunition were constantly being fired from the direction of the mansion, with fireballs and ice arrows tracing paths through the air. Bai Shu refrained from acting rashly and instead asked, how long have these creatures been here? Was there any gunfire from the City Lord's mansion before? Mishue checked the time and replied, they appeared about 3 or 4 minutes ago. There was no gunfire before. Oh, and leader, there used to be a light blue energy shield above the City Lord's mansion, and those creatures are climbing onto it. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.